Chapter 1, Section 1. In a future timeline, I, the one-armed Son Gohan. Author, Dragon Ball Ancient God. Having traversed worlds, I have taken the place of the one-armed Son Gohan from the future of Dragon Ball. From this moment forth, this world shall be irrevocably altered. The system awakens, endlessly absorbing energy and converting it into energy points. Senzu beings, ultra-divine water, divine techniques, countless items and skills transcending the laws of the Dragon Ball universe. Everything is at hand. Is your battle power insufficient? With the battle power enhancement card, as long as one possesses infinite energy points, one can elevate their battle power without limit. Chapter 1. I, the future one-armed Son Gohan. Earth, year 784 of the Age of Peace. Darkness pervades, despair deepens. A torrential rain pours from the heavens. The sound of raindrops pattering ceaselessly. Despair and lifelessness proliferate. Pitter-patter, rumble-rumble. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounds from above, accompanied by streaks of golden lightning that rush and howl, appearing in unending succession. In a certain part of the city, ruins below. Brother Gohan, it's all my fault. I couldn't help it all, it's all on me. A young boy weeps bitterly, filled with rage and regret. In the depths of his sorrow, he clutches his head in anguish, howling in fury. As his emotions surge, a pale golden aura emanates from within him, manifesting into being. Amidst the mingled tears and rain, the boy's cheeks are thoroughly drenched, rendering it indistinguishable whether he is still crying or if it is merely the rain washing over him. His anger escalates, and in an instant, it reaches a sublime crescendo. Accompanied by a frantic scream, the transformation is complete. The boy's hair stands on end, his pupils shift to a vibrant green, and his hair color transforms to a brilliant gold. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan. The boy is none other than Trunks. The figure lying on the ground is none other than Son Gohan. Such a scene is well known to anyone who has watched the Dragon Ball anime. This plotline could only unfold within the future timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. In this very moment, due to Son Gohan's death, Trunks erupts into a full-blown transformation, becoming a Super Saiyan for the first time. For Trunks, as a warrior, he could not provide any assistance and was forced to witness his brother Son Gohan perish before his eyes. Even now that he is transformed, he feels no joy. Hatred festers in his mind, and anger courses through him. Simultaneously, guilt and resentment, regret and discouragement intertwine, tightly ensnaring his heart. He has acquired unparalleled power, yet has lost his loved one for one so young. The cost is far too heavy. Trunks is in a state of uncontrollable turmoil. He too needs to vent, yet he cannot find any outlet for his sorrow. At this moment, he remains oblivious to the fact that Son Gohan, before him, has moved a finger. Son Gohan has not truly perished. Ding. Host capable of binding located. System binding in progress. Binding complete. Conducting self-diagnosis. Ding. Diagnosis complete. No anomalies detected. Comprehensive assessment of the host. 105066. Ding. Severe physical damage detected in host. All functions declining. Please initiate rapid repair. Ding. Host unresponsive life energy is continuously depleting. In 3 minutes, the host will truly perish. Ding. Host unresponsive automatic self-rescue mode activated. This time consuming the sole passive self-rescue to absorb all surrounding energy for physical restoration, absorbing all surrounding energy for mental recovery. Ding. Intense conflict detected within the soul. Automatic repair forcibly initiates fusion. 105066. Ding. Fusion complete. As mechanical sounds echo within the depths of Son Gohan's subconscious, two soul entities merge into one under the influence of a miraculous force, forming a new soul. Consciousness gradually returns, and the excruciating pain in his brain signals Son Gohan's awakening. Nearly a minute passes, and the bone-deep stinging sensation begins to fade. Slowly opening his eyes, he is met with a blurred world, compelling him to shut them again in an effort to adjust. Wu Fan? Indeed, he is Wu Fan, a promising youth of the 21st century, now become Son Gohan. After perishing in a car accident, he was transported by the system to the Dragon Ball universe, assuming the role of the Son Gohan, who was killed by the androids 17 and 18. As he opens his eyes once more, the scene before him gradually sharpens, the raindrops incessantly striking his cheeks, allowing him to once again feel the breath of life. Little did he expect that in a single moment, he would traverse time and space, arriving in the future world of Dragon Ball, becoming Son Gohan. System, is this your idea of a joke? A bemused thought blossoms in his mind, yet acceptance is his only recourse. His gaze narrows, focusing on the boy beside him. That overwhelming presence, that terrifying power. With golden hair and azure eyes, he stands resolute in this ravaged, apocalyptic world, resembling a golden war deity, gazing down upon all, invincible in every regard. Alas, such might, though formidable, is merely daunting to those who cannot reach this realm. Just as he intends to speak, the pain surging through his body causes Wu Fano, Son Gohan, to grimace. It is this sound that ignites Trunks, still in the throes of his transformation. Brother Gohan, you're not dead. Thank goodness. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears well in his eyes. Trunks drops to his knees, unable to contain himself, wishing to assist Son Gohan, yet hesitant to act. Thank goodness, I nearly perished. I truly underestimated the android's might. Nodding slightly, once accustomed to the pain, Son Gohan manages to rise, steadying himself. Were it not for the fusion of all of Son Gohan's essence, this pain far more intense than that of being struck by a vehicle would have surely consumed him. System, you activated self-rescue mode, yet cannot fully heal me? Must I endure such agony? And this arm, can't you just restore it directly? Unable to suppress his internal grievances, Son Gohan casts a glance at his severed arm, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Ding! The system has done everything possible to save the host. The energy consumed has reached its peak, and further support for the host treatment is unattainable. The system's response is succinct and straightforward. This realization dawns on Son Gohan. He cannot exploit the system any further. As his awareness returns, Son Gohan looks once again at Trunks, a smile gracing his face. At last, you possess the strength to stand on your own, a Super Saiyan. You have finally transformed. With that simple sentence, Son Gohan shifts from a passive role to an active one. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss for words with Trunks, even though he has absorbed all of Son Gohan's memories. Wu Fan's consciousness still predominates, for Son Gohan is gone. Even if his soul still lingers, without venturing to the afterlife, it remains in a dormant state, thus allowing Wu Fan to take the lead. Otherwise, even the remnants of Son Gohan's fractured soul would be enough to obliterate the spirit of an ordinary man like him. Of course, the system is the most crucial element. Section 2. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Trunks finally comes to his senses, hurriedly assisting Son Gohan to his feet while exclaiming, "Brother Gohan, I thought you were dead just now, which is why I managed to transform. From now on, I can fight alongside you." Gently nodding, Son Gohan does not respond further. Fighting together? Simply put, Trunks' current strength is still far too lacking. The system has granted him the ability to perceive power indices in his Super Saiyan state. This boy's battle power barely reaches 100 million. Even if he were to return to the moment in time before, it seems the Super Saiyan's power would only be around 240 million. The battle power of androids 17 and 18, though their exact figures remain unknown, must surely exceed several hundred million, even if the future timeline is somewhat weaker than that of the past. As for his own battle power, he can ascertain through the system interface that it currently stands at an impressive 10 million. This implies that his Super Saiyan form boasts at least 500 million, stronger by 250 million compared to Son Goku during his initial return to Earth in the past. Chapter 2. Change the past. Change the future. As his thoughts return, Son Gohan gently shakes his head. There remains an abundance of issues to consider, and numerous tasks await him. Having just traversed time and space, he requires time to acclimate, time to analyze, and most importantly, time to fully recover. Let us depart from this place at once should Android 17 and 18 launch a surprise attack, even if I am capable of facing one. and you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, you would still meet your demise. With these words directed at Trunks, Gohan swiftly employed the instant transmission technique and soared into the sky. He did not grant Trunks a moment to react, yet the lad was far from sluggish. In mere seconds, Trunks followed suit. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. In an instant, 2 days had elapsed. Amidst the ravaged and desolate West City, the Capsule Corporation still stood. However, the only inhabitant here was Bulma from this timeline, residing underground to evade the persecution of the androids. Within the confines of the room, Gohan tore away the bandages that encircled his waist and face. After engaging in some simple movement and feeling the complete restoration of his body, he murmured to himself, "At last, I am fully restored. Just 2 days and I have recovered, not to mention a significant enhancement in my strength indeed. The Saiyan physique is formidable." Speaking thus, he approached the mirror. Gazing at the scars adorning his face and his resolute, masculine countenance, Gohan scrutinized himself. Should I deem these scars as a blessing or a curse? Only now do I comprehend the trials that await your future self. In this world, the mightiest individual warrior, a Saiyan with unfathomable potential. In the original narrative, you were unable to fully unleash your latent abilities, eventually becoming Goku's son. Now that I embody you, will I be able to completely unlock this potential? As he pondered, Gohan gradually clenched his right fist. Though he was missing a hand, his strength would not be significantly diminished. Redirecting his focus, Gohan returned to the bed and reclined, deep in thought. During these 2 days of recuperation, he had been contemplating the matter of the androids and strategizing for the future. In simple terms, he had come to grasp the androids' capabilities and recognize the most urgent tasks at hand. In the original tale, the future timeline's one-armed Gohan possessed the ability to contend with a single android, even managing to defeat one. Regrettably, during the final battle, Trunks was unable to assist a 1-against-2 scenario, compounded by their infinite energy and stamina, led to Gohan's defeat. Considering these factors, Gohan was confident that the power of androids 17 and 18 in the future world was at most around 500 million in combat strength. To elucidate further, the 17 and 18 of the future timeline no longer posed a significant threat to him, for his current base combat strength, after a complete recovery, had reached 12 million points. This was equivalent to transforming into the first stage of Super Saiyan, resulting in a staggering 50-fold increase in strength, totaling a remarkable 600 million. This brush with death and subsequent revival, although facilitated by the system's assistance, was nonetheless effective. Indeed, the threat from 17 and 18 is significantly diminished, yet I must grow even stronger. The future world still harbors Cell. In a few years, Majin Buu and the Demon King Bureau will also emerge. I must devise a method to restore this arm, otherwise, even with increased strength, my capabilities will be somewhat constrained. A unknown confrontation poses no issue, but facing 2 or even 3 adversaries would reveal a more pronounced disadvantage. As a traverser of worlds, and having previously been a proficient fanfiction writer well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, Gohan's insights far surpassed those of the average person. Regrettably, the original narrative offered scant details about the future timeline, leaving him with limited strategies to explore. The so-called long-term vision must be considered. The current crisis posed by the androids is but a trivial matter in the grand scheme of the next decade. What Gohan perceives now is the looming future of this world, fraught with the threats posed by Black Goku and Zamasu. In the realm of Dragon Ball, whether in the main timeline or its offshoots, the adversaries encountered increasingly grow stronger as time progresses. At present, he still possesses ample time. The more he contemplated, the faster time seemed to pass. Unbeknownst to him, another hour had slipped away. The door to the room creaked open, revealing Bulma, who appeared somewhat aged, carrying a pot of porridge. Over these past 2 days, she had become thoroughly accustomed to this routine. In contrast to the youthful and vibrant Bulma of the main timeline, this future Bulma appeared considerably more haggard. Yet even so, she retained an undeniable charm, a natural beauty that shone through. "Aunt Bulma," Gohan greeted politely as he rose. Upon hearing this, Bulma smiled and nodded. It seems you have nearly recovered, Gohan, she remarked. As she set the pod down, she could not help but express her astonishment. It must be said, Saiyans truly are remarkable. Your recovery abilities surpass my expectations. I had anticipated that it would take you a week to fully heal. That is also thanks to your diligent care, Aunt Bulma. Without your assistance, I would not have healed so swiftly, Gohan replied. Your words are indeed pleasing. This is something your father cannot compare to. Bulma chuckled lightly before finding a seat. Now, eat up. With your recovery, my burden is alleviated considerably. Although Trunks insists on venturing out to gather supplies, I still worry for him and have not permitted him to go alone. Indeed, Son Wukong comprehended with a decisive nod. The resources of the future world are, in truth, quite scarce, even though there may still be some. They are located in distant realms. The resources in Shidu have long since been depleted. The devastation wrought by the two artificial beings has left the future world in a state of utter desolation, with cities rendered unrecognizable. Not to mention the lurking menace of Cell, the creature hiding in the shadows. He is responsible for the demise of 70% of humanity. For years, it has been Son Wukong who has resolved issues of resources, food, and water, leading Bulma to become increasingly reliant on him. As he contemplated other matters while savoring the porridge in front of him, he remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Bulma's gaze. Had Sun Jun still been present, perhaps such troubles would not have arisen, and all the burdens would not have fallen solely upon your shoulders. This time, you have not been slain, which is truly wonderful. Gohan, after a while, just give me a little more time, and I will be able to create a time machine. At that point, Bulma's thoughts grow increasingly heavy. She yearns to alter the past, to change the future. It all begins with Goku's viral heart condition. 20 years ago, she was powerless. However, after 2 decades, she has absorbed countless medical insights, bolstered by the diligent research of many, and now there exists a miraculous remedy. As long as Goku remains alive, many tragedies will not be repeated. Chapter 3. The Gravity Training Room. After finishing the porridge, Gohan set the bowl down gently. Reflecting on the meal, despite not feeling full, he nodded in satisfaction. The cuisine of the Dragon Ball world, even something as simple as porridge, is far from ordinary in its deliciousness. It is incomparable to the fare of his previous world. Turning to Bulma, Gohan was completely oblivious to her current thoughts. He asked, "By the way, Bulma, I would like to inquire if the gravity training room that Uncle Vegeta used is still operational?" The gravity training room? Bulma was taken aback by his question. She slightly parted her lips. "You don't mean to use the gravity chamber for training, do you? I recall you stating many years ago that each person's training method differs, and even if you used Vegeta's technique, it wouldn't necessarily make you stronger." "Indeed. That was my belief at the time," Gohan acknowledged. "However, given the current circumstances, I must seek new methods. I lack pressure, and I need to harness that pressure to unleash my potential and become stronger. After the recent battle, I am acutely aware that my strength is not inferior to that of androids 17 and 18. Yet, I am but one individual, while they possess infinite energy. Moreover, due to the previous conflict, I have lost an arm. If I still had both, it would be a different story. Therefore, I must grow stronger. Only then can I fully suppress them." Gohan's expression grew serious. He continued, "I hope Trunks will join me in this training. Only in this way can we ensure absolute safety. Thus, if the gravity training room is available, it would greatly aid us." His lengthy discourse illuminated a glimmer of hope for Bulma. At the very least, Gohan spoke earnestly and conveyed that the androids were not truly unbeatable, even if they had recently suffered a crushing defeat. "I see," she responded. "I will find a way. Although it is currently abandoned, with some modifications and repairs, it can certainly be brought back into use." After a moment of contemplation, Bulma added, "The challenge lies in the fact that operating the gravity chamber requires immense energy. If we rely solely on electricity, given the current situation, that is impossible. With Bulma's intellect, such issues are trivial. However, without the necessary materials, she felt helpless. "Is there an alternative energy source?" Gohan inquired. "If you need anything, Bulma, please let me know, and I shall retrieve it." "Indeed, you are truly Goku's son, inheriting your father's fervent training spirit. Once a method is discovered, you wish to implement it immediately. Now, the fate of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Shortly, I will provide you with a list, and you must traverse various cities to gather what is needed. Although you possess the capability, I must remind you to exercise caution." Bulma expressed with a reassuring smile. She hoped Gohan would take care of himself and remain vigilant. Ever since Goku, Vegeta, and their other companions had perished, Gohan had become her last remaining connection. In the past 2 years, Chi-Chi was still alive, providing a semblance of companionship, but after a tragic incident, she too had passed away, leaving Bulma all alone. Others may not comprehend what Gohan endured, but Bulma saw everything clearly. The child has repeatedly clawed back from the brink of death, growing stronger each time, yet losing the innocence and laughter of his youth, transforming into a formidable warrior. Rest assured, Aunt Bulma, I understand, Gohan assured her with a nod. I must be off now, but later you must help me persuade Trunks. He is adamant about seeking revenge on the androids after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Bulma suddenly changed the subject, leaving Gohan both amused and exasperated. Indeed. Just as in the original tale, he remains quite naive. Trunks possesses many admirable qualities, yet his innocence and simplicity often lead him astray. Had he not been so arrogant in believing himself invincible, he would not have fallen prey to the android's manipulations. It's clear that he requires rigorous training. Half an hour later. Bidding farewell to Bulma, Gohan took the initiative to set off with Trunks to a nearby city in search of essential supplies. At present, various foodstuffs and water sources are urgently needed, especially as they would soon enter a training phase, leaving no time for further expeditions. Thus, it was imperative to secure provisions for over a month. Fortunately, the memories of his original self guided him to know where to find the necessary items, or else they would have faced considerable difficulties. Within just a few hours, while navigating several cities in the south and deliberately avoiding the androids' paths, Gohan and Trunks managed to acquire a substantial amount of resources. Subsequently, Gohan led Trunks to a deserted island off the southern coast. Brother Gohan, why have you brought me here? Are we in search of something special? Trunks inquired curiously. His earlier mention of gathering supplies left him unaware of any ulterior motives. Was it perhaps to educate Trunks, owing to Bulma? For Gohan, the answer was both yes and no. He also wished to test the capabilities of the system, requiring Trunks as a subject for experimentation. I heard from Aunt Bulma that you are eager to seek vengeance against the androids. Such courage is commendable. But as your elder brother and, in a sense, your mentor, I wish to ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength, Gohan stated, his expression serious. Trunks, however, seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning, assuming his brother merely sought to gauge his abilities. Hey, Brother Gohan, just wait and see. After transforming, my power has surged exponentially. Trunks declared, his impatience evident as he released his power in its usual state, akin to a rabbit that had been cooped up for too long. Indeed, Gohan recalled that upon his own transformation, he had also been similarly restless. The Saiyan transformation yields immense power, an amplification that defies imagination. It is truly remarkable. Yet at this level, it still falls short. Transform, Trunks. Here, you need not fear being discovered by the androids, Gohan encouraged, a smile gracing his lips as he sensed Trunks' burgeoning strength. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the numbers through the system. They were not significantly different from 3 days prior, maintaining a regular battle power of 2 million. After transforming, the expected increase remained at a staggering 100 million. Chapter 4. The Super Saiyan, yet there are disparities. I understand, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded in response. The sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan surged within him, an exhilarating metamorphosis that resonated through his very soul. His power expanded dramatically, emotion surged, and the veins on his forehead bulged as a remarkable leap in energy enveloped him. A cacophony of frantic screams erupted, a powerful aura shifting from white to gold. Simultaneously, Trunks' lavender hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant gold. The winds howled and the earth trembled as his power surged. His battle power rapidly escalating as he entered the initial stage of Super Saiyan. He shattered his previous limits, achieving a 50-fold increase in power, elevating his battle power to the 100 million mark. How about that, Brother Gohan? I can now control my transformation and grow even stronger, Trunks exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, eager for approval. Gohan, however, could not help but smirk inwardly. After all, this newfound strength still paled in comparison to Frieza's final form, boasting a battle power of 120 million. Though he refrained from expressing this thought aloud, Gohan nodded and replied, not bad. Without allowing Trunks to interject, he continued, remember this feeling. Do not let it slip away, and temper that overwhelming excitement. While the Super Saiyan form is formidable, you are not invincible at present. Do not allow anger to consume you. This is a stern critique, an unconscious need to regard Trunks after absorbing all of Gohan's memories and essence. I understand now, Brother Gohan. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, a fierce determination and anticipation flickered in Trunks' eyes. Come on, Brother Gohan, you should transform as well. I am a Super Saiyan now and will no longer hold you back. In the past, he could not transform into a Super Saiyan and could only gaze up at Gohan's retreating figure. But now, the situation has changed. He has become a Super Saiyan. Yet, he remains blissfully unaware of his own ignorance. At such a tender age, the beatings he has endured are insufficient. He does not yet comprehend that the power of a Super Saiyan does not merely stem from transformation. The true strength of their base form is the key determinant of a Super Saiyan's potential. If Trunks' base form were a touch stronger, it might compel Gohan to regard him with greater seriousness. Are you already this eager? Very well, let me show you. With a subtle quiver of his lips, Gohan began to unleash the power within him. Although it is a fusion of Gohan's entirety, for the current Gohan, it feels like a first. A golden aura radiated outward. And within less than a second, he transitioned directly from his base form to the first level of Super Saiyan. The mere act of transformation revealed the disparity between the two. The former required a significant amount of time to prepare, often uncertain of success. While the latter's transformation occurred in an instant, a mere thought. In the realm of mastering transformations and controlling energy, Trunks clearly cannot compare to Gohan. A novice will always remain a novice. With almost flawless control over his energy, Gohan fixed his gaze upon Trunks. Come at me, Trunks. All right, brother Gohan. Now that I'm a Super Saiyan too, you better be careful. As the words left his lips, Trunks felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. His form vanished, moving like lightning, and he surged toward Gohan with the speed of a thunderclap. The iron fist, enveloped in golden energy, seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds as it barreled toward Gohan. Bang! A resounding thud echoed in the air. The tremendous strike caused a tremor in the space around them, with the ground beneath shattering into fragments under the invisible force. Trunks' full power blow was effortlessly held in Gohan's palm, unable to advance an inch. Just as he was preparing to counter, Gohan suddenly paused, for at that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by Trunks, successfully converting energy points. Is it truly possible to absorb this? Or is it because this boy lacks control over his power, inadvertently dispersing excess energy? With a thought, Gohan narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. In the blink of an eye, several seconds had elapsed in the external world. After his initial punch was intercepted, Trunks delivered another blow. A resounding bang echoed through the air. This time, Gohan did not catch the punch. However, he was not struck directly either. Remarkable. You truly have grown stronger than before. Gohan couldn't help but commend. In truth, he had sensed Trunks' movement the moment he struck. Had he possessed another hand, he could have blocked it. But alas, he was left with only one arm. This indeed exemplified the greatest disadvantage of lacking a limb. Gohan, you ought to take our battle more seriously. I did not unleash my full strength earlier, and now, like you, I am a Super Saiyan. Trunks remarked, his expression slightly displeased, seemingly aware of Gohan's underestimation. The Super Saiyan transformation had imbued him with a sense of arrogance. Very well, I shall be a bit more earnest, Gohan replied, a determined glint in his eye. And as soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself into action. Swift as the wind, quick as lightning, in the mere span of a breath, he appeared before Trunks. His right fist clenched, ready to strike. The force of the strike, its astonishing speed and tremendous power, caused Trunks' pupils to constrict sharply, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. Just as Gohan's fist was about to collide with Trunks' face, he managed to withdraw his hand in the nick of time. The fierce wind generated by the punch grazed Trunks' visage, tousling his golden hair. Now, do you comprehend the disparity that exists between us as Super Saiyans? Trunks, while your transformation undoubtedly enhances your strength, it does not equate to absolute superiority, as I have previously articulated. Withdrawing his fist served to allow Trunks a moment of composure, and Gohan chuckled lightly. In that moment, Trunks felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, followed by a surge of frustration and anger. He swung his arm forcefully, deflecting Gohan's punch, and launched a vigorous and relentless offensive. He could not fathom how, despite his transformation, there remained such a vast disparity in their strengths. Each strike he unleashed was imbued with formidable power, capable of toppling mountains. However, his approach was chaotic. Every attack bore fatal flaws. Gohan, unfazed, effortlessly countered Trunks' every move with a single hand, neutralizing all of his assaults with ease. How could this be? All of my attacks have missed their mark. Each onslaught was either evaded or blocked, drastically altering Trunks' mindset. His pride had sustained a significant blow. Chapter 5. The system's abilities, devour and transform? Ding. The system automatically absorbed the energy released by Trunks, successfully converting it into energy points. Ding. The system automatically absorbed the energy released by Trunks, successfully converting it into energy points. Ding. The system automatically absorbed the energy released by Trunks, successfully converting it into energy points. Ding. The system automatically absorbed the energy released by Trunks, successfully converting it into energy points. Within his mind, the system's notifications echoed incessantly, diverting Gohan's attention away from Trunks' plight. To Gohan, Trunks had now become a veritable source of wealth. With every clash, the energy expelled during Trunks' battle was actively absorbed by the system, subsequently transforming into energy points. These energy points can assist him in redeeming the items he desires within the system. Skills, objects, tools, and even divine techniques, principles, and artifacts from other worlds are all within reach. I have begun to comprehend how the system evaluates energy, thus converting it into energy points, he mused quietly. It was only then that Son Gohan regained his focus. Directing his gaze forward, he finally observed Trunks' distressed expression. His attacks were chaotic and devoid of rhythm. His judgment clouded by the emotions of a Super Saiyan, leaving too many openings. Trunks. Without regard for Trunks' despondency and frustration, Son Gohan did not hesitate, raising his hand to deliver a powerful punch straight to Trunks' abdomen. Bang! With this strike, he exerted merely a fraction of his strength. Yet, even this mere fraction transformed Trunks' countenance, causing him to regurgitate bile. Struck with such force, Trunks was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Not only did saliva splatter, but his anguished cries echoed, as the energy within him roiled violently. The excruciating pain was an experience unlike any Trunks had ever encountered, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He clasped his hands tightly over his abdomen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, the enhancement of his Super Saiyan first-level form elevated his physical resilience. Had he been in his usual state, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer force of that blow. The agony was unbearable. However, Gohan, dear brother, you still showed restraint. The torment lingered, and gritting his teeth, Trunks summoned his strength to rise. Yet, the confidence within him was utterly shattered by that single punch. Being a Super Saiyan did not equate to invincibility, nor did it mean he was on par with his brother Gohan. This is merely the beginning. Having mastered this power, he has only become slightly stronger. It seems you have grasped a point, Trunks. Without excessive arrogance, you would become even stronger. Now, unleash your most potent technique to attack me with all your energy. After delivering a lecture to Trunks, Gohan revealed his ultimate intention. My strongest attack? Trunks was taken aback. He was acutely aware of his own weakness and the vast chasm that lay between him and Gohan. However, to unleash such an attack, even Gohan would suffer considerable harm. Wouldn't he? Moreover, he felt Gohan's injuries could not possibly heal so quickly. Noticing Trunks' hesitation, Gohan smiled calmly. You need not worry about the damage your strongest strike may inflict upon me. Just do as I say. You must understand that one cannot afford to be distracted in the presence of any adversary. Should I harbor any intent to kill, it would be too late for you by then. Very well then. Gohan, you better be careful, Trunks replied, shaking off his doubts. He raised his hand, channeling all his energy into his palm under his mental control. Buzz. Golden light coalesced in his palm, the intensity of the energy accumulating. The power surpassed the previous attacks, reaching levels of combat strength in the millions. Bring it on. A slight smirk graced Gohan's lips. Having achieved his objective, he began to anticipate the impending energy. He was utterly confident in his ability to neutralize it flawlessly. Moreover, Trunks' ultimate technique was one he had taught him. No one understood its vulnerabilities better than he did. As the energy reached its zenith, Trunks shouted, "Be careful. This is my ultimate attack, the final flash." Upon finishing his declaration, Trunks unleashed a golden energy beam from his hands, its destructive power capable of annihilating stars. The golden currents danced around the energy beam, surging towards Gohan with unstoppable force. Faced with this terrifying energy beam, Gohan raised his right hand without flinching, expanding his palm and consolidating his aura into a singular mass. Boom. The clash between the final flash and Gohan's palm erupted in a cacophony of electric sparks, devastating the enormous island. Smoke billowed, dust swirled, and Gohan was enveloped in the haze. Ding. The automatic absorption of Trunks' released energy successfully converted into energy points. 8 million points. The system's notification echoed in Gohan's mind once more, this time with an astonishing amount of points converted. Even Gohan did not anticipate acquiring so much from a single encounter. Well done, Trunks. I was just a bit more serious during that last strike. Gohan's voice emerged from the mist, and in the next moment, a golden aura surged, dispelling the thick smoke around him. He stood unscathed after taking Trunks' full-force strike, showcasing the immense gap between them. My final flash was so easily neutralized? You truly are remarkable. Gohan. Trunks stood in shock at the scene unfolding before him. He began to realize his own foolishness with Gohan's strength. Seeking revenge on the androids was nothing short of suicidal. I hope you understand one crucial truth. Trunks, Super Saiyans are not invincible. Bulma has informed me that since you transformed into a Super Saiyan, you have aimed to defeat the androids with your own power. I can unequivocally tell you that with your current abilities, even attempting it would be a path to certain doom. This is precisely why I am fighting you now. I trust you comprehend this without further explanation, Gohan admonished sternly. I understand, Trunks replied, feeling disheartened by his own limitations. Having pursued strength for so long, achieving it, yet still being unable to accomplish his desires was understandably disheartening. Do not lose heart. This is merely the beginning. I believe you have yet to reach your limits. Now, let us train diligently together. Gohan encouraged, sensing Trunks' inner turmoil. Train together? Trunks asked, puzzled. Could it be that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could continue to grow stronger? He had engaged in basic training before, but it was a far cry from the power of transformation. Half an hour later, in the underground of the Capsule Corp private estate. After handing over the capsule filled with supplies to Bulma, Gohan received the list of materials she had compiled. To be honest, for Gohan, the items on the list were not exceptionally rare or difficult to find. It would merely require running around various cities to gather them from shops and factories. In summary, it must be said that if the androids did not exist, a single phone call or command from Bulma would result in countless individuals delivering these items directly to their doorstep. Gohan, are we going to collect these materials now? Why did Mom suddenly want to gather these things? Trunks inquired, still oblivious to the situation. Gohan smiled lightly and did not elaborate further, simply stating, you need not participate in the collection of these materials for now. As for their purpose, you will understand in due time, suffice it to say. They will be greatly beneficial for our future. Oh, can I go with you, Gohan? Trunks asked, feeling a bit dejected. Simultaneously, he felt frustrated. Having been restricted due to his lack of strength in the past, He now found himself limited again despite having gained some power. Your current task is to stay here and protect Bulma. Trunks, you must understand that while it is not a problem for us to leave together for a short time, if we are away for too long, have you considered what might happen if the androids discover Bulma? What would her fate be? Gohan cleverly redirected Trunks' thoughts, subtly indicating the necessity of his role. His words had a clear impact, plunging Trunks into silence. I know you are eager to go out, but the time is not right. After our encounter, I trust you have recognized your own shortcomings, Gohan continued while observing Trunks. Thus, you must stabilize your mindset. Only then will your strength truly grow. With that, Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder reassuringly. This action is, in fact, an instinctive response. Even Son Gohan himself did not anticipate that he would naturally adopt an educational approach towards Trunks. Upon hearing these words, Trunks seemed to experience a shift in his mindset. As if a revelation had dawned upon him, I understand now, Brother Gohan. If you were to encounter androids 17 and 18 alone, before he could finish. Son Gohan chuckled softly, fear not. My previous defeat was due to my lack of ability. This time, even if I encounter the androids, they shall not pose a threat to me. Perhaps you remain unaware of our Saiyan traits. After sustaining severe injuries, we emerge even more powerful. With that, Son Gohan beamed brightly. Saiyan traits? Trunks appeared utterly bewildered, for he had never heard of such characteristics. Not even during the training sessions with Brother Gohan had this been mentioned. When I return, I shall impart all the knowledge of our Saiyan heritage to you. Without further ado, despite knowing Trunks' curiosity, Son Gohan departed, leaving West City for the nearest location, Capsule Corporation. In the skies, as he flew, Son Gohan endeavored to communicate with the system. Previously, he had lacked the time. But now he found himself with ample opportunity to delve deeply into the workings of the system. System, open the system shop. With this silent command resonating in his mind, the world around him seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. Before his eyes appeared a unique interface, akin to that of an augmented reality game. A list of items materialized, accompanied by a data panel on the right, displaying his personal attributes and the energy points he possessed. Host, Son Gohan age, 27 bloodline, Earthling half Saiyan, special, normal combat power index, 12 million points current system energy points, 8. 75 million points shoplist recommended exchanges body enhancement potion, upon use, can moderately increase host physical strength, required energy points, 100, 000 strength enhancement potion, upon use, can moderately increase host's physical power, required energy points, 100, 000 speed enhancement potion, upon use, can moderately enhance host agility, required energy points, 150, 000 perception enhancement potion, upon use, can moderately improve host perception, required energy points, 200, 000 at a glance. The first items that caught his eye were a plethora of potions recommended by the system, each promising to augment his strength. Truth be told, he was not unfamiliar with such items, for Son Gohan was, after all, a traveler of worlds. He had not only heard tales of these wonders but had also witnessed their effects. Such items naturally failed to capture the attention of Son Wukong, for although they would be somewhat effective given his current strength, their impact would undoubtedly be minimal. The law of reciprocity dictates that returns and investments are often balanced. What he seeks or means to swiftly enhance his combat prowess. What is this? Even the legendary Senzu beans are available. The first item listed on the main page of the system's marketplace immediately piqued Son Wukong's interest. Senzu beans, revivers of the lifeless, restorers of the flesh. The user can recover from all injuries, as long as there is breath within them. They can be revived, required system points, with just energy points. He could exchange for Senzu beans. This is the miraculous fairy bean, an essential healing elixir after the battle. The severed left arm prompted Son Wukong to contemplate methods of restoration. The sacred beans emerged as his initial consideration. However, in the future world, these miraculous beings had long been extinct. Otherwise, the battles in this realm would not have proven so arduous. To exchange or not to exchange? The loss of his left arm had considerably weakened him. Instinctively, Son Wukong contemplated the exchange of sacred beans to restore himself, yet he hesitated. If sacred beans were available for exchange, he could restore himself at any time. Should he act in haste, he might forfeit the current opportunity. With one arm missing, the strength he could cultivate would reach a certain level, and when he eventually restored his left arm, the enhancement to his power would be even greater. What is this? Upon witnessing something extraordinary, Son Wukong's heart jolted in surprise. The 5 prominent characters on the product captivated his attention profoundly. Power Enhancement Card. Chapter 7. Power Enhancement, Traces of Cell. Could it be? Such a thing actually exists. By heavens. System. How could you not include such a remarkable item in the recommended list? Fortunately, he was diligently browsing the items in the marketplace, thoughtfully analyzing them. Unlike before when he would carelessly overlook them due to a lack of energy points. Should this opportunity be missed, it would indeed constitute the most significant loss. Ding. The system's marketplace periodically recommends a selection of unique items, skills, and tools. During the promotional period, prices experience a substantial reduction. once removed from the recommendation list. The energy points required will revert to their original price. The system's voice echoed in his ears, enlightening Son Gohan about the nature of the recommendations. Thus, if I were to purchase the recommended items, I would only stand to gain, correct? Upon further inquiry, if this is indeed the case, it becomes essential to carefully consider my needs. Section 6. Ding. The host may select from the recommended items, skills, and tools, all of which are subject to a limit on the number of exchanges and cannot be redeemed without restriction. There are quantity limitations as well. In this latest development, Son Gohan unexpectedly finds himself once again. Indeed, the system is no philanthropist. It merely offers a few minor benefits. It appears that merchants operate in a similar fashion. They entice you with a taste of sweetness, allowing you to recognize the utility of their offerings, only to impose restrictions on the quantity available for purchase. Once you desire more, you must pay the full price. No longer dwelling on this matter, Son Gohan shifts his focus towards the power enhancement card. This matter has now become of utmost importance. Level 1 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 1 to 666 points, requires 1,000 energy points for exchange. Is there still a level division? The random power increase is akin to a stroke of luck. It may augment the peak value, but with poor fortune, it might only increase by a single point. Indeed, quite a gamble. Continuing to read further, we find the Level 2 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 1,000 to 6666 points, requiring 816716866 energy points for exchange. The price of the Level 2 Power Enhancement Card has escalated tenfold. The starting increase has risen to 1,000 combat power, murmured Son Gohan as he gazed at the next row of enhancement cards. The Level 3 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 816716866 to 66,666 points, requires 100,000 energy points. The Level 4 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 100,000 to 666,666 points, requires 1,000,000 energy points. The Level 5 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 1,000,000 to 660,000 points, requires 10,000,000 energy points. Lastly, the Level 6 Power Enhancement Card randomly increases combat power by 10,000,000 to 66,660,000 points, necessitates 100,000 energy points. Upon reaching this point, Son Gohan felt a surge of excitement, for it essentially revealed to him that with sufficient energy points, he need not train at all to grow stronger. This was the highest level of enhancement card he could perceive. Below, there were enhancement cards locked behind a black interface. System. Do these locked power enhancement cards require me to unlock them? Or is there a special method? Son Gohan inquired. Ding. Certain items are subject to a lock mechanism. If the host's power does not meet the requirements, they remain in a locked state. Upon reaching the necessary power level, they will unlock automatically. Ah, I see. With this explanation, Son Gohan nodded. At least this was not a deceptive scheme. With a thought, Son Gohan felt an impulse and halted his advance. System. Exchange for one Level 4 Power Enhancement Card. With his current possession of 8,750,000 energy points, he was willing to spend 1,000,000 points on this attempt. Ding. Level 4 Power Enhancement Card successfully exchanged, deducting 1,000,000 energy points from the host. The host can directly use it from the storage. Remaining energy points, 7,750,000. Use the Level 4 Power Enhancement Card. Without hesitation, upon seeing the card lying in his storage, Son Gohan activated it. Ding. Successfully used the Level 4 Power Enhancement Card, randomly increasing combat power by 500,000 points. As the system's prompt faded, Son Gohan distinctly felt a warm current surge within him, eventually merging fully into his being. His strength had indeed increased. How marvelous! Son Gohan marveled. With his astonishment, his personal attribute interface underwent a transformation. Most notably, his base combat power value surged to 12,500,000. Although this increment of 500,000 might seem negligible compared to his previous state, it is crucial to note that this slight difference would be magnified upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Previously, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan at a base of 12,000,000, achieving a 50-fold increase, thereby elevating his combat power to 600,000,000. Now, with a base combat power of 12,500,000, transforming into a Super Saiyan would amplify his power to 625,000 points. Spending 1,000,000 energy points for a 500,000 combat power increase was indeed worthwhile. Clenching his fist, Son Gohan exited the system shop. His decision not to exchange further was not due to urgency in enhancing his strength, but rather a desire to explore more. At present, He was not in a rush to rapidly augment his power. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Son Wukong boldly scavenged materials across various cities, not deliberately avoiding the gaze of the androids. Thus far, he had located 60% of the materials on his list, with only one remaining. Crossing the plains and mountains, he arrived at his destination. Upon his arrival, Son Wukong was perplexed to find the city in stark contrast to his expectations. It had not been destroyed, however. There were no signs of life. Scanning the surroundings, he observed only tattered clothing and various garments. Could it be? With a furrowed brow, Son Wukong immediately thought of Cell. For only he could inflict such devastation. His vigilance heightened. If Cell was indeed present, it posed a significant threat to him. Chapter 8. Son Wukong. Can you still kill me now? He never anticipated encountering this individual. The culprit behind the drastic reduction of human life on Earth in the future timeline, Cell. Murmuring to himself, Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings, expanding his senses. Yet he detected no signs of any living beings. Unsure of Cell's presence, he remained cautious. If he truly was here, this would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, preventing any future mishaps. He muttered quietly, letting out a soft snort. With his current strength, the pre-evolution Cell was hardly a challenge. During this period, Cell had merely consumed the life energy of ordinary humans, with his power ranging from a mere 100 million to 500 million. And it would be impossible for him to reach the heights of 400 or 500 million. Otherwise, the androids 17 and 18 would have long been devoured by him. With unwavering focus, Gohan diligently gathered the final material he required. Simultaneously, at that very moment, atop a nearby skyscraper, a colossal green-skinned insectoid loomed. Far larger than an average adult. He looked down imperiously at the figures traversing the streets below. Undoubtedly, he was the entity responsible for the disappearance of the entire population of the city, Cell. As the ultimate android meticulously crafted by Dr. Gero, he possessed boundless potential for growth, having assimilated the cells of countless formidable warriors from Earth, as well as the genetic mutations derived from the frozen tyrants Frieza and King Cold. At this moment, he remained in a developmental stage, relying on his tail to incessantly consume human life energy to facilitate his growth. The populace of this city has been reduced to mere sustenance for him. At this moment, a glint of avarice flickers in his gaze, drool cascading from the corner of his mouth. He has set his sights on Son Gohan as his prey. When he was newly hatched, his power was scarcely greater than that of an ordinary adult, forcing him to lurk in the shadows, consuming the life energy of feeble creatures to evolve. As he grew stronger, he began to hunt humans, having spent a long time hiding and developing his abilities. After devouring countless lives, he has ascended to a level beyond imagination, nearly matching the strength of 2 androids. Ha ha ha. I never expected to encounter you here. Son Gohan. It appears you were fortunate to survive the onslaught of androids 17 and 18. But now, facing me, your luck has run out. Once I absorb you, I shall consume 17 and 18 as well, evolving into my perfect form. The greedy Cell's eyes shimmer with anticipation and desire. Truth be told, he is aware of Son Gohan's strength, yet the fact that Gohan is now left with only one arm significantly diminishes the threat he poses. What he fails to realize is that while he views Gohan as his quarry, Gohan sees him as a target that must be eliminated. In Chapter 7, concealing his own energy, Cell stealthily follows Son Gohan, searching for the opportune moment. Unbeknownst to him, despite his adept concealment, he has been detected. In terms of energy mastery, Son Gohan has reached an impressive level. Is someone there? His perception amplifies, and although he cannot pinpoint the exact energy signature, he can distinctly sense something trailing behind him. The corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Cell is indeed here, which is fortuitous. He continues moving forward, inadvertently revealing a flaw to Cell. An opportunity. The chance for a surprise attack lies before Cell, and he will not let it slip away. In a flash, his alien form erupts like a cannonball. In an instant, he descends behind Son Gohan, the tip of his elongated tail glinting ominously as it lunges toward Gohan's back. At last, the moment has arrived. Son Gohan, I have long coveted your life essence. Now, it shall be mine. With a thunderous shout, madness glimmers in Cell's eyes as the needle-like end of his tail pierces through Son Gohan's body. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at, parasite? Son Gohan's voice echoes, abruptly halting Cell's laughter. Only when he sees the figure of Son Gohan, whom he believed he had impaled, gradually fading, does he grasp the reality of the situation. A mere afterimage? How is this possible? You discovered me long ago. The realization hits Cell as he comprehends that Gohan had been toying with him all along. This desolate city, untouched by significant destruction, must surely be your doing. The architect of this tragedy, Gohan states coldly, his voice laced with murderous intent. Cell represents an unstable element that must be dealt with swiftly. Ha ha ha. You are correct. This is indeed my masterpiece. You may have evaded death for now, but you cannot escape it forever. With an eerie and sinister laugh, Cell turns to face Gohan, adopting a poised stance. His gaze weighs Gohan, curiosity piqued. I concealed my energy remarkably well. When did you discern my presence? At the very moment you revealed your murderous intent, Gohan replies nonchalantly. Oh, I see. I underestimated you. You are indeed the son of Goku, and even with one arm lost, you should not be dismissed, Cell taunts. Is this your final farewell? As he subtly channels the energy within him, Gohan's aura shifts from white to a radiant gold. As Cell senses Gohan's energy skyrocketing, his greed and desire intensify. His instincts tell him that devouring Gohan will yield unforeseen delights. Unbeknownst to him, in Gohan's eyes, he is merely a foolish jester. With a steely gaze fixed on Cell, Gohan perceives the current power level of his foe, 350 million points. During this period, Cell's prowess still lagged somewhat behind that of Android 17 and Android 18. What an astonishing aura he possesses, yet tragically, he is on the brink of demise. Cell remarked with a confident sneer. A playful smile graced Gohan's face as he steadily elevated his own energy levels. His combat power was continuously on the rise. While Cell maintained his composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed and leisurely, it appeared as though everything was firmly within his grasp. However, as Gohan's energy surged to unprecedented heights, Cell's expression began to grow increasingly serious. Now, do you still believe you can kill me? With a chilling grin, Gohan unleashed the full force of his internal energy. A resounding explosion echoed as his Super Saiyan first stage power of 625 million was revealed. As this unimaginable aura manifested, Cell's countenance transformed, turning ashen and ghastly. Impossible! How could your energy possibly reach such a magnitude? After thoroughly sensing Gohan's extraordinary power, Cell's initial bravado was replaced by a profound sense of shock and disbelief. This surge of energy has completely distanced him. In fact, its intensity has surpassed that of Android 17 and Android 18. Chapter 6. The Overwhelming Force. Observing the astonished and fearful expression on Cell's face, Gohan could not help but chuckle. Initially, his opponent regarded him as prey, but unexpectedly, the roles had reversed. A dying being has no need for excessive knowledge. Disinterested in further conversation, Gohan took the initiative to strike, launching a golden energy sphere towards Cell. With a whoosh, the space rippled as Cell felt the formidable power of the energy sphere, causing him to gasp in alarm. A resounding boom echoed. The piercing explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave that shook the very earth. Thick clouds of smoke billowing upwards, with gunpowder and dust swirling in the air. With a swift motion, Cell tore through the haze, ascending into the sky. How could such an attack possibly hit me? He scoffed. Is that so? Gohan's chilling laughter resonated from above. At the sound, Cell's body trembled, instinctively raising his gaze, his pupils constricting and mouth agape in disbelief. Gohan had been waiting for him the moment he made his move. With his right fist clenched, enveloped in a golden aura, he unleashed a punch imbued with unparalleled destructive force. A thunderous crash reverberated, the aftermath rippling through the air in waves. The forceful strike, akin to a relentless torrent, landed squarely upon Cell's face, distorting his features with terrifying power and sending him hurtling through the air. Like a fallen meteor, Cell soared towards a towering edifice. A deafening roar echoed through the atmosphere. Thick clouds of smoke billowed upwards as the skyscraper succumbed to gravity, collapsing into several fragmented pieces. The confrontation was far from over. Son Gohan hovered in midair, his right hand raised as he formed a cerulean sphere of energy, condensing it to its utmost limits. With a powerful throw, this meticulously compressed azure energy orb surged forth, slicing through the fabric of space and plunging into the ruins below. A thunderous explosion ensued, the resulting shockwave engulfing an area of nearly 100 meters. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, as fierce flames raged amidst the scattered debris. The sheer might of this seemingly effortless strike was nothing short of terrifying. Come out quickly. I know this move won't be enough to end you. His eyes gleamed with lethal intent as Son Gohan proclaimed, his demeanor transformed in the heat of battle, starkly contrasting with his former self. Cold and merciless, he was decisive in his actions. The notion of mercy was utterly absent. As his words echoed, a golden streak of light burst through the boulders, emerging from the blazing inferno, charging towards him with ferocity. Amidst the ethereal glow of the aurora, the figure of Cell emerged, his visage contorted with fury, purple blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his eye sockets marred by crimson veins. Gohan, you underestimate me. Enraged, Cell lunged towards Gohan, his tail striking at him with a relentless speed of approximately 100 strikes per second. Each thrust promised excruciating pain. Despite the ferocity of Cell's assault, Gohan navigated the onslaught with ease, moving like a phantom, evading all attempts to harm him. How dull, Gohan scoffed dismissively. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he seized Cell's tail with one hand, an immense power surging through it, enveloping Cell's entire being. The intense agony coursed through Cell. For his tail, while a weapon, was also his most vulnerable point. A mere application of force elicited a grimace of pain, blood vessels in his eyes ablaze. Cell seethed with rage. Before he could retaliate, Gohan launched into action once more, his right arm erupting with unparalleled strength, propelling Cell's form downward at an astonishing velocity. With Cell losing control, panic ensued as he cried out. Harnessing the momentum of the dive, Gohan hurled Cell towards the ground with all his might. The impact was cataclysmic. A thunderous explosion that fractured the earth, sending plumes of smoke skyward. The shockwave ravaged Cell's insides, the searing pain rendering him breathless as he spewed forth purple blood. How even with one arm severed, this version of Gohan is certainly not an entity to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he harbors no intention of conceding defeat. Channeling the latent abilities within his cells, he activates the regenerative powers inherent to the Namekians. The wound on Cell's tail writhes ominously, as cells incessantly divide and regenerate, presenting a grotesque spectacle. Before Gohan's watchful gaze, Cell's severed tail reemerges. Not only that, but the injuries inflicted upon him previously are also mended. However, in contrast, Cell's aura weakens. The activation of such regenerative abilities demands a toll. Infinite regeneration is an impossibility. This regenerative prowess feels rather familiar, doesn't it, Gohan? Recovering from the onslaught, Cell turns to Gohan with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the beating he just endured. In stark contrast, Gohan regards Cell with the gaze reserved for a fool. As a traveler between worlds, he possesses comprehensive knowledge about Cell's abilities and origins. Yet, this jester remains blissfully ignorant of his own folly. But what of it? Ultimately, the outcome is a 1A street to demise, Gohan coldly asserts. Upon hearing this, Cell's fury escalates, his teeth grinding in rage. I hope that after witnessing this move, you can still maintain your current bravado. With that, Cell, unwilling to continue the banter, raises his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers upon his forehead. Energy begins to coalesce at his fingertips, forming a pulsating orb of electric arcs. The posture and the manner in which this energy has been amassed evoke the image of Piccolo within Son Wukong. This technique, I am certain, you shall never forget in your lifetime, the Demon Convergence Light Cannon. With a sweeping motion of his right arm, a golden spiral of energy surged forth, imbued with unparalleled destructive force and penetrating power, hurtling towards Son Wukong. Even entities of equal stature would find it imperative to evade its brilliance, lest they suffer the consequences of this formidable attack. Yet, from the very beginning, they were never on the same level. Confronted by this Demon Convergence Light Cannon, entwined with boundless penetrating force, Son Wukong neither flinched nor retreated. He raised his right hand, his aura surging, and with a mere casual flick, sent the Demon Convergence Light Cannon soaring into the heavens. Ding! The automatic absorption of the energy emitted from Cell's Demon Convergence Light Cannon yielded a successful conversion of energy points, 20 million points. As the energy from the Demon Convergence Light Cannon coursed through him, an involuntary smile crept across Son Wukong's lips. The harvest this time was indeed abundant. However, upon encountering Cell, he instantly acquired a staggering 20 million energy points. Gohan secretly reveled in this turn of events, while Cell stood dumbfounded. This is impossible. My special beam cannon, how could it be so easily neutralized? Such a devastating technique being thwarted with such ease shattered Cell's worldview and mentality entirely. An attack of this caliber couldn't even tickle me. You truly are a disappointment, green-skinned insect, Gohan taunted disdainfully, seizing the opportunity. Stop pretending. Enraged, Cell leaped into the air. His hands clasped together in a triangular formation as golden flames of energy enveloped him, surging in accordance with his will. This move is precisely the signature technique of Tianjin Fan, the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha, you say? Ever since Tianjin Fan perished, I have not witnessed it again, Son Wukong lamented. In the next moment, in midair, Cell had already concentrated the energy of the Kamehameha to its utmost. Prepare to receive it. Kamehameha, accompanied by Cell's furious roar. A triangular wave of energy surged forth, engulfing Son Wukong in its lethal embrace. Faced with this overwhelming torrent of energy, Son Wukong flashed a wicked smile, his form darting through space like a phantom, skillfully and precisely evading this cataclysmic strike. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converted energy points, 10 million points. Not yet finished. In midair, Cell relentlessly unleashed a barrage of Kamehameha waves upon Son Wukong. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converted energy points, 5 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converted energy points, 5 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Cell's Kamehameha, successfully converted energy points, 5 million points. As the Kamehameha was released more frequently, Cell's aura diminished at an astonishing rate. Each release was a significant drain on his energy. Seizing the moment of Cell's exhaustion, Son Wukong surged upward like a bolt of lightning, crashing down upon Cell. This is bad. Cell felt an ominous premonition. What awaited him was Son Wukong's ferocious and relentless assault. Bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. The sounds of devastating blows echoed continuously. In mere seconds, Cell's body was left battered and bruised. Various impressions of fists marred his form, each strike making him feel as though his body would shatter under the strain, the pain unbearable. He had severely underestimated Son Wukong's combat prowess, even after losing an arm. The strength of his opponent far surpassed Cell's current capabilities. Damn it. Had I known, I would not have provoked this fellow. The life essence I have absorbed is still too little. I am not yet strong enough to contend with him. Cell's realization came too late. Bang. In midair, Son Wukong delivered a spinning kick to Cell's back. The impact sent Cell hurtling downwards like a meteor crashing to earth. The city below was devastated by the shockwaves of their battle, fractured and shattered. The ground, upon Cell's descent, became riddled with wounds. Cracks sprawling like a spider's web in all directions. P.S. Thank you to Phone for the generous support of 588 points. Chapter 11. The Demise of Cell? Plummeting into the ruins, Cell's body lay obscured by dust and debris, his battered form twitching slightly in the haze. From the onset of the battle, he had endured relentless suppression and assault. Throughout, he had been toyed with by Son Gohan as if he were but a plaything. How could there be such a vast disparity in strength? Even without devouring androids 17 and 18 to evolve into my perfect form, my power should at the very least be on par with his. Cell struggled with all his might to rise from the rubble, the continuous suppression leading him to question his very existence. A sudden whoosh pierced the air. Son Wukong, suspended in midair, traversed the space and descended beside him. Sensing the chilling glare and murderous intent enveloping him, Cell trembled, instinctively attempting to flee, only to be grasped by Son Wukong by his tail once more. Where do you think you're going? A malevolent grin graced Son Wukong's face as he effortlessly wielded Cell like a mere toy. An unimaginable force coursed through Cell's body, leaving him to emit frantic cries as he was violently swung about by Son Wukong. Perhaps having had his fill of this game, Son Wukong flung Cell skyward. The thrown Cell soared like a rocket, only regaining control after flying nearly 1,000 meters upwards. Damn it! Damn it! Cell's pride as the ultimate android was wounded, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He had believed that his very existence heralded supremacy over all life forms, including Saiyans. Yet now, a mere Son Wukong had rendered him powerless, a blow to Cell's ego that he found hard to bear. Curse Son Wukong! I will make you pay. Rage consumed Cell, and in that moment, he disregarded everything else. Planting himself firmly in midair, he clasped his hands together at his waist, the energy swirling and surging at his command. Son Wukong, I am certain you are quite familiar with this technique. Indeed, it is the Kamehameha, the ultimate technique of your father. I shall use this to obliterate you. Accumulating energy with all his might, Cell seemed confident in his finishing move. The Kamehameha, a lethal technique devised by Master Roshi, had been further augmented by Son Wukong, rendering it even more potent. The energy level of this technique is determined by the strength of its user, capable even of surpassing opponents of higher caliber. On the ground, Gohan gazes up at the azure-tinged Cell, his expression unwavering. In his eyes, Cell's combat power is escalating at an astonishing rate, soaring from 350 million to 400 million. Is this truly your ultimate card? How disappointing you are. With a slight twitch of his lips, Gohan clenches his fist, a similar cerulean radiance emanating from his palm. In this poised moment, he intends to respond to Cell's attack with the same technique, demonstrating the vast disparity between them. Both Cell and Gohan unleash the Kamehameha wave. A signature move, their energy indices climbing relentlessly, resonating across the globe and capturing the attention of androids 17 and 18, far away in another city. However, they are unconcerned with distractions. Cell, fueled by a desire for vengeance, fully commits himself to the battle. Gohan, on the other hand, is determined to eradicate the menace that Cell represents. Allowing him to linger further would unleash unimaginable devastation upon the world. This is my Kamehameha wave, concentrated with all my energy. If I launch it from this angle, should you evade, the entire planet will be obliterated in an instant. Awaken to this reality, Gohan. Even now, Cell retains an inexplicable confidence in his technique. With a thunderous shout, a beam of azure energy, brimming with boundless destructive force, erupts from his palm, rippling through the very fabric of space itself. The threat of this technique is such that even beings with combat power reaching the formidable level of 500 million must avoid its brilliance. Alas, Son Gohan must grow even stronger. To those with a narrow vision, before your demise, behold the true essence of the Kamehameha. With a resounding shout, Son Gohan directed his right hand towards the azure energy beam soaring through the sky like a raging dragon. Kamehameha. The energy he had amassed in the palm of his hand erupted forth like a volcano, expanding to a diameter of 50 meters, entwined with arcs of blue and white electricity, shattering the very fabric of space as it collided with Cell's Kamehameha. A thunderous roar echoed as the space distorted, and a deafening explosion reverberated. Shockwaves visibly radiated outward, causing the ground within dozens of miles to tremble and the atmospheric pressure to fluctuate chaotically. Countless stones were ripped from the earth, torn apart by the terrifying pressure. The two energies clashed, seemingly evenly matched, yet Son Gohan's Kamehameha steadily advanced, gradually suppressing Cell's energy. How could this be? You wield but one hand, rendering it impossible to unleash the full might of the Kamehameha. Witnessing his Kamehameha being pushed back inch by inch, Cell panicked, exerting every ounce of energy to intensify his release. No matter how hard he tried, he could not alter the impending defeat. A dying being need not know too much, especially a wretched insect like you. Perish. With a furious cry, Son Gohan amplified his energy release. In an instant, the blue light in his palm surged, the energy beam swelling. The diameter of the Kamehameha expanded from 50 meters to an astonishing 70 meters. The surge of energy instantaneously reversed the tide, mercilessly obliterating Cell's Kamehameha and swiftly engulfing his form. A deafening roar lingered in the heavens, and shockwaves piled upon one another. The blue radiance erupted in the sky, and the explosive aftershock stirred waves in the air. Countless blue particles scattered like raindrops, while Cell vanished without a trace amidst the explosion. Chapter 12. Androids 17 and 18 gazing upward, the myriad blue particles fell like raindrops. Even though Cell had been obliterated and his presence extinguished, Son Gohan remained on high alert. To truly eliminate Cell, it was imperative to destroy his core, otherwise the possibility of his revival loomed. Eradicate the root, lest future troubles arise. Expanding his perception, Son Gohan's gaze sharpened as he meticulously searched every corner. Should he miss this opportunity, there might not be another. After a considerable time, Son Gohan finally steadied his mind. With his heightened perception, if Cell were indeed alive, he could not conceal himself for so long. In this world, the formidable Cell has indeed been vanquished by him. This time, not only has he procured the necessary materials, but he has also resolved a significant dilemma. He murmured to himself. Suddenly, two powerful presences emerged within Gohan's perception. No wonder such a commotion occurred. It is quite unexpected that you, Gohan, are still alive. The newcomers are none other than androids 17 and 18. Upon witnessing Gohan, a playful smile crept across 17's face. The news of Gohan's survival took him by surprise, yet it filled him with delight, for the monotony of his existence had become utterly numbing. He had once been troubled by the thought of eliminating Gohan, as it would leave Earth devoid of any worthy adversaries. Now that Gohan still lives, it undoubtedly heralds a fortuitous turn of events. At last, life might regain a semblance of excitement. The androids stared intently at 17 and 18, while Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly. In this battle, they have indeed been lured here. Although there was no intention to trouble them at this moment, their arrival changes everything. Together, we shall eradicate them, completely eliminating the threat and restoring peace to this world. Perhaps it was unattainable in the past, but now he possesses the capability to achieve it. Since he is still alive, would it not be better to remain hidden and survive? Why venture out to court death? The android 18, with her hands on her hips, presents a visage of stunning beauty, appearing utterly innocuous, yet to Gohan, such a smile is as frigid as that of a demon. The 17 and 18 from the future are indeed different from those of the past era. Seeking death? It seems to me that it is you who are inviting demise. Gohan's expression turned grave, his piercing gaze meticulously assessing them. Their combat power levels had already materialized before him. Android 17, with a combat power of 520 million. Android 18, with a combat power of 480 million. Quite defiant. Although I am unaware of whom you battled earlier, this time, you shall truly meet your end. The corners of Android 17's mouth curled in a mocking smile. In his eyes, Gohan is merely a toy, a plaything to satiate their destructive desires. Thus, the more Gohan resists, the more exhilarated he becomes. Why waste words with him? Last time, he escaped unscathed. This time, let us simply eliminate him. Do you intend to engage in a game of cat and mouse with him? Compared to the Android 18 of the past timeline, the future's 18 is far more ruthless. Not only is her temper volatile, but she also exudes a palpable aura of menace. Faced with his sister's fierce intent, 17 can only shake his head in resignation. After all, he must heed her words. The two androids stood side by side, simultaneously raising their hands toward Gohan, energy coalescing in their palms to form a wave of light, powerful enough to rival the Kamehameha of the previous Cell. What a pity, Gohan, you have only just managed to reclaim your life. 17 revealed a devilish, cruel smile. This time, no miracle will occur. I shall reduce your remains to ashes. 18 sneered coldly. Amidst the cacophony ringing in his ears, Gohan smiled. Do you truly believe I am still the person I once was? With that, a glimmer of cold determination ignited in Gohan's eyes. Such words evidently failed to reach the ears of Android 17 and Android 18, for their assault had already been unleashed, its magnitude overshadowing all else. In this 10th chapter, two streams of energy converged during their advance, merging into a singular force, and their power surged dramatically. Confronted with this formidable combined technique, Gohan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he raised his right hand, enveloping himself in a formidable protective barrier of energy that shielded him from harm. With a resounding explosion, the energy collided with him, instantly igniting a violent blast. Fiery flames surged forth, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ashes from the detonation, while androids 17 and 18 appeared to revel in this moment, their laughter echoing with unrestrained delight. The tumultuous battle rages on, with their energy assaults relentlessly surging forth, unleashing devastating energy beams from the palms of their hands. The explosions resonate with a cacophony of bang, 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 the shockwaves unceasingly expanding, engulfing an ever-growing area in flames and haze. At the epicenter of the chaos, Gohan exerts every ounce of his strength to concentrate energy, stabilizing his protective barrier. While enduring the onslaught, the system's alert notifications chime in succession. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from the combined attack of Android 17 and Android 18, the death ray drops energy, successfully converting to 30 million energy points. Ding. automatically absorbing energy from Android 17, successfully converting to 6 million energy points. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Android 18, successfully converting to 6 million energy points. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Android 18, successfully converting to 6 million energy points. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Android 18, successfully converting to 6 million energy points. Faced with an infinite supply of energy, Gohan begins to revel in the pleasure of his ever-increasing energy points. Androids 17 and 18 possess an inexhaustible source of energy as long as they continue to unleash their power. He can utilize the system's automatic absorption to exchange for energy points. Chapter 13. One hand is sufficient to handle you. The scope of the explosions and shockwaves continues to swell with astounding rapidity. After nearly a minute of relentless bombardment, Androids 17 and 18 finally cease their assault. How dull. This is even more tedious than our previous battle. After such a relentless barrage, he must surely be reduced to mere fragments. Android 17 remarks with a hint of disappointment, casually flipping his hair. He had believed Gohan possessed some strength that could provide amusement, but he did not anticipate such an effortless demise under their combined might. Humph, is that not even better? After all, I am in splendid spirits. A smirk graces the lips of Android 18. It is worth noting that she had suffered greatly at Gohan's hands during their last encounter. Were it not for 17's assistance, she likely would have been defeated. Is that so? From my perspective, it seems we will have no toys left to play with. 17 murmurs to himself. What does it matter? Now that we've dealt with Gohan, let us hasten to the next city. It took so much effort to don this new outfit, and now it's sullied. Android 18 complains. These words left Android 17 in despair, resigning him to accept his fate. Just as they were about to depart, a voice laden with deep sarcasm pierced through the explosive haze. Son Gohan's voice. I expected you to be stronger, yet this is all you can muster. How disappointing. You were indeed more formidable last time. Upon hearing this, Android 17 and Android 18's expressions shifted dramatically. With a thunderous roar, a tempestuous golden aura surged forth like a colossal wave, dispersing the dense smoke and obliterating the debris. Standing unscathed, Son Gohan resembled an invincible deity of war. Witnessing his flawless form, Android 17 and Android 18's expressions morphed once more, disbelief flickering in their eyes. They had approached this confrontation with the intent to eliminate Son Gohan, summoning all their strength for the assault. Previously, he had been left on the brink of death by their strike. The reasons for his survival, now a mystery. Enough of your antics. It's my turn now. Ignoring the astonishment of the two androids, Son Gohan launched himself into action. Gathering his strength, he leapt into the air, his body transforming into a streak of light that danced through the space. He moved like the wind, swift as lightning. In a mere 0.1 seconds, he closed the distance to Androids 17 and 18. Concentrating his power into his right fist, a golden aura enveloped it, exuding an overwhelming force as he struck. What? The astonishing speed filled Android 17 with foreboding. Before he could even brace himself, Son Gohan's iron fist descended. The resounding impact reverberated through the air as his fist collided violently with Android 17's right cheek. The sheer destructive force radiated outward, distorting Android 17's features, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through countless ruins. As Android 17 was sent flying, Android 18 finally regained her composure. In her panic, she concentrated a wave of energy in her palm and unleashed it towards Son Gohan's face. However, he effortlessly deflected the close-range attack with a single hand. Almost immediately, Android 18 unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Though she was a female android, her explosive power was not far behind that of Android 17, and she possessed a greater advantage in speed, delivering swift and lethal strikes. In a battle of equal levels, overcoming her would present a challenge. Yet, Son Gohan was no longer on the same tier as her. With casual ease, he blocked and neutralized all of Android 18's attacks, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In a flash, he teleported behind her, seizing her golden hair with one hand and slamming her down toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled beneath the impact, fissures sprawling like a spider's web, radiating outward. Showing no mercy to his foes, he had no intentions of sparing her simply because she was a woman. With a fierce shout, Son Gohan pressed Android 18 down with one hand while simultaneously releasing the energy wave he had gathered. The explosion that followed engulfed her body in a massive blast, the searing flames spreading across the earth and the dark smoke billowing skyward. Amidst the smoke, Son Gohan leapt into the air. It seems I have overestimated you, androids. With my current strength, I can easily crush you, even with your boundless energy and stamina, he murmured to himself. In the next moment, his keen combat instincts detected an incoming attack. Behind him, a golden energy beam hurtled toward him. With precision and agility, he evaded the strike, his gaze landing on Android 17, who was now struggling to rise 100 meters away. The attack emanated from him. Observing his disheveled appearance, it was evident that he was infuriated after being struck with a single blow. The decision was made. With the target locked, the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy was summoned at that moment. A golden aura radiated outward as Gohan charged directly towards number 17. Cursed Gohan. He merely seized a fleeting opportunity while I was unprepared. He should not become overly complacent. Enraged, number 17 swung his arms with great speed. The eternal energy furnace within him supplied an unceasing flow of power. In an instant, an innumerable barrage of energy blasts filled the sky, enveloping Gohan like an immense net. Humph! Do you think such trivial tricks can ensnare me? Amidst the relentless onslaught of energy blasts, Gohan exhibited extraordinary combat prowess. His movements were as elusive as a specter, resembling a fish gliding effortlessly through water. Number 17's energy attacks were deftly and precisely evaded by him. This situation only intensified number 17's fury. Perish, Gohan. With his hands clasped together, he drew upon the multitude of energy blasts scattered across the sky, commanding them all to converge in a single direction. This direction is precisely where Son Wukong resides. Now, no matter how agile he is, he cannot evade it any longer. However, even if evasion is impossible, there are other means to resolve the situation. With a single hand clasped, a blue glow materializes in his palm. With a swift motion of his hand, the energy cascades forth, sweeping across several dozen meters in front of him, forcefully carving a path for himself. Boom! The explosive flames burst forth in the sky. Thick smog enveloping the heavens for hundreds of meters. From within the haze, golden flames surge forth like auroras, charging towards number 17. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, number 17 is taken aback. He cannot comprehend how Son Gohan has suddenly grown so formidable. Previously, even in one-on-one combat, the disparity was not nearly as vast. In a mere 0.01 seconds, Son Gohan, brimming with an overwhelming killing intent, rushes to number 17's front. His golden aura enveloping his fist, a fierce and unstoppable force striking downwards. Bang! A fist powerful enough to obliterate mountains ruthlessly embeds itself into number 17's abdomen. The brutal impact distorts number 17's entire body, crimson blood spewing from his mouth, his gaze vacant. Chapter 14. What is the sensation of death? The terrifying force is nearly unbearable for number 17, yet fortunately, his body is sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, Son Gohan's mighty punch could have pierced through him in an instant. Amidst his agony, Son Gohan's gaze shifts, and the energy within him begins to circulate rapidly at his command. A relentless barrage of punches and kicks rains down like a torrential downpour. Bang! Pound! 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 The space reverberates with waves of energy as Son Gohan employs his feet in conjunction with one hand to deliver a comprehensive and lethal assault on Android 17. Each strike possesses the power to move mountains, and this principal architect of calamity in the future world is now utterly suppressed by Son Gohan, unable to retaliate. His clothing is torn by the wind of the punches, his flesh battered, and fresh blood oozes from his wounds. How could it be that his power has surged to such heights? During their previous battle, he had never felt such pressure. While being pummeled, number 17 questions his existence. He can distinctly perceive that Son Gohan's capabilities have significantly improved. When he had previously faced Son Gohan alone, he could at least hold his ground, even maintaining a steady upper hand. At the very least, he would not be so thoroughly crushed as he is now. You are puzzled as to why my strength has escalated so rapidly, aren't you? A cruel and malevolent smile graces Son Gohan's face as he continues to torment number 17. Tauntingly, while enduring the blows, number 17 attempts to fight back, but no matter how he resists, he cannot escape this ferocious onslaught. Bang! A devastating uppercut strikes with tremendous force, directly impacting number 17's jaw. The horrifying power sends him soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Damn! Agonizing pain surges within him, and in a fit of rage, number 17 forcibly stabilizes his tumbling body. Raising both hands, he activates the eternal energy furnace within him, generating a torrential downpour of energy. He attempts to repel Son Gohan with an energy attack, yet he has greatly underestimated Son Gohan's strength. Faced with this dense wave of energy assaults, Son Gohan opts for brute force, summoning an indomitable barrier of energy around him, charging forward, ignoring number 17's concentrated bombardment. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Android 17, successfully converting to energy points. 3 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Android 17, successfully converting to energy points. 3 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Android 17, successfully converting to energy points. 3 million points. The system prompts echo in his mind, yet Son Gohan pays them little heed. In the blink of an eye, he has closed the distance to number 17. Channeling all his power into his right leg, he delivers a devastating knee strike to the abdomen of Super Android 17. Puff. The terrifying blow causes blood to erupt from number 17's mouth, severely injuring him to the brink of unconsciousness. Seizing the moment while number 17 struggles to recover, Son Gohan brutally grabs his hair. A relentless series of knee strikes mercilessly batter number 17's face. We Saiyans grow stronger with each battle. Returning from the brink of death enhances our power immensely, All thanks to you and Android 18 nearly bringing me to death in our last encounter. After my recovery, I have acquired strength that surpasses yours. So, even if you possess infinite energy, what does it matter? As he roars, Son Gohan continues to pummel number 17. After several consecutive strikes, number 17's face becomes a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, yet he remains conscious, not entirely succumbing to unconsciousness. Another knee strike comes crashing in, and number 17 presses his hands firmly against the force of the impact. You are more resilient than I anticipated. I thought you had lost your senses. A cold smirk spreads across Son Gohan's face as he barbarically lifts number 17. Gazing at the rage-filled face before him, Son Gohan shows no concern. Yes, this is the expression. When I faced you before, it was this very expression. Now, the roles have reversed, and I shall show you what true cruelty is. With that, Son Gohan gathers his strength and unleashes a right whip kick at number 17. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounds as the strike, powerful as a raging storm, crashes into number 17's body, sending him soaring into the skies. Seizing the advantage, Son Gohan prepares to deliver the final blow to number 17. The tragedy of the future world ends here. Die, Android 17. A frenzied scream erupts as Son Gohan steadies himself mid-air, compressing his energy, gathering it into his palm. In mere seconds, this accumulated destructive power, capable of obliterating an entire planet, takes shape as a lethal technique. Magic Flash. A thunderous shout reverberates across the heavens as a golden wave of energy shoots from Son Gohan's right palm, tearing through space like a colossal dragon, poised to devour number 17. This is bad. Sensing the lethal threat of this move, number 17's pupils constrict. At this moment, he feels death beckoning him. As he witnesses the approach of the Magic Flash, number 17 can only cross his hands defensively, bracing for the impact. Yet, against such a terrifying technique, even if he withstands it, he would emerge gravely injured. Number 17. Get out of the way. In a critical moment, Android 18, previously suppressed by Son Gohan, arrives on the battlefield. She leaps to number 17's side, forcibly rescuing him. Son Gohan's Magic Flash misses its target, soaring like a rocket into the skies, breaking through the atmosphere and reaching outer space. Boom. The energy of the Magic Flash detonates in the cosmos, igniting a dazzling spectacle that blankets the earth. TCH. I had almost forgotten about you. With a disdainful snort, Son Wukong's expression gradually turned grave. He had initially thought that Android 18 would take a while to recover. Just a hair's breadth away, and Android 17 would have perished. His cold gaze shifted to the two android siblings, fists clenched tightly. The S-cells within him were in a state of heightened excitement, urging him to fight. Is everything all right, 17? Android 18 asked anxiously, having arrived just in time to save her brother. Had she been a moment later, she might have lost him forever. Chapter 15, 1 against 2, a violent counterattack. As Android 18 regained her senses, an excruciating pain coursed through her body. Android 17 gritted his teeth to steady himself. Wiping the blood from his face, his expression twisted with rage as he glared at Son Wukong. Today, he had faced immense humiliation. Damn it, Son Wukong. How could he have become so formidable that I cannot defeat him in a one-on-one battle? Android 17's gaze lingered on Son Wukong, who radiated a golden aura akin to a god of war, and for a moment, he felt a flicker of trepidation. He had indeed been terrified by Son Wukong's ferocious assault. In a solitary duel, he had been utterly overwhelmed. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment, 17. We must join forces against him. Android 18 seethed, her fury inflamed by the sight of her brother being attacked and her own near mutilation. I'll make him pay for marring my face. Indeed, we must proceed with caution, 18. That man is clearly different from before, 17 advised, suppressing his anger. Of course, I recognize that he has changed, but do not forget, he is merely a cripple now, even if he possesses great strength. How can he possibly stand against us with one arm missing? Android 18 reasoned persuasively. At her words, a glint of malevolence flashed in 17's eyes. As long as they united, what could Son Wukong's might amount to? Merely a plaything in their hands. Have you devised a strategy? If time is of the essence, I can afford you a little more, Son Wukong declared, instantaneously appearing 10 meters before them, his golden aura swirling around him, exuding an imposing presence. His energy had not diminished from the previous encounter. Rather, it surged with increasing potency. The blood of the Saiyans within him burned, roaring, urging him to battle. You merely stumbled upon a fleeting advantage. Cease your pretense, Son Wukong. As he witnessed Son Wukong's brazen demeanor, 17's fury boiled over, wishing nothing more than to rend him to pieces. This time, I will obliterate you, ensuring you never rise again. Android 18 shared the same fervor, her wrath surpassing that of her brother. Their fury was precisely what Son Wukong sought. He intended to harness the pressure exerted by the android siblings to ascertain whether he could transcend to a higher level of Super Saiyan. In a heartbeat, the two androids commenced their assault. Their roles were clearly defined, coordinating their attack with seamless precision, launching simultaneous strikes against Son Wukong. Bang, bam, bang, bam, bang, bam, bang, bam, bang, bam, bang, bam. Their fists and feet converged in a relentless barrage against Son Wukong, a flawless combination of strikes that left no room for error. As they were siblings and often fought together, no words were necessary. Even the absence of eye contact sufficed for them to achieve perfect synergy. Within mere seconds, Son Wukong felt the terrifying pressure of their combined onslaught. Despite possessing a power level exceeding theirs by over 100 million, the absence of his left arm restricted his mobility, rendering him susceptible to their attacks. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience and the innate reflexes of his body, honed from past encounters with androids, allowed him to evade their blows instinctively. Even with their impeccable coordination, they could not inflict overwhelming pressure upon him in such a short span. What is the matter? Is your strength lacking? I hardly feel any pressure from your fists. Son Wukong taunted while deftly dodging their strikes. At that moment, his Saiyan blood began to boil. He felt the flames of battle igniting within him. Under the combined pressure of their assault, he truly understood what it meant to be of a warrior race immersed in combat. He would only grow stronger. Speed, strength, and reflexes would all ascend with the passage of time in battle. His mocking words reached the ears of the two androids, intensifying their murderous intent. In perfect harmony, they coordinated their next move, launching simultaneous kicks aimed at Son Wukong's abdomen. Anticipating their attack, Son Wukong raised a hand in defense. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated as the impact of their combined force was formidable. In an instant, Son Wukong was sent flying backwards, akin to a kite severed from its string. Feeling the tingling sensation in his arm, excitement surged within him, igniting his fighting spirit. Seizing the moment, Android 17 and 18 unleashed their doomsday laser upon Son Wukong. Countless golden energy beams capable of piercing through all erupted from their fingertips, cascading relentlessly toward him. This scene evokes memories for Son Wukong. The original owner of this body perished under the cataclysmic laser unleashed by the joint efforts of the two. Such tactics hold no sway over me. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan unleashed the energy within him, fully activating the first level of Super Saiyan power. A tempest of energy swirled in his palm. And with a mighty sweep of his hand, he conjured a storm capable of obliterating everything in its path. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames engulfed the sky. As the apocalyptic laser launched by androids 17 and 18 was obliterated by the storm of energy he had summoned with a single hand. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 17, converting energy points, 5 million points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 17, converting energy points, 4 million points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 18, converting energy points, 6 million points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the energy from the apocalyptic laser of android 18, converting energy points, 3 million points. With battle fervor surging, Son Gohan burst forth from the smoke of the explosion, his powerful physique resembling a cannonball as he charged towards android 17. Sensing imminent danger, android 17's body hairs bristled, foreboding ill. Chapter 16. The game time is over. With a resounding crash, Son Gohan emerged from the smoke and struck android 17 with tremendous force. Puff. Already injured, android 17 faced another devastating blow. Crimson blood gushed forth as his energy waned, and he became a shooting star plummeting towards the earth. After sending 17 flying, Son Gohan's gaze sharpened, fixating on android 18. The ferocity emanating from his eyes left her disoriented. Without any sense of mercy, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon her, targeting every inch of her body. Bang, 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 bang. The collisions of fists and feet stirred colossal waves in the air, even with just one hand. He could easily overpower an android. If this was true for 17, how much more so for the slightly weaker android 18? In mere seconds, her clothing was shredded, and her body was marred with gruesome wounds, bearing the marks of massive fists. Most striking was a long gash that extended from her right cheek to her jaw. How dare you? How dare you mar my face? Android 18 shrieked in a frenzied rage. Beauty is everything to a woman, and her face is her most precious treasure. Son Gohan had left a permanent scar upon her once flawless skin. Her fury surged, propelling her into a state of madness. Now, she cared not for the consequences. She was determined to cruelly eliminate Son Gohan as retribution. With her face bearing an irreparable scar, android 18 became unhinged. In her wrath, she could momentarily unleash power surpassing that of 17, matching Son Gohan blow for blow. Bang. In a flash, android 18 delivered a powerful strike to Son Gohan's chest, sending him flying several meters away. Hiss. That hurts. It seems I underestimated you. Son Gohan grinned, unfazed. The Saiyan blood within him boiled and surged with excitement from the impact. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. Android 18, now a raging lunatic, had lost all sense of reason after her face was injured. All she desired was to take Son Gohan's life. Her petite form moved with increasing agility, and in a single breath, she closed the distance to Son Gohan, gathering energy in her palm to strike at his forehead. In response to android 18's sudden assault, Son Gohan deftly evaded her attack, teleporting to her rear and firmly locking his hand around her neck. You think you can kill me? Son Gohan's eyes reflected disdain. He was no longer the same Son Gohan, bolstered by the system, coupled with the enhancements from near-death resurrection and power-up cards. He was far beyond the capabilities of mere androids. Moreover, he had begun to sense the higher realms of Super Saiyan power. With Android 18's throat in his grip, she struggled for breath, feeling as though her neck might snap under the savage force. Noticing movement below, he saw Android 17 charging towards him. Seeing his sister in peril, he rushed to her aid. What a good brother. As you wish, I shall return her to you. With that, Son Gohan hurled Android 18, sending her like a cannonball towards Android 17 at a speed of 100 meters per second. Android 18, your sister is right in front of you. Android 17 instinctively halted, arms outstretched to catch her. But the sheer force of the impact was overwhelming. For Android 17, it felt as if a skyscraper had crashed into him, sending him crashing back to the ground. Having absorbed most of the impact, Android 17 anxiously gazed at the injured Android 18 in his arms, his eyes betraying concern and worry. It was unimaginable that these cold-blooded, remorseless beings could exhibit such vulnerability. High above, Son Gohan reveled in the swelling power of his bloodline, feeling an exhilarating rush. The S-cells within him were in a state of heightened excitement, allowing him to grasp a newfound understanding. He felt utterly elated, even savoring the sensation of boiling blood coursing through him. This was the true power of Super Saiyan. As a warrior race, as long as they could fight, they would continuously grow stronger. With a broad smile, Son Gohan clenched his fists, excitement and anticipation flickering in his eyes. He distinctly sensed another surge of power within him, certain that once unleashed, it would far surpass his current strength. With a thought, he activated the sky dance technique, descending gracefully from the heights to reappear before the android siblings. Son Gohan. Android 17 growled through clenched teeth, his anger palpable. Anger swirled in his eyes, yet he felt powerless, left only with impotent rage. Why shout so loudly? Fool. Son Gohan retorted nonchalantly, stretching his limbs. You must die. Son Gohan. At that moment, Android 18 struggled to rise from 17's embrace, her wounds still bleeding, her eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Can't you come up with a new line? I'm utterly bored of hearing the same thing. Son Gohan dismissed their impotent rage with a taunt, then added. The tedious game time is over. I've lost interest. A game? You dare call this a game? What nonsense. Son Gohan. On the 17th. An utterance from Sun Wukong ignited a fury within him. They were engaged in a perilous battle, yet Sun Wukong referred to it as a mere game. Was this a sign of disdain towards them, the androids? Indeed, it was a game that belonged to me. I have a general understanding of your capabilities, and now, I have had my fill of play. With a slight rotation of his neck, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, the nonchalance on his face shifting to a grave and serious demeanor. Enough of this pretense, Sun Wukong. You shall perish. The 18th, unable to endure any longer, raised her hand and unleashed an energy beam towards him. At a mere half-meter distance from Sun Wukong, the energy beam was deflected skyward by an overwhelming force. Chapter 13, Breakthrough, Super Saiyan Level 2. How could this be? The energy attack had been repelled by sheer pressure, and the 18th finally realized the gravity of the situation. The Sun Wukong before her was no longer an adversary they could easily crush and toy with. Having clawed back from the brink of death, he now possessed a power that surpassed their own as androids. Even with their infinite energy reserves, it was futile. At this juncture, allow me to reveal something extraordinary. A sinister and frenzied grin spread across Sun Wukong's face as he exerted all his might to stimulate the S-cells within him, awakening the dormant energy within his body. With a resounding roar, the golden aura erupted explosively from within, his hair defying gravity, and the intensity of his power surged dramatically. His energy levels were skyrocketing. The 17th, through his internal energy detector, witnessed the alarming rise in Sun Wukong's energy intensity, and a look of dread and astonishment etched itself upon his face. Since their release by Dr. Gero, they had considered themselves invincible on this planet. Yet now, an unsettling fear began to take root within them. What a lamentable affair this is. Enough with the jesting. It is merely Son Gohan. Android 18 is acutely aware of the staggering intensity of Son Gohan's energy before her. Yet she refuses to accept this harsh reality and is determined to eliminate him by force. At this moment, 18 appears to have succumbed to madness, her hands flailing with remarkable speed as she unleashes the Doomsday Laser once more. Android 17, not to be outdone, follows his sister's lead and similarly deploys the Doomsday Laser. The cacophony of explosions, bang, 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 echoes incessantly in all directions. In an instant, the earth trembles and cracks. Smoke billows, and debris dances through the air. In the wake of this devastation, the once pristine city now lies in ruins, reduced to a scorched wasteland littered with scattered rubble. The two androids join forces, relentlessly bombarding Son Gohan with a continuous barrage of energy attacks. This unyielding assault persists for a full 2 minutes, culminating in a colossal mushroom cloud that soars into the heavens, its diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. The city has been entirely obliterated, transformed into a desolate expanse. The site of the bombardment has given rise to a gaping chasm with a depth of 500 meters. Android 17's breathing becomes increasingly labored, his complexion paling. Surely he must be dead now? Android 18's condition is no better. Forcibly harnessing the eternal energy furnace within her places a tremendous strain on her psyche. Despite their boundless energy reserves, they are not immune to mental fatigue. Such intense energy output cannot be sustained for long. Indeed, enduring this level of exertion for 2 minutes is the utmost limit. Both androids fix their unwavering gaze upon the epicenter of the explosion, their minds heavy with tension, daring not to relax for even a moment. Their internal energy detectors remain unresponsive, leaving them in uncertainty regarding Son Gohan's fate. As time inexorably ticks away, the thick smoke begins to dissipate. Suddenly, the energy detectors within the two androids spring to life, registering an unexpectedly terrifying energy reading. No, it cannot be. Android 17 is stunned, his eyes trembling with fear. Son Gohan. Android 18 retreats in terror, her body quaking involuntarily. Behind the dense haze of smoke, a golden aura gradually pierces through the darkness, revealing Son Gohan's form. His appearance is not dissimilar to his previous Super Saiyan form, save for his more pronounced musculature and upright hair. At last, thanks to your contributions, I have shattered the existing boundaries and ascended to a higher realm. This form is the second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists, he revels in the ceaseless flow of energy within him. In this moment, he has achieved a transformation reminiscent of Vegeta's emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. The second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan. This breakthrough has granted him a modest enhancement in his base combat power, elevating it from 12.5 million to 15 million. The second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan bestows upon him an incredible 60-fold increase in power, yielding a staggering combat strength of 600 million. In his eyes, the androids now appear as feeble as ants. Utilizing the instant transmission technique, Son Gohan ascends from the abyss to the ground. Noticing the expressions on the faces of the two androids, he scoffs. Is that fear I see upon your faces? It is truly rare for such formidable androids to exhibit fear. Enough of your nonsense. Who is afraid? Android 17 retorts defiantly, though his trembling legs betray him. You have merely become a tad stronger. With such meager combat prowess, you cannot hope to defeat us, Android 18 counters. However, she is well aware of just how formidable Son Gohan has become. This is an unprecedented intensity of energy, is it not? Allow me to witness whether your strength is as formidable as your words suggest. With that, Son Gohan raised a hand, energy coalescing in his palm, its potency beyond imagination. Truly capable of obliterating stars. Sensing the impending threat, Androids 17 and 18 were not one to remain passive. They reignited the eternal energy furnace within them. One to the left and one to the right, amassing energy in preparation for a decisive strike. The three parties faced each other, the atmosphere fraught with tension. Once the energy in his palm had fully gathered, Son Gohan bellowed, perish. After years of devastation and calamity inflicted upon this planet, it was time for it to end. Magic flash. The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens as a golden energy beam erupted from Son Gohan's palm, its power limitless, capable of annihilating all. The two androids would not simply acquiesce. They unleashed the full capacity of their eternal energy furnaces, merging purple and blue death energy beams into a singular entity. Colliding with the magic flash. Boom. The ensuing clash of energies was unprecedented in its intensity. The magic flash and the dual death energy beams collided, locked in a stalemate. Their formidable forces even causing tremors across the earth. Chapter 18. The end of the androids. The clash of ultimate techniques remained in a state of equilibrium. In facing the dual death energy beams of androids 17 and 18, Son Gohan maintained an air of ease. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The reason he refrained from swiftly eliminating the two androids was that he was harnessing their power to accrue more energy points. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the collaboration of Android 17 and Android 18's death energy beams, successfully converted into energy points, 5 million points. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the collaboration of Android 17 and Android 18's death energy beams, successfully converted into energy points, for million points. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the collaboration of Android 17 and Android 18's death energy beams, successfully converted into energy points, 3 million points. The system notifications echoed in his mind, the energy points available for absorption and conversion steadily declining. This revelation led Son Gohan to understand that true infinity does not exist. After reaching a certain threshold, one inevitably depletes their resources. Once all value has been extracted, retaining it serves no purpose. The insufferable Son Gohan. No matter how powerful you are, there will come a time when your energy is exhausted. The outcome will remain unchanged, regardless of our efforts. We androids will never experience fatigue. We shall maintain this stalemate, and ultimately, the one to succumb will undoubtedly be you, the arrogant Android 17 proclaimed, his eternal energy furnace instilling within him an unwavering confidence. As long as the status quo is upheld and energy remains balanced, Son Gohan's energy will inevitably wane. When that moment arrives, victory will be ours. Son Gohan, no matter how fiercely you resist, it is all in vain. Our energy as androids is limitless. You shall come to regret your choice to confront us in this manner. In terms of energy warfare, we shall not be defeated, declared the hysterical laughter of Android 18. The deranged woman still fails to comprehend the dire predicament she finds herself in. Every word they utter reaches Gohan's ears, and their audacious demeanor provokes an involuntary chuckle from him. Utterly hopeless fools, conversing with you is a mere waste of my time. May you descend to hell and reckon with your sins. With a furious shout, Gohan no longer conceals his power, unleashing his formidable energy. The terrifying magic flash within his palm amplifies to an extreme degree. Boom. The energy surges once more, its terrifying force seemingly capable of upending the very fabric of reality. The diameter of the magic flash doubles, effortlessly shattering the combined attack of androids 17 and 18, advancing relentlessly towards them. In an instant, the tide of battle shifts. Fear blooms from within. The two androids, facing their demise, display expressions of terror that are etched in memory. Rumble. The cataclysmic explosion sends shockwaves spiraling into the sky. Androids 17 and 18 are engulfed by the energy, while the entire Earth trembles under the aftermath of the blast, obliterating everything within a kilometer radius. At the epicenter of the explosion, a massive pit nearly a kilometer deep forms. Billowing clouds of smoke ascend into the heavens, creating a mushroom cloud that obscures the sun. As the victor of this battle, Gohan stands triumphantly in the void. He has triumphed over the androids with an overwhelming advantage. His cold gaze fixed upon the center of the explosion. Time passes, each second stretching into eternity until 5 minutes elapse, and the smoke dissipates, revealing that neither android has resurfaced. At last, Gohan confirms their utter annihilation. Exhaling a cloud of murky breath, he reverts from his Super Saiyan second stage form. The rush of exhilaration fades, replaced by fatigue and weariness. The energy consumption of the Super Saiyan second stage far exceeds that of the ordinary Super Saiyan state. Coupled with his prior battle against Cell and now the confrontation with the two androids, his stamina is nearly depleted. Surveying the surroundings, the once vibrant city now lies shrouded in sand and rubble. Regrettably, he must venture to other cities to gather the final materials. However, this is a trivial concern. After enduring battles against Cell and the androids, his energy points have surged to an astounding 253.75 million, having surpassed the 100 million mark. This remarkable gain dwarfs the value of a gravity training room. Henceforth, no more androids shall plague this world. It has emerged from the shadows of darkness. Casting a glance at the desolate city, Gohan murmurs softly before turning westward to soar into the sky. Simultaneously, on King Kai's planet in the North Galaxy, King Kai, the overseer of the Northern Galaxy, remains vigilant to its fluctuations. His primary focus is Earth. Upon learning of the android's demise, he rejoices. At last, the menace of the androids has been eradicated. If Goku hears this news, he will surely be overjoyed. His son, Gohan, has resolved the crisis of the androids. A knowing smile graces King Kai's face. In this world, Goku perished from a viral heart disease, preventing any subsequent narrative from unfolding, and thus, King Kai remains alive, residing on his planet. As for Goku, he was recommended to train on the Grand Kai's planet many years ago. The other warriors on Earth have also retained the privilege of preserving their physical forms, allowing them to train on the Grand Kai's planet in the afterlife. Without further delay, I must journey to the Grand Kai's planet to observe the progress of their training. After all, they represent my standing in the North Galaxy. Resolute in his decision, King Kai employs his abilities to vanish from King Kai's planet, accompanied by his two pets. Chapter 16. A New Era, A New Beginning. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, now shrouded in smoke and chaos. Half an hour after Gohan's departure, from behind a pile of rubble emerges a towering figure. Muscular and crowned with a distinctive crest. Should Gohan still be present, he would surely be taken aback. For this being is none other than the previously concealed Android 16 from the future. He has been lurking in the shadows, biding his time, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Initially, he intended to assist androids 17 and 18 in eliminating Gohan, but upon witnessing Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan second stage, he wisely chose to remain hidden. Not only did he witness the demise of the ultimate android, Cell, but he also observed the downfall of androids 17 and 18. It appears I must devise a new strategy. Android 16's mechanical voice rumbles as he gazes into the abyss left by the explosion, hoping that the two androids remain intact. He strides towards the crater, activating his ocular scanning abilities to search amidst the ruins and debris for remnants of androids 17 and 18. With his search capabilities engaged, he swiftly identifies the severed limbs of 17 and 18 scattered among the wreckage. These are not the targets of Android 16. With his hands digging into the earth, he cast aside two remnants, delving deeper in search of what he sought. After a full 2 minutes of excavation, Android 16 finally revealed a satisfied smile. He lifted two objects resembling iron spheres and placed them into his mechanical storage compartment. Securing these two vital items, Android 16 cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he was alone before soaring into the sky, departing from this desolate expanse. The old era has concluded, and a new epoch is poised to commence. In this new age, his presence will undoubtedly be felt. West City. Upon acquiring the final necessary materials, Son Gohan returned to this place. As he descended onto the grounds of the Universal Capsule Corporation, he discovered that Trunks had been awaiting his arrival. Brother Gohan. Seeing Son Gohan return safely, the heavy weight that had lingered in Trunks' heart finally lifted. Even in West City, he could sense the intensity of the battles occurring on the other side of the earth, particularly the formidable aura that had erupted from Son Gohan, which was beyond his imagination. It seems you are already aware of certain matters, Trunks. Son Gohan remarked as he approached him with a smile. Brother Gohan, it appears you indeed encountered the androids during your journey. That's a relief, Trunks replied, unable to suppress his concern. In response, Son Gohan maintained his smile, feeling no need to conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, I did encounter androids 17 and 18. However, this time, it's not that I emerged unscathed. Rather, they have met their demise. Just moments ago, I eliminated those two threats. Eliminated? Brother Gohan, are you suggesting that androids 17 and 18 are dead? Trunks was taken aback. What an incredible event this is. The tormenting nightmare that has plagued them for countless years, Android 17 and Android 18, has just been vanquished by his elder brother, Gohan. Do not be astonished. As I previously mentioned, I survived last time, and this time it is their demise. Henceforth, the Earth shall no longer be burdened by androids. Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. In the next moment, disregarding Trunks' feelings, he strode directly towards the basement. The materials he collected must be personally delivered to Bulma, along with this momentous news. No longer will they dwell underground. They can return to the surface and live their lives freely. In the basement, within Bulma's laboratory, she was engrossed in welding something, completely oblivious to Gohan descending the stairs. Aunt Bulma. Gohan called out to her. Is that you, Gohan? Bulma finally noticed his return, momentarily distracted from her task. Yes, I am back. The energy replacement materials for the gravity training room have been gathered, and I have some good news. He produced a universal capsule from his possession and presented it to Bulma, teasing her with anticipation. Good news. Bulma accepted the capsule, blinking in confusion. You need not worry about the threat of androids anymore. Just moments ago, I eliminated them. Gohan replied with a smile. At his words, Bulma's expression turned blank, her pupils dilating in shock. Gohan, you mean to say 17 and 18? Bulma incredulously confirmed. Indeed, I have slain them. This time, they are truly gone. Gohan affirmed once again. The devastating technique, the Super Saiyan's full-powered magic flash, is capable of erasing even beings with combat power exceeding 1 billion. He could hardly believe that mere androids could survive such an onslaught. The menace of androids has been vanquished, and the demise of androids 17 and 18 heralds a period of tranquility for the Earth, free from impending calamities for the foreseeable future. After enduring years of torment, Bulma, upon receiving this news, felt as though she had emerged from decades of despair, finally finding solace. Each day of the androids' existence had plunged humanity into a state of incessant dread. With the fall of the androids, the survivors no longer live in trepidation as they once did. Aunt Bulma, from this moment forth, we can return to the surface. The Earth has regained its peace, and I firmly believe that in just a few years, everything will revert to its former state. Gazing at Bulma, Gohan understood her need to express her emotions. And as he spoke, he offered her comfort with an unwavering gaze. Chapter 20. Gravity Training. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. With the cessation of destruction wrought by the androids and the absence of any further news, the surviving humans seemed to sense a change, emerging from the shadows of their subterranean refuge. At this moment, the news of the annihilation of the androids had not yet spread, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. This pervasive fear meant that even when individuals dared to emerge from the shadows, they refrained from lingering on the surface for too long. After scavenging a few supplies, they retreated back underground. In West City, the Capsule Corporation thrived. Thanks to Son Gohan's diligent efforts in gathering the necessary materials, the long-abandoned gravity training room had been revived. In the rear courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, an old and dilapidated round structure stood resolutely. This is precisely the training artifact utilized by the warriors in the early stages of Dragon Ball, the gravity training room. Though it appears antiquated, this chamber is capable of generating a gravitational force 500 times that of Earth. While its intensity pales in comparison to the gravity training facilities from the later, more peaceful times of the past, it is still more than sufficient for Gohan at this moment. Upon entering the gravity training chamber, Gohan closed the training door and securely locked it from the inside, ensuring no one could intrude. The space within the gravity training room is entirely isolated from the outside world, leaving no room for error, lest unforeseen consequences ensue. According to Bulma, there was an unfortunate incident involving Vegeta in this world, where a careless employee opened the gravity training room's door, resulting in everything outside being violently sucked in and obliterated by the immense gravitational force, leading to the employee's demise. Gohan positioned himself at the center of the gravity training room, standing before the central control console that governed the entire facility. Following Bulma's instructions, he elevated the gravity to 100 times that of Earth. With a resonant hum, The device activated, casting a crimson glow throughout the chamber. Gohan felt an immediate heaviness in his body and began to navigate the environment under this hundredfold gravity. For one of his caliber, the challenge was merely a slight strain. It posed no significant hindrance. Is this what 100 times gravity feels like? Not bad at all, just right for warming up. Acclimating to the hundredfold gravity, Gohan commenced his warm-up exercises, one-finger push-ups, squat jumps, and sit-ups. After a 5-minute adjustment period, Gohan adeptly overcame the hundredfold gravity. Given his formidable foundation, he adapted with remarkable ease. Approaching the central console once more, he escalated the gravity to 300 times. Instantly, the room was engulfed in an even deeper shade of red, and an overwhelming gravitational force swept over him, nearly causing him to lose his footing and crash to the floor. The pressure of 300 times Earth's gravity was beyond imagination. Could it truly be that I find this somewhat taxing? The intensity of 300-fold gravity far exceeded Gohan's expectations. Initially, he had presumed that, with his battle power standing at 15 million, he could disregard the effects of 300 times gravity, believing only 400 times would pose a challenge. Clearly, his predictions were overly cautious. The physical burden imposed by the gravity training room was astonishing. Gravity training was not as effortless as he had envisioned, which explained Vegeta's reliance on such a method. Having experienced the brutal reality of gravity training, Gohan mused. The weight pressing down on him was uncomfortable, yet bearable. He could now conceive the harrowing training Vegeta endured in the original narrative. At that time, Vegeta's battle power was merely in the millions, yet he could withstand 300 times gravity for intense training. Even Gohan, with his battle power reaching 15 million, felt the strain under 300 times gravity. Indeed, the gravity training room was not merely a cheat for early strength, it also yielded unexpected effects in later stages. If the future Gohan from the original story had similarly chosen the gravity training room for his training, the outcome might have been quite different. With his current battle power of 15 million, he could withstand such immense burdens for a full 24 hours without reaching fatigue, having briefly acclimated to the 300-fold gravity. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, Gohan soon found himself capable of moving swiftly even under such extreme conditions. This ignited a newfound confidence within him, awakening the desire to challenge even greater levels of gravity. He pondered whether he could, in his normal state, move freely under the Earth's environment at 500 times the gravity. Son Gohan yearned to test the limits of his own capabilities. With his strength having reached such formidable heights, he was eager to discover the extent of his abilities in a state of normalcy. The environment of 300 times gravity still posed a challenge, yet he was able to navigate through it with relative ease, thus alleviating the pressure he felt. He was curious to see if this gravity training chamber could push him to his limits, or perhaps even to the brink of destruction. Son Gohan harbored no fears of unforeseen incidents. If he could not withstand such unimaginable gravity, he could instantly transform into a Super Saiyan. In that form, even 500 times gravity would be effortlessly manageable. Raising his hand, Son Gohan pressed the button on the central control panel. Each press amplified the gravity within the training room by tenfold. After 3 consecutive presses, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, bending his body under the immense weight. In his normal state, he struggled to maintain his footing, nearly collapsing to one knee under the crushing force. This is merely 330 times the gravity. Even in his normal state, it leaves him feeling fatigued. He could still increase it further. A defiant glimmer flashed in his eyes as Son Gohan gritted his teeth and swiftly pressed the gravity training room button 5 times. Beep, beep, beep. In almost an instant, the gravity surged, and Son Gohan, caught off guard, was forced to one knee by the overwhelming force. Chapter 21. The Undercurrent Surges. At present, the gravity had not yet reached 400 times. It was merely 380 times that of Earth. Even this 380 times gravity was sufficient to challenge Son Gohan. Under the terrifying pressure, he clenched his jaw, exerting every ounce of his strength to rise and straighten his posture. If he was to train under gravity, he might as well aim for a round number. Without pressure, how could one grow stronger? A mere 380 times gravity was no match for him in his usual state. I have come to understand that the higher the gravity number, the more daunting it becomes. Now, at 400 times gravity, I am already being crushed like this. To train under 500 times gravity, I must transform into a Super Saiyan. Just speaking a single word feels exceedingly laborious for Son Gohan. Enduring the terrifying gravity, he summoned the energy within him, forcibly raising his hand. In an environment of 380 times gravity, the flow of energy within him slowed significantly, imposing exceedingly stringent demands on his control over it. He aimed his finger at the sign on the central control panel and gently tapped it. At 360 times gravity, Son Gohan, who was determined to persist in his training, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, his muscles taut, as if he might collapse at any moment. At 400 times gravity, Son Gohan trembled all over, his face flushed, his body beginning to tilt downwards uncontrollably. At this moment, without immense willpower, he would have already succumbed to the ground. The fire of determination and defiance within him urged Son Gohan to increase the gravity further. Now at 400 times gravity, he wore a grim expression. Should it rise any higher, it could very well lead to dire consequences. These challenges, for the Saiyans, are hardly significant. With unwavering determination, Gohan pressed the button to increase gravity once more. The force of 410 times gravity descended upon him, causing his legs to tremble and veins to bulge on his forehead. When the gravity intensified to 420 times, he could no longer maintain his stability, dropping to one knee, his muscles contorting under the immense pressure, with capillaries visibly straining against his skin. As the gravity surged to 430 times, Gohan found it impossible to remain upright without leaning on the central control panel. It appeared he had reached his limit. No, it was not over yet. He pressed the button to elevate the gravity again, this time escalating to 440 times. This was the pinnacle of unimaginable gravity, rendering him motionless, even with a burning desire to push back against this overwhelming force. He found himself unable to increase the gravity further. Though reluctant to admit it, 440 times gravity was indeed the maximum he could endure in his current state. With a fierce shout, Gohan unleashed the energy of his Super Saiyan first level, for otherwise, his normal form would be crushed and twisted by such excessive gravity. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the Super Saiyan first level. Empowered by this transformation, the mere 440 times gravity posed no threat to him. The combat power of Super Saiyan first level surged to an astonishing 750 million in a brief moment, alleviating the weight pressing down on him. Exhaling deeply, Gohan pressed the gravity increase button 6 more times, bringing the gravity in the training room to an astounding 500 times. For a Super Saiyan, this level of gravity was trivial. Though it required some effort, it was nearly negligible. He mused to himself, acknowledging that with his current strength, he still fell short of challenging 500 times gravity in his normal state. Transformation was necessary to qualify for this gravitational environment. Clenching his fists, he silently set a goal for himself. If he could withstand 500 times Earth's gravity in his normal form, his strength and physical abilities would surely undergo a transformative change, propelling him closer to achieving full power in his Super Saiyan form. Having tested his limits, his long journey of training began. He started to decrease the gravity, lowering it from 500 times to 400 times. Gohan reverted to his normal state, bracing himself against the 400 times gravity. Even at this level, it posed a significant burden on him. It is through pressure that motivation is born, particularly for a Saiyan. A fierce smile spread across his face as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Training begins." Meanwhile, in a secret base hidden deep within the mountains of Northern Earth, the Red Ribbon Army was plotting. Here lies the clandestine laboratory of Dr. Gro. Ever since the Red Ribbon Army was vanquished by Son Gohan, he has utilized his extraordinary abilities to establish a secret research facility in this desolate location. The gates of this secret research facility have remained unopened for many years. And now, this place, which has lain silent for countless years, has welcomed an unexpected visitor. The unexpected visitor is indeed Android 16. Is this the clandestine research facility documented in the records? According to the data, 3 dormant androids remain here, yet to be activated, employing sheer strength. Android 16 breaches the shadows of the research facility. As he enters, the lights illuminate the surroundings. 10 meters to his left, 3 dormant pods come into view. Having located his target, 16 strides toward the pods, wiping the dust from the glass atop one. He clearly observes the android within. Indeed, it is unmistakable, a purely mechanical being. Android 13, Android 14, and Android 15, possessing growth capabilities akin to the ultimate android, Cell. With an impassive expression, Android 16 confirms this. Now, the moment has arrived. His plan is set to unfold. Shifting his gaze, 16 directs his attention to the central computer that governs this place. His objective lies with this mainframe computer. Opening a concealed compartment within his mechanical frame, Android 16 retrieves 2 black metallic spheres, each inscribed with the numbers 17 and 18. The 2 black spheres represent the core of the eternal energy furnaces of Android 17 and Android 18. Seizing the opportunity, Android 16 infiltrated the main computer, altering the data of these 3 androids and executing his final transformation. He too desired the capacity for autonomous evolution, rather than existing merely as a mechanical entity. Chapter 22. A month later, Crisis reemerges. Time flows swiftly, almost as if in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to them, a month has elapsed since the demise of the androids at the hands of Gohan. During this month, all the human survivors hidden underground began to sense an anomaly. They had not felt the tremors caused by the androids' destruction for a long time, nor had they heard any reports of the androids' reappearance. As time passed globally, even in the absence of news, many humans emerged from the shadows to return to life above ground. For humanity, the absence of a threat gradually fostered a sense of normalcy, allowing them to revert to their former ways, despite the years of apocalyptic turmoil. Some believed that the androids had departed, while others speculated that someone had intervened to vanquish these 2 monstrosities. This allowed a segment of the survivors to seize the opportunity, shamelessly proclaiming themselves as the saviors, usurping the title of Son Gohan, asserting that the androids were vanquished by their hand. Among them, Satan was the most prominent. This individual has not only earned the title of savior in the annals of the past, but has also achieved it in the realms of the future. Some accept this as truth, while others scoff in disbelief. Ultimately, he merely seized the opportunity and undertook actions that resonated with the populace. This news reached Bulma of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Bulma's initial reaction was one of disdain towards Satan. Naturally, she regarded this as a positive development, much like how her past self had assisted the Z-Fighters in concealing their identities, to prevent the Z-Fighters from being exposed. She chose to turn a blind eye to Satan's antics. The future Bulma believed that it was better to avoid trouble, thereby indirectly concealing Gohan's existence as well. The most infuriated among them was undoubtedly Trunks. After all, he knew that it was his brother Gohan who had vanquished the androids 17 and 18. Now, seeing his achievements usurped by a mere buffoon was intolerable. However, Bulma had strictly ordered him not to stir up trouble, leaving him to swallow his frustration in silence. As for Gohan, the title of savior held little significance for him. Yet, he was quite astonished to learn that Satan from this era, from the future world, was still alive. He had assumed that this individual had perished long ago amidst the rampage of the androids. Now that Satan was still among the living, it appeared that the course of history could gradually return to its rightful path. Furthermore, Gohan pondered another individual. If Satan had survived, then his daughter, Videl, should also be alive. Right? In the original work, his wife has indeed never appeared in the future world. After all, the original Son Gohan from the future had long since perished. It was solely due to his time travel that he continues to exist. Within the gravity training chamber, Son Gohan and Trunks engaged in a new round of sparring. At this moment, the gravity reached an astonishing 300 times that of Earth. For Son Gohan, this was not particularly challenging. However, for Trunks, it posed a significant difficulty. In terms of gravity at this level, looking back a month ago, Trunks would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed without transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, after a period of adaptation and rigorous training, he has now mastered the ability to move with remarkable agility in an environment of 300 times gravity. To accommodate Trunks' training and provide him with a modicum of growth, Gohan decided to engage in combat training with him under these conditions. It must be said that Trunks is inherently a gifted Saiyan warrior. As a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, his training aptitude is on par with Gohan's. Remarkably, in just 1 month of gravity training, his regular combat power has surged from 2 million to an astounding 4 million, an entire doubling within this brief period. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power index is set to skyrocket to an astonishing 200 million. As for Gohan, after each session of instructing Trunks, he dedicates himself to rigorous training, and currently, his baseline power has reached 20 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat value can soar to 1 billion. After approximately 3 hours of intense training, the two concluded their session and exited the gravity training room. Trunks was enveloped in white smoke, and despite their lengthy workout, he remained invigorated. That's enough for today, Trunks. As I previously advised, attempt to break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan. This will enable you to surpass your limits. Gohan instructed Trunks. Spending 3 hours training with this young lad was merely a warm-up for him. The real training suited for Gohan was beyond what Trunks could currently handle. A slight misstep could spell disaster. Understood, Gohan. Ever since you enlightened me about the realm beyond Super Saiyan, I have sensed a glimmer of understanding within me. I have a premonition that it won't be long before I shatter that barrier, Trunks replied, his fists clenched, feeling immensely satisfied with his current self. He could distinctly perceive a qualitative transformation in himself compared to a month prior. Truly remarkable for one who has inherited Vegeta's bloodline. To grasp the higher realms so swiftly is astonishing, Gohan thought, taken aback by Trunks' talent. Yes, that is most excellent. But do not forget that the correct methods of training are paramount, he began to caution. Suddenly, from a location several miles away, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion spread, affecting everything within a radius of several dozen miles, causing it to tremble incessantly. What on earth is happening? Trunks exclaimed, startled by this unexpected turn of events. With the androids defeated, there should not be any terrifying presence left on Earth. What is this explosion all about? It should not be the case at this juncture. Such discrepancies ought to be avoided. Could it be that my alterations to the original plot have inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect? As a time traveler, Son Gohan is acutely aware of any crises that may arise in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet now, he finds himself confronted with unexpected developments. His Saiyan instincts inform him that the explosion occurring is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Trunks, stay here. I shall investigate, he instinctively instructs, intending to delve into the matter. However, this time, Trunks refuses to comply. Brother Gohan, please allow me to accompany you. Even though I may not possess half of your strength, I am certain I can be of assistance, Trunks earnestly implores. His intuition and sense of justice compel him to join the venture, both to test the fruits of his training and to demonstrate to Son Gohan that he can indeed be of help. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Trunks' eyes, Son Gohan ultimately concedes to his request. This young man is indeed not weak, enough not to let himself be overly distracted. Very well. Then let us follow and ascertain the cause of this explosion. With that, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, employing his aerial technique. Excellent. With the permission granted, Trunks was elated. After a month of rigorous training, he finally had an opportunity to put his skills to use. Chapter 23. The New Androids. The Site of the Explosion. World peace, however, lasted but a fleeting month. For a month, humanity seemed to dwell in a dream, freed from the menace of androids. Countless individuals began to contribute their efforts towards the reconstruction of cities. Initially, everything was progressing favorably. Yet, during such times, unforeseen calamities often arise. Countless humans fled in panic after the explosion. Before they could take but a few steps, they were engulfed by waves of energy, reduced to ashes. Cities lay in ruins, and humanity faced slaughter. At the forefront stood a white-haired man clad in a yellow jacket, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, wearing a cap. Beside him were two accomplices, a short purple robot, standing less than 5 feet tall, and a robust white robot, exuding an aura of steel. The destruction of androids 17 and 18 triggered a butterfly effect, unleashing other androids from the future timeline, characters that would only emerge in the theatrical version, androids 13, 14, and 15. Following the orders of Android 16, they were to exterminate humanity, draw out Son Gohan, and then eliminate him. Android 13, the leader, instructed his two companions. His words indicated that the data in their minds had been tampered with. In the theatrical version, their purpose was to eliminate Son Gohan. But now, under the altered commands of Android 16, they were to kill Son Gohan's son, Gohan. Without hesitation, the other two companions unleashed their laser cannons upon the fleeing masses. Blue and purple energy blasts incinerated each human they touched, resulting in tremendous explosions. Within mere seconds, the devastated Earth was once again shrouded in foul-smelling smoke and searing flames, recreating the infernal visage of hell on Earth. Help! Among the throng, a disheveled middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle desperately fled. Behind him, countless others followed in a frantic escape. Mr. Satan, are you not the savior of humanity? Having vanquished androids 17 and 18, you should be stopping those three from wreaking havoc. What are you doing now? A voice from the crowd questioned the man at the front of the fleeing group. This revelation made it clear to the others that the swiftest runner was none other than Mr. Satan, who had recently proclaimed that he had dealt with the androids. The very man bestowed with the title of savior. Fool, would I confront those monsters? That would be courting death. Mr. Satan retorted. Who would willingly undertake such a task? Let someone else handle it. He understood well the distinction between life and reputation. There was no need to sacrifice his life for the sake of a previous lie. Without responding, Mr. Satan quickened his pace, while the fleeing crowd began to see through his facade. This individual is far from being a savior. He is merely a charlatan, a wretched deceiver. Satan, you scoundrel, cease at once. I shall not let you escape. You despicable fraud, how could I have once placed my trust in you? A cacophony of curses erupted from the crowd, yet Satan remained unfazed, merely quickening his pace in flight. What? It is them. Directly before Satan, Android 15 awaited him with unwavering resolve. Satan recognized him immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Android 15 raised his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as a wave of purple energy surged forth from his palm. Yes, I am truly sorry. The sight before him struck terror into Satan's heart, causing tears and snot to stream down his face as he instinctively fell to his knees, cradling his head, curling into a ball. In that very moment, he fortuitously evaded the energy wave of Android 15. However, the crowd behind him was not so fortunate. The energy wave collided with them, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. Boom. The energy projectile detonated, searing flames engulfing the earth as thick smoke billowed upwards. Those unfortunate souls were reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of Android 15's energy wave, their remains utterly obliterated, deprived even of the chance to scream. The hellish scene utterly terrified Satan. The once self-proclaimed savior, now a mere jester, found himself weeping in despair, desperately hoping for rescue. The only response to his plight was the resplendent purple halo emanating from Android 15's palm. You scoundrels, cease this at once. At the critical moment, Trunks arrived just in time, dashing forward with great speed to forcibly propel Android 15 away. The attack was interrupted, yet the energy wave still surged forth, narrowly missing its mark and striking the ruins to Satan's right. The explosion of energy sent Satan reeling in chaos, nearly convincing him that death was imminent. Hey, are you all right? Trunks, having interrupted Android 15, turned around to discover that the figure before him was none other than Satan, leaving him momentarily stunned. This individual, is he not the one who previously usurped the credit from Brother Gohan? How unfortunate it is that he chose to save a deceiver like this one. Do not let your guard down, Trunks. The stern voice of Son Gohan resonated through the air, immediately redirecting Trunks' focus. Is that fellow Satan? Huh. Should we say we arrived just in time, or is it that his fate is not yet sealed? Descending from the skies to the side of Satan, Son Gohan fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man, who appeared utterly petrified. With a teasing tone, Son Gohan remarked, "At last, you reveal yourself." Behind Son Gohan, flames flickered with a crimson glow. Turning around, he beheld the emergence of Android 13 and Android 14 from the inferno. Is it truly them? With a mere glance, Son Gohan recognized them instantly. In the Dragon Ball film series, these androids were created by Dr. Gero's computer, designed specifically to eliminate Son Goku. Given that Goku has since perished, they ought not to have been activated. Could it be that the alteration of history has triggered a butterfly effect? More androids? This seems never-ending. Regaining his composure, Son Gohan's eyes narrowed. The combat power levels of Android 13 and Android 14 materialized before him. Android 13. Combat power level, 550 million. Android 14. Combat power level, 350 million. Chapter 24. The Northernmost Territory, the Grave Site. Upon witnessing the power indices, it became evident that the leading Android 13 possessed formidable strength. This aligns with his character's depiction in another dimension. In this state, his combat power is sufficient to rival that of Androids 17 and 18, and one might even assert that in certain aspects, he surpasses both. As for Android 14, it is hardly worth mentioning. With a combat power merely reaching 350 million, it poses no genuine threat to him. However, for Trunks, it is somewhat perilous. At this point, Trunks' base combat power has only attained 4 million, and even in his Super Saiyan first form, he barely reaches 200 million. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could indeed hold his ground for a while, but certainly not for long. The energy of a Super Saiyan declines rapidly once it surpasses its peak. How infuriating. How many androids has Dr. Gero truly created? After the demise of 17 and 18, 3 more androids have now emerged. Clenching his fists, Trunks' anger swells immensely. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the existence of androids, especially since Earth had only managed to breathe for a month in peace before being disrupted once more. Execute the Master's orders. Eliminate Gohan. Android 13 stated in a low, mechanical voice. Beside him, Android 14 readied himself, with Gohan's various data metrics flashing in his mind. Android 15, whom Trunks had previously sent flying, returned, extracting a vial of an unknown solution and consuming it, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The 3 androids' singular target is undoubtedly Gohan. Meanwhile, Trunks remains vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down. He stays close to Gohan, as the adversary's focus is directed at his brother. Given their numerical superiority, the situation appears dire for them. Am I the target? Then come at me. Gohan remarked with a relieved smile, leaping into the air and soaring towards the outskirts of the city at breakneck speed. The human population in West City is considerable, and reconstruction efforts are ongoing. He cannot afford to fight here, as the resulting aftermath could obliterate everything in an instant. Kill Gohan. The 3 androids' objective is singular, Gohan. As beings entirely controlled by system commands, they will not squander this opportunity. Trunks, on the other hand, is blatantly disregarded. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Trunks seethes with rage, chasing after them in a fit of fury. At this moment, the only one left in the vicinity is Satan, who narrowly escaped with his life. Bewildered in the wind. Just moments ago, he believed he was doomed, and now he finds himself inexplicably saved. Regaining his composure, Satan hastily retreats, fearing those androids might return to finish him off. Shifting the battlefield, Gohan speeds northward. The 3 androids relentlessly pursue him. After approximately 10 minutes of rapid flight, they arrive at a desolate, frigid wasteland. In the extreme north, Gohan descends from the sky, landing upon a vast sheet of ice. In an alternate timeline, the Z-Fighters had also vanquished androids 13, 14, and 15 here. The only distinction is that their objective was to kill Goku, not Gohan. The 3 androids swiftly surround him, flanking both sides and confronting him head-on. Trunks arrives last, landing beside Gohan, eager to assist him. Fighting here means we have no reservations. Right, Gohan? Android 13 chuckles lightly. It is uncertain whether he possesses his own thoughts, or if he is merely a puppet of a controlling force. To be precise, I have chosen the suitable grave for you 3 androids out of goodwill. Each component of you, as machines, is exceedingly valuable. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it would be unfortunate. This desolate, icy expanse serves as your ideal burial ground. Gohan said with a beaming smile, exhibiting no signs of vulnerability. Oh, is that so? Android 13 replied, his expression impassive, his voice deep and mechanical, seemingly in contemplation. Before the android could respond further, Gohan interjected, pointing towards Android 15, signaling Trunks to engage this particular foe. Trunks, that little one is yours. I shall handle the remaining 2. This is my first enemy. Receiving the command, Trunks appears exceptionally exhilarated and notably serious. This marks the first genuine encounter with an adversary for him, and he is resolute in his determination not to disgrace himself before his elder brother, Gohan. After all, he has diligently trained for a month. Leave it to me, brother Gohan. I shall not let you down. The youthful and impetuous Trunks is imbued with unwavering confidence in his own abilities, having honed his skills through rigorous training. And now the moment to showcase his progress has arrived. The opportunity lies before him, and he must seize it. Conversely, the artificial human No. 15 exhibits no emotional response towards Trunks as his opponent. Even after being struck and sent flying by this young warrior moments ago, it does not faze him. He retrieves a vial from his pocket, takes a slight sip, And then, as if to select his own grave, the artificial human number 15 deliberately takes to the skies, departing the area. Hey, stop right there. Trunks, undaunted, believes that even against these artificial beings, he possesses the strength to fight back. As the two relocate their battleground, only Gohan remains to face artificial humans number 13 and number 14. Without a moment's hesitation, the burly artificial human number 14 bellows and, in the next instant, charges towards Gohan with astonishing speed. His colossal fist, imbued with unimaginable destructive force, descends upon Gohan. In that fleeting moment, Gohan channels the energy of his Super Saiyan first transformation. His battle power, amplified 50-fold in its normal state, surges to an astounding peak of 1 billion. Faced with the sudden onslaught of artificial human number 14, he effortlessly dodges with a swift movement. Boom. The powerful punch crashes into the ice beneath him, causing an explosive eruption that sends shards of ice soaring dozens of meters into the air. You brute. I'm right here, you fool. Suspended in midair, Gohan looks down with a commanding presence at the searching artificial human number 14 below. Upon raising its gaze, artificial human no. 14 locks onto Gohan's position and transforms its massive form into a projectile, hurtling towards Gohan at the speed of sound. In that fleeting moment of explosive energy, while others saw an unavoidable fate, Son Wukong discerned countless flaws. His form, akin to a spectral apparition, artfully evaded the onslaught of Android 14. And he countered with a spinning kick that landed a devastating blow upon the android's cheek. Chapter 25, Annihilating Android 14, The Evolution of 13. The resounding impact reverberated as it struck Android 14's face, the force of which was so formidable that it grotesquely contorted the features of the android. Android 14's body plummeted as if it were a meteor crashing through the sky, landing with a thunderous crash upon the icy surface. The sheer terror of the impact sent shards of ice flying in all directions. The disparity in combat power was starkly evident in that brief collision. With a baseline combat power of 20 million, Son Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan augmented his strength to a staggering 1 billion. In contrast, Android 14's combat power barely reached 350 million. With a single blow, he subdued Android 14, casting a sidelong glance at the nearby Android 13. The latter remained unfazed, seemingly unconcerned by the display of raw power, as if he had anticipated Son Wukong's prowess all along. So, it is as the original tale suggests. He is merely biding his time until I eliminate his companion, allowing him to absorb the evolution, Wukong mused inwardly, when suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted. Oh, roar. The subdued Android 14 charged back at him, its once robust form now twisted and grotesque from the earlier assault. The noise was intolerable. Silence was warranted. Unperturbed by Android 14's renewed assault, Son Wukong summoned forth a golden aura, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy that ruthlessly engulfed the approaching android. A deafening explosion ensued as the energy consumed Android 14's form, creating a cacophony of sound in the heavens. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and countless fragments rained down upon the ice below. One decisive strike. With Android 14 vanquished, Son Wukong's gaze turned coldly toward Android 13. Even as he witnessed the demise of his ally, the android displayed no signs of distress, remaining utterly composed. Intriguing. You seem quite confident in your hidden strengths, he thought as he descended to the ground, fixing his steely gaze upon Android 13. Have you devised a strategy to counter me? It would be best to surprise me, lest you become the next victim. Pointing a finger at Android 13, Son Wukong issued a challenge. Unmoved by the provocation, Android 13's eyes flickered with numerous computational formulas as he processed Son Wukong's new data. The data collection is complete. I now comprehend all of your actions, he stated suddenly. With a torrent of information flooding his mind, he felt invincible. Even Son Wukong could not evade the calculations at play. He believed he had thoroughly analyzed Son Wukong's capabilities. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the data he had received was merely the tip of the iceberg, a fraction of what Son Wukong allowed him to perceive. It appears you have formulated a plan, Son Wukong remarked with a slight smirk. Indeed, you are a formidable warrior, but even the mightiest have their vulnerabilities. Android 13 replied with a confident grin. In the next instant, he focused his will and summoned the vital remnants left behind by the deceased Android 14. From the shattered remains of Android 14 emerged an intact data storage chip and an energy core, which embedded themselves into Android 13's left temple and chest. The infusion of the data chip and energy core catalyzed a profound transformation within him. His computational prowess surged, and the energy within him underwent a dramatic metamorphosis due to the newly acquired core. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Android 13's being. Countless arcs of blue and white electricity danced around him. Although his exterior remained largely unchanged, his energy had undergone significant augmentation. How astonishing! Has he truly grown this powerful merely by absorbing one of his comrades? Son Wukong's eyes narrowed as he beheld Android 13's newly enhanced combat power, which had soared from 550 million to 650 million, a mere 500 million shy of the billion mark. The gap in combat prowess between them had significantly narrowed. Today marks your demise, Son Wukong, Android 13 declared with unwavering confidence. Is that so? Son Wukong retorted dismissively as he launched himself into action. His form blurred, akin to a streak of light, as he hurtled toward Android 13, delivering a strike aimed at his face. Seemingly anticipating the assault, Android 13 raised his hand with an effortless motion, effortlessly blocking the devastating blow that could have shattered mountains. The sound of the impact echoed, a resounding clash that would have incapacitated the former Android 13. Yet now, he stood his ground, unwavering, as if Son Wukong's attack had left no trace upon him. Now it is my turn. With a swift motion, Android 13 countered Son Wukong's strike, launching his own offensive. Chapter 26, Trunks' First Battle. Having undergone an initial transformation, Android 13 unleashed a fierce counterattack, his speed and intensity so overwhelming that he quickly subdued Son Wukong. The clash of fists and feet ignited a battle that surpassed any previous confrontation in intensity. The shockwaves from their collisions created terrifying whirlwinds in the air. Armed with his newly enhanced micro-supercomputer, Android 13 predicted Son Wukong's next move within a mere tenth of a second, foreseeing the trajectory and direction of his strikes. Each of Son Wukong's maneuvers seemed transparent, either blocked or evaded. As the battle escalated, the ferocity intensified. Boom, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud. Fists and feet converged. The collision intensified, unleashing a terrifying tempest of storms and shockwaves. Within a radius of several thousand meters, the repercussions of this clash were palpable. Colossal waves surged in every direction, and successive ripples annihilated the surrounding icebergs, resulting in catastrophic impacts. Icebergs crumbled, ice layers fractured, the heavens trembled, and the seas roiled. Son Gohan, in his first stage of Super Saiyan transformation, found himself evenly matched against the evolved Android 13, with neither party gaining the upper hand. As the battle escalated, Son Gohan's enthusiasm was ignited, the blood of a Saiyan coursed through his veins with increasing velocity, and his internal heat began to rise. However, under the precise counterattacks and anticipatory maneuvers of Android 13, he gradually fell into a defensive stance, finding himself suppressed by his opponent. The disparity in their combat power was a mere 50 million, yet due to the loss of one arm, Son Gohan appeared to be at a slight disadvantage. In another battleground located in the far northern territories, Trunks engaged in combat with Android 15. The former unleashed his full strength without reservation, transforming into the first stage of Super Saiyan, causing his power level to surge to 200 million. The latter merely smiled upon witnessing the astonishing increase in energy from his opponent's transformation, showing little concern. Such a level of combat prowess is insufficient to overcome him. The crisis in the future world must come to an end. Artificial human. A torrent of unbridled fury surged within Trunks as he launched himself towards Android 15 with unparalleled determination. Swift as the wind and rapid as lightning, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the scene as Trunks unleashed a devastating punch capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth, striking Android 15 squarely in the face. The sound of a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and a visible shockwave rippled through the space around them. The cap atop Android 15 was swept away by the fierce winds, soaring dozens of meters away. Despite enduring the full brunt of Trunks' assault, Android 15 remained as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding and unperturbed. A sly smile crept across his face. What? A full-force strike that failed to budge Android 15 in the slightest left Trunks in utter disbelief. The expression on Android 15's face morphed into one of cruelty and malice as he seized Trunks' wrist with a single hand, unleashing a terrifying force that forced Trunks to relinquish his grip. Trunks was astonished. How could the disparity in power be so vast? After a month of rigorous training, he had transformed, yet the brutal reality dealt him a harsh blow. A dull thud echoed as Android 15's charged fist slammed into Trunks' abdomen. The sheer force of the blow caused Trunks to retch, his body convulsing as the recent charged strike sent Android 15 soaring several dozen meters away, crashing into the ice layer and becoming ensconced in snow. The excruciating pain radiating from his fist caused Tenanks to grimace uncontrollably. The force of the recoil upon colliding with the metal sent a tingling sensation through his fist. Yet this successful counterattack exhilarated him, if his opponent was not invulnerable. Then there remained a possibility to turn the tide. In another arena, Android 13 and Gohan hovered high in the air, locked in a gaze from a distance of 10 meters. You're finished, Gohan. With a swift motion, Android 13 unleashed a crimson energy cannon. Countless beams of energy erupted from his palm, hurtling toward Gohan. Unfazed by the onslaught of energy blasts, Gohan nonchalantly dispersed the released energy waves with a mere gesture. Such a feeble attack poses no threat to me, he remarked coldly. Is that so? Unfazed, Android 13 concluded his probing strike and opted for a different approach. In an instant, he closed the distance, his metallic fist crackling with blue and white arcs of electricity sweeping toward Gohan. With a thunderous impact. Even as Gohan managed to block in time, the sheer force of the blow sent him staggering back several meters. Gohan, in this battle, your demise is certain. All data concerning you has been uploaded into my chip. Every move you make is anticipated, Android 13 taunted confidently. Little did he realize that the data he had acquired was of little value. In the distance, Gohan steadied himself, observing the arrogant demeanor of Android 13, and could not help but chuckle. You seem overly confident in your data. Allow me to remind you, such inherent statistics are utterly meaningless before Saiyan. As his words fell, a golden aura ignited around Gohan, his energy intensity surging at an astonishing rate. This transformation caused Android 13's expression to shift to one of seriousness. His internal energy detector signaled that Gohan was fervently amplifying his own power. Enjoyed your little warm-up, did you? Now it's my turn. My strength far exceeds what you have witnessed. With a powerful shout, Gohan's gaze sharpened, and his aura erupted explosively. The ferocious golden energy surged in all directions. And in a mere 0.1 seconds, Gohan's Super Saiyan power manifested before Android 13, moving with such speed that the android had no time to react. With a resounding crash, the air filled with a deafening sonic boom. The once boastful Android 13 was sent flying hundreds of meters by the blow. His body plummeted, crashing into a massive iceberg, the tremendous force shattering it into a flurry of icy fragments that scattered far and wide. With the warm-up concluded, Gohan was finally serious. Emerging from the multitude of shattered ice, Android 13 returned to confront Gohan, his face contorted from the impact. Even the special metallic composition could not withstand such a ferocious blow without distortion, and a strange crimson fluid trickled from the corner of his mouth. Is that oil or blood seeping from you, robot? Gohan quipped. Android 13, unresponsive to Gohan's jest, raised his hands, palms pressed together. A crimson glow emanating as a peculiar blood-red energy sphere began to coalesce. This move is none other than the ultimate technique of Android 13, the Fatal Bombardment. This technique not only possesses the formidable power to cleave the Earth asunder, but also boasts the ability to autonomously track its target. In the face of Android 13's ultimate attack, Son Gohan's lips curled slightly. With a single hand, he clenched his fist, and a blue luminescence materialized in his palm. This surge of energy he has firmly grasped. Is he truly challenging the Saiyans? What an exceedingly foolish decision. Come forth. Kamehameha. With a single hand aimed forward. Accompanied by Gohan's fervent shout, a torrent of energy surged forth, a vibrant blue wave erupting from his palm. Boom! The cataclysmic clash of two world-destroying energy attacks resonated. A terrifying explosion unfolded in the heavens, a cataclysmic spectacle. The shockwaves generated more formidable than the detonation of thousands of tons of nuclear weaponry. An endless mushroom cloud ascended skyward, blinding flames engulfing the surroundings. The visible tempest was potent enough to rend everything asunder. The far northern territory appeared on the verge of obliteration. Countless glaciers began to melt. Everything within a radius of several dozen miles bore the irrevocable impact. Fortunately, the battle raged in this desolate, uninhabited expanse. Had it occurred in a city, this single strike would have claimed innumerable lives. Ding! The artificial being number 13's devastating explosion yielded a successful energy absorption, converting energy points, 50 million points. Gohan, having acquired a substantial influx of energy points, did not relent. The confrontation officially entered its second round. In the instant of the explosion, both combatants surged towards one another. Their forms blurred, resembling lightning, their speeds too swift for the naked eye to perceive. The tremendous momentum reverberating throughout the surrounding area. A brawl ensued once more, with Gohan and the artificial being number 13 skirmishing at the periphery of the explosion's epicenter, each taking turns to attack and defend, pursuing and countering one another. This level of combat has far surpassed the previous confrontation where Son Wukong faced the androids No. 17 and number 18 alone. In Chapter 28, the might of the Saiyans cannot be quantified. At the periphery of the battlefield, upon an inconspicuous small glacier, the architect of future crises, android number 16, observes the battle. However, the appearance of number 16 has undergone significant transformation, clad in black, form-fitting armor. He possesses a more robust and imposing physique, adorned with an array of concealed weaponry. Under his own directive, his body has been successfully modified once again. Though he remains a purely mechanical android, he has acquired the ability for self-evolution. His strength has escalated to an exceedingly terrifying degree. As the mastermind orchestrating the events, he is currently gathering all data and metrics concerning Son Wukong. Countless calculations flicker within his dual pupils. Each burst of energy generated by Son Wukong in battle is meticulously computed and converted into data. However, this information alone is insufficient. He has witnessed Son Wukong eliminate android number 17 and android number 18, yet the duration was too brief for comprehensive data collection. He must await Son Wukong's transformation into that state again. Android number 13 serves as an excellent tool. Having absorbed the energy furnace and data chip from number 14, he has evolved to possess formidable power, yet he has not been able to compel Son Wukong to reveal that form. Muttering to himself, Android No. 16 shifts his focus to another battlefield, where android number 15 is engaged with Trunks. If one energy furnace and data chip are insufficient, then he shall procure another. No. 16 transmits directives to android number 15, instructing him to eliminate Trunks immediately and then rendezvous with android number 13 to jointly confront Son Wukong. At this moment, android No. 15 is exerting overwhelming pressure on Trunks. A battle that could have been resolved in a short span has dragged on to the present. Despite a staggering power disparity of 150 million points, even though Trunks possesses a combat power of 200 million, he cannot endure for such an extended duration. Android No. 15 is toying with him. Although he is a robot, he possesses a degree of self-awareness. With a thunderous crash, android number 15 unleashes a full-force strike, shattering Trunks' defenses and sending him flying hundreds of meters away. With hands clasped, a terrifying energy surges forth like a tsunami, engulfing Trunks' body entirely. The shockwave from the energy explosion devastates everything in its vicinity, prompting a satisfied smile from android number 15. Under this strike, Trunks has no possibility of survival. After dispatching Trunks, android number 15 hastens towards the combat zone of android number 13. In another arena of battle, the conflict between Son Wukong and android No. 13 has undergone a radical transformation. What began as an evenly matched contest has now shifted entirely to Son Wukong's unilateral advantage. The melee has transformed into a clash of energies. Blue and light red energies shoot forth, saturating the heavens. Continuous collisions erupt, igniting countless deafening explosions. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy dropped by android number 13, converted to energy points, 1 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy dropped by android number 13, converted to energy points, 5 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy dropped by android number 13, converted to energy points, 2 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbing energy dropped by android number 13, converted to energy points, 2 million points. Amidst the myriad explosions of energy orbs, each explosion grants Son Wukong no less than 1 million energy points. The system's alerts resonate incessantly in Son Wukong's mind, filling him with exhilaration. The more energy points, the better for him. Amidst this cacophony of energy explosions, Son Wukong seizes an opening in android number 13's defenses, transforming into a streak of light. He rushes forward. With a savage and forceful grip, he clutches android number 13's face, exerting immense pressure that distorts his features before hurling him away with tremendous force. Android No. 13 careens through the air like a cannonball. Shifting his combat strategy, the data and analyses previously gathered by android number 13 become largely ineffective. Seizing the momentum, Son Wukong charges forth once more, relentlessly pummeling android number 13. This time, his method of attack diverges from the traditional turtle school techniques, instead adopting a more primal approach that mirrors the ferocity of a beast, delivering simple yet lethal blows. Data collection initiated. Data collection failed. Reattempting to gather and analyze Son Wukong's combat metrics failed. In mere seconds, android number 13 experiences dozens, if not hundreds, of successive lethal strikes. His metallic form is shattered, with countless fissures spreading from his chest to his waist, including cracks appearing in the metallic connections on his face and head. The might of the Saiyans cannot be encapsulated by mere numbers. With a furious roar, Son Wukong channels his energy into a devastating blow directed at android number 13's head. Crack. The impact obliterates nearly half of android number 13's head, an unsettling surge of electric sparks erupting, crippling him severely and nearly causing the system to collapse. Warning! Warning! Severe damage to the body. Severe damage to the body. The same warning echoes incessantly in android number 13's mind, as his body uncontrollably plummets towards the ground. Having shattered number 13's head is not enough, Son Wukong presses the attack, raising his hand as energy converges in his palm, transforming into a compressed energy orb aimed at android number 13. In a split second, a seemingly inconspicuous purple figure darts past, whisking android number 13 away, just as he is about to be engulfed by the energy blast. Chapter 26, Redeem Level 6 Power-Up Card. The energy wave misses its target, exploding against the icy surface, with a terrifying roar resonating across the expanse, thick smoke billowing skyward. Have they escaped disaster? Oh no. Trunks. The rescue of number 13 instantly brings Trunks to Son Wukong's mind. Sorry, brother Wukong, I couldn't stop him. Trunks' voice rings out from behind Son Wukong. Turning around, he sees a battered and bloodied Trunks entering his view. Thankfully, the young man has endured. He displays considerable tenacity. No need to apologize. You have performed admirably. Son Wukong responded with a quick glance, swiftly locking onto android 13 and android 15. Hearing this, Trunks, standing nearby, clenched his fists in silent fury, filled with self-loathing for his perceived uselessness. If only he could delay android 15 or eliminate the threat entirely. This predicament would not have arisen, causing trouble for his brother Wufan. All of Son Wufang's focus was now directed at the androids. In the original storyline of the film, android 13 absorbed the energy cores and data storage chips of the two androids, evolving into Super Android 13. According to his knowledge, the battle power of Super Android 13 could rival that of Perfect Cell. However, this still required verification. He could also seize this opportunity to acquire more energy points. As for the two androids, having saved Android 13 in a moment of peril, Android 15 was now prepared to sacrifice his energy core and data storage chip. Android 16 had already modified their directives, and Android 15 was fully aware of his purpose and destiny, to sacrifice a comrade for self-actualization. As Android 15 fell, the data storage chip integrated into his temple, and the energy core melded into his right side. The metamorphosis of Android 13 commenced. A primal roar erupted as the transformable energy core within Android 13 absorbed one energy core, leading to its sublimation and transformation. The previously destroyed portion of his cranium was restored through this evolution. Not only were his injuries healed, but Android 13's body also expanded at an extreme pace. His once shoulder-length white hair standing erect and shifting to a vibrant orange hue, while his face and arms turned a dark blue, with his shoulder and chest armor becoming a grayish-white. His eyes turned yellow, eyebrows vanished, brow ridge lowered, and pupils disappeared. Witnessing the evolution of Android 13, Son Gohan wore an excited smile. Everything was under his control, including the evolution of Android 13, which was part of his plan. While others might view the post-evolution Super Android 13 as a terrifying demon, to him, it represented a treasure trove of energy points. Had he truly evolved? Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Super Android 13, Trunks widened his eyes, his pupils constricting as he experienced profound fear and trepidation. The evolved Super Android 13 instilled in him a sense of invincibility. "Step back, Trunks. Leave this to me," Gohan advised as he moved towards Super Android 13. Though Trunks felt reluctant, he understood his role. Remaining here would only hinder Gohan. In the shadows, Android 16 smirked at the successful birth of Super Android 13. With the current energy intensity of Super Android 13, defeating Son Gohan should be well within reach. Should Gohan fall to the hands of Super Android 13, there would be no need for him to intervene. However, he secretly hoped that Gohan would eliminate Super Android 13, allowing him to complete the final step of his plan. 13. Kill Son Gohan. Android 16 attempted to issue commands to Super Android 13 via a microcomputer, but what transpired next left him astonished. Super Android 13 ignored his orders. Having consumed 2 energy cores and evolved, Android 13's cognition transformed, resembling that of a beast. No longer a mere obedient artificial intelligence, but a life form of immense destructive potential. "Have you escaped my control?" Android 16 pondered deeply. The potential and function of the transformable energy core surpassed his expectations. Not only could it amplify strength, but it also imparted life to the android, albeit with minimal rationality, qualifying it as a genuine life form. Armed with this knowledge, Android 16 ceased to actively command Super Android 13 and instead chose to observe from the shadows. His eyes reopening data analysis panels to gather all information on Son Gohan. On the battlefield, Gohan approached Super Android 13, gazing at the beast that possessed a degree of self-awareness. Activating his abilities, the battle power of Super Android 13 appeared before him. 5 billion. After absorbing the energy core and data storage chip from Android 15, this creature's strength had skyrocketed by over 2-fold. It was truly astonishing. Having evolved from a mechanical body into a life form, the creations of Dr. Gero were indeed unexpected monsters, Gohan mused. With a battle power of 5 billion, he was nearly 3 times stronger than his current self. Yet, he remained undaunted. Throughout this battle, his energy points had exceeded 300 million, enough to exchange for 3 level 6 battle power enhancement cards. Son Gohan opened the system interface. His current energy points stood at 313 million. System. Exchange for a level 6 battle power enhancement card. He was more than willing to expend 100 million points for such an upgrade. Ding. The exchange for the level 6 battle power enhancement card was successful, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. Remaining energy points, 213 million. Chapter 30, Super Saiyan Phase 3. Gohan wasted no time in utilizing the level 6 battle power enhancement card stored in his inventory. Ding. The successful use of the level 6 battle power enhancement card resulted in an increase of 30 million points to his battle power index. The system's notification resonated in his mind, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of energy coursed through his body, doubling his momentum. With a standard increase of 30 million battle power, his current standard battle power reached an astonishing 50 million. Merely through the utilization of a level 6 battle power enhancement card, he had transcended to a higher realm. With the significant boost in standard battle power, his Super Saiyan strength surged, now reaching an impressive 5 billion in his ordinary Super Saiyan form, matching Super Android 13 perfectly. Unable to contain himself any longer, the Super Android 13 unleashed a frenzied, beast-like howl. A crimson energy aura enveloped him, showcasing the ferocity of his 5 billion battle power. The winds howled, and the earth trembled. Just the force of his energy was enough to shake the very ground. "Humph, you still have a long way to go in terms of transformation." With that declaration, Son Gohan unleashed an even deeper reservoir of energy within himself. After enduring a month of intense training in the gravity chamber, his physical strength had become formidable. under such immense pressure. He had not only mastered the first and second stages of Super Saiyan, but had also ascended to the third stage of the first level of Super Saiyan. With fists clenched tightly, Son Gohan's forehead bulged with veins, and his desperate roar echoed across the expanse. A cataclysmic golden aura erupted around him, forming a colossal whirlwind that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. This overwhelming presence swept across the globe with lightning speed. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rolled, and golden lightning struck down, lashing the earth. The extreme northern region was reshaped by this ferocious energy, causing the very ground to shift. Son Gohan's power level soared at an alarming rate, shattering the 25 billion barrier and ascending toward 30 billion, with aspirations for even greater heights. His physique expanded due to the surging energy, muscles bulging so greatly that his clothing appeared on the verge of bursting. Veins throbbed across his body. His hair stood on end, and his pupils faded, the intensity of his aura enough to invoke celestial upheaval. Experiencing this terrifying surge of energy firsthand, Super 13 felt an imminent threat emanating from Son Gohan. Instinct urged him to prevent Gohan from transforming, compelling him to eliminate this danger. With bared teeth, Super 13 raised his hands high, crimson energy enveloping his form, as he concentrated the force within his palms, creating a massive scarlet energy sphere, 10 meters in diameter. Its destructive potential could obliterate the earth with ease. With a primal roar that transcended any beastly cry, Super 13 hurled the concentrated energy sphere towards Son Gohan. The earth-shattering blast mercilessly engulfed Gohan's form, triggering a deafening explosion. The shockwave was terrifying in its ferocity, vaporizing everything within several dozen miles and obliterating the northern region, transforming the once frigid expanse into a desolate wasteland. A towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Super 13's destructive blast, Gohan converted it into energy points, 15 million points. In the midst of the swirling smoke, the golden aura dispersed the haze around him, as Son Gohan stood firm in his Super Saiyan first stage, third phase form, exuding an aura of unimaginable terror. The oppressive weight of his inflated muscles rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Super 13. In this form, Gohan's power surged to 35 billion, far exceeding that of Android 13. He stood unscathed against Super 13's full force attack, his gaze filled with disdain. The rational Super 13, sensing the contempt in Gohan's eyes, was consumed by fury. Once more, he charged at Gohan with blinding speed. His massive fists moved like phantoms, their trajectory invisible to the naked eye. Yet, in Gohan's view, they seemed painfully slow. With a slight turn of his head, Gohan evaded Super 13's powerful strike, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange, the pressure emanating from Gohan formidable. Angered by his missed attack, Super 13 unleashed a barrage of strikes, each blow infused with cataclysmic power, capable of obliterating worlds. His ferocity was unmatched. Yet he could not graze even the hem of Gohan's clothing. With a resounding thud, Super 13's fist was caught in Gohan's single hand, the terrifying force unable to advance an inch. After enduring numerous strikes, it was Gohan's turn. As he spoke, he charged his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Super 13's jaw. With a thunderous crack, the impact sent Super 13 soaring into the sky like a rocket. Losing control of his body, regaining his composure at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Super 13 let out a guttural roar, filled with primal rage. He clasped his hands together, crimson energy igniting around him, maximizing the output of the 3 energy cores within him, unleashing a torrent of power. The vivid red light illuminated the sky, reflecting a blood-red hue across the clouds and atmosphere, as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the Super S Deadly Bomb. The lethal technique this time possesses a terrifying potency, and from this vantage point, there is no conceivable way for Earth to escape its doom. Chapter 31. The Demise of Super 13. The Puppet Master revealed. On the ground, Son Gohan gazes upward at the ominous crimson light flickering in the heavens. The energy intensity amassed by Super 13 is astonishing. This madman, launching his deadly attack from such an angle, leaves no avenue for evasion. Should he attempt to dodge, the entire planet will become a target for annihilation. TCH. Starting to obliterate planets over a mere disagreement. How reminiscent of Frieza you are. With a disdainful snort, Son Gohan clenches his fist, summoning the golden aura that gradually converges into his palm, a continuous stream of energy condensing there. In the face of Super 13's planet-destroying strike, he too must unleash his ultimate technique to counterbalance the impending destruction. High above, Super 13's ultimate move, the Super S Fatal Bombardment, takes shape, expanding to a staggering diameter of 100 meters. This is the unparalleled energy that can be unleashed when 3 energy furnaces operate at full capacity. Ignoring everything, the Super Android 13 raises both hands high, locking onto the position of Gohan, channeling all his strength into a colossal energy sphere capable of annihilating planets. A crimson light illuminates the sky. Upon releasing from Super Android 13's control, the Super S Deadly Bomb expands exponentially, its diameter surpassing 500 meters. In the face of this overwhelming giant Super S Deadly Bomb. Gohan's ultimate technique takes form in the palm of his hand. It is over, Magic Flash. With a single sweep of his hand, a golden beam of energy erupts from Gohan's palm, powerful enough to obliterate everything, colliding with the Scarlet Super S. Deadly Bomb. Boom. The clash of these two forces of destruction causes the very earth to tremble, as their energies compress and accumulate at the center of their collision. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Super 13 Super S. Deadly Bomb, converting it into energy points. 5 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Super 13 Super S. Deadly Bomb, converting it into energy points. 10 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from Super 13 Super S. Deadly Bomb, converting it into energy points. 10 million. The system's notifications continue to sound due to the standoff of energies. An unceasing stream of energy points is collected by Gohan. At this moment, Super 13 has become a mere tool for Gohan to extract energy points, appearing evenly matched, yet Gohan's hidden potential is far greater. The collision of energies persists for 20 seconds, until the system's alerts finally cease. The value of Super 13 is thus entirely drained. Time is up. As the words leave his lips, Gohan exerts his strength. The output of the Magic Flash energy in his palm intensifies, and in an instant, it pierces through the Super S. Deadly Bomb, engulfing Super 13 in its wake, all while he gazes on in terror. Under the relentless assault of the Magic Flash, Super 13's body disintegrates and burns. Boom. The golden light radiates across the land, the shockwave of the explosion reverberating throughout every corner of the earth. In the aftermath of this grand spectacle, Gohan stands resplendent in golden light upon the surface. The explosive shock and the resulting haze dissipate. Android 13 has been utterly obliterated. With only a few remnants remaining, it seems as though everything has come to an end, marking the conclusion of the android's crisis. No, this is merely the beginning. As Super 13 is vanquished, the hidden hand lurking in the shadows finally reveals itself. A dark figure swiftly darts through the sky, claiming 3 intact energy furnaces from the remnants of Super 13. A shadow descended from the heavens, landing before Son Gohan. The arrival was none other than the architect of this unfolding crisis, Android 16. You are Android 16? With a mere glance, Son Gohan instantly recognized him as the very Android 16 from the original narrative. Not only did this being possess strength far surpassing that of Androids 17 and 18, but in an alternate timeline, he even subdued the formidable Cell, who was invincible after absorbing vast amounts of life energy. In the future timeline, only Androids 17 and 18 manifested, and the presence of Android 16 was utterly absent. It stands to reason that not only 16, but also 13, 14, and 15 should similarly not exist. In hindsight, it seems his assumptions were overly simplistic. This 16th, however, is not the 16th he is familiar with. In the original narrative, the 16th character is gentle, fond of nature, and averse to conflict, adorned in light green armor. Yet, the artificial 16th before him exudes a fierce aura. Clad in dark armor, and Son Gohan can sense an ominous warning emanating from the very essence of this being, which has been entirely transformed into a mobile arsenal, a power level nearing 2 billion. Surely, this is an exaggeration. Did the original 16th possess such formidable strength? Son Gohan pondered in bewilderment. I truly did not anticipate that you would recognize me, Son Gohan. As he materialized before Son Gohan, the artificial 16th was unaware of his thoughts, merely astonished that Son Gohan was aware of his existence. He had always concealed himself adeptly, never revealing his presence, yet Son Gohan knew of him. These 3 artificial beings, were they unleashed by you? Son Gohan inquired, his gaze solemn as he scrutinized the artificial 16th, cautious not to exhibit any signs of relaxation. Indeed, as you have stated, Son Gohan. With a light chuckle, the 16th responded, simultaneously absorbing the 3 energy cores from Super 13 into his own being. With the integration of these 3 energy cores, the 16th underwent a profound transformation. His muscles expanded, his height surged toward 3 meters, and a surge of emerald energy crackled around him. While his combat power escalated at an astonishing rate, the combat power level of the artificial 16th materialized before Son Gohan, momentarily surpassing his own, and propelling itself toward even greater heights. Is this fellow truly the mastermind orchestrating everything behind the scenes? I never anticipated that this authentic future timeline would have him entangled within it. Son Gohan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. At this moment, the combat power of Android 16 had surpassed 3 billion and was rapidly escalating. The entire planet gradually succumbed to the oppressive force emanating from Android 16. As dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, an ominous scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, the pale green energy transformed into a fiery blaze, exuding a terrifying might that spanned all directions. His crimson hair stood on end, morphing into a deeper scarlet, while his pupils vanished, engulfed by a blood-red haze. His combat power surged to an astonishing 4 billion. Even Son Gohan, as a time traveler, was taken aback by this formidable strength. Could it be that Android 16's combat power now rivaled that of the perfected Cell from the original narrative? Chapter 32, Super 16, A New Evolution. So, it appears this individual is emulating Android 13, consuming the energy cores and chips of his kind to facilitate his own evolution? Son Gohan murmured, piecing together the mystery. The ferocity of this newfound power had propelled him far beyond his former self, its intensity rivaling that of the perfect cell from the original narrative. Although Gohan was uncertain of the exact strength of the perfect cell, he sensed that he had reached an unprecedented threshold. A cacophony of frantic roars erupted as Android 16 completed his transformation, consuming 3 energy cores in the process. He had ascended from a mere mechanical being to a wholly new metallic life form, yet he appeared as an uncontrollable beast, his visage twisted with madness. As the screams crescendoed, a pale green energy enveloped him, and all his energy cores surged to full capacity, unleashing a torrent of green light that soared into the heavens. The sheer might emanating from him was boundless, and his destructive potential was terrifyingly formidable. A power level of 4 billion. Gohan's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Android 16, no, the Super 16, had already closed the distance between them. With a gaze filled with malice, the Super 16 exhibited no emotional fluctuations as he unleashed a devastating punch that swept towards Gohan. The destructive force behind that fist was utterly appalling, capable of annihilating everything in its path. Boom! The catastrophic impact struck Gohan's abdomen, sending excruciating pain radiating through him and leaving his consciousness in a daze. The force of the blow sent Gohan hurtling backward at supersonic speed, propelling him far beyond the most remote northern territories. When he regained his senses, Gohan found himself embedded in a pile of rubble, surrounded by collapsing mountains. His body, flung away by that terrifying strike, had shattered numerous peaks. The imprint of the fist was evident on his abdomen, and the searing pain made him grimace. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he rose to his feet. The sensation of pain enveloping him was reminiscent of the injuries he had sustained upon first becoming Gohan. However, he was far stronger now. Even so, this would not be enough to defeat him. The warrior's instincts and Saiyan blood within him surged with fervor. The defensive capabilities of the first stage of Super Saiyan, 3rd tier, surpassed those of the previous forms. Otherwise, that blow would have surely harmed his internal organs. As a traveler through dimensions, it would be absurd for him to fall so easily. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gohan resolutely accessed the system shop. System, exchange for a level 6 power enhancement card. Ding. The level 6 power enhancement card was successfully redeemed, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. The host can directly use it from the storage warehouse. Remaining energy points, 448. 75 million. Use level 6 power enhancement card. Ding. The level 6 power enhancement card was successfully utilized, randomly increasing the power index by 10 million points. As the system's notification sounded, the enhancement surged into his body. His base battle power, already at 50 million, rose by another 10 million. Although this was merely a 10 million increase, the power would be amplified further in his Super Saiyan transformation. A torrent of energy coursed through Gohan, and he felt his body transcend and evolve. Golden flames erupted from his feet, and a terrifying pressure exploded forth as golden arcs of electricity danced around him, releasing an overwhelming force from within. The battle power of the first stage of Super Saiyan, 3rd tier, now reached 2 billion points. Come forth, final android, he bellowed, soaring into the sky using the instant transmission technique. In his line of sight, the Super 16 was charging toward him at incredible speed. With a steely gaze, Gohan took the initiative. After having endured a strike, he was determined to reclaim everything. In an instant, he closed the hundreds of meters between them. Unleashing a devastating strike, this punch also calmed the recently empowered Super 16 considerably. The crimson glint in his eyes faded, restoring his senses. He extricated himself from the rubble and slowly floated into the sky, where his automatic targeting system swiftly pinpointed Son Gohan's location. Detaching the wrist-mounted cannons, the central barrel flickered with a purplish-red glow. Hell's Onslaught. Once the energy was fully charged, countless golden energy orbs erupted from Super 16's cannons, surging towards Son Gohan in an overwhelming barrage. Within mere seconds, Son Gohan found himself encircled by a myriad of energy blasts, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Useless. 16, he murmured to himself as he summoned an indomitable aura, forming an impenetrable energy barrier around him. In the next instant, a multitude of energy orbs retracted with a cataclysmic force, sealing off all space around him, leaving Son Gohan nowhere to hide. Boom, 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 boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed incessantly. Blazing flames flickered continuously, and thick smoke billowed, obscuring the events within. Son Gohan, resolutely enduring the onslaught of energy explosions, emerged unscathed, his formidable presence erecting a protective wall that shielded him from harm. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released from Super 16's Hell's Onslaught, converting it into energy points. 5 million points. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released from Super 16's Hell's Onslaught, converting it into energy points. 4 million points. automatically absorbing the energy released from Super 16's Hell's Onslaught, converting it into energy points, 5 million points. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released from Super 16's Hell's Onslaught, converting it into energy points, 5 million points. The system's notifications rang out consecutively, and a smile spread across Son Gohan's face. Another substantial gain in energy points. Though enduring the assault was exhausting, the reward was significant. Super 16's Hell's Onslaught persisted for a full 30 seconds before it ceased. Reattaching his wrist mounts, Super 16's gaze sharpened. Within his eyes, the search mechanism was scouring the smoke for Son Gohan's silhouette. Through the dense haze, he faintly discerned the unscathed figure of Son Gohan. Reanalyze and collect combat data on Son Gohan. With a command, Super 16's internal systems began to actively assess Son Gohan's energy intensity, combining it with previous data to simulate a more effective combat strategy. Chapter 33, Violent Suppression, Absolute Power. In the high altitude, as the smoke dissipated, Son Gohan looked down upon Super 16 from above, an expression of disdain evident on his face. Truth be told, the appearance of these androids had greatly benefited him. Had they not manifested, he would not have utilized a level 6 power boost card to elevate his strength to its current pinnacle. Your attacks are nothing more than a mere dust cloud, utterly futile, he remarked nonchalantly, stretching his limbs. At this moment, although his combat power barely exceeded Super 16 by a mere 200 million, such a disparity at this level manifested in drastically different outcomes, even with one arm missing. Son Gohan's explosive strength could effortlessly overpower Super 16. This illustrates the qualitative disparity. With a mere thought, the robust form tore through space, teleporting to a point 10 meters before the formidable Super 16. The sudden appearance of Son Gohan instilled a palpable pressure upon Super 16. Accelerating the systems within his dual eyes, he hastened the collection of Son Gohan's combat metrics, intending to analyze his weaknesses and exploit them one by one. Just like that previous opponent, attempting to calculate a strategy against me through data. Do you still think you can identify my weaknesses? How laughable. Clenching his fist, golden energy surged relentlessly from Son Gohan's being, causing the very heavens to tremble and dark clouds to gather, as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. Energy readings soared, overwhelming Super 16 systems to the point of collapse, erasing all calculated outcomes. Damn you, Son Gohan. Were you concealing your true strength all along? Did you deliberately mislead the data I gathered? With calculations yielding naught, Super 16 furiously demanded answers. Having completed the final phase of his plan, he had evolved into a mechanical being rivaling the ultimate android, Cell. If he could eliminate Son Gohan, his scheme would be flawlessly executed. With 2 eternal energy cores, 2 additional energy sources, and 2 evolvable cores within him, it should have been a trivial task to extinguish Son Gohan's life. Yet now, with miscalculations, Son Gohan's strength far surpassed his own. To measure my might with your simplistic data is an act of folly, as the mastermind orchestrating everything from the shadows. Your efforts have been commendable, but alas, the ultimate victor shall be none other than myself. A boundless intent to kill surged within his gaze, and in a flash, Son Gohan unleashed his fury. In a mere 0.001 seconds, he shattered the ground beneath him, descending upon Super 16 like a bolt of lightning, his fist imbued with an overwhelming murderous intent, capable of shaking planets and piercing the earth. Boom. Super 16 extended his hand in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, even with a combat power reading of 4 billion, he could not withstand the blow from Son Gohan, whose power exceeded 4 billion. Upon impact, Super 16's face distorted grotesquely, and he was sent spiraling uncontrollably through the air. Seizing the moment, Son Gohan executed a high-speed maneuver, reaching speeds comparable to sound itself. Effortlessly catching up to the flying Super 16, he charged. This, indeed, delineates the distinction between humanity and artificial beings. The disparities in combat methods and fighting prowess are evident. In Chapter 34, Full Power of Super 1, the enraged Super 16, suppressed under Gohan's relentless pursuit, reaches a boiling point. All energy reactors within him operate beyond their limits, forcibly augmenting his energy intensity and combat power index. However, the energy radiating from within his being becomes unbearable, leading to a catastrophic disintegration from the inside out. Can he elevate his energy once more? Yet, any increase would ultimately be futile. His body will succumb to the explosive overheating from the overburdened reactors, resulting in his own demise without my intervention. The combat power index of Super 16 surges once again by a staggering 100 million, yet Gohan remains unfazed. Indeed, while Android 16 is formidable, he is, after all, a mechanical entity. Deriving strength from his internal energy, this aspect can never be compared to a mechanical body relying on fixed data. As the battle intensified, the energy core within Super 16 provided an unceasing supply of power, allowing him to temporarily enhance his combat capabilities and initiate a counterattack. However, in the face of Super 16's augmented strength, Gohan remained unimpressed, effortlessly deflecting all attacks and delivering a devastating blow. Despite Super 16's apparent increase in power, the true disparity in combat prowess still favored Gohan. With a decisive knee strike, he shattered Super 16's chest armor and sent him flying once more. Let the strike conclude the battle. Even with the absorption of energy cores and data storage chips from other androids, your strength is still insufficient. Losing patience. Gohan unleashed all the energy within him, a terrifying force erupting from his body in an instant. His formidable aura transformed into a golden whirlwind capable of obliterating anything in its path, forcing the approaching Super 16 to retreat as his muscles visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. In the first stage of Super Saiyan, third phase, this transformation allows for the maximum enhancement of energy within the limits of his body, sacrificing speed in the process. With a firm grip, light converged in the palm of his hand, an ominous radiance emanating with the potential to annihilate all. The ancestral Kamehameha wave, its power and destructive capability amplifying with the user's energy intensity, was poised to eliminate Super 16, thus granting this ultimate android the highest acknowledgement. With the energy limit reached in the first stage of Super Saiyan, third phase, Gohan's combat power surged to an astounding 4.5 billion, nearing 4.6 billion. The fully unleashed Kamehameha wave maximized Gohan's energy, enabling him to utilize 100% of his combat strength, even exceeding that threshold. Provided the user's energy is sufficiently potent, this finishing move's power can be infinitely magnified, capable of obliterating an entire solar system. The energy detector within Super 16 emitted warning signals, indicating that this terrifying force exceeded his capacity to contend with. Yet, he was determined to fight to the death. At lightning speed, he detached his wrist joints, and the energy conduits flickered with a gold-red glow. Paying no heed to the consequences, Super 16 overloaded all his energy cores. Indifferent to the risk of self-destruction, be gone. The last of this era's androids. Super Kamehameha. Energy accumulated to its zenith, and from Gohan's right palm erupted a blue energy blast capable of overturning everything. The blue energy blast, with a diameter of 500 meters, possessed unimaginable destructive power. Ultra-limit. Hellfire. Super 16's ultimate technique was unleashed in that moment, dual golden energy beams shooting forth from the cannon-like structures of his hands, merging seamlessly in an instant. The combined might of these energies was unstoppable, each capable of reducing Earth to ashes. A colossal explosion ensued as the two energies collided. Gohan's single-handed Kamehameha wave clearly gained the upper hand, forcing Super 16's Hellfire back. The energy clash intensified, with Gohan's Kamehameha wave firmly suppressing Super 16's Hellfire. Yet it struggled to achieve total domination. At the cost of possible self-destruction, Super 16 desperately extracted energy from his cores, seeking a more formidable power source. Cracks appeared across his body, glowing with a fiery red light, rendering him grotesque and distorted, as if on the brink of disintegration. Unable to subdue Super 16, Gohan reached his breaking point. Hawa! With a deafening roar, he challenged his own limits, amplifying the energy output of Super Saiyan, first stage, third phase. The barrier that had hindered him from surpassing his limits was finally breached through sheer determination. Shattering his own limitations, Gohan's once mighty physique gradually diminished, seemingly condensing into a purer essence. His robust muscles compressed to their utmost. His form reverted to its original size, yet his energy underwent a qualitative leap. The energy of the Kamehameha wave surged dramatically. The transformed Kamehameha wave obliterated Super 16's ultimate technique with overwhelming force. In a mere breath, it engulfed Super 16's nearly collapsing mechanical form, the terrifying blue energy column expanding to a width of a kilometer. Under the relentless assault of energy, Super 16's body disintegrated completely, leaving not a single atom behind, meeting utter annihilation. The blinding energy beam pierced through Earth's atmosphere, soaring into the cosmos. Outside the Earth, an explosion erupted, a brilliant blue light illuminating the sky for miles, only to fade after 10 seconds. Gohan gazed at the sky, ensuring that Super 16 left no remnants behind, before finally relaxing. Exhaling deeply, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. After a while, Gohan became aware of the changes within his body. He was no longer the robust Super Saiyan, first stage, third phase. His form resembled that of a standard Super Saiyan. Yet the energy, strength, and coordination exceeded that of the first stage, third phase. Super Saiyan at full power. He had unexpectedly achieved this through an unforeseen turn of events. Feeling the energy's unprecedented intensity and purity within him, Gohan marveled to himself. The crisis brought about by the artificial beings has indeed provided him with ample opportunity. Not only has he amassed a considerable amount of energy points, but he has also transcended his previous limits, stepping into the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power even earlier than anticipated. With the elevation of his realm and the release of his potential, his baseline combat power has significantly increased. At this moment, his regular combat power has reached an astonishing 65 million points. With the augmentation of 80 times his power as a Super Saiyan at full capacity, his combat prowess has soared to the realm of 5.2 billion, surpassing the threshold of 5 billion. It can be said that his current strength should vastly exceed that of Goku at full power during the battle against Cell, and even that of the complete form of Cell himself. With the first stage already mastered at full power, His next endeavor is to ascend to the second stage of Super Saiyan. Gohan's second objective is to attain an even higher level of Super Saiyan. The unfathomable potential of this body, poised to transcend into the second tier of Super Saiyan, is merely a matter of time. Upon reverting from the full power transformation of the first tier of Super Saiyan, the fatigue of battle and the depletion of stamina surged throughout my entire being. This sudden wave of fatigue nearly caused Gohan to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Gohan, Trunks arrived shortly after the battle's conclusion. "What's the matter, Trunks? You appear to be troubled," Gohan observed, immediately discerning the turmoil within Trunks with just a glance. Trunks hesitated, his expression laden with self-reproach. "It's all right, Trunks. Failure is an intrinsic part of life. This setback will only serve to strengthen you." Instinctively, Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, encouraging him not to be disheartened. "Indeed. Those wounds that do not kill me will transform into my strength." Inspired, Trunks resolved to grow stronger solidified further. "Let us return," Gohan declared, and after comforting Trunks, he soared towards West City, with Trunks closely following. With the demise of the Super Android 16, the era of androids had conclusively drawn to a close. If all proceeded smoothly, the existence of androids on Earth would become a thing of the past. In West City, having traversed back from the farthest northern reaches, Gohan, weary from the journey, returned to Capsule Corporation alongside Trunks. Bulma sighed in relief upon seeing their safe return, for they were the last bastion of strength on Earth, the ultimate shield protecting the planet. After dinner, Gohan, still fatigued, made his way to his room. Even the mightiest of warriors require rest, especially after the exhausting succession of battles that had drained his energy, compounded by the mental toll of surpassing his limits. Sufficient rest was imperative to ensure he would be rejuvenated for the following day. Trunks, too, found himself in a similar state, perhaps even more severely affected. The next morning, as was customary, Gohan did not indulge in slumber despite the previous day's exhaustion. He awoke early, freshened up, and made his way to the living room, where Bulma had already prepared breakfast. Sitting at the dining table, Gohan noticed something peculiar. Trunks was absent. His presence no longer felt in West City. Not wanting to pry, especially since the threat of androids had dissipated, he engaged in a brief conversation with Bulma to update her on the events of the previous day, and then took the initiative to venture out in search of supplies. Although West City had been revitalized over the past month and its inhabitants gradually returned, resources remained severely scarce, particularly food. While a vast stockpile had previously been collected, it had now been nearly exhausted. 3 hours later, Gohan had traversed every city within a 3,000-mile radius. The cities that still housed humanity were few and far between, and almost all the others lay desolate. Any usable supplies he encountered were swiftly stored within his capsule. Although the capsule was not infallibly convenient, it allowed for a significant quantity of items to be safely contained and transported. This time, the quantity of supplies that Son Wukong had swept away was sufficient for them to indulge for half a year, indicating that, in the absence of Trunks, his efficiency had significantly increased. With the task of gathering resources accomplished, Son Wukong was just about to return to West City when suddenly, a distinct presence registered in his perception. A fleeting glimpse caught his eye. He noticed a figure with twin ponytails darting past in a supermarket several dozen meters away. Driven by curiosity, he concentrated and instantaneously transported himself behind the girl. At that moment, the girl was completely unaware of the presence behind her. She was solely focused on anxiously collecting the supplies from the shelves. Due to her height, she was unable to reach the items on the shelf directly in front of her, and even with all her effort to stand on her tiptoes, she still fell short. In this moment, Son Wukong could hardly suppress a laugh. He decided to help her. Without hesitation, he removed the item from above. Only then did the girl realize someone was behind her, and she immediately turned around, delivering a fierce kick. This took Son Wukong by surprise. He hadn't expected this young girl to be a skilled fighter. As he raised his hand to block the sweeping kick, he finally caught a clear glimpse of her face. The familiar features came into view, and as a traveler from another realm, how could he not recognize the girl before him? You are Bidalai? Son Wukong instinctively called out her name. Bidalai, taken aback by his ability to utter her name, felt a surge of disbelief. After all, in the years that had passed, she had few friends and had always been a solitary figure. Moreover, she could not recall ever having met this man. Who are you? How do you know my name? She questioned, her gaze still wary. In this apocalyptic era, where resources were scarce, both humans and androids had to remain vigilant. In fact, her mistrust of humans far exceeded that of androids. Given the scarcity of supplies, who could say what desperate individuals might resort to? It was not uncommon for one to kill their own kind for a morsel of food. Over the years, she has encountered an abundance of peculiar events. It is quite astonishing that fate has brought her to meet not only Satan previously, but also a version of herself from the future, akin to Bidalai from her original world. Son Gohan couldn't help but silently reflect on this. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to plunder your resources. I merely did not anticipate encountering Satan's daughter here. Son Gohan spoke, aiming to ease the other party's wariness, thus facilitating their communication. Upon hearing this, Bidalai paused, aware that in this apocalyptic world, One could hardly trust anyone's words lightly. However, given that he seemed to possess such intimate knowledge, there could only be one explanation. He must be a friend of her father. Do you know my father? Bidalai inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Indeed, not only do I know your father, but we also met just yesterday, Son Gohan replied, subtly weaving his truth. With this affirmation, Son Gohan's demeanor appeared sincere, causing Bidalai to lower her guard significantly. Since that is the case, then you are not my enemy. I still need to gather supplies. Kindly hand over what you have, Bidalai asserted, extending her hand. Without hesitation, Son Gohan complied, realizing the items were of no use to him. What other types of supplies do you require? Please tell me, and I shall assist you in searching, he offered, handing over the resources. Perhaps it was due to Bidalai being the original counterpart that Son Gohan felt a distinct affinity towards her, unlike other women. Indeed, Bidalai possessed a charming beauty, validating the original's discerning taste. I have all that I need. This place has been thoroughly scavenged, so your help is unnecessary. As she accepted the supplies, Bidalai noticed Son Gohan's severed arm. Another unfortunate soul, she mused inwardly. Little did she know that if Son Gohan were aware of her thoughts, he would be both amused and perplexed. By the way, Miss Bidalai, has Mr. Satan returned? Sensing Bidalai's intent to depart, Son Gohan shifted the topic, inquiring about Satan's whereabouts. It was noteworthy that they had met in West City just yesterday, and this location was quite distant from there. However, Son Gohan's true objective was not merely to ascertain Satan's location, but to seize the opportunity to connect with Bidalai, given their fortuitous encounter. Observing Son Gohan, Bidalai felt a conflict within her, for after only a brief meeting, she could not ascertain whether he was friend or foe. He knows I am my father's daughter, so he must be a close friend of his, she speculated, recalling how her father never referred to her as his daughter in front of outsiders. Sensing her hesitation, Son Gohan surmised the nature of her inner turmoil. I have something of great importance to discuss with Mr. Satan, so I hope Miss Bidalai will escort me to meet your father. Half an hour later, under Bidalai's guidance, Son Gohan arrived before a dilapidated building in the southern outskirts of the city. 23rd floor, room 01. No one would expect that anyone could reside here, given the surrounding structures and the evident state of disrepair. This is the place. I will open the door now, Bidalai said, retrieving a key from her pocket to unlock the entrance. Inside, the television, sofa, and various pieces of furniture were intact and meticulously arranged. Son Gohan immediately noticed Satan lounging on the sofa, nonchalantly smoking and relishing the swirling clouds of smoke. Father, I'm home. Have you started indulging in cigars again? Bidalai chided her father upon entering. It must be said that this daughter indeed reflected the same personality as depicted in the original narrative. Bidalai, you've returned so soon. And who is this? Upon noticing that Bidalai had brought a man home, Satan felt a flicker of recognition, furrowing his brow for a closer examination. In the next moment, his eyes nearly bulged as the memories of yesterday's encounter rushed back to him. Isn't this the very individual who saved his life from those androids just yesterday? Although the incident unfolded abruptly, his remarkable ability to remember faces is infallible. Father, this gentleman claims to be your friend. He mentioned there is an urgent matter he wishes to discuss with you, so I brought him here, Bidalai remarked, casting a glance at Sun Wukong and explaining to Satan. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong maintained his composure with a smile, while Satan's spirit nearly faltered. It is worth noting that not long ago, he had usurped the credit for the Savior's deeds, falsely claiming to have vanquished the androids. Yet, just yesterday, the androids re-emerged, and he barely escaped with his life. Moreover, his deceitful identity had been uncovered by some, although those privy to his true nature had already perished in the android's energy assault. Nonetheless, Satan remained cautious. His hurried return here was to evade scrutiny at home. In a strict sense, we have indeed met before. I trust you recall this encounter. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you, Mr. Satan, the savior of humanity. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an almost imperceptible aura. In but a fleeting moment, this directed presence sent a chill down Satan's spine, leaving him momentarily dazed. This sensation caused a profound unease within Satan. As beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, it felt as though his life was at stake. It was over. He was here to create trouble for me. What should I do? Satan's mind was turbulent, his anxiety rendering him speechless. He now comprehended that this man was the true savior of humanity, the vanquisher of artificial beings, the hero of all mankind. Father noticed the tension in Satan's expression, yet Bidalai found herself at a loss for words. I believe we ought to have a private discussion. Mr. Satan, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Wouldn't you agree? With eyes narrowed, Sun Wukong spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. Having reached this point in their conversation, there was no turning back. Satan, summoning an unknown courage, stood up before his daughter and nodded. It was only then that Father Bidalai realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. She understood that the person she had brought home was not her father's friend at all. Chapter 37. The acquisition of a tool upon witnessing her father's anxious demeanor. Bidalai sensed that something was amiss, suspecting that the man with the severed arm was far from ordinary. Just as she was about to speak, Satan halted her. It's all right, Bidalai. Please wait a moment for your father. There are indeed matters that must be clarified with this friend, but rest assured, nothing will go awry. With that, Satan steadied his nerves and stood tall, locking eyes with Son Wukong as they proceeded toward the adjacent room. Just before closing the door, he appeared unfazed and commanding, yet once inside and the door shut, he crumbled, feeling utterly subdued by Son Wukong's mere presence. Satan, it is time to discuss serious matters. Turning to face him, Son Wukong met Satan's gaze. The latter, overwhelmed by strong emotional turbulence, felt his mental defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. He had nearly confirmed that the crisis involving artificial beings was resolved by this one-armed youth before him. From the destruction wrought by Android 17 and Android 18 to the chaos unleashed in the city just yesterday. It seems you already understand without my explanation. Indeed. As you surmised, but there is no need for excessive fear. I am not here to trouble you. Noticing Satan's anxious disposition, Son Wukong chuckled lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What do you mean? Receiving an answer from the other party, Satan felt a surge of relief, his earlier tension and fear dissipating significantly. However, he remained cautious. I apologize for having taken your place previously. My greed clouded my judgment, and I thought to seize the opportunity. Rest assured, I will never do so again. Without waiting for Son Wukong to make a move, Satan confessed his misdeed, unaware of the latter's true intentions. Upon hearing those words, Son Wukong did not take them to heart and replied, "No, you must continue to embody the identity of the Savior." This statement momentarily left Satan bewildered. Was it true that the other party was not there to trouble him? Instead, they were encouraging him to continue assuming the role of humanity's savior? In this world, such fortunate events are rare. This desolate realm requires a leader to restore technology and all aspects of life to normalcy, to embark on the path of revival. Yet I find myself incapable of leading. Although I have vanquished the androids, I have no desire to manage this chaotic situation. Since you aspire to be the savior, then perhaps it is fitting for you to assume that role. Son Gohan spoke with a tranquil expression. At that moment, Satan was taken aback. Not only did the other party refrain from exposing him, but he also encouraged him to continue masquerading as the human savior. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him? Such an extraordinary occurrence seemed almost surreal. However, if you wish to persist in this role as savior, it will not come without a cost. Son Gohan's words struck Satan like a bolt from the blue, prompting a sudden realization that rendered him weak with fear, causing him to kneel upon the floor, stripped of the arrogance he had previously displayed before the masses. It was admirable how this old fellow could both submit and stand tall. My lord, I apologize sincerely for previously usurping your position as the hero of humanity. It was my fault, and I am willing to bear the consequences of my actions. I beg of you, please do not harm my daughter. She is my only family in this world. I implore you to spare her. Satan seemed to misunderstand, bowing his head in supplication to Son Gohan, pleading for mercy for Videl. Do you believe I would bring harm to your daughter? Son Gohan squinted, comprehending Satan's thoughts. To his surprise, Satan exhibited a side he had not anticipated. In the original narrative, Satan was quite supportive of his daughter and Son Gohan's union, even going so far as to facilitate their connection. In this future world, however, everything appeared to have shifted. As Son Gohan's counter-question echoed in the air, Satan found himself at a loss for words. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards your daughter. You may continue your role as the human savior, but under certain conditions. Every month, you must deliver a batch of supplies to the Capsule Corporation. This should pose no difficulty for one who has taken on the mantle of savior, correct? Furthermore, any significant events or changes must be reported to Bulma of the Capsule Corporation. These are my stipulations, Son Gohan declared. Is there truly a better match for him in this world? In the 27th chapter, upon learning about Gohan's conditions, Satan found it hard to believe his own ears. It could be this simple. If he were to lead humanity under the title of savior, would not all resources be readily available? What? Is it impossible to achieve? If so, I shall seek another. Gohan jested. No. Please rest assured, I will certainly complete this task, Satan quickly replied, nodding earnestly in agreement. Such a splendid opportunity lay before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? Outside the door, Bidalai wore a grave expression, faintly sensing an unsettling presence. Before the arrival of the artificial being, her father had been the champion of combat, and dealing with a disabled individual who was missing a hand should pose no challenge. As Bidalai pondered these thoughts, the door swung open, revealing that Son Gohan and Satan had concluded their conversation. At that moment, Satan appeared transformed, his face devoid of the earlier panic and astonishment. This sudden transformation left Bidalai bewildered, her eyes wide with confusion. What exactly had transpired? I shall take my leave now. Mr. Satan, the subsequent matters are yours to manage, Son Gohan declared, departing without a backward glance. Take care, Mr. Son, Satan replied, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Dad, what was that all about? Bidalai inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity after Son Gohan had exited. It is of no consequence, Bidalai. We shall have brighter days ahead, Satan replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What did you two discuss? And why are you looking so thrilled, Dad? Bidalai blinked in confusion, her expression one of puzzlement. Upon exiting the building, Son Gohan ascended into the sky using his flight technique. All necessary arrangements had been made. He would no longer need to concern himself with resource gathering, as it would naturally come to him. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself towards the West capital. However, he never anticipated that despite his intention to distance himself from Bidalai for the time being, the very trajectory of this world seemed to be drawing her closer to him. As he soared through the air, Bidalai happened to catch sight of him. Chapter 38. How to utilize 1 billion energy points. As he flew towards the West capital, having resolved a minor concern, Son Gohan took a moment to communicate with the system once again. Following yesterday's intense battles, the energy points he possessed had amassed to a substantial total, and now it was time for consumption. System, open the system store. With a silent incantation, a unique interface materialized before Son Gohan, accompanied by his data panel on the right side. Host, Son Gohan age, 27 bloodline, Earthling Saiyan hybrid, special, normal combat power index, 65 million points current energy points, 1,055 million points store list, recommended exchanges, extreme heat ray eyes, beginner version the user can emit powerful lasers from the eyes, capable of piercing through anything, creating rifts in reality. Required energy points, 1 million. Full version required energy points, 100 million. Energy cube barrier, beginner version the user can manipulate it to form a protective shield or imprison opponents, creating a self-contained space that is impenetrable. Required energy points, 5 million. Full version required energy points, 100 million. Anesthetic gas bomb, beginner version when thrown, it releases vibrant gas that temporarily paralyzes the target, rendering them immobile. This initial version is ineffective against entities far surpassing the user's strength. Required energy points, 500,000. Full version required energy points, 50 million. Sudden Storm, beginner version fires numerous energy orbs that can track the opponent and be controlled autonomously for ranged attacks. Required energy points, 1 million. Full version required energy points, 10 million. Cataclysmic Explosion, beginner version causes large-scale explosions beneath any enemy's feet, leaving them nowhere to evade. Required energy points, 2 million. Full version required energy points, 200 million. Instant Teleportation, 7-day trial card. As long as one can sense energy, they can traverse planets and dimensions, reaching any location in the universe. Required energy points, 10 million. Full version required energy points, 100 million. Today's recommended exchanges were all skills. The system had indeed suggested what he most urgently needed. Initially taken aback, Son Gohan scrutinized the options more closely. To be honest, he truly lacked skills at this moment. His methods were excessively singular. Whether in close combat or energy battles, it all came down to raw strength. Quite the predicament indeed. But I will start with the beginner versions. Once I discern their utility, I shall undoubtedly purchase the full versions, he mused. It was undeniable that the system's offerings were not subpar. Yet, he had to evaluate based on his actual circumstances. Although he was tempted, he had to ensure his energy points were sufficient. After all, he possessed merely 1,055 million points. Alright, I will take the plunge once. Exchanging for the full versions of all 10 recommended skills. Without hesitation, Son Gohan resolutely exchanged for all the skills within his sight. To sum it up succinctly, he had set his sights on these items, possessed the energy points, and would act on a whim. Ding. Full version. Extreme Heat Ray Eyes exchanged successfully, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Energy Cube Barrier exchanged successfully, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Anesthetic Gas Bomb exchanged successfully, deducting 50 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Sudden Storm exchanged successfully, deducting 10 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Cataclysmic Explosion exchanged successfully, deducting 200 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Instant Teleportation exchanged successfully, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Spiral Energy Bomb exchanged successfully, deducting 50 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Close Combat exchanged successfully, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Layered Force exchanged successfully, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. Ding. Full version. Aurora Movement exchanged successfully, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. Remaining energy points, 145 million. In an instant, the 10 exchange skills transformed into an overwhelming stream of information surging into Son Gohan's mind. After a brief moment of mental expansion, he finally digested the vast amount of information. Though my combat power index has not increased, my prowess seems to have significantly strengthened, he murmured to himself, halting his flight. He resolved to test the newly acquired skills. Instant Teleportation. Closing his eyes, he expanded his awareness, quickly sensing Bulma's energy. With a thought, he executed the teleportation technique. Whoosh. The sound of air splitting echoed as Son Gohan's figure vanished, as if he had never been present. West Capital. Capsule Corp Private Estate. At this moment, Bulma held a notebook in her hands, deep in thought as she researched something. The contents of the notebook represented the culmination of her relentless efforts over the years. detailing every step required for constructing a time machine, the intricate parts involved, and the special processes necessary for producing the energy source. Even though the future world was now at peace, she remained steadfast in her desire to pursue this plan, determined to prevent the past from repeating itself. She aimed to alter history. As long as Goku was alive, Earth would not endure such suffering. Just as Bulma was contemplating potential errors in her notes, the fabric of space before her shifted, and Son Gohan materialized before her. Huh? Gohan? Suddenly, the appearance of Son Wukong interrupted Bulma's intense focus. He had gathered sufficient supplies to sustain them for 6 months. Son Wukong, devoid of excitement and words, calmly extracted a universal capsule from his satchel and handed it to Bulma. I see, you have worked hard, Wukong. Setting down her notes, Bulma accepted the universal capsule. After engaging in extensive discussions with Bulma, addressing all pertinent issues, Son Wukong finally took his leave. Overall, he felt he had gained a solid understanding of instantaneous movement. As for other skills, he could explore them in the future to ascertain their effectiveness and whether they warranted such significant energy expenditure. It is worth noting that, had it not been for his power reaching this threshold, and the substantial accumulation of energy points, he would have felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the numbers involved. Inside the gravity training chamber, a deep red light enveloped the space, with gravity reaching an astounding 400 times that of Earth. A mere mortal would be reduced to a pulp in an instant. Trunks, with bandages wrapped around his shoulders, struggled painfully as he trained. This demonstrated his determination to train even while his injuries had not fully healed. Having tasted the bitterness of weakness, Trunks was resolute in his quest for strength. Aware of his inadequacies, he returned from his prior endeavors without resting long before commencing the next phase of training. It must be said that he was not entirely satisfied. His normal combat power hovered around 4 million, yet he was already impressive for enduring 400 times Earth's gravity. Under this crushing weight, his injuries worsened. Yet he persisted in trying to rise and continue his training. However, before he could fully stand, the overwhelming gravity forced him back down to the ground. I can't believe it. I barely trained for half an hour, and my body is on the verge of collapse, Trunks thought. Acutely aware of the changes in his physique as he gasped for air, he struggled to regain his footing but was pinned in place, unable to move. Only able to writhe helplessly. His still healing wounds, compounded by the oppressive gravity, caused his body to tear, blood oozing from the lacerations. Even the Super Saiyan transformation was beyond his reach. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed through the gravity training chamber. With a flash, Son Wukong appeared, having utilized instantaneous movement. Upon entering the chamber, the immense gravitational force nearly knocked him off his feet. How heavy? You dare to challenge 400 times gravity without transforming? Are you out of your mind? Son Wukong exclaimed, furrowing his brow. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events for him. At that moment, the gravity reading on the central console soared to 400 G, signifying an astonishing 400 times the normal gravitational force. In his usual training state, he barely reached 420 G, while Trunks' typical limit was merely 300 G. To suddenly endure a gravity increase to 400 G, especially in a state of normalcy, was reckless beyond measure. Swiftly, Gohan acted, promptly shutting down the gravity training chamber. As the gravitational force returned to normal, Trunks, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath, finally found a moment of respite. Strength is not to be acquired through reckless means, Trunks. Gohan, visibly upset, refrained from assisting the fallen Trunks. This is also an instinctive emotion brought forth by the memories of the original self. After all, the Trunks. The original self represents a bond akin to that of a master and disciple or brothers. I apologize, Gohan, for causing you trouble again. I was caught in the act and nearly lost my life, Trunks lamented with unspoken tears of regret. I have told you before, you never need to apologize to me. Furthermore, you have grown, Trunks. It is time for you to bear the consequences of your actions and decisions. Gohan's piercing gaze fixed upon Trunks. An invisible pressure rendering Trunks unable to meet Gohan's eyes. Indeed, he had been overly eager. After a considerable pause, Gohan spoke. I understand your intense desire to grow stronger. But power will never belong to those who are impatient. What you lack is not the volume or intensity of training, but rather a restoration of your mindset. Once you have recovered from your injuries, I will teach you new methods of cultivation. Gohan's words shattered the silence, devoid of any intent to reproach Trunks. He recognized Trunks' mindset. His fervent yearning for strength could lead him astray. I understand, Gohan, Trunks responded obediently, though his thoughts were tumultuous. You are too hasty. With your talent, your progress and cultivation will be swift. However, every individual's journey requires long-term accumulation and a steady ascent. Your excessive yearning for power is counterproductive. Now, go and rest. And do not act recklessly in the future, Gohan admonished once more. In response, Trunks merely nodded, opening the door to the gravity training room and adhering to Gohan's advice. Return to rest. Watching Trunks depart, Gohan shook his head with a wry smile. The original identity of this being was somewhat overwhelming from the outset. Each encounter with Trunks inexplicably ignited a desire to impart wisdom. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from dwelling on it. I can only offer a modicum of guidance, as his future ultimately rests in his own hands. With that thought, Gohan shifted his focus, commencing the adjustment of the gravity chamber's intensity. Previously, when his regular combat power stood at 20 million, even the 500 times Earth's gravity was insufferable. Now, with his combat power soaring to 65 million, he found that the 500-fold gravity no longer posed a challenge. With a mere thought, Gohan summoned the energy reservoir of his Super Saiyan first level at full capacity. In an instant, he transformed into the full-powered state of Super Saiyan first level. Once I stabilize this form, my next objective will be to attain Super Saiyan second level. A fervent desire for greater strength ignited within Gohan's eyes. He resolved to emulate Goku's training methods as depicted in the original narrative, striving to exist in the full-powered state of Super Saiyan first level continuously. His aim was to transform this form into his default state, minimizing energy expenditure to the greatest extent possible. Within the environment of 500-fold gravity, the familiar regimen of training commenced. Outside the gravity chamber, Trunks did not wander far. He cast a glance at the chamber, where he could see the intense red light emanating from within, far deeper than during his own training session. He surmised that Gohan must be engaging in a more intense level of gravity training. Through his key perception, he could ascertain the magnitude of Gohan's strength. Though both were Super Saiyans, they could not be compared. Impatience would yield counterproductive results. If he wished to grow stronger, he must advance steadily and methodically. Trunks murmured to himself, glancing at his shoulders, where the white bandages were soaked in blood. The wounds had been inflicted during his attempt to withstand 400-fold gravity, yet fortunately, they had not worsened. After a couple of days of rest, thanks to his Saiyan physiology, he would recover swiftly. I vow, I shall be of assistance. Next time in battle, I will not be a hindrance. Gohan. He clenched his fists, resolutely committing the day's lessons to memory. Chapter 40. Biddy arrives. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this brief period, Earth underwent significant changes. Mr. Satan, having taken on the mantle of savior in Gohan's stead, began to openly embrace the title of humanity's champion, having received Gohan's approval. He fervently promoted this title across various cities and regions, inspiring countless individuals to envision newfound hope and emerge from the shadows of despair. Unconcerned, he possessed a degree of strength that allowed him to maintain control over the situation. It must be said, Satan had quite the knack for persuasion. With the prestige of his world champion title prior to the emergence of androids, he had already garnered considerable respect. Coupled with the recent disappearance of the androids and his assumption of credit for their defeat, his acclaim surged dramatically. Thanks to his charisma and title as the world's savior, humanity began to rally behind him to reconstruct their homes, determined to restore Earth to its former state of peace within the next 3 years. Where there are beneficiaries, there are also those who harbor envy, particularly among factions with latent power that remains unexpressed. An alternative path inevitably beckons. West City. Within Capsule Corporation. After 2 days of recuperation, Trunks' injuries had substantially healed. Owing to the Saiyan's unique physiology, recovery from severe wounds often resulted in an increase in combat power. Trunks' regular combat power had now reached an astonishing 5 million. During this period, his combat prowess was remarkably high, sufficient to rival that of his counterpart from the original narrative when he first ventured into the past. In fact, he was even stronger. Heeding the guidance of Son Gohan, Trunks promptly sought out Gohan in the gravity training room after his injuries had healed. At that moment, Gohan was maintaining his normal Super Saiyan form, a state he had upheld for 3 consecutive days. His objective was to transform the first level of Super Saiyan into a habitual state, allowing his body to adapt perfectly to it, thus preparing for a breakthrough to the higher realm of Super Saiyan Level 2. Considering your physical condition, your recovery seems quite satisfactory, Gohan remarked, his gaze sweeping over Trunks, who appeared to have regained approximately 86% of his vitality. Yes, I have recovered and am now eager to train alongside you, Gohan, Trunks replied with palpable enthusiasm. You may train, but rather than gravity training, there exists a method more suited to your current state, Gohan suggested. A different training method? Trunks expressed his confusion. This technique is one I have only recently begun to employ, although it may prove somewhat challenging for you at this stage. Its effectiveness far surpasses that of the gravity training room, Gohan explained. After a brief pause, he continued, listen closely, Trunks. From now on, aside from gravity training, you must maintain your Super Saiyan state at all times, whether eating, sleeping, or engaging in daily activities. Strive to control this state and normalize it, and over time, you will naturally perceive the opportunity for a breakthrough to a higher realm. Maintain the Super Saiyan state in my daily life at all times? Trunks murmured, lost in contemplation. This method of cultivation may sound effortless, yet he is acutely aware of its inherent challenges. The exhilaration of being a Super Saiyan remains beyond his complete mastery, and he struggles to wield his power with finesse. Sustaining the Super Saiyan state as part of his daily life proves to be a formidable endeavor. The level of cultivation required here far surpasses merely enduring 400 times the gravity within a training chamber. I comprehend the essence of this endeavor, and I shall strive to embody the Super Saiyan in my daily existence. Trunks nodded, adhering obediently to every word spoken by Gohan. Whatever Gohan instructed, he dutifully executed. For in his heart, Gohan was his life mentor. Gohan, in turn, acknowledged Trunks with a nod, elucidating the rationale behind this method of training. He hoped that this young man could advance with remarkable swiftness, bypassing the first and second stages of Super Saiyan and directly striving for the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. While the latter two forms do augment combat prowess, they come at the cost of speed, presenting significant drawbacks. Rather than investing time in mastering these two forms, it would be far more prudent to directly pursue the direction of achieving the full power of Super Saiyan. Such cultivation practices are more comprehensive and yield greater efficacy. Meanwhile, at the dilapidated entrance of the Universal Capsule Company, an unexpected visitor arrived. The unexpected visitor is none other than Biddy Lee. She has learned a great deal, having gleaned everything through her father. Thus, she seeks to find Son Wukong. Firstly, to express her gratitude. Secondly, to pursue knowledge. Her arrival coincidentally catches the attention of Bulma. Hello. Bulma greets her with enthusiasm. Greetings, you must be Mrs. Bulma. Biddy Lee responds with utmost politeness. Indeed, I am Bulma. And you are? Bulma inquires curiously. I am the daughter of Mr. Satan. I have come to meet Mr. Son Wukong in person, as there are matters I wish to clarify directly. Biddy Lee candidly states her purpose. The daughter of Satan wishes to see Wukong? Bulma pauses, momentarily taken aback. The ever-perceptive Bulma seems to have an epiphany. Her expression subtly shifting. It dawns on her that this might explain why Wukong so readily allowed Satan to claim his heroic accolades. After all, Wukong is nearing 30, and this young lady seems quite fitting to accompany him. Bulma muses within herself. Since that is the case, why don't you join me inside for a moment? Wukong and Trunks should be training at the moment, so you will have to wait for them, Bulma invites warmly. Mistakenly assuming that Biddy Lee is the object of Wukong's affection. Biddy Lee, slightly embarrassed by Bulma's enthusiasm, becomes increasingly intrigued as she hears about Wukong. Diligently committing every word to memory, time slips away unnoticed as their conversation continues. Chapter 41. Learning the Art of Flight, Conditions. In the backyard. The door to the gravity training room remains firmly shut, yet Son Wukong is absent, leaving Trunks to challenge himself with a higher level of gravity training. Son Wukong has shared alternative training methods with him, but Trunks remains determined to experiment with gravity training before exploring the realm of Super Saiyan. Son Wukong respects Trunks' independence. After all, he is his own person with his own ideas and intellect, and how he chooses to train is ultimately his decision. Indeed, every individual's training path is distinctly unique. Maintaining his form as a first-level Super Saiyan, Son Wukong contemplates the key to transcending to the second level. As a traveler from another world, he realizes that even transformation requires introspection. There are indeed more convenient methods available, such as exchanging energy points for advanced transformation techniques through the system. This would spare him the arduous task of exploration and discovery. However, his current battle power index remains insufficient to unlock higher-level permissions within the system. For now, he can only exchange for what the system currently offers. The transformation method for the second-level Super Saiyan does exist, and activation merely requires energy points. Yet, the staggering cost of 10 billion energy points is daunting, leaving him hesitant. What the hell? Possessing 10 billion energy points, why squander it on transformation? At that moment, Bulma's voice brought Gohan out of his reverie. And Bulma? Noticing Bulma approaching from a distance, Gohan promptly stood up. Typically, Bulma would not come seeking him without reason. Her visit must surely imply a matter requiring his assistance. Is there something you need help with, Aunt Bulma? Gohan inquired, observing the beaming smile on Bulma's face with a hint of curiosity. Bulma did not respond immediately. Instead, she playfully poked Gohan's shoulder and remarked, I never would have guessed. Our Gohan is quite the ladiesman. Even the daughter of Satan has been charmed by you. She is currently waiting for you in the hall. The daughter of Satan? Videl. Gohan was momentarily taken aback. This truly left him astounded. He never anticipated that Biddy would take the initiative to seek him out. In the original narrative, Son Gohan's association with Biddy stemmed from their status as classmates, coupled with her curiosity after witnessing his abilities, which prompted her to approach him for guidance. In this realm, he has supplanted Son Gohan, and their acquaintance is still in its infancy. To his surprise, Biddy sought him out despite their brief interaction. Indeed, while minor details of the Dragon Ball universe's history may be altered, the overarching fate remains unchanged. It seemed as if destiny had orchestrated this encounter. As Biddy came looking for him, he understood that this woman approached him with ulterior motives, yet he felt indifferent. He hurried over, not wishing to keep the young lady waiting. Meanwhile, Bulma, while marveling at the situation, cast a glance at Son Gohan, scrutinizing his reaction. Bulma, Auntie, are you perhaps misinterpreting this? Son Gohan asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to contain himself, he commented on Bulma's expression. Her face bore an expression of gossip, unmistakably suggesting a mischievous thought. Oh dear. Regardless of my own musings, just do what you want to do. I shan't intrude upon your youthful escapades. With a knowing smile, Bulma turned her back and walked away. Gohan was left speechless. However, since Videl had sought him out, it would be remiss not to meet with her. In the living room, Videl remained seated, awaiting Gohan's arrival. Her thoughts were in disarray, frequently conjuring images of Gohan soaring into the sky. What could possibly grant him such an ability? The androids could fly as well. Videl found herself lost in contemplation. If humanity were to acquire the power of flight, would they still be considered human? What exactly was Gohan's identity? The more she pondered, the deeper her curiosity grew. She had approached Gohan after much deliberation, driven by an insatiable desire to uncover the truth. I hear you were looking for me, Videl. My apologies for keeping you waiting. As Videl was lost in thought, Gohan had already arrived. Are you Gohan? She instinctively uttered upon hearing his voice. Yet, upon seeing him, she hesitated in confusion. His golden hair and emerald eyes were entirely different from the Gohan she had met 3 days prior. Were it not for his missing arm, she might have doubted his identity. Could a mere change of hair color render one unrecognizable? With a soft chuckle, Gohan dispelled his Super Saiyan transformation. Reverting to his usual self, Videl was left utterly astonished as she witnessed the transformation of his hair color firsthand. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, convinced she must be imagining things. Across a coffee table, Gohan sat directly in front of her. Speak your mind. What brings you to me? Or did your father send you? He inquired, steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. His directness prompted Videl to recollect the events of 3 days prior, and the courage she had summoned surged forth in that moment. Mr. Gohan, I wish to know if it is truly possible for humans to fly unaided by any mechanical apparatus. That day, I saw you struggling to find the right words. She faltered. This inquiry illuminated for Son Wukong the reason behind this young lady's visit. She had witnessed him performing the sky dance technique and had come to seek him out. Much like in the original tale, she too harbored a fervent desire to strengthen her martial prowess and wished to learn the sky dance technique to enhance her abilities. Since you have posed the question, I shall elucidate. I believe you are already aware of many matters. Indeed, humans can soar through the skies, but the prerequisite is to master the sky dance technique. In addressing Biddy Lee's curiosity, Son Wukong held nothing back. There was no need for concealment, nor was it a matter of great significance. The sky dance technique? Biddy Lee repeated the term. Her interest in the technique piqued. To ordinary individuals, the notion of flying unaided by any apparatus seemed utterly implausible. Yet now, she had received her answer. This was something she had previously never encountered. It was only now that she understood why Son Wukong was able to defeat the androids. You wish to learn the art of flight, do you not? Son Wukong remarked, having discerned Videl's thoughts with a single glance. Indeed. I aspire to master the art of flight. So please, teach me, Videl replied, displaying a boldness that surpassed that of Satan. Her animated gestures, as she rose to slam her hands on the table and lean closer to Son Wukong, were undeniably endearing, accentuating her perfect physique. I can instruct you. But shouldn't you compose yourself? After all, you are a young lady, and such lack of restraint is unbecoming. Really? Videl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I can teach you the art of flight, but I have one condition. Chapter 42. Rare crystals, absorption and transformation. What condition? Videl inquired. Having grasped the crux of the matter, she was determined to fulfill any condition she could meet, as long as it meant she could learn the art of flight. This marks a significant step for her. As for the conditions, I have yet to determine them. If you wish to learn the art of flight, let us set the timing for after your father delivers the first batch of supplies. Observing the eager expression on Biddy Lee's face, Son Wukong found it both amusing and endearing. It must be said that despite the apocalypse, this young woman has maintained her appearance remarkably well. Even though she is older in this future world than in the storyline of the past, her beauty remains unmatched. On the contrary, she exudes a charm that speaks of maturity. Since Biddy Lee desires to learn the art of flight, it would be natural to teach her. After all, I too require some time before making a significant breakthrough. During this idle period, it would be an opportune moment for instruction. Really? As soon as my father delivers the first batch of supplies, you will teach me the methods of flight? Biddy Lee was impatient, eager to master the art immediately. The anticipation and excitement on her face indicated that she was unconcerned about Son Wukong's stipulations. To her, the art of flight was of utmost importance. Of course, the timing of when we begin your training depends on how quickly your father can deliver the supplies, Son Wukong replied with a light chuckle. Then it's settled. I shall ensure the supplies are delivered swiftly, and I hope Mr. Son Wukong will keep his promise. Biddy Lee's lips curled slightly as she spoke enthusiastically. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Additionally, you may drop the formalities and simply call me Son Wukong or Wukong, he said with a smile. All right. I hope you remember this promise, Wukong, she responded, adjusting her address to the simplest form, as she was never accustomed to calling anyone Mr. After bidding farewell to Biddy Lee, Bulma entered the hall, having overheard the entire conversation between Son Wukong and Biddy Lee. As a woman herself, she could discern that Son Wukong held a slight interest in Biddy Lee. However, she chose not to address this directly and instead brought up the issues she encountered in her research. Wukong, my experiments have made groundbreaking progress, but I am currently lacking one final rare crystal. I would like to ask for your assistance in gathering it. Rare crystal? The term sounded familiar to Son Wukong. He recalled having heard of it during his previous life in the Dragon Ball world. Indeed, this crystal is located in the volcanic region of the Northern Territory. I need you to help me collect it, Bulma said, producing a map from her bag and handing it to Son Gohan. The aforementioned region is situated within the Northern Volcanic Zone, a locale where rare crystals may potentially be discovered. Indeed, I comprehend now. Upon receiving the map from Bulma, Gohan understood her intentions. Given the current timeline, Bulma's objective remains the construction of a time machine, yet she is still in need of materials. Deep within her thoughts lingers the desire to alter the past. I implore you, Gohan, if even you are unable to find it, then we are truly in dire straits. Watching Gohan's departing silhouette, Bulma wrapped her arms around herself, a visage of sorrow etched upon her face. The plan has reached its final stages. Now only lacking this crucial potion. 10 minutes passed. Following the map, Gohan arrived at the volcanic cluster. These volcanoes exist in a state of extreme instability, exhibiting signs of potential eruptions at any moment. Yet, even amid such turmoil, they pose no threat to Son Gohan, with his aura acting as a protective barrier. The mere volcanic energy cannot possibly penetrate his defenses. Moreover, he consistently maintains his full power in the first stage of Super Saiyan. With a thought, he emanates his aura outward, forming an invisible shield. After securing the map, Son Wukong swiftly descends toward a nearby volcano. Upon entering the volcano, he halts at a section of crumbling ruins. For an ordinary individual, accessing a volcano necessitates cumbersome protective gear. Otherwise, the terrifying heat would result in severe burns upon approach. However, for a Saiyan, such temperatures merely induce a light perspiration. His aura shields him completely from the molten lava's engulfing and damaging effects. Where's the crystal? He muses, scanning the surroundings. As he navigates within the volcano, he searches diligently for his target, a rare blue energy crystal as per Bulma's instructions. Ah, there it is. In the volcanic rock across from him, Son Wukong spots a crystal shimmering with a white light. Utilizing his levitation technique, he floats toward the radiant energy crystal. Grasping it with one hand, with a surge of raw power, he yanks it free. At that moment, a notification sound emanates from the system, indicating his interaction with this item. Ding. Detected as special energy entity, white energy crystal. Can be absorbed and converted into energy points, 500 points. The system's notification reverberates in his mind, and Son Wukong is momentarily taken aback. He nearly forgot that the system is essentially a voracious consumer of energy. Anything imbued with energy can be transformed into the coveted energy points he requires. Previously, he had focused solely on combat and absorbing energy from adversaries to convert into points, never considering the possibility of utilizing the system to convert various items for energy. How had he overlooked this? Any object containing substantial energy can be transformed into points. The energy furnaces created by Dr. Gero could also yield energy points. What a pity he hadn't discovered this sooner. The system's sudden alert made him realize how many opportunities he had squandered. Had he known, he wouldn't have rushed to eliminate those androids so hastily. After all, they could have provided him with value. System, convert this into energy points. Ding. Conversion of white energy crystal successful. Gained energy points, 500. As the system strips away all energy from the crystal in his grasp, the once luminous white crystal, rich with energy, crumbles into mere charcoal, indistinguishable from a common stone. Lacking energy, it is nothing more than a rock. Son Wukong casually discards the stone, which plummets into the seething lava below. Chapter 43, A Grand Sweep. Aside from the white energy crystal, there must be other energy crystals here. He murmurs to himself, surveying the area. While the visible energy crystals are few, he is certain that this volcano, along with its neighboring peaks and the depths below, harbors numerous energy crystals. The origins of these crystals are unknown, but the world is full of wonders. Bulma understands that the energy within these crystals can be converted into specific energy sources, which is why she sent him on this quest. Truthfully, this news is promising for him. After all, even the smallest ant is still meat. Despite a single crystal yielding nearly 500 energy points, imagine the potential of 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. He wonders if his perception could detect them. Since they are energy, they must emit a unique aura. Closing his eyes, he expands his perception to encompass the entire area. After a full minute, he abandons the effort. Apart from the nearby crystals, his current abilities are insufficient to pinpoint the existence of these energy crystals. The energy they emit differs vastly from the essence of life, making it impossible for him to lock onto their locations. Shaking his head slightly, he reflects, it seems my strength is still inadequate. Otherwise, I would not find myself in this predicament. Just as he prepares to act, the thought of the system resurfaces in his mind. System, is there a way for me to see or sense the presence of these energy crystals? He inquires directly. Ding. The system has recommended the most suitable ability for exchange. For your reference. As the system responds, a crystal interface materializes before him. Eye of Insight can generate a unique inner eye, perceiving everything beyond ordinary vision. Required energy points, 30 million. You really are a shrewd merchant, system. For such a trivial ability, you demand 30 million energy points. This Eye of Insight sounds impressive in description, but in reality, it appears rather underwhelming. Ding. System recommendation, for reference only. Son Wukong rolls his eyes at the system's response. What does that even mean? It's like saying take it or leave it. Fine, I'll exchange for the Eye of Insight, he says reluctantly. Though the cost is steep, it could potentially yield substantial returns. With determination, he grits his teeth and spends a portion of his precious energy points. Ding. Eye of Insight exchange successful. Deducted energy points, 30 million. Remaining energy points, 115,500,000 points. At the moment of completion, the Eye of Insight floods into Son Wukong's very soul, as if this ability had always belonged to him. Please don't let me down. Otherwise, I'll have truly squandered 30 million. He decisively activates the Eye of Insight. In an instant, a grayish-white light flickers in his eyes, his pupils vanish, and the entire world transforms in color before him. Everything appears altered, revealing its essence. The grayish-white realm slows the passage of time, and the only discernible difference is the myriad of colorful light points shimmering around him. These are the energy crystals birthed by this region. It seems that the gamble has paid off. Having expended 30 million energy points, this endeavor will not only break even but also yield a profit. With narrowed eyes, Son Gohan commenced his work. Naturally, he did not forget the energy crystals that Bulma requested. While converting the useless energy crystals, he sought out the rare ones. Ding. A special energy entity detected. Green energy crystal can be absorbed and converted into energy points. 1,000 points. Ding. A special energy entity detected. Yellow energy crystal can be absorbed and converted into energy points. 5,000 points. Ding. A special energy entity detected. Red energy crystal can be absorbed and converted into energy points. Ding. A special energy entity detected. Blue energy crystal can be absorbed and converted into energy points. 100,000 points. After quite some time, a blue crystal that he suddenly discovered caused Son Gohan to pause. This was the final material needed to produce the energy for the time machine. Having collected hundreds, encountering such a gem was indeed rare. Now, the task was accomplished. It was truly astounding how this single crystal, seemingly no different from the others, held such a vast disparity in convertible points. Son Gohan murmured to himself. At the very least, he was unaware of the underlying reason. The system provided him with an explanation. The variance in internal energy storage led to differing quantities, hence the disparity in energy points. Yet, this response felt rather inadequate, as it merely indicated differing levels and quantities. For over 3 hours, he diligently collected every crystal in sight and proceeded with their conversion. Unbeknownst to him, the energy points had reached an astonishing total of 334 million. Not only had he replenished the 30 million energy points required to exchange for the Eye of Insight, but he had also unexpectedly struck a small fortune. While over 300 million may not seem excessive, it is certainly a considerable amount. Within this molten expanse, it seemed that there existed other crystalline stones of varying hues. Murmuring to himself, Son Wukong gazed towards the radiant glow emanating from beneath the lava. To be honest, continuing to gather energy here was not particularly exhausting, yet it was undeniably time-consuming. Moreover, the crystals above had dwindled significantly. Rather than persist in collecting those already obtained, it would be more prudent to descend and investigate the unharvested stones and ascertain how many energy points they could yield. Raising his hand slightly, he summoned his internal energy, guiding it outward until it coalesced into an indestructible barrier, enveloping his form. Near lava was no challenge for him to withstand at this moment. Of course, caution was still paramount. After all, as a traveler from another realm, even with his formidable strength, this was his first venture into the depths of molten rock. Chapter 44, A Bountiful Return. Training Bidalai in Energy Cultivation. Ding. Detection of a special energy entity, purple energy crystal, capable of absorption and conversion into energy points, 1 million points. What the hell? 1 million points. The sudden alert caused Son Wukong to doubt his own hearing. Being immersed in lava, he nearly faltered in maintaining his composure, causing his energy shield to shatter into fragments. This is not merely a few thousand or 10,000, but rather a staggering 1 million. The points that can be redeemed with the blue crystal have already left him astounded, and the outrageous value of the purple crystal is even more surprising. What on earth is this purple energy crystal? System, do not tell me this is still a matter of quantity. Ding. Each type of crystal contains energy of varying levels, differing in quality and quantity. This purple energy crystal has existed on Earth for at least 10 million years, making it inherently distinct from other crystals. It is this explanation that led Son Wukong to a moment of enlightenment. Are you implying that this object has been here for 10 million years, and that due to the passage of time, it has accumulated such immense and pure energy? Ding. Not all crystals can meet this standard, but this particular crystal is indeed an exception. Gaining a precise answer, Son Wukong felt a sense of relief. One must understand that if all crystals could evolve over time, it would be truly terrifying. He gazed further downwards, where there were hundreds of purple crystals, among which stood one black crystal. He descended, transforming all these energy crystals along the way, while also reserving a few for potential future uses to provide Bulma for her research. Upon reaching the base of the magma, a black golden energy crystal loomed before him. It was not only larger but also emanated an incredible power. He extended his hand to sense it, and in an instant, the vast energy within surged into Son Wukong's consciousness. The energy purity of this black and gold energy crystal is far more terrifying than the previously collected purple energy crystal. At the same time, a notification sound from the system echoed. Ding. Special energy entity detected. Black and gold energy crystal. Can be absorbed and converted into energy points, 100 million points. Son Gohan. Compared to the purple crystal, this is 100 times more frightening. One piece is worth 100 million energy points. If it weren't for the faint sense he had, knowing the horrifying energy within, he truly could not imagine it. This time, the harvest was indeed substantial. After conversion, his energy points returned to 552 million. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After returning from the depths of the magma to the surface, Son Gohan circled the area once more, but having found no black crystals, he decisively utilized instant transmission to return to West City. He would continue collecting ordinary crystals, as there would be time for that later. For now, it was unnecessary. The first thing Son Gohan did was hand over the various types of energy crystals he had collected to Bulma. After all, for him, they could only be converted into energy points, whereas for Bulma, they might serve a different purpose. Besides, he was not in need of such a small amount of energy points from crystal conversion. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. During this time, Earth remained in a remarkably tranquil state. Son Gohan and Trunks did not engage in any activities other than training. Today marked a special occasion as Videl, in accordance with her previous agreement with Son Gohan, had delivered the supplies that were originally scheduled for a month later. A full half-month in advance. One could say that in her pursuit of mastering the flight technique, Videl had indeed put forth great effort. This also indicated that her father had secured his position using the titles of World Champion and Savior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to gather so many supplies so quickly in the garden of the Capsule Corporation's private estate. Son Gohan was keeping his promise to teach Videl the flight technique. To learn this technique, one must first learn to sense and cultivate one's energy. Being anxious is of no use. To draw out a person's internal energy is not simply a matter of exerting force. Blindly relying on brute strength is futile. Observing Videl, who was growing impatient with her training, Son Gohan kindly reminded her once more. The scene mirrored the teachings from the original story, which left Son Gohan in a quandary. Then, can you not explain more deeply what energy truly is? Videl said somewhat petulantly. Although you just showed me once, I merely saw it. I have no idea how to draw it out. Feeling pointed at, Son Gohan indeed felt awkward. In his memory, this was something he had a natural aptitude for. The original body had no precise method for cultivating energy. It was simply mastered under Piccolo's guidance, and quite skillfully at that. Now, asking him to devise a method was akin to replicating the original narrative. What I can do is assist you in sensing the existence of energy. As for fully drawing it out, only you can help yourself. With that, Son Gohan once again focused his energy in front of Videl. This time, however, the process was slower and more deliberate. Once again, he observed Videl's serious expression. Her face was nearly pressed against his, allowing Son Gohan to catch a whiff of an enticing fragrance. Do you see it clearly? If you do, I will disperse the energy to prevent her from getting distracted. Son Gohan shifted her focus. Only after witnessing Videl nod did Son Gohan release his hands. The energy he had gathered dissipated into the air. Now, it's your turn. Don't make me teach you a third time. I believe you can do it. Looking at Videl, Son Gohan added. A somewhat distracted Videl was taken aback by Son Gohan's trust, her expression a mix of surprise and a hint of shyness. As evening approached, having seen Videl off, Son Gohan concluded his instruction. Although she had yet to draw out her energy, Videl demonstrated a certain talent, and with diligent practice, she would gradually come to understand. Once she could draw out her energy, mastering the flight technique would naturally follow. Though it's a bit strange, this girl is indeed quite cute. He muttered to himself as he made his way back to his training area. Without Videl, he was now free to continue his own cultivation. He had maintained the full power of Super Saiyan for over half a month. At this point, he had stabilized the first level of Super Saiyan completely. In fact, he was already on the cusp of stepping into the second level of Super Saiyan. Yet, this visible barrier remained one he could not easily surpass. The first level has reached its limit. Now, I require a more potent external force to stimulate my growth. What could help me break through my limits and reach a higher realm? With a sense of impulsiveness and desire, Son Gohan opened the system, hoping to find a viable method in the marketplace. Using 10 billion energy points to directly activate the transformation into the second level of Super Saiyan would undoubtedly be meaningless. And he would not pursue it. Host, Son Gohan age, 27 bloodline. Earthling half Saiyan, special, normal combat power index, 68 million points. Current system energy points, 552 million points. Marketplace list, recommended exchange Super Divine Water. Possessing unpredictable divine power, Super Divine Water can excavate one's potential and significantly enhance the user's combat power. However, it is also highly toxic. Ordinary humans lacking potential or with insufficient potential will surely perish upon consumption. Energy points required for exchange, 100 million points, originally priced at 500 million energy points. Exchange quantity, limited to 1. Upon opening the marketplace page, The first item on the recommended list left Son Wukong wide-eyed. It was indeed beyond his expectations, something he had never anticipated. Super Divine Water. I can't believe you even have this for sale. When he first crossed over, he had not fully experienced the system's might and had considered various means to enhance its strength. However, the future worlds of Kylida and the Heavenly Temple had already been obliterated by androids, and Master Roshi had long since passed away. Consequently, Super Divine Water had also vanished into thin air. If this is the case, it might truly help me break through my boundaries and even reach a higher level. Filled with a mix of impulsiveness and desire, Son Wukong decided to exchange for the Super Divine Water. System, exchange for Super Divine Water. With the decision made, Son Wukong decisively exchanged for the Super Divine Water. Ding. Super Divine Water exchange successful, deducting energy points from host, 100 million points. Host remaining energy points, 452 million points. Within the palm of Son Wukong, the miraculous Super Divine Water materialized out of thin air. In the original tale, it was indeed this very substance that contained the Super Divine Water. He did not rush to consume it. Instead, Son Wukong resolved to find a more suitable location. Should he drink the Super Divine Water here, the process of unleashing his potential might spiral out of control, potentially reducing the entire West capital to ruins, annihilating everything in an instant. 5 minutes elapsed. Son Wukong arrived at a desolate expanse, characterized solely by yellow sands and scattered stones. Here, there were no signs of human presence or any living beings, and the air was devoid of any trace of vitality. After scanning the surroundings and identifying the most appropriate spot, he unscrewed the cap of the Super Divine Water bottle and drank deeply. There was no need to savor its flavor. The urgency of the moment rendered that unnecessary. In an instant, a unique sensation erupted from the depths of his being, as if he were being drawn toward an unseen force. Even in his current state, a full-power Super Saiyan, he was profoundly affected, his eyes widening in astonishment. Within him, an uncontrollable surge of immense energy suddenly manifested, erupting from an unknown source. Under the influence of the Super Divine Water, the unique potential exclusive to Son Wukong was unleashed, creating chaos within his body in mere moments. Intense agony followed, as if his very form were being torn asunder. The atmosphere became increasingly volatile, and the exterior of his Super Saiyan form crackled with arcs of blue and white electricity. The energy swirling within him was stabilized by his robust physique. However, in the next moment, a deeper layer within his body, one that sealed away his potential and energy, was unshackled. Instantly, the energy within him became tumultuous, overflowing with boundless force, threatening to reach a point of self-detonation. Unimaginable pain enveloped him, and Son Wukong let out a primal scream that echoed through the heavens. The intensity of his agony was palpable, evident in the gritting of his teeth and the throbbing veins upon his forehead. The torment, surging from within, was overwhelming. Yet, his willpower remained steadfast. Were it not for his resilience as a traveler, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. The liberation of his potential and the amplification of energy surged onward. Son Wukong's aura swelled, the uncontrolled energy of his full-power Super Saiyan form radiating outward in brilliant golden beams, shooting skyward. The tremors unleashed by the energy upheaval shattered the earth, while the sky transformed from the onset of dusk to the depths of night. As darkness fell, ominous clouds gathered, and thunder roared. Striking bolts of lightning descended, creating terrifying craters upon the ground. Son Wukong stood firm amidst the tempest, his golden aura soaring higher still. As his potential continued to unfurl, his combat power began its relentless ascent, surpassing previous limits. Combat power, 525 billion. Combat power, 534 billion. Combat power, 556 billion. Combat power, 578 billion. Combat power, 6 billion. Combat power, 5 billion. Combat power, 7 billion. Chapter 46, Ascendance. Super Saiyan second level. Son Wukong's energy purity steadily intensified as the medicinal effects of the Super Divine Water permeated his being. As he delved deeper into his potential, the powers he unearthed harmonized seamlessly within him. After 5 minutes, the excruciating pain finally subsided, replaced by a warm current of strength coursing through his body. After suffering comes sweetness. Following the torment, the moment of bliss had finally arrived. Son Wukong sensed that the surging energy within him had completely surpassed his previous limits, reaching a realm he had long sought but never touched. Moreover, his form underwent a remarkable transformation. His golden hair stood even more erect, and the intensity of his aura soared to new heights, unmatched in purity compared to before, enveloped in arcs of blue and white electricity. This form was the hallmark of the Super Saiyan second level, a 100-fold increase in power. Is this truly my strength now? At last, I have attained the Super Saiyan second level. A smile crept across Son Wukong's lips. With the aid of the Super Divine Water, he had shattered the barrier and ascended to the realm of the Super Saiyan second level. He opened his system panel to review his status. Host, Son Wukong, age, 27, bloodline, half Earthling, half Saiyan, special, base combat power index, 80 million. Current status, Super Saiyan second level combat power, 8 billion. Current system energy points, 452 million. His base combat power had risen from 68 million to 80 million. This is not merely the enhancement brought about by surpassing a realm, but rather a portion of one's potential has indeed been unearthed under the baptism of the super divine water. 8 billion. With my current prowess, even the original lightning cell would stand no chance against me. The confidence derived from such formidable strength fills Son Gohan with immense satisfaction. However, this is just the beginning. He will require even greater power to confront more formidable foes in the future. The next critical objective is to elevate his combat power beyond 100 billion. Once the threshold is crossed, the target will be 1 trillion, and then 1 quadrillion. At this very moment, far away in the netherworld, the Supreme Kai of the North, with his 2 antennae, faintly sensed a terrifying wave of energy emanating from the North Galaxy. Following the energy fluctuations, his attention was drawn back to Earth, where he beheld Son Gohan, who had just ascended to the 2nd level of Super Saiyan. Such a situation left the North Kai astonished, prompting him to urgently summon his disciple, the current incarnation of Son Wukong, who was meditating nearby. Wukong, come here at once. Yes? What is it, Lord Kai? Son Wukong, abruptly interrupted in his training, paused his actions and turned with a puzzled expression. Do not continue your training just yet. Come and see your son, Gohan. It appears he has once again surpassed the limits of the Super Saiyan. With a grand gesture, the North Kai unleashed his powers, lifting the weights that bound Wukong's hands and feet. Liberated from his constraints, Wukong swiftly approached, placing his hand upon the North Kai's back. Wow, truly worthy of being my son. In such a brief span of time, he has achieved Super Saiyan 2nd grade? This boy is indeed a prodigy. Wukong exclaimed with excitement upon beholding his son from Earth, with golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and a tuft of bangs resting upon his forehead. Surrounded by arcs of blue and white energy, Gohan embodied the distinct aura of a Super Saiyan 2nd grade. See? I was not mistaken. Your son is remarkable indeed. Keep in mind, it took you many years after your demise to reach this level, the North Kai chuckled. Indeed. I never anticipated his transformation would be so profound in such a short time. If possible, Lord Kai, may I speak with Gohan for a few moments? Wukong inquired earnestly. Such a request is indeed unprecedented. Upon hearing this, the King of the North could not help but let a slight smile flicker at the corners of his mouth. Showing little concern, if this were a frequent occurrence, I would certainly refuse to grant such a privilege. However, considering the rarity of the situation, I shall extend a gesture of goodwill. The scene shifts back to Earth, where Son Gohan finds himself in a desolate desert. After a brief period of acclimatization to his transformation into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade, Gohan began to discern the advantages and characteristics of this new form. Simultaneously, he came to understand the reasons behind his struggle to surpass his current limits. To put it succinctly, in terms of stamina and energy consumption, the Super Saiyan 2nd grade demands double the expenditure compared to the 1st grade. Of course, this may partially stem from the fact that he has only recently ascended to this level. Nevertheless, when it comes to power, speed, and various other metrics, the Super Saiyan 2nd grade vastly surpasses the 1st grade, rendering even the full power of a 1st grade Super Saiyan incapable of comparison. A Super Saiyan at the same level, or even one with a higher combat capability in 1st grade, would undoubtedly be no match for the 2nd grade. This indeed reflects a disparity in levels, a qualitative domination, unless it is a significant gap in combat power. The reason for the previous inability to break through is not due to an actual limitation, but rather a self-imposed constraint. The transformation of a Saiyan necessitates a shift in emotional state and a rapid expansion of S cells. He has not mastered it to perfection nor controlled the method effectively. The Super Saiyan transformation requires concentration at the center of the spine. The process of transforming just now, the Super Saiyan 2 requires concentration at the crown of the head, followed by a singular, explosive surge that envelopes the entire body. This process is truly marvelous. Now, I can embark on the next phase of my plan. With this newfound strength, Son Wukong has a clear course of action. As a time traveler, he is acutely aware of the myriad evolutionary paths available to the Saiyans. Chapter 34 The first path, characterized by transformations rooted in bloodline power, includes the iconic forms, Super Saiyan 1st level, Super Saiyan 2nd level, Super Saiyan 3rd level, and even the Great Ape transformation, culminating in Super Saiyan 4th level, along with the Super Saiyan 5th level, which only appears in fan works of Dragon Ball. The second path emphasizes divine power, showcasing transformations such as Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God Blue, Super Saiyan God Blue Evolution, Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level, Ultra Instinct, and self-mastery. The third path, introduced in the latest series of Dragon Ball films, showcases a new state achieved by Son Wukong through his latent potential, known as Super Saiyan Beast, or alternatively, Super Saiyan Beast. The precise magnitude of strength enhancement remains uncertain, however, judging by Son Wukong's perception at the time. The prowess of Super Saiyan Beast is unlikely to fall below that of Super Saiyan God, and may even rival Super Saiyan Blue. This form represents a unique transformation birthed from the fusion of Saiyan and Earthling bloodlines. To navigate the next steps, I must return to the past, or, more precisely, to another parallel universe. Clenching my fist quietly, I realized that my physical limitations could also be rectified upon my return to the past. Chapter 47. The conversation between father and son unfolds on the Grand Kai's planet. Yukong, can you hear my voice? Yukong. Suddenly, amidst my thoughts, a distinctive voice resonated within my heart. This revelation left Son Gohan momentarily stunned, his consciousness fully drawn back. Was that voice his father? The familiar sound echoing in his mind struck a deep chord within him. As a traveler from another realm, he instinctively called out, Dad. He truly did not expect that Son Wukong, the Son Gohan of this world, still existed, rather than having vanished completely. Moreover, he was reaching out to him at this very moment. Yes, it's me. Upon reflection, it has been many years since we last saw each other. I've missed you dearly, Gohan. Far away on the Supreme Kai's planet, Son Wukong was communicating with Son Gohan through the powers bestowed by the North Kai. If the genuine Son Gohan had heard his father's words, he would undoubtedly have felt immense joy. Yet, the current Son Gohan, as a traveler, felt a different emotional response, albeit still deeply moved. Dad, haven't you been reincarnated? Have you been in the underworld all these years? Raising his gaze to the heavens, Son Gohan inquired solemnly. This was a critical matter he needed to clarify. If that were the case, it was likely that all the fallen Z fighters remained in the underworld. If so, why hadn't they returned to Earth to confront the crisis posed by the androids? Why wait until now to emerge? Son Wukong seemed to grasp his son's sentiments and responded with a straightforwardness that belied the gravity of the situation. Yes. Not only am I here in the underworld, but everyone who has passed, including your mother, is also here. I understand your anger. You're upset that I haven't sought you out all these years, especially while witnessing the suffering and loss on Earth without ever appearing. Gohan. You know I am dead. A deceased individual cannot maintain too many ties or connections to the living world. The fact that I can converse with you now is due to the privilege granted by Lord Kai. As he spoke, the North Kai standing nearby could not help but puff up with pride, showcasing his contribution to this communication. Is that so? If that is the case, then why are you seeking me out now? Isn't this an interference with the living world? Son Wukong's words bore a hint of guilt. Undoubtedly an attempt to evade responsibility, prompting Gohan to voice his accusations. In a moment, Son Wukong found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again, expressing, my time to converse is limited. I believe you possess the capability to address the crisis of the androids. And you are also capable of shaping the future of Earth. Moreover, you have achieved the second level of Super Saiyan, and I am confident you will grow even stronger, surpassing us all. A century from now, when you arrive in the afterlife, we shall reunite, and at that moment, I will sincerely apologize to you, Gohan. With that final address, Son Wukong willingly released his grip. He felt fulfilled, as Gohan had said, seeking him out now would only constitute interference. Thus, the conversation reached its conclusion. Gohan, should you encounter any issues in the future, simply project your consciousness towards the coordinates I provided and call my name. I shall hear you. Unlike Son Wukong, the North Kai granted Gohan the same privileges. Gohan, indifferent to whether he would utilize this in the future, accepted the gift without hesitation. Sensing the severance of connection between the North Kai and Son Wukong, Gohan gradually regained his composure. It was a relief to realize that he had not truly vanished or perished. This world was far from the mundane future depicted in the original narrative. Knowing he had already reached the afterlife, he mused about his father. A slight smile graced Gohan's lips as new thoughts blossomed in his mind. Since it was confirmed that Son Wukong and the others resided in the other world, his journey there was merely a matter of time. Truthfully, he was quite curious about how powerful Son Wukong had become. After all, when considering the timeline, the future world was set 20 years after the android saga of the original story, logically aligning with the events following the Majin Buu arc, and even extending into the super timeline. In the other world, the North Kai, having abruptly ended his dialogue with Gohan, took a deep breath. He felt a peculiar sense of guilt during his conversation with his son, although he appeared to have come to terms with it. The thought of having disappointed his son lingered. Wukong, had you wished for resurrection, I could have contacted the Namekians at any time, the North Kai jested. Observing the discomfort in Son Wukong's heart as he faced questioning from his own son, given his status, no being in the North Galaxy dared to disregard the North Kai's authority. Reviving Son Wukong with the Dragon Balls to counteract the heart disease that had claimed him was merely a matter of a single command. The North Kai had initially intended to use the Dragon Balls to revive Son Wukong. However, he had declined, choosing instead to immerse himself in the company of formidable beings in the afterlife. You mentioned that using the Dragon Balls would alter the trajectory of the universe, and besides, I died of natural causes. To avoid causing further trouble for Earth, I deemed it best not to be resurrected. Son Wukong retorted with a reason the North Kai could not easily dismiss. Is that so? I had almost forgotten I had said that. The North Kai replied with a knowing smile. To be honest, I never expected Gohan to have changed so much. Conversing with him, I felt a maturity surpassing my own. Son Wukong offered a wry smile, recognizing his own selfishness and relinquishing the burden of protecting Earth onto others, disregarding their feelings. Has it not always been this way? You, my boy, have remained unchanged despite the years that have passed. They say time alters everything, yet it seems it has not affected you. Truth be told, I can sense Gohan harbors significant resentment towards you. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I advise refraining from contacting him for the time being. He has endured all these years. If nothing extraordinary occurs, it might be best for you to continue as an observer, the North Kai suggested. Indeed, this will be the final time. When I arrive in the afterlife, I will speak with him face to face. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the North Kai couldn't help but chuckle. Only you would be so carefree, eager for your son to join you in the afterlife. Chapter 48. 2 months later, Time Machine? Time flew swiftly, and Earth once again basked in peace for 2 months. During this period, numerous changes unfolded across the planet. Notably, efforts focused on cultivating crops, restoring energy systems, reconstructing infrastructure, and uniting humanity for a common purpose. Under the leadership of the savior known as Satan, all of humanity joined forces to rebuild their nascent home. 2 months. Neither long nor short. When all surviving humans rallied their spirits, they could, in the briefest of time, revive the prosperous society that had flourished 20 years prior. This reflects the transformations of Earth. In the span of 2 months, the evolution of Son Wukong's son has been quite significant. Although his combat power has not experienced substantial breakthroughs in its normal state, nor has he ascended to a higher transformation, he has nonetheless achieved a complete stabilization of his strength, reaching a formidable 85 million points in his base form. With this current prowess, should he transform into a Super Saiyan of the second tier, his battle power would soar to a staggering 5 billion, potentially exceeding even this threshold, aiming directly towards the realm of 10 billion. In this current temporal realm, this prowess is undeniably unparalleled. Beyond the evident transformations, there exists a natural and intrinsic evolution. In terms of combat style, techniques, skills, and abilities, Gohan has attained significant enhancements, resulting in a remarkable rejuvenation. On the other hand, Trunks has made astonishing progress over the past 2 months, following the training methods imparted by Gohan. Combined with gravity training and the consistent practice of the Super Saiyan first grade, he has achieved commendable results. Presently, he stands at the threshold of the full power of Super Saiyan first grade. He is capable of utilizing both the second and third stages of Super Saiyan 1. Given a bit more time, he will undoubtedly fully embrace the complete power of Super Saiyan first grade. It is indeed commendable that he is a Saiyan who has inherited the bloodline of Vegeta. His innate talent and comprehension are truly remarkable. In just 2 months, Trunks' regular combat power has escalated from 5 million to 6 million, and he is merely a step away from the coveted 10 million mark. Once he officially reaches the 10 million combat power threshold, it is certain that he will also achieve the full power of Super Saiyan first grade. Additionally, it is worth mentioning Biddy Lee. Among the trio, her progress is arguably the most significant. After all, her starting point was relatively low, with a combat power of merely a few dozen points. As an Earthling, she has managed to cultivate her energy in less than half a month. During a supply delivery, she once again sought out Gohan and mastered the art of flight. For the past 2 weeks and the subsequent month and a half, this young lady has been persistently engaging with Son Wukong, absorbing various techniques and mastering the use of energy. At this point, her combat power has nearly reached 200 points, which would be utterly absurd to claim she possesses no talent. It is worth recalling that during the first part of the original narrative, what was the combat power of the Demon King Piccolo? When Son Wukong and Krillin first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, what were their abilities? Perhaps it is the difference in eras, or perhaps it is due to Son Wukong's tutelage. In any case, Biddy Lee is indeed a prodigy. In West City, at the private mansion of the Capsule Corporation, it was noon. Son Wukong and Trunks had just concluded another round of training. And under the delightful array of culinary delights arranged by the household robots crafted by Bulma, they began to feast heartily. With 2 Saiyans in the house, the demand for provisions was anything but trivial. However, with the assistance of the resourceful Din, supplies were regularly delivered, alleviating any logistical concerns. Moreover, with Din's support, Bulma found it increasingly convenient to gather whatever she needed. Even the time machine, originally projected to take 3 months to construct, was completed in a mere 2 months. The energy source for the time machine was also ready. Now, all that remained was to find a suitable candidate for testing. After their meal, Bulma maneuvered around Trunks to approach Son Wukong. Gohan, the moment we discussed 2 months ago has finally arrived. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt a surge of alertness. Could it be, Aunt Bulma, that you have completed the time machine? The swiftness of its readiness was beyond his expectations. Trunks stood nearby, momentarily bewildered, until he heard his mother elucidate the details, leading to his sudden realization. Indeed, the time machine had undergone its final refinements and was ready to traverse any point in the past. Initially, Bulma intended for Trunks to accompany Gohan on this mission. But upon further contemplation, she deemed it better for Gohan to undertake it alone. After all, the primary objective was to deliver medicine to his father, and Gohan's steadiness would ensure that he would not be hindered by Trunks. As she spoke, Bulma paused slightly, her expression subtly shifting. This subtle change did not escape the notice of Son Gohan. Bulma's concerns were not merely verbal expressions. The time machine, after all, remained a prototype that required testing to ascertain its viability. Although Bulma had orchestrated events to her advantage, Gohan paid little heed to it. Were he in her position, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. I understand now, and Bulma shares my sentiments, he nodded in response. Ultimately, he was eager to distance himself from the impetuous Trunks. Mother and brother Gohan, have you two conspired without me? Why am I left in the dark? Trunks, standing to the side, began to sulk. There is, of course, a reason for not informing you. Had you been so rash, the time machine might still be unaccounted for, Bulma replied, pressing her hand to her forehead. Her expression one of exasperation. She earnestly wished for Trunks to mature and become self-reliant. If only he were like Gohan, she would not have to bear such burdens. Chastised. Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Gohan offered a gentle smile. All right, there will be opportunities for you to contribute in the future. To be honest, I myself am not entirely certain about this endeavor. Chapter 46, Time Travel, Attention from the Angels after finally soothing Trunks. The group made their way to the garden and the backyard. Come now, Gohan. For this day, I have prepared a new outfit for you. It will not only conceal your identity but also highlight your uniqueness, leaving everyone from the past utterly astounded, Bulma remarked with a smile. Gohan understood her perspective. After all, Bulma believed it best that the identity of those traversing time remained undisclosed, lest the alterations become too significant. He did not dwell on it much, considering it merely a matter of concealing one's identity. Even if Bulma had not prepared anything, he would have taken measures to obscure himself. After all, it was prudent not to reveal oneself during a first encounter. However, when Gohan beheld the outfit Bulma had chosen to divert attention, he was left utterly astonished. Isn't this precisely the ensemble that Son Gohan requested from Bulma in the original work? He certainly does not desire such an over-the-top, juvenile creation. What do you think? Isn't it magnificent? Bulma exclaimed, her pride palpable. This is my meticulously crafted superfiber, variable temperature combat suit. Once donned, it not only provides ventilation and warmth, but is also perfectly suited for battle. Son Gohan found himself momentarily speechless, while Trunks, observing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Aunt Bulma, I believe I shall forego this outfit. The vibrant green is far too conspicuous and extravagant. I would prefer to wear this black suit instead, he stated, hastily shifting his gaze to divert attention. In this cabinet, aside from the outfit of the Saiyan Superman, there are several other garments, including a simple black hooded cloak. Is this not preferable to that so-called Super Saiyan attire? The essence of youthful exuberance can be left to the original self. He is not a character defined by such frivolity. With a sigh of disappointment, I lament the effort that went into crafting this costume over several days. Yet, Gohan, you have a point. It is your choice. Aesthetic preferences vary, and Bulma cannot impose her views upon others. Let us proceed to examine the time machine, for that is of utmost importance. Bulma led the way, opening the door to the laboratory. To prevent any leaks of information or unforeseen incidents, Bulma had conducted her research in isolation here. Even Trunks and Gohan were unaware of what lay within. Upon entering, one could behold the astonishing high-tech marvel that truly defied imagination. It must be said, Bulma is undoubtedly the most brilliant technological genius in the Dragon Ball universe. There is nothing she cannot accomplish, only limits to one's imagination. The time machine has undergone all necessary tests, and now, the only requirement is for you, Gohan, to pilot it back to the past. As for the energy source, it was initially thought that only 2 trips could be managed, but after refinement, 3 canisters were produced. Each canister can sustain 5 trips within a century, however. Only 1 canister may be carried at a time, necessitating a return here for energy replenishment using the facility as equipment. With Bulma's detailed explanation, Gohan's understanding of the time machine deepened. Trunks, standing nearby, was equally captivated by the intricate details. Time passed, and after gaining sufficient insight into the workings of the time machine, Gohan resolved to prepare his belongings for an immediate attempt. Previously, the absence of a time machine had limited his endeavors to training and enhancing his strength. Now, with the time machine at his disposal, he could activate his next plan. Merely achieving Super Saiyan 2 would not suffice for Gohan. He yearned to return to the past, not only to reunite with the Z fighters of yore, but also to harness the narratives of that era to fortify himself. Have you truly considered taking a couple of days to rest before embarking on your time travel? Bulma gently urged. Gohan, I recognize your sense of duty, but the crisis of the future has been averted. Our task now is merely to deliver medicine to your father in the past. Upon hearing this, Gohan smiled serenely. Regardless, it is something that must be done eventually. Why delay what can be accomplished now? Very well, since you have made your decision. Aunt Bulma can only wish you a safe journey. When you encounter everyone from the past, please convey my regards. And above all, ensure your safety and maintain your identity secrecy. Bulma concluded, her concerns still palpable. Yet, at such a critical juncture, there was little she could do. All that lay ahead would reveal its outcomes in due time. Then I shall take my leave, Aunt Bulma. After my journey to the future, I shall return shortly. With a wave of his hand, Gohan initiated the time machine. As energy surged forth, the machine levitated, encased in an invisible force. Sensing nothing particularly extraordinary, Gohan cast one last glance at Bulma below before focusing on the laboratory door. Trunks stood there, seemingly wishing to accompany him but unable to do so, sulking in frustration. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Gohan felt a peculiar tremor as time and space rippled in a distinct manner. As the scene before him illuminated suddenly, he instinctively closed his eyes. Within the laboratory, the time machine vanished as if nothing had ever transpired there. In the higher dimension that does not belong to either the universe or the realm of the Supreme Kai, within the God of Destruction's domain, on the expansive lawn surrounding the towering tree at its center, the angel Whis of the seventh universe held his staff with a grave expression. Atop the staff, a gem projected scenes from Earth, precisely depicting Gohan ascending into the time machine and traversing through time. This was unexpected. It was not Trunks who journeyed to the past, but Gohan instead. The predetermined trajectory had undergone a significant deviation. Was the future of this world being influenced by some external force, destined for change? Whis murmured to himself, a flicker of uncertainty gleaming in his eyes. As an angel, he constantly monitored events unfolding in every corner of the universe, Earth remaining firmly within his purview. The future of this world has, in fact, already been predetermined. According to the established course of events, Gohan should have met his demise at the hands of the androids 6 months prior. Meanwhile, Trunks was destined to embark on a journey through time to the past in the near future. However, Gohan not only remains alive but has also vanquished all the androids that once wreaked havoc on Earth. Consequently, the chosen one to travel back in time has shifted from Trunks to Gohan. In this predetermined future world, the concept of the future has become increasingly ambiguous. Whis chose not to intervene in Gohan's intentions, but instead opted to observe. The trajectory of each world is susceptible to unpredictable changes due to even the slightest discrepancies. Chapter 50, The Z-Fighters of the Past. Year 766 of the Age of the Universe. Planet Earth. During this epoch, Earth was untouched by the ravages of artificial beings. Nor did it face any other calamities. A serene calm enveloped the globe, and the essence of peace permeated the atmosphere. However, while the general populace remained oblivious, a select few were acutely aware that the planet stood on the precipice of disaster. In the vast expanse of outer space, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft approached Earth at an astonishing velocity, forcefully penetrating the planet's atmosphere with an overwhelming dominance. In this era of Z-Warriors, apart from the ever-determined Son Goku, who is still racing towards Earth from the cosmos, the rest are rendered utterly speechless by the unfolding scene. Whether it is the newly empowered Vegeta or the strengthened Piccolo, both find themselves ensnared in an abyss of unrelenting fear. Ever since their dismal defeat on Namek, Vegeta has engaged in a year-long regimen of gravity training on Earth, elevating his battle power to an astonishing 4 million, far surpassing his strength during the conflict on Namek. Such formidable battle prowess qualifies him for the ascension to Super Saiyan. Yet, he remains unable to achieve this transformation. As the second most powerful Z-Warrior present, Piccolo's strength is no less than 3 million, but what does that amount to in the face of impending doom? Cursed be the name of Frieza. It is that wretched cockroach who failed to eliminate him on Namek. Now, that fiend has come to Earth, and the entire planet is at risk of being obliterated into dust. We shall all perish. Vegeta gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as fury and despair intertwined within him. During this period, Vegeta was not yet the formidable warrior he would become in the future. He had yet to undergo his transformation and change. Meanwhile, the other Z-fighters remained silent. Vegeta's reprimands held validity. Had Goku eliminated Frieza on Namek, they would not be faced with such unforeseen complications. Besides Frieza, there existed a presence more potent and malevolent. Beside them, Piccolo's expression was grave as he interjected in a hoarse voice. Is there truly a monster more terrifying than Frieza? With Goku absent, can we hold our ground? Krillin trembled, his fear eclipsing even that of Frieza, as he envisioned the other creature. That creature, without a doubt, was King Cold. Vegeta was acutely aware of the monster Frieza had summoned, being familiar with the Frieza force. If my deductions are correct, Frieza has brought his father, the former emperor of the universe, King Cold, to Earth. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, the pressure mounting to its zenith. After serving the Frieza force for so many years, he understood the depths of Frieza's lineage. Besides the former emperor, there was also the enigmatic Cooler. What are we to do now? Hide. At this juncture, Yamcha had devolved into a coward, contemplating escape in the face of overwhelming foes. He failed to realize that the enemy had already descended upon Earth. Where could he possibly flee? Upon hearing this, Vegeta cast a disdainful glance in his direction. If you wish to save your skin, then be on your way. Trash is trash, devoid of any warrior's resolve. Even if Kakarot were to return in time, it would be futile. King Cold is far more dreadful than Frieza. Vegeta mockingly addressed Yamcha. Moreover, even if you manage to escape into space, Frieza will undoubtedly pursue you. Do you truly believe that the spaceship crafted by that woman can rival the might of the Frieza force? With his words spoken, Vegeta shifted his focus, clearly indicating to those present, can anyone truly escape now? To bolster others' spirits while diminishing one's own is a pitiful endeavor. Even before the battle had commenced, the notion of fleeing had already surfaced. Piccolo cast a scornful glance at Yamcha and, after muttering in disdain, solidified his resolve. At this moment, let us refrain from bickering. In my opinion, we should assess the situation first. If escape is impossible, let us confront it head-on. Tien Shinhan declared to the group. Let them come. Remember to conceal your energy. I have no desire to be in the company of those who will hinder our efforts. With a leap, Vegeta soared into the air. Following closely were Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Gohan. Lastly, trailing behind was Yamcha along with Bulma from this temporal realm. At this juncture, their relationship still holds some semblance of connection. They have not completely severed ties. Simultaneously, upon the vast expanse of the southern wilderness, an unexpected disturbance rippled through the fabric of space-time at a peculiar rocky outcrop. After a span of 10 seconds, a time machine transcended the continuum, abruptly arriving in this realm. Undoubtedly, it was Son Gohan piloting the time machine, having traversed from 20 years into the future to this bygone era. As the time machine landed, despite it being his inaugural attempt at navigation, the operation proved to be rather straightforward. He opened the hatch and inhaled deeply before soaring out from the cockpit, alighting gracefully upon the ground before the time machine. His gaze swept around, revealing a myriad of unique emotions in his eyes. The time and place appeared to align perfectly, and the sensed auras indicated a flawless traversal through time. Within his perception, the energies of the Z fighters of this period manifested, assuring Son Gohan that he had indeed arrived nearly 2 decades prior. He pressed a button on the side of the time machine, which instantaneously morphed into a universal capsule. Gohan deftly grasped it and stowed it away, turning his attention. He pondered whether the strength of Frieza and King Cold was indeed limited to what he sensed. The two distinct auras, remembered vividly from his past, assured him of their authenticity. His only uncertainty lay with King Cold. Was his strength genuinely confined to this level, or had he simply not had the opportunity to transform, as depicted in the original narrative? Regardless, Gohan resolved to confront the matter personally. Speaking to himself, he launched into the air. Unlike the desolate ambience of the future world, this place, despite being a vast wilderness, lacked the oppressive sense of an apocalyptic atmosphere. He wondered how those from the past would react upon seeing him, as well as how his past self would respond. Chapter 51, A Direct Confrontation. Dominance asserted. At the site of Frieza's spaceship landing, King Cold and Frieza emerged from the hatch. Before them stood dozens of formidable Legion warriors. Although this visit to Earth was rather hasty, it also brought along a considerable number of elite combatants. While they may pale in comparison to the warriors of the Sabadoria and the Ginyu Force, their combat power is not negligible. At the very least, each of them possesses a battle power in the thousands, with some approaching formidable levels. This planet is quite remarkable. Although slightly smaller in size, its air quality and environment are exceptionally pleasant. To obliterate it would be an utter waste, Frieza mused. Through his vast perceptive abilities and the intelligence he had recently acquired, King Cold realized that Earth was indeed a splendid vacation destination. Perfect, in fact. He even entertained the idea of incorporating this planet into his private garden. Father, while such planets are rare, there are countless others scattered throughout the universe. And finding one is merely a matter of time. We need only to eradicate all the Earthlings without damaging the planet itself to fetch a handsome price, he remarked. Frieza, with a cold smirk, responded in a tone devoid of emotion. Very well, we shall await the return of that Super Saiyan. King Cold obediently followed Frieza's lead, expressing his boredom. After all, he was merely present to observe the proceedings. Should Frieza prove incapable of dealing with the Super Saiyan, he would take matters into his own hands. I eagerly anticipate the expression on Son Goku's face upon returning to find his kin annihilated by my subordinates. Frieza's malevolence and cruelty were unparalleled in the universe, a definitive embodiment of wickedness at this moment. Observing his eager subordinates, Frieza's chilling laughter echoed as he commanded, "Proceed, my warriors, and eliminate every last Earthling." With his decree, the warriors displayed eager and desperate expressions. To be part of Frieza's army and hold a certain rank, one must possess considerable skills. However, just as they were poised to act, the Grim Reaper descended upon them. During the dialogue between Frieza and King Cold, Son Gohan had stealthily arrived, clad in black attire. An Earthling. Noticing the figure in the black cloak, Frieza's face revealed a playful smirk. Crossing his arms, he teased, "Have you come to pledge your allegiance to me?" Pledge allegiance? To a mere Frieza? How laughable. Beneath the cloak, Son Gohan's face bore a smile, his piercing gaze locking onto Frieza and King Cold. With a mere glance, their battle power levels materialized before him. The mechanized Frieza had achieved a combat power of 170 million, while King Cold, uncertain of whether he would transform, possessed a battle power of 180 million. It was no wonder that this character had fallen so easily to Trunks in the original narrative, given that future Trunks' power stood at an impressive 240 million. I have come to invite you to visit Hell, Son Gohan declared with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Frieza and King Cold exchanged astonished glances. Father, this individual just mentioned inviting us to Hell. Frieza blinked in disbelief, the mockery evident in his expression. Earthling, are you aware of what you just said? King Cold's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke in a low tone. I have no desire to repeat myself. Especially to those who were about to meet their demise, Son Gohan's ruthlessness emerged at this moment. As a traveler from another world, now possessing a certain level of power, his mindset towards these two was markedly different. Ha 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 ha. The ignorant are fearless, how delightful. Frieza laughed heartily, issuing a command to his subordinates to eliminate Son Gohan. Earthlings are so arrogant and ignorant. It's no wonder they are considered inferior beings. King Cold dismissed them with disdain. One of the high-ranking warriors of Frieza's army, wielding a battle power detector, analyzed Son Gohan's power level. After fiddling with his weapon, he arrogantly addressed Son Gohan. A power level of nearly 500? Ha ha ha. I knew that those from this remote planet were all fools. To dare provoke both King Frieza and King Cold. How absurd. Allow me to send you on your way. Just stand still. It won't hurt. I promise to obliterate you in an instant. With a resounding bang, blood and flesh erupted, purple blood splattering across the ground. In an instant, the warrior who had been shouting defiantly was obliterated by the intangible force emanating from Son Gohan, his head exploding and leaving behind a headless corpse. With the demise of this warrior, the remaining fighters immediately heightened their vigilance towards Son Gohan. Not only them, but even the mechanized Frieza and King Cold were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After all, in their eyes, Earthlings were the weakest race in the universe. Yet this cloaked figure, possessing merely 500 power levels, had effortlessly dispatched one of his subordinates, a warrior with no less than 5,000 power levels. It was no wonder he had the audacity to confront the king. Indeed, he possessed some skill. So let the king personally extinguish your life. The death of a high-ranking combatant filled mechanized Frieza with humiliation. He raised his hand, intending to unleash energy and personally eliminate Son Gohan. His index finger fixed on Son Gohan, a pale purple beam of death slowly materialized. Whoosh! A lethal ray sliced through the air, aimed straight for Son Gohan's forehead. Unfazed, Son Gohan raised his hand and effortlessly dissipated the deadly beam. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from mechanized Frieza's death beam, converting it into energy points. 100,000 points. Chapter 52. The Attention of the Celestial Angel. Crushing Frieza. As the death beam was shattered by a single palm, not only was mechanized Frieza astonished, but even King Cold displayed an expression of utmost surprise. Humph! Arrogant Earthling, perish! The attack being thwarted by this cloaked figure left mechanized Frieza feeling a wave of frustration and rage. As the ruler of the cosmos, he could not tolerate losing face before his subordinates. He would reclaim his honor with Son Gohan's life. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A barrage of frantic death beams surged towards Son Gohan. Without exception, each one was effortlessly deflected by him, sent flying away. The energy that was repelled inadvertently struck down the minions of Frieza's army nearby. All attacks were rebounded, resulting in the demise of his own subordinates, which only fueled Frieza's fury further as the death beams rained down in a wild onslaught. Without exception, these attacks proved ineffective against Son Gohan. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from mechanized Frieza's death beam, converting it into energy points. 100,000 points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from mechanized Frieza's death beam, converting it into energy points. 150,000 points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from mechanized Frieza's death beam, converting it into energy points. 200,000 points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from mechanized Frieza's death beam, converting it into energy points. 300,000 points. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from mechanized Frieza's death beam, converting it into energy points. 500,000 points. On the side of Earth, the battle had commenced. At this moment, in the supreme divine realm of this space-time, the realm of destruction. In this realm, the celestial being known as Weiss, while savoring delicate refreshments, observed the changes occurring on Earth through the staff in his grasp. Initially, he intended to witness the transformations following the arrival of the mechanical Frieza, yet he was utterly unprepared for the uncontrollable circumstances that had unfolded on the planet. A visitor from a future world had manipulated time via a time machine, arriving in this era. This outsider had breached the cosmic regulations governing time. Should he intervene or remain indifferent? Sipping his freshly brewed green tea, a glimmer of insight flickered in Weiss's eyes as he murmured to himself. For reasons unknown, he seemed to grasp a certain understanding, a slight smile playing upon his lips, imbued with an enigmatic allure. Very well. As long as the integrity of this temporal dimension remains intact, I shall feign ignorance. After all, this world is already in disarray. As an angel, though a servant of the god of destruction, their existence transcended the cosmos and divinity. Their true duty was not merely to assist the god of destruction, but to oversee him, maintaining order among the realms. Whenever the equilibrium of the world was threatened, the angels would step forth to assess the gravity of the situation. Currently, Son Gohan was not instigating any disturbances. He certainly was not one to seek trouble. The scene shifted back to Earth, where mechanical Frieza, consumed by rage, unleashed a relentless barrage of death beams upon Son Gohan. Without exception, he either repelled or disintegrated his attacks. Son Gohan made no effort to halt them. After all, Frieza was inadvertently providing him with energy points. He would cease when fatigue set in. Merely raising a hand, he accrued 10,000 points at a time, albeit slow. It was still acceptable. With each successive onslaught, energy was rapidly depleted, and Frieza felt his stamina waning. The heavy breathing stemmed not only from exertion but from the mounting pressure. He ceased his energy assault, his gaze toward the cloaked Son Gohan growing increasingly grave. Who exactly are you? He demanded, finally regaining his composure. The ability to deflect his attacks indicated that this individual was certainly no ordinary earthling. Do you wish to know who I am? Very well, let me reveal myself, Frieza, Son Gohan retorted with a teasing tone, removing the black hood that shrouded his face. You. Upon seeing his visage, mechanical Frieza's pupils constricted in shock, an unsettling familiarity washing over him. The resemblance to Son Goku was striking, yet distinctly different. It was only when the memory of that formidable Saiyan boy on Namek surfaced in his mind that he was truly taken aback. You were that boy from Namek? Impossible. How could you have changed so drastically in just a year? A hybrid of Earthling and Saiyan, your growth rate cannot be this accelerated. Mechanical Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. This revelation astonished Sun Wufan, who had not anticipated being recognized. One must commend the king for possessing such perceptive insight, indeed. Nothing seems impossible for him. Congratulations on your correct guess, but alas, there is no reward, Sun Wufan remarked with a sly grin. Humph, the son of Sun Wukong. Just perfect. Before your father returns, I shall eliminate you. The mere thought of Sun Wufan being the offspring of that wild monkey, Sun Wukong, sent Mechanical Frieza's fury soaring. Raising his right hand high, the tip of his index finger manifested a deep crimson energy sphere, rapidly expanding at an astonishing rate. It was the planet destruction bomb, a technique employed by the Ice Demon clan to obliterate entire planets. Hey, Frieza, do you intend to shatter this planet into fragments? King Kolda sensed an ominous turn of events, fully aware of his child's reckless tendencies. Destroying planets with the planet destruction bomb had become a common occurrence. Sun Wukong. That Saiyan monkey was more than sufficient to handle in the cosmos. I shall first obliterate his son along with the earth. Fueled by rage, Mechanical Frieza cast aside all caution. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. To avert its manifestation, he was willing to sacrifice a planet. Chapter 38 Heh. Sun Wufan regarded the planet destruction bomb with indifference, not even considering transforming into a Super Saiyan. Mechanical Frieza was simply too weak. If he were to transform, the battle would conclude in an instant. The planet destruction bomb at Mechanical Frieza's fingertip continued to swell, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. As the energy reached its zenith, Mechanical Frieza roared, hurling the bomb towards Sun Wufan. Let this planet become cosmic dust. The bomb, its diameter expanded to a kilometer, tore through space as Mechanical Frieza's massive hand swept towards Sun Wufan, creating a tempest in its wake. Is this truly all you can muster? Sun Wufan scoffed. A golden aura began to envelop him, and as the seemingly unstoppable planet destruction bomb approached within half a meter, it was abruptly frozen in place. Chapter 53 The Astonished Z Warriors Ding. Energy from the planet destruction bomb detected. It can be converted into energy points. 20 million. Convert. Sun Wufan declared without hesitation. Nanny. This ultimate technique was so effortlessly seized by Sun Wufan, leaving Mechanical Frieza wide-eyed with dread. Simultaneously, King Kolda displayed an expression of utter disbelief. The one-armed figure, known as the King of the Kurds, was unaware of who he truly was. To him, the planet-destroying blast from the Ice Demon clan was simply insurmountable. Yet, the shocking events did not cease there. The planet-destroying blast, previously halted by Son Gohan, was visibly diminishing, as if its energy were being siphoned away by an unseen force. Its diameter shrank until it vanished into the void, leaving no trace of its oppressive presence. As if it had never existed at all. Ding. The energy transformation of the planet-destroying blast was successful, yielding an energy point of 20 million. What have you done? A sense of dread surged anew within the Mechanical Frieza. In this era, you pose no threat to me. Engaging with you is merely a waste of my time. I shall swiftly put an end to you. With no desire to prolong his encounter with the Mechanical Frieza, Son Gohan decided to directly tap into the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. The S cells within him surged and converged at the center of his spine. A golden aura radiated outward, causing Son Gohan's hair to rise and shimmer with golden brilliance. Impossible. This is. Familiar images flooded his mind, bringing forth an inescapable terror. The Mechanical Frieza appeared to be hallucinating, witnessing the invincible form of Sun Wukong on Namek. Along with the despair and psychological trauma that the Super Saiyan had inflicted upon him, fear welled within, and the Mechanical Frieza found himself retreating uncontrollably, rendered speechless. The regal demeanor of the Cosmic Emperor had vanished, leaving him akin to a frightened, lost dog. Frieza, what has happened to you? Do not forget your identity. The King of the Kurds furrowed his brow, admonishing his son for his disgraceful behavior. As the ruler of the cosmos, it was utterly humiliating to be so cowed by a one-armed man. The Mechanical Frieza jolted back to reality, fueled by the king's reminder. Damn it, what a joke. I'm Frieza, reduced to trembling before a mere Super Saiyan. Anger coursed through him, bloodshot eyes betraying his fury. In that moment, Son Gohan completed his transformation. The full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan was unleashed, as all energy coalesced within him, enveloping the surroundings in an imposing aura that instilled trepidation. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan's power surged exponentially, causing the ground beneath him to fracture under the sheer force of his energy. A vast golden aura surrounded him, burning like an eternal flame. The sky thickened with a murky haze, the world itself seeming to succumb to apocalyptic chaos, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling incessantly. Golden-haired and blue-eyed, the full power of the Super Saiyan was unleashed. Even Frieza and the King of the Kurds, who could not sense energy, felt an overwhelming dread emanating from Son Gohan, compelling them to retreat further. With a base combat power of 85 million, his transformation into the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan catapulted his strength to an astonishing 6.8 billion, thousands of meters away. The Z warriors bore witness to this spectacle. The overwhelming aura of Son Gohan spread in all directions, instilling profound fear within them. How could there be another Super Saiyan apart from Kakarot? Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, was nearly rendered speechless by this newfound terror. Feeling a visceral tremor from his very lineage, a fear that was palpable, accompanied by the oppressive aura and golden flame that epitomized the Super Saiyan. Another Saiyan, even more powerful than Sun Wukong, had emerged, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pride suffered a catastrophic blow, his dignity shattered. Such a terrifying aura, was this truly within the realm of human capability? Krillin, among the Z warriors, stood paralyzed with fear, beads of cold sweat cascading down him. The oppressive energy alone extinguished any thoughts of resistance, leaving only fear in its wake. This formidable presence, surpassing even his father's Super Saiyan form, rendered Son Gohan utterly shocked. Stripping him of his discernment, he could scarcely grasp that this fearsome, one-armed figure cloaked in black was an alternate version of himself from another realm. Yet another Super Saiyan. Though this energy felt distinctly different, Piccolo, the only relatively composed member of the Z warriors, discerned that something was amiss. This aura, why does it feel so familiar to him, as if he has experienced it countless times before? No, Gohan, is this merely an illusion? Piccolo shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind. Son Gohan was right beside him. The resemblance between the dark-cloaked man's presence and Gohan's must surely be a mere coincidence. In the realm of the Destroyer, the Angel Whis observed the unfolding battle on Earth. The image projected by the gem atop his staff left even him, an angel, in awe. The Saiyan from the future possesses strength beyond his imagination, even merely observing through the visual medium. He recognizes that the power of the one-armed Gohan far surpasses that of Frieza or King Cold, who are mere trifles in comparison. It appears that this fate is preordained. Both Frieza and King Cold are destined to meet their demise. The intense energy emanating suggests that in this world, you are that child, are you not? We shifted the imagery, transforming the battlefield scene into a portrayal of Gohan in this era. This 7-year-old child, with remarkable conviction, has determined that he is none other than the future version of Son Gohan, the one-armed warrior from a distant realm. It seems our world's future is poised for significant alteration, he mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Nevertheless, he harbored no intentions of descending upon Earth. Minor shifts may be altered, but the larger currents remain immutable. He had his own designs. This child, Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku, is foretold to be the god of Super Saiyans. Chapter 54, The Annihilation of Frieza, the Cowardly King Cold. The scene shifts back to Earth, where the battlefield is shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Illuminated intermittently by flashes of lightning, beneath a darkened sky, Son Gohan stands resolutely, embodying the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. His terrifying aura transcends the comprehension of both Frieza and King Cold. Even at full power, his strength rivaled that of the perfect Cell from the original narrative. Gazing at Frieza and King Cold before him, Son Gohan's thought surged as he initiated his attack, not granting them a moment to contemplate. With a graceful motion, he ascended into the air, adopting the stance of a conqueror, surveying the two adversaries from above. To deal with the both of you, I need not transform. My normal state would suffice to eliminate you. However, to enlighten you on the true essence of a Super Saiyan's power, I shall reluctantly allow you, members of the frozen demon lineage, to experience it firsthand. His eyes gleamed with an icy detachment, igniting a furious response in King Cold and mechanical Frieza. Their indignation was palpable. How dare he be so arrogant? They were two formidable beings. What nonsense is this Super Saiyan power? I have encountered it before. I will eradicate you, you wretched wild monkey. Fueled by fury, mechanical Frieza soared into the sky, rapidly approaching Son Gohan. In that instant, Son Gohan moved as well. Undoubtedly swifter. Time seemed to halt for a mere fraction of a second. A sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, coupled with an unsettling emptiness in his lower body, causing mechanical Frieza to tense in shock. His expression shifted from rage to astonishment, ultimately morphing into agony and dread. Suspended in midair, he caught sight of his own form, now cleaved in twain. His lower half plummeted uncontrollably, while the upper half's power dwindled, rendering him immobile. What are you gazing with each step that Son Wukong takes forward? The King of Kurds retreats in fear by several paces. Such a memorable scene mirrors the intense confrontation between Trunks and King Cold in the original text. King Cold, paralyzed by fear, dares not approach Gohan, conscious that a mere thought from the latter could spell his doom. The former pursues relentlessly, while the latter retreats, creating an absolute chasm of power and dominance. One side is invincible, exuding an unparalleled strength, while the other, frail and cowardly, yearns only for escape. You may offer me countless planets, yet they are but empty promises. I possess the power to annihilate you, to usurp your throne, or even to claim the title of Emperor of the Universe for myself. The benefits you speak of hold no significance for me. Now, kneel before me." With a thunderous roar, Gohan unleashes an overwhelming aura, a terrifying pressure radiating from him toward King Cold. In an instant, it seems as though King Cold's legs have been crushed, and he collapses before Gohan. His legs broken, King Cold suffers grievously. If negotiation has failed, then I bear no remorse. With the inevitability of death looming, King Cold resolves not to allow Gohan an easy victory. A resounding explosion echoes as a chilling blue malevolent aura envelopes King Cold, his power and combat capabilities surging dramatically. Harnessing this newfound strength, his combat power skyrockets to an astonishing 1 billion. Humph. So, it has finally arrived. Is this truly the extent of King Cold's power? In the original narrative, he fell to Trunks in a single blow. Perhaps that was merely a matter of timing, revealing a significant discrepancy. This creature's strength now eclipses even that of the androids. The magnitude of King Cold's combat power materializes before Gohan, leaving him utterly astounded. This seemingly inconsequential character, who appeared for but a fleeting moment, possesses such formidable strength. Perish. Then, since you shall not spare me, let us both meet our demise. With a heart-wrenching roar, King Kurt unleashed a devastating wave of violet energy towards Son Gohan, the final strike of the last emperor. In an instant, the winds surged and the heavens trembled. The very form of Son Gohan, along with the spacecraft stationed nearby, was engulfed by King Kurt's desperate onslaught. The terrifying might of that strike shattered hills from a distance of 10,000 meters. Ding. The automatic absorption of King Cold's energy yielded an astounding 100 million experience points. The radiant release of energy persisted for a full several seconds. Haha. This is the consequence of belittling the Cosmic Emperor. At such a distance, even the legendary Super Saiyan from the Saiyan race would surely perish. King Cold grinned, seemingly convinced that his energy wave had annihilated Gohan. Yet, the illusion was beautiful, while the reality was starkly cruel. King Cold believed Gohan had been obliterated, reduced to mere dust. However, in truth, his energy attack had not even breached Gohan's key barrier. "Is this your final utterance?" came Gohan's whisper from within the thick smoke before King Cold. At those words, King Cold's pupils constricted sharply, his expression freezing to a state of shock. As the billowing smoke gradually dissipated, he beheld the golden aura re-emerging. Gohan had withstood his energy attack unscathed. Despite King Cold's formidable battle power of 1 billion, it could not even faze Gohan in the slightest. "The value you can provide me has vanished." With a cold smirk, Gohan raised his hand, a sphere of golden light forming in his palm. In King Cold's trembling eyes, this energy swelled ominously, its terrifying force transforming into a colossal wave that engulfed his very being. Instantly, the earth was ravaged by the energy, and King Cold's form was reduced to ashes under this overwhelming force. With a peak power output nearing 6.8 billion, approaching the 7 billion mark, King Cold was no match for Gohan. As Gohan dissipated the energy shockwave from his palm, he stood resolutely, embodying the aura of a king, instilling profound fear in the Z warriors who watched from the shadows. Two cosmic emperors, once perched atop the pinnacle of this universe, had been so effortlessly vanquished by Gohan. With the trouble resolved, Gohan had also amassed a wealth of energy points. Now, he merely awaited the return of this universe's father, estimating he had about 3 hours left. Gohan murmured to himself as he reverted from his Super Saiyan form, donning his black hood once more. Finding a suitable spot to sit, he patiently awaited Goku's return. Meanwhile, the Z warriors observing from the shadows began to speculate about his identity. With such immense power and being a Super Saiyan, how could such a being appear on Earth? Everyone was engulfed in deep suspicion, except for Vegeta. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly seized by anger and soared towards Gohan. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Piccolo exclaimed, his face paling in alarm at Vegeta's reckless approach. Without understanding Gohan's true nature or intentions, this reckless advance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, based on his understanding of Vegeta, the latter's confrontational manner could easily lead to his own demise. However, at that moment, Vegeta could hear nothing but his own thoughts, driven solely by the need to ascertain the origins and identity of this Super Saiyan. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not tolerate the existence of another Super Saiyan aside from Goku. As for Gohan, having just dealt with Mechanical Frieza and King Cold, he leaned against a nearby rock, quietly awaiting Goku's return. Simultaneously, his key sensing had already detected the Z warriors observing the battle from several thousand meters away. Noticing the figure approaching, Gohan quickly discerned it was Vegeta. Gohan was puzzled. It took considerable courage for Vegeta to come forward. Chapter 56, Another Time Machine Arrives. 10 seconds later, Vegeta had crossed the distance of several thousand meters and landed before Gohan. Judging by his contorted expression, it was evident that he bore troubling news. Gohan's gaze sharpened as Vegeta's battle power appeared before him. It was neither low nor high, exceeding 4.5 million and approaching 5 million as his emotions fluctuated. Though his innate strength was sufficient to qualify for transformation into a Super Saiyan, he remained unaware of the secrets to achieving that transformation. Who are you? Vegeta demanded, his voice laced with urgency. Aside from Kakarot and me, and that half-breed over there are no other Saiyans left in this world. Right from the start, Vegeta was intent on uncovering Gohan's true identity. In his mind, all pure-blooded Saiyans had perished long ago. The existence of Gohan as a Super Saiyan was something he could not accept, and he was determined to reveal Gohan's true identity. Gohan, however, chose to ignore him, deliberately dismissing Vegeta's presence. At this juncture, Vegeta was akin to a mind gone awry, and conversing with him felt as futile as playing music to a cow. Observing that he was being utterly disregarded, Vegeta's heart brimmed with both fury and resentment. Were it not for Gohan's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, coupled with his insufficient strength, Vegeta's temperament would have compelled him to act long ago. After receiving no response to his inquiries, Vegeta, in a peculiar twist of fate, began to mock Gohan in a provocative tone, seemingly to discern the visage concealed beneath the dark cloak. Humph, you refuse to reveal your identity to me. The Prince of the Saiyans. I sense you harbor secrets best left unspoken. I surmise you are a lower-class warrior artificially cultivated through genetic engineering, much like that fool Kakarot. In this era, Vegeta's words truly lacked any semblance of reason. Such self-aggrandizement, believing oneself to be the Prince of Planet Vegeta, emboldening him to confront even a Super Saiyan with arrogance. He seems to have forgotten how effortlessly he once vanquished both Mechanical Frieza and King Cold. Initially inclined to disregard Vegeta, Gohan, upon witnessing this fellow's audacious demeanor, decided to toy with him a little. After all, during this period, Vegeta was undeniably overly conceited. Possessing strength is commendable, yet devoid of it renders one foolish. The eyes concealed beneath the black hat shimmered with a glimmer of coldness, with merely a gaze. They utterly intimidated Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta truly grasped the essence of fear and the essence of terror. The oppressive force and shock he faced now were far more terrifying than when he confronted Frieza. A mere glance nearly caused him to lose his composure. The restless Vegeta fell silent, while Gohan sought a quiet stone to lean against, passing the dwindling moments in contemplation. He cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, whose face was a tapestry of reluctance and struggle, evoking both amusement and pity. With his keen perception, Gohan immediately discerned that something was amiss with Vegeta's mindset. Possessing the inherent potential to ascend to Super Saiyan, his combat prowess was adequate, yet he remained unable to break through. It was worth noting that in the original narrative, it was the combined impetus of Goku and Trunks, two Super Saiyans, that ultimately spurred his transformation. Gohan mused that awakening to Super Saiyan form was merely a matter of time. Is someone watching me from the shadows? An inexplicable sensation surged within him, prompting Gohan to lift his gaze toward the heavens. Is this sensation that of the King of Worlds? No, if it were not the King of Worlds, it could only be a being of an even higher echelon, certainly not the King God, and it is implausible that it could be Beerus, for the god of destruction of this era remains in slumber. Thus, the only possibility is that it is an angel. Son Gohan pondered silently within his mind. However, he could not quite comprehend the situation. It was only when a tingling sensation coursed through his forehead that he decided to take action. With a mere thought, Son Gohan activated the power of his insightful eye. His gaze could perceive things invisible to others, ignoring the Z warriors lurking in the shadows. Son Gohan detected a minuscule nanorobot, so tiny that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Moreover, this entity hovered right beside him. Realizing the presence of this nanorobot, Son Gohan's mind was made up. With a swift motion of his hand, he seized it forcefully. This object he recognizes. Dr. Gero has utilized these minuscule nanobots to collect the DNA of the Z warriors on the perilous battlefield, including that of Frieza and his progeny. Are you targeting me, Dr. Gero? With a narrowed gaze, Son Wukong clenched his fist and crushed the minuscule nanobot to smithereens. Activating the ability of the Eye of Insight, his gaze scanned the surroundings. The quantity of these minuscule nanobots manufactured by Dr. Gero was not insignificant, wandering in various corners. They are not angels. It seems my worries were unfounded. Taking a deep breath, Son Wukong closed his eyes and leaned against the rock to rest. Just as he was about to relax and enjoy a moment of respite, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A spatial rift opened 10 meters to his left, and another time machine materialized. The sudden appearance of another time machine jolted Son Wukong awake. Even Vegeta and the Z warriors, concealed in the shadows, took notice of this scene. As the hatch of the time machine opened, a lavender-haired youth emerged, wielding the sword of heroes upon his back. This individual is none other than Trunks. Another time machine. And yet another Trunks from a different timeline? Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. He had clearly replaced Trunks by traveling back to the past, and yet another Trunks had unexpectedly emerged. Is this what they call the immutable nature of history? Even if he possesses the miraculous cure for viral heart disease, history must still be delivered to Son Wukong by Trunks, the one who brings the remedy for viral heart disease. Upon his arrival in the bygone era, Trunks, hailing from another world, bore a look of bewilderment upon his face. He had, after all, operated the time machine according to his mother's wishes. Arriving in the past of 20 years ago, At this juncture, it is only logical that Frieza and King Cold, as father and son, would be invading Earth. Given that the timeline he interposes no discrepancies, what is the current situation here? He beheld his father and a man in a black robe with a severed arm. Chapter 57. The Return of Son Goku. The battle commences. A subscription is requested. Unable to discern the features of the adversary, Trunks found himself unable to ascertain the stranger's identity. However, according to his mother, in this timeline, King Cold and Frieza should have already arrived. Why then? Did he not sense their energy? Are you puzzled as to why Frieza has not yet made his appearance? Spare yourself the effort. They have perished. Gohan cast a sidelong glance at Trunks, who had just materialized in this timeline, and elucidated the matter. At first glance, Trunks' power level was evident, 8 million. Presumably. Post-Super Saiyan transformation, it would escalate to 240 million. What did you say? They are dead? Upon hearing this, Trunks was taken aback. He was well aware of the formidable strength of Frieza and King Cold, as his mother had specifically cautioned him. Yet now, this man in black had informed him of their demise. Who could he possibly be? His mother had never mentioned anyone, aside from Uncle Goku, who possessed the strength to vanquish Frieza. Trunks furrowed his brow, enveloped in contemplation. You have arrived a tad late. I have already taken the initiative to eliminate Frieza and his father, King Cold. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from the future, remarked Gohan. This revelation sent ripples of astonishment through Trunks' mind. Who is this person? Even he's acutely aware of his origins. You. Who are you? This sudden turn of events made Trunks uneasy, prompting him to place his hand on the legendary sword of the hero at his back, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation. Do not be so tense. We are not enemies, and at present, you are far too weak, Gohan remarked, showing no interest in Trunks. The audacity and lack of restraint displayed by Gohan intensified Trunks' apprehension, leaving him feeling increasingly flustered. His instincts warned him that this cloaked figure was not as simple as he seemed. It was as if the man before him was fully aware of Trunks' background, rendering him a mere specter in the man's presence. Trunks lowered his hand, maintaining a cautious demeanor toward Gohan. After transforming the time machine into a multifunctional capsule and stowing it away, he found a spot to sit, awaiting Goku's arrival. The situation was growing increasingly intricate, as Vegeta's abrupt appearance had not precipitated a crisis, and the other Z fighters emerged one by one, scrutinizing either Gohan or Trunks. Vegeta, however, found himself ensnared in confusion. Having recently heard Gohan utter two pivotal words, future. 3 hours passed. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, an unidentified flying object breached the skies, tracing a magnificent arc across the heavens. Under the gaze of all, a round spaceship belonging to the Frieza Force descended. After a lengthy journey from planet Yardrat, Goku finally returned to Earth. After resting for 3 hours, Gohan slowly opened his eyes and gazed in the direction of the spaceship's descent. At last, his father from this era had arrived. Gohan's aura instantly pinpointed Goku's location, yet he refrained from immediate action. The arrival of another Trunks from the future had altered his initial plans. Perhaps it was best to allow them to converse for a while. As Goku made his descent, Trunks appeared more exhilarated than anyone else, swiftly flying toward the spaceship. The other Z fighters followed suit, turning their attention to him. When Goku emerged from the ship, he stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining his composure, utterly astonished. He wondered how everyone knew he would land here at this precise moment. His return brought tears of joy to all the Z fighters, their elation impossible to contain. Especially for Krillin, who had grown up alongside Goku. Emotions surged within him, difficult to articulate. Naturally, Gohan, upon seeing his father return after a year, could no longer restrain his emotions, launching himself into Goku's embrace. The group exchanged words. Gradually returning to the matter at hand, Trunks focused on the man before him, whose hair resembled that of a crab. This journey through time was for him. He had to deliver the special medication for viral heart disease to Goku. The moment Goku locked eyes with Trunks, his keen battle instincts signaled that the power held by this young man was extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even rivaling his own. Earlier, during my travels through space, I sensed an unfathomable energy. That must be you. Did you eliminate Frieza and his cohort? Goku inquired, his attention fixed on Trunks, unaware of his Saiyan heritage. No, it was not I who vanquished Frieza and his allies, Mr. Goku. May I have a moment of your time? I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you privately, Trunks suggested, eager not to squander any time. In his impatience, he even overlooked the existence of Son Wukong. Upon hearing this remark, the surrounding Z warriors were filled with bewilderment and confusion. The identity of the purple-haired man remains a mystery to them. What matters cannot be spoken of in public and must be discussed privately. Everyone felt puzzled and heightened their vigilance, including Son Wukong. The two parties exchanged glances for a considerable time before Son Wukong nodded thoughtfully and said, "Very well, let us proceed to that side." He gestured towards the other end of the deep pit formed by the spaceship behind them and initiated his flight using the technique of air dance. Trunks followed closely behind him. The distance between them was several hundred meters, allowing them to converse without the fear of being overheard. However, they were unaware that among the Z warriors present, Piccolo, being a Namekian, possessed sensory and auditory abilities far beyond that of others. He could hear movements clearly from 100 meters away. This heightened sensitivity was also one of Piccolo's weaknesses. Namekians cannot hear whistles, as it would cause intense stimulation to their eardrums, resulting in excruciating pain. Upon reaching the opposite side, Trunks, who had been nearby, remained indifferent. The two exchanged looks, with Son Wukong waiting for Trunks to speak. He could sense that Trunks bore no ill intent towards him, yet he had never encountered Trunks before. Even if the youth was benevolent, he needed to remain cautious. His instincts warned him that this individual was far from ordinary. Mr. Son Wukong, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. But before that, I wish to verify something my mother told me. Is it true? Trunks' eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Son Wukong. He continued, before we discuss that matter, may I ask if you, Mr. Son Wukong, can transform into a Super Saiyan at will, relying solely on your own control? His approach was rather assertive and somewhat impolite. Fortunately, he was addressing the straightforward Saiyan, Son Wukong, who would not overthink it. Otherwise, Trunks' inquiry might have been perceived as a challenge by another. I found it quite challenging when I first learned this transformation. But after training on Yardrat for some time, I can now change at will, Son Wukong replied candidly, without any concealment. I see. So you are indeed capable of controlling your transformation into a Super Saiyan at will, correct? Then, please allow me to witness your Super Saiyan form. Trunks cut straight to the chase, eager to see Son Wukong's transformation. Though his question was somewhat direct and could raise suspicion, Son Wukong decided to trust his instincts. Is that so? Very well. If you wish to see, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan for you. With those words, Son Wukong summoned all of his energy. The S cells within him converged towards his spine and erupted in an instant. With a resounding roar, his aura transformed, and his power surged. His hair blazed golden. His eyes shimmered green, and a golden flame emanated from within him. Undoubtedly, this was the first level of Super Saiyan. With this transformation, Son Wukong's battle power soared to 250 million. The sudden change left the Z warriors at the other end perplexed and astonished. All eyes instinctively turned to Gohan. When they saw Gohan remain still, their gaze shifted back to Son Wukong. Why had he suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan? What were they planning? Only Piccolo, with his exceptional hearing, understood what had transpired. Now may I speak? The excitement from Son Wukong's transformation altered the tone of his voice slightly. Of course, I have also transformed into a Super Saiyan. As those words left his lips, a torrent of energy surged forth from Trunks, erupting from within him like a flood. In a flash, golden flames ascended, and Trunks' transformation was even more pristine than Son Wukong's. Nanny! Son Wukong was taken aback, his pupils constricting in astonishment. The young man before him was also a Saiyan, and possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Who is this individual, after all? Is there anyone besides him capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Chapter 42. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Mr. Son Goku. Stabilizing the first level of Super Saiyan transformation, Trunks swiftly unsheathed his sword and aimed a strike at the center of Son Goku's brow. The unfolding scene left all the Z fighters in a state of shock. The sudden appearance of yet another Super Saiyan astounded them into silence. Initially, it was the mysterious figure in black robes who transformed into a Super Saiyan, and now, this unknown Trunks, seemingly emerging from nowhere, could also attain the same transformation. Among the group, the one most affected was undoubtedly Vegeta from this realm. The emergence of a second Super Saiyan had already rattled him. And now another Super Saiyan had appeared. Including Goku, there were currently 3 Super Saiyans on this planet. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy among them. On the other side, Gohan, noticing Trunks' transformation, slowly rose to his feet. With a power level of 250 million, 240 million, Trunks was slightly inferior, and their probing began. I wonder what kind of surprise my appearance will bring you, father. Gohan mused with a wicked smile, gently ascending into the sky. Now that Goku had reached this pivotal point, it was indeed time for this father-son duo to meet. As Goku faced Trunks, the latter halted his attack just as his sword was about to strike. Why didn't you dodge? Trunks squinted, questioning him. Had he not pulled back in time? The Sword of Valor would have cleaved Goku's forehead in an instant, the blade mere millimeters from its target, while anyone else would have been terrified into submission. Goku remained unfazed, standing firm without even a furrow in his brow. The moment you struck, there was no intent to kill, nor any fighting spirit. I could deduce that you merely wished to test me, hence there was no need to evade, Goku replied with a light laugh. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he felt a surge of confidence, bordering on arrogance. The transformation induced a state of exhilaration, amplifying his belief in his combat intuition. I see. Then I shall not hold back, Mr. Goku. Allow me to witness just how strong you truly are. Trunks retracted the Sword of Valor, his eyes narrowing with a glint of cold determination. Goku sensed this change, raising his right hand with a single finger pointed upwards, empowering his aura for enhanced defense. He solemnly declared, then let it come. With both combatants prepared, Trunks swiftly drew his sword, the Sword of Valor slicing through the air with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. His attacks were fierce. Each strike aimed directly at Goku's forehead, yet each time, Goku effortlessly blocked them with his single finger. Despite both being Super Saiyans, a significant disparity existed between them. Trunks' battle power was a staggering 10 million lower than Goku's. Moreover, in terms of combat foundation, they were not on equal footing. Goku's strength had been meticulously cultivated step by step, while Trunks, despite his progress, was merely a novice in comparison. The gap was starkly evident. After several seconds of sparring, Trunks achieved his objective. Retracting the Sword of Valor, he marveled at Goku's formidable prowess. Before arriving, he had speculated that Goku's strength, while impressive, would not surpass their own, perhaps even falling short of Gohan's. However, it was clear he had miscalculated. If Goku possessed such strength at this stage, then when the androids appeared, his power would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. It was no wonder his mother held such faith in this man. Had he not succumbed to the viral heart disease, the future world would likely have been spared a tumultuous upheaval. As Trunks sheathed the Sword of Valor, he also reverted from his transformed state. Indeed, Mr. Goku, your strength is as formidable as my mother described, he remarked sincerely. Your power is not inferior to mine. You simply weren't serious earlier. Goku reciprocated with praise, simultaneously shedding his Super Saiyan transformation. I must admit, I am quite curious. Who is your mother? How does she know so much about me? Goku inquired, intrigued by the identity of the woman who bore such a powerful warrior as Trunks. For now, there is no rush to answer that question. I will reveal everything to you later, Trunks replied with a light laugh. Unbeknownst to them, Gohan, cloaked in black, had already arrived. Meanwhile, the Z fighters, watching from 100 meters away, were astonished. The one who had defeated Frieza and King Cold was about to intervene. Chapter 58. Identities revealed. Father-son clash. Son Goku. That Saiyan who defeated Frieza's father is coming for you. Piccolo was the first to react, urgently calling out to Goku. The current situation was exceedingly chaotic. Both the purple-haired youth and the man in black robes demanded utmost caution, especially now that the purple-haired boy had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was confronting Goku. If the man in black intervened, the situation could escalate dramatically. As soon as he spoke, the Z fighters' tension reached a peak. Is that Saiyan targeting Goku as well? Yamcha exclaimed, astonished. To be frank, he was quite foolish. If he were not here for Goku, why would he be wasting time waiting? The others ignored him, each voicing their concerns. What a mess. With our strength, if a fight breaks out, we won't be able to assist at all. Krillin, acutely aware of his limitations, said through gritted teeth, cold sweat trickling down his bald head. In this era, we have fallen far behind. We can only watch Goku now. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, feeling discontented, yet powerless. Dad will be fine. If it were truly going to escalate, that man in black would have already made his move. Young Gohan still held some hope. At his age, he had developed his own perspective. Piccolo glanced at him and nodded slightly, approving of his sentiment. Krillin and Tien Shinhan shared astonished and appreciative looks with Gohan, reflecting on how he had grown. They had witnessed his journey. And for someone so young to reach this level was indeed remarkable. After all, they had spent countless years growing, and many were still not as strong as Gohan. At the fringes, Vegeta gritted his teeth, seething with rage, his eyes filled with resentment as they fixated ahead. The three Super Saiyans had gathered together. Yet, his figure was nowhere to be seen. The dignity and honor of the Prince of Saiyans had been utterly shattered. Observing Vegeta's impotent fury, he could only seethe in silence, while Bulma gazed at him with concern. Throughout the course of this year, Vegeta has resided at her home. Unbeknownst to her, Vegeta has gradually assumed a certain status in Bulma's heart. 100 meters above, the arrival of Gohan has captured the attention of Trunks and Goku. For Trunks, hailing from a different timeline, it feels like a formidable challenge. Goku, on the other hand, is genuinely intrigued by the unfolding circumstances. Descending from the heavens in a black robe, Gohan does not stir a single grain of dust. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. This aura. At first glance, Goku's battle instincts alert him to the formidable strength possessed by the man in the black robe before him. Such formidable power is unmistakable. Even without the need for perception, it is evident that it surpasses him by far. Who are you, and what is your true intention? The intervention of the cloaked Son Gohan was not welcomed by Trunks. After all, with his involvement, Trunks could no longer dictate the ensuing events. He was oblivious to this individual's identity and the motives behind his actions. Much like the impetuous Trunks from my own timeline, he was unable to maintain composure in the face of adversity, leading to his own disarray. Shaking his head slightly, Son Gohan spoke once more. Up until now, you still cannot recognize me? Logically, my existence should also be acknowledged in your timeline. You are. The revelation of his identity left Trunks astonished, taking a deep breath in utter disbelief. He never anticipated that the other party would possess such profound insight into his existence. Momentarily at a loss for how to confront this revelation, he found himself ensnared in recollections, hoping to uncover specific details about this individual from his memories. In his silence, Son Goku stepped forward to directly face Son Gohan, stating, "Although I do not know who you are, I must express my gratitude. It was you who vanquished Frieza and his cohorts before my return to Earth. Otherwise, our planet would have been doomed. Such courteous words were indeed pleasing to the ear. Yet they held little significance. Son Gohan smiled placidly, swiftly returning to the matter at hand. Originally, it was you, my father, who should have dealt with Frieza. However, I arrived before you. Since fate has brought us together, I shall send them to the depths of hell. With that, Son Gohan removed the hood of his dark cloak in the face of their bewildered gazes. Although he had not intended to reveal his identity at this moment, circumstances had shifted his perspective. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Trunks was rendered speechless, his disbelief prompting him to rub his eyes, shock and horror evident in his expression. Gohan? How can it be you? Trunks' heart surged with tumultuous emotions. For him, this individual was not only his most cherished relative but also his mentor. Yet, in his timeline, his brother Gohan had long since perished. It seems my speculation was correct. The Gohan of your future world must have met his demise, Trunks, Gohan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks instantly comprehended that this Gohan was, like him, a being from the future, albeit from two divergent future realms. An overwhelming wave of excitement surged within him, causing Trunks to lose control of his emotions. He could hardly fathom that through this journey across time, he had the chance to reunite with his brother Gohan. After sharing a prolonged gaze with Trunks, Gohan finally turned his attention back to Son Goku, who was equally astonished. He could never have imagined that this cloaked figure was his son from the future. Is it truly you, Gohan? As he carefully sensed Gohan's aura, Goku finally affirmed the truth. No wonder there had been a sense of familiarity from the outset. Instinctively, he glanced towards the young Gohan, still beside Piccolo 100 meters away. Despite the difficulty in believing, the reality lay before him. All of this transpires in an exceedingly surreal and astonishing manner. The formidable figure clad in black robes, capable of vanquishing Frieza and his cohorts in an instant, is none other than Son Gohan. The intensity of his aura surpasses that of his current self by leaps and bounds. Although it is indeed hard to fathom, the truth remains. Allow me to elucidate, Father. I am Son Gohan from 20 years in the future, and this Trunks is also from a future 2 decades hence. It may seem absurd, and you might wonder why Trunks and I find ourselves in such circumstances if we both hail from the same time frame. Initially, even I could scarcely envision it. But now I comprehend. The past world remains unchanged unless influenced by external forces. However, once an outside power intervenes in the past, the future is inevitably altered. In my future world, which corresponds to Trunks' future world, as Gohan's words unfolded, not only were Goku and Trunks taken aback, but even Piccolo, 100 meters away, was astonished. For Piccolo, the situation was utterly bewildering. Little did he anticipate such revelations. The crux of the matter is that the one who effortlessly dispatched Frieza and King Cold is Gohan. Piccolo instinctively cast a glance at the youthful son Gohan beside him. It was incredulous. He could hardly reconcile these two individuals. Has Gohan truly become so powerful 20 years hence? Amidst his thoughts, Piccolo felt a surge of joy. He harbors a bond with Gohan akin to that of a father and son. Trunks, reflecting on the Gohan from another future 20 years later, mused that although it was not the same future, it mirrored his own future world. His gaze was drawn to Gohan's missing left arm. The features, appearance, and aura are all identical. As I suspected, there is no doubt about it. To be precise, my future corresponds to what you would regard as a parallel world. Gohan elaborated. A parallel world? It seems that the theory my mother spoke of is indeed accurate. So, Gohan, did you also traverse time to alleviate Mr. Goku's ailment? Trunks inquired. Precisely. I refrained from stepping forward earlier merely to ascertain your intentions. We are alike, though our experiences differ slightly, Gohan affirmed. Their dialogue left Goku in a state of utter bewilderment, feeling quite passive in the midst of it all. Wait a moment. Now that I understand Gohan's identity, does that mean, young man, that you are also my future son? Goku pointed towards Trunks, his mind in a state of chaos. Furthermore, you mentioned coming to cure my illness, but I am not ill. The volume of information in such a short span is overwhelming, rendering it difficult for him to assimilate. Upon noticing Son Gohan's gesture, Trunks nodded and began his explanation, as concealment had become futile. Since another future version of Gohan was present, I shall introduce myself. My name is Trunks, and I am not the son of Uncle Goku. You might be wondering, who then am I? The Saiyan, Vegeta, over there, is my father. This revelation inundated Goku with a torrent of information, leaving him astonished. You mean to say you are Vegeta's son? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Trunks' identity struck Goku with a greater impact than Gohan's revelation. Even the eavesdropping Piccolo was taken aback. This purple-haired Super Saiyan was indeed the son of Vegeta from a future world. Honestly, none of them had anticipated that Vegeta would have offspring, as during this period, Vegeta's demeanor was exceedingly harsh in their eyes. After processing all the information, Goku observed Trunks and Vegeta several times before calming down. With identities established, Trunks proceeded to inform Goku about the tribulations of the future world. He detailed the emergence of androids 3 years hence and entrusted Goku with the special heart medicine, ensuring preparedness for any eventuality. Upon receiving the medicine, Goku's heart soared with joy. It seemed his destined calamity had found a remedy. I returned to this past to alter all that and fulfill my mother's wishes. However, I did not anticipate encountering Uncle Goku here, nor my elder brother Gohan, who has already perished in my timeline, Trunks reflected. To meet the most significant family member aside from his mother filled Trunks with profound satisfaction. In your world, did everyone perish, including Gohan, leaving only you alive? Goku inquired, a tinge of shame in his tone, now fully attentive to the threat posed by the androids. Indeed. Aside from myself, all succumbed to the onslaught of the androids, including brother Gohan, Trunks recalled, bitterness swelling within him over his inadequacies, his fists clenching tightly. Diverging worlds led to disparate paths. In the future world I inhabit, 20 years hence, I have managed to eradicate the androids through my efforts, Gohan interjected at that moment. Trunks was taken aback by this revelation. In another parallel world, the androids had not continued their reign of terror but had been vanquished by Gohan. This revelation allowed Trunks to comprehend that the pivotal moment of change lay here. Thus, Gohan, in your world, did you resolve all the crises? Goku's attention shifted to Gohan, his gaze subtly falling upon Gohan's severed left arm. The absence of one limb must surely be a permanent scar left from the battle against the androids. Indeed. I lost an arm during the fight. My world is fundamentally akin to Trunks' future, the sole distinction being that I survived and vanquished the androids. My return to the past is solely to alter history, Gohan replied. Is that so? I understand now. Goku mused thoughtfully, then turned his gaze towards his companions. In their efforts to withstand the invasion of King Cold and Frisia, his allies must have carried Senzu beans with them. In the future world, Senzu beans must be non-existent. Otherwise, Gohan's arm would have surely healed. Please wait a moment, Gohan. As a father, Goku could not bear to see his son with only one arm. He slowly levitated and soon flew into the midst of the Z warriors. Excuse me, everyone. Does anyone have a Senzu bean? Could you lend me one? Goku inquired from several of them. Senzu beans? To be prepared for any eventuality, I visited Korin Tower and requested the remaining Senzu beans from Korin. Goku, do you want to eat one? Krillin replied, producing a pouch from his pocket and revealing 5 green beans. No, this is for that person, Goku said, taking one Senzu bean and turning to fly towards Trunks and Gohan. Huh? For that person? Krillin was taken aback. Such precious items were already scarce. And now they were being given to outsiders? The Z warriors, bewildered and unaware of the full context, were left in confusion, with only Piccolo understanding the details. It's fine. The situation has stabilized. These two are not our enemies, he asserted, casting a contemplative glance at the still youthful Gohan. As a figure akin to a father, he would not allow another tragedy to befall Gohan from the future. Returning to Gohan and Trunks, Goku said, Gohan, this is a Senzu bean. If you consume it, your severed arm will restore. He extended the Senzu bean towards Gohan. This series of actions truly astonished Gohan. He never anticipated that his father from the past would be such a responsible figure. When compared to the future version of himself, the contrast became starkly evident. Although he did not return solely for the sake of the Senzu beans, now that they were present, he felt no hesitation in accepting them. As he received the Senzu beans from Goku's hand, Gohan did not rush to consume them. His system was capable of exchanging Senzu beans, and he could restore his arm at any moment if he desired. The reason he chose to wait was to transcend to a higher realm before rejuvenating himself. What's the matter? Aren't you going to eat? Goku inquired, puzzled. No rush, Gohan replied. Senzu beans are inherently rare. I intend to save them for a dire situation. Besides, Dad, do you have any thoughts beyond merely giving me the Senzu beans? Gohan perceived his father's hidden intentions without explicitly stating them. As expected of my son. You know me well, Goku chuckled before continuing, I genuinely wish to spar with you. After all, I am uncertain of the strength of the androids in the future world. If I can gauge your abilities, perhaps I will ascertain my own goals. Furthermore, I am eager to discover how powerful you have become in the future. What is the extent of the gap between our strengths? Restoring his son's arm was a way he could assist him, and thus he was determined to do so. The desire to engage in battle with his future son was his second objective. Chapter 56, A Constant State of Battle. Forcing transformation as Goku and Gohan's auras shifted. Trunks wisely stepped aside. To be frank, the prospect of this battle seemed rather peculiar. Yet like Goku, he was intrigued by how formidable this parallel universe's Gohan truly was. After all, in this Gohan's future world, he had vanquished the androids. This alone confirmed that he was indeed stronger than his counterpart in Trunks' world. Father from the past, you should be aware that during this period, you are not my equal. Are we still going to fight? Gohan asked candidly. After all, the current Goku possessed only 5 million power points in his normal state and 250 million in Super Saiyan form. Nonetheless, he was genuinely excited and desired to test his mettle. Otherwise, he would not have manifested in this manner. Whether or not you are my opponent will only be revealed through combat, Gohan. The fighting spirit in Goku's eyes remained undiminished. He could unreservedly showcase his strength against his son. Then let us fight. Gohan smiled slightly and nodded in response to the intense battle aura. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Time passed slowly, enveloped in an uncanny silence. At this moment, even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be heard with crystal clarity. Come on. With a resounding shout from Son Wukong, the atmosphere reached a critical point, and the expression in Son Gohan's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. The terrifying aura, once restrained, was now unleashed as Son Gohan actively released his energy, beginning to spread in all directions. Within several dozen miles, the peculiar atmospheric pressure caused a constant tremor. The ground near Son Gohan's ankles cracked, and the instability in the air pressure resulted in countless fragments of stone being lifted and then violently crushed into dust. Such an overwhelming presence hinted at a strength far beyond what they could perceive. The fearsome energy surged like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and the earth. As an observer, Trunks was utterly astonished. The pressure emanating from this energy far exceeded his expectations. Is this the true power of my brother Gohan? To possess such formidable strength from another world, and without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, it is no wonder he could defeat the androids. A sense of admiration for Son Gohan arose within Trunks. If the Gohan from his world had not perished due to the androids, his strength would surely have escalated to a level comparable to the Gohan before him. The sheer magnitude of Gohan's energy, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, was truly terrifying. Although I am acutely aware of the vast disparity between us, I cannot suppress my desire to engage in battle with you. Please, do not hold back. Son Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, expressing his awe with a sheepish sigh. The oppressive aura enveloping him made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, they were worlds apart. 100 meters away stood the Z fighters, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Vegeta, and even Bulma, an ordinary woman from Earth. All sensed that something was amiss. This impending battle was inevitable. The dark-cloaked figure had targeted Goku from the very beginning, and now, were they finally to confront one another? Krillin exclaimed, his words seemingly striking Piccolo's face, as Piccolo had just asserted that the cloaked figure was not an enemy. To Piccolo, the opinions of others were of no consequence. He focused his energy on perceiving the immense power of future Gohan. It was difficult for him to fathom the excruciating sacrifices that future Gohan must have endured to attain such formidable strength. He began to ponder the true strength of the artificial beings that would emerge 3 years hence. From the outset, the cloaked man had been biding his time to eliminate Frieza and King Cold, merely to pass the time, and now he intended to confront Goku? Tien spoke up, cold sweat pouring down his brow. For him in this era, a power level in the tens of millions was akin to a celestial feat, an apex existence. It was essential to recognize that despite a year of arduous training, his combat power had only just crossed into the realm of hundreds of thousands, barely touching the million mark. The prospect of a power level in the tens of millions was utterly beyond his reach. It shouldn't be like this. That person bears no ill will toward my father. His aura is simply powerful, young Gohan reasoned and assessed. Upon hearing this, Piccolo smiled faintly. Indeed. Like that purple-haired boy before, this battle remains a test. Their exchange provided a momentary calm for Krillin, Tien, and the others. They were all rational beings. If this were truly an enemy, they surely would not squander time in such a manner. Meanwhile, witnessing Kakarot preparing to engage yet another Super Saiyan, Vegeta felt a tumult of frustration and anger within him. How infuriating. They were all Super Saiyans, yet he felt sidelined. He could not accept it. This trial, belonging to the Saiyans, ought to include his participation. However, lacking mastery over the Super Saiyan form, he finds himself unqualified to join the fray. Now, he can only lament in solitude. In the realm of destruction, the angel Whis observes the unfolding events on Earth through the staff in his hand. The spectacle is about to commence. In this era, Son Goku has emerged as a formidable presence within the universe. Whis is filled with anticipation. What will be the outcome of this father-son battle that transcends time and space? Suddenly, a voice calls out to Whis from beside him. Upon closer inspection, he discovers a blue fish, not only residing in a floating aquarium but also capable of human speech. The fish in question is, apart from the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, the third entity residing in the realm of destruction. It possesses the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. This prophetic fish. Is something amiss, prophetic fish? Whis inquired, glancing over at it. Not particularly. I am merely intrigued by what could captivate your attention so thoroughly, the prophetic fish replied, floating forward with a look of skepticism, directing its gaze towards the projection of Earth displayed atop the staff. Are those the Saiyans from Earth? The prophetic fish felt a surge of curiosity as it observed Whis's fascination with the Saiyans. A most splendid confrontation is on the horizon. One that nearly led to the demise of Frieza at the hands of Goku. I wonder what kind of sparks will ignite between him and that figure in the black cloak, Whis remarked, maintaining the mystery of his own identity with a gentle smile directed at the prophetic fish. Upon witnessing Whis's eager expression, the prophetic fish pondered for a moment before realization struck. It deduced that Whis's interest in the Saiyans was likely connected to a prophecy from many years past. Whis, do you believe that one among them may someday have the opportunity to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan god? The prophetic fish inquired. In response to the prophetic fish's probing question, Whis merely smiled, offering no answer. The nature of the future is shrouded in uncertainty, and even as an angel, he dared not speculate recklessly. Everything must unfold in its own time. whether it be Trunks or Gohan, both hailing from other parallel worlds and considered outsiders. Logic would dictate that he, as an angel, should promptly awaken Beerus to eliminate them. Yet, he refrained from doing so. He perceived this as an inevitable occurrence, an integral part of history itself. As an angel, he possesses insights far exceeding those of any other being. Prophetic fish, an intriguing scene is about to unfold, Whis remarked, shifting the subject with a playful smile. The scene then transitioned back to Earth, where the standoff between Gohan and Goku extended indefinitely, even in the absence of physical confrontation. The mere pressure of their energies manifested as a cataclysmic phenomenon. The Earth trembled, and the sky darkened ominously. This scene was terrifying to the utmost, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The energies clashed, merely representing a confrontation of combat prowess scaled to millions. Son Gohan had unleashed his full potential within his normal state, reaching a staggering 5 million in combat strength. In contrast, Son Gohan had only managed to unleash less than 1/10 of his current normal strength. Trunks, who closely observed this extraordinary display, was left utterly astounded, unable to fathom the spectacle before him, although such a level of pressure was not particularly daunting for him. Given his current capabilities and control over energy, it felt rather unrealistic to achieve such a feat in his normal state. The energies appeared to be in a delicate balance, as Son Gohan remained unfazed and composed, while Son Wukong struggled to maintain his stance. The former still held significant reserves, whereas the latter had fully exerted his combat strength, even tapping into the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan form. It seems our gap is quite substantial, Dad. Are you still not planning to transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan teased, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Prolonging the standoff would yield no favorable outcome. But you haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan either. So why should I rush? Son Wukong replied with a wry smile. At this moment, the mere pressure of their clash in normal states was proving to be quite overwhelming for him. He was profoundly astonished that Gohan, from 2 decades hence, had grown so formidable. With his keen perception, he recognized the vast disparity between their strengths. This is merely the disparity under normal circumstances. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, the gap would amplify significantly. Surpassing his own father, he finds himself torn between joy and despair. Since you, father, are reluctant to transform, I shall compel your Super Saiyan form to emerge. Father, you must observe closely. The smile on Gohan's face grew increasingly pronounced, as his latent energy began to be unleashed. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged explosively, escalating dramatically. The overwhelming presence unleashed by Gohan bore down upon Goku with an oppressive force. If he refuses to voluntarily become a Super Saiyan, then I shall force him to do so. A combat power of 5 million fails to even qualify as a warm-up. As Goku sensed the intimidation and impact of this dreadful aura, he was instantaneously thrown into disarray, his pupils constricting sharply. A chill enveloped his entire being, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. In that moment, he comprehended the vast chasm that existed between himself and Gohan, a disparity far more outrageous than he had ever imagined. It was almost unfathomable that Gohan had attained such a level of power without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku, trembling with trepidation, swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming in astonishment. He held a considerable degree of confidence in his own abilities. Yet Gohan's exalted state left him with no choice but to look up in reverence. Acknowledging the gap, he resolved, then let us transform into Super Saiyans. Father, Gohan declared, his eyes narrowing slightly as the oppressive aura surrounding him surged once more. This situation made Son Wukong realize that he could no longer maintain his previous stance. In a single breath, he summoned the S cells within him, concentrating all his energy and instantly undergoing a transformation. The unique golden aura of a Super Saiyan radiated outward, enveloping his form and amplifying his presence. With golden hair and azure eyes, he ascended to the first level of Super Saiyan. His combat power surged 50-fold, elevating his battle capability to an astounding 250 million. The sense of oppression and pain he had felt diminished significantly, allowing him to exhale in relief. Simultaneously, with a mere thought, he unleashed his aura, momentarily pushing back the terrifying pressure that Son Gohan had previously exerted upon him. For that brief moment, he had nearly been overwhelmed by Gohan's energy. Fortunately, the transformation occurred in time. Otherwise, if he had been rendered unconscious, even the mightiest of powers would have been futile. Chapter 60, Victory Through Weakness. Son Wukong is anxious. Subscription requested, brothers. Phew, that was close. I nearly found myself immobilized by your energy, Gohan. Son Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exclaiming as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Upon witnessing Son Wukong finally transform into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan's interest was piqued. Only a Super Saiyan could compel him to engage seriously. Otherwise, it would be rather uninteresting. Now that the transformation has occurred, allow me to witness your Super Saiyan prowess, father. With a thunderous shout, Son Gohan did not hesitate and chose to strike first. This is not merely a manifestation of his obsession as a son battling his father, but also his fervor in confronting the protagonist. In an instant, his entire aura was retracted back into his being. Son Wukong acted with lightning speed, transforming into a brilliant ray of light that surged forth. The ground beneath him crumbled in an instant, and in less than 0.01 seconds, he arrived before Son Gohan. With the force of an unstoppable tide, he delivered a mighty punch aimed directly at Son Gohan's face. The sound of a thunderous impact echoed as the devastating blow was met with Son Gohan's steadfast defense, perfectly dissipating its force. The terrifying energy was redirected into the earth, creating a massive crater approximately 10 meters in diameter and a meter deep, centered beneath Son Gohan's feet. Son Gohan remained expressionless, while an exhilarated smile appeared on Son Gohan's face. In this initial clash, neither side gained the upper hand. Both were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Trunks, observing from the sidelines, was forced back by the aftermath of their battle, retreating once more to a distance of 10 meters. The battle between these two individuals prompted him to exercise caution, retreating to a relatively safe location. Simultaneously, he was astounded by the sheer strength exhibited by Brother Gohan. It was no wonder that his prowess, even in its ordinary state, could rival that of Uncle Goku, the Super Saiyan. In his world, the androids would surely be eradicated. Trunks inhaled sharply, his mind attuned to every detail, leaving no aspect overlooked. This battle may very well represent a tremendous opportunity for him. 100 meters away, the positions of the Z fighters reveal that even a single strike can unleash such formidable power. Piccolo is increasingly astonished by the potential strength of Gohan in the future, especially considering that he can withstand the might of Super Saiyan Goku in his normal state. Such occurrences seem utterly inconceivable unless witnessed firsthand. Yet, this very scene unfolds before his eyes. The realm in which they exist is fundamentally disparate. This disparity evokes a feeling of profound discontent within him. It is not a lamentation for the future of Son Gohan, but rather a bitter dissatisfaction with his own inferiority to Son Goku, who remains in his untransformed state. Over the course of a year, he has engaged in rigorous training, believing that he might bridge the gap, even harboring the confidence to surpass Son Goku in his base form. Meanwhile, Vegeta stands aside, his teeth gritted in fury. He despises his impotence, loathes his own weakness. Accursed! 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 With blood vessels engorged in his eyes, Vegeta's rage has reached a boiling point. All emotions coalesce into a tempest of hatred and ire. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, a being of royal lineage, he finds himself bereft of even the right to participate in battle. Particularly poignant is the fact that even in his untransformed state, Son Goku exudes a pressure and aura that eclipses Vegeta's current capabilities. This further deepened Vegeta's inability to accept the situation, and his heart surged with intense resentment. Scene 46, the scene shifts back to the battlefield. Gohan's fist remained firmly grasped in Goku's hand, unable to withdraw. How will you handle me next, father? Gohan remarked with a hint of amusement in his voice. Gohan, it's unwise to conceal your true power. Transform into your Super Saiyan form quickly, or else I will defeat you in no time, Goku replied with a smile. Exuding the confidence that came from his transformation, believing he could conquer Gohan within 10 moves. Whether this was confidence, arrogance, or sheer hubris remained uncertain. Indeed, the Super Saiyan transformation had elevated his combat power to the astonishing realm of hundreds of millions, while Gohan's normal combat power was merely 85 million. There was a noticeable gap between Goku's Super Saiyan prowess and Gohan's regular form. However, Gohan's normal combat power did not reflect his full potential. Whenever he desired, Gohan could unleash a combat strength far exceeding Goku's, even without transforming. The energy reservoir of the Super Saiyan state could still be accessed. A playful smile crept onto Gohan's face. Father, are you suggesting that in your Super Saiyan state, you can defeat me in my normal state with just a little effort? You underestimate me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan swiftly withdrew his arm, and the fierce battle was about to commence. His relentless barrage of punches and kicks resembled a tornado, continuously battering Goku with a series of devastating strikes, each more potent than the last. Every blow exhibited tremendous destructive power while allowing him ample room for maneuver. Even with just one hand, he managed to maximize his offensive capabilities. The resounding sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed in the air. Bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. Gohan immersed himself in the assault, showcasing his ferocity and fierce combat style to the fullest. For a moment, he managed to overpower Goku with just one hand and 2 legs. Yet, even while gaining the upper hand in their exchange of blows, Gohan found it impossible to suppress Goku in a short span of time. In his normal state, he held nothing back, launching an all-out assault. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it to energy points. 200,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it to energy points. 300,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it to energy points. 400,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it to energy points. 500,000. The system's notifications rang incessantly in his mind, absorbing Goku's energy with each attack and converting it into energy points. Nevertheless, this alone would not suffice. Goku skillfully navigated Gohan's onslaught. In his normal state, Gohan posed no real threat to him, at least in Goku's estimation. Goku transitioned from defense to offense, applying pressure to Gohan. He would not show mercy merely because his opponent was his son. Furthermore, the true combat power possessed by Gohan was evidently higher than his own. And if he failed to seize this opportunity to subdue Gohan, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Then let us continue, father. You should hasten your pace and force me to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan urged, bolstering his energy as they clashed. Even against Goku's relentless onslaught as a Super Saiyan, Gohan did not yield an inch, nor did he contemplate transforming. You had better be cautious. With a shout, Goku intensified his assault. The Turtle School's combat technique underwent a transformation as Goku shifted from defense to offense, pouring his entire being into the attack. At this point, the tide of battle began to change. Goku pressed closer, forcing Gohan to retreat step by step. One must admit that Goku was indeed a seasoned combat genius. Each of his strikes was terrifyingly powerful, precise, and swift, leaving him ample room for maneuver even while fully committed to offense. Under this relentless pressure, Gohan found himself bereft of opportunities to counterattack, forced to endure Goku's assault. Yet even in this predicament, Gohan's combat skills were undeniably formidable, matching Goku's prowess. Even with just one arm, he had undergone rigorous training, honing his skills to the point where he could hold his own against opponents of equal caliber. After hundreds of exchanges, Gohan fully deciphered Goku's attacking patterns. With this knowledge, it was time for Gohan to counterattack. His combat techniques were far from simplistic. Having endured countless trials, he had refined his battle instincts and techniques to perfection. Whenever Goku's strike threatened to connect, Gohan would deftly evade or block it with uncanny precision. A resounding boom echoed as Goku's powerful blow missed its target, crashing into a rocky mountain. In an instant, the mountain crumbled under the force of the impact, scattering debris everywhere. Another miss? Just like before. Goku's failed attack forced him to furrow his brow in heightened vigilance. Has he truly seen through my attack patterns? The disbelief in Gohan's strength grew within him as he withdrew his arm from the destroyed mountain and faced Gohan once more. Despite the ongoing battle, Gohan remained unscathed, fighting with only one arm. Had Gohan been fully capable, Goku would have found it far less easy to deflect his attacks. I have read your movements, father. Even if you continuously alter your attacking style in an attempt to predict my actions and strike me, it is all in vain. I know your fighting style, your techniques. What you cannot do, I can. Gohan stated flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. This discourse provoked an even greater turmoil within Son Gohan. It dawned upon him that the individual before him hailed from a future 20 years hence. Yet, the Super Saiyan's form was subdued by Gohan's ordinary state, igniting a surge of indignation within him. The first level of Super Saiyan was eclipsed by his son's normal demeanor. A source of profound embarrassment for him as a father. Provoked by Gohan's taunt, Son Gohan felt a swell of defiance and anger. It was inconceivable. Even if you had discerned my attacking methods, it was utterly impossible to evade them with unfailing precision every single time. No one in this world could achieve such flawlessness. Not even you, Gohan. With a steely gaze, Son Gohan's aura sharpened dramatically. In but a breath's time, he launched forth again. His energy surged, transforming him into a radiant streak of light, hurtling towards Gohan with ferocity. In less than 0.1 seconds, Son Gohan's fists, enveloped in a chilling brilliance, arrived before Gohan. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the fierce battle erupted anew. Undeterred, Son Gohan immersed himself entirely in his offensive, intent on utterly vanquishing Gohan with an overwhelming onslaught. This combat style bears a striking resemblance to the prince's technique employed by Vegeta. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the prince's approach entirely forsakes defense, fully immersing himself in offense to deliver devastating blows to his adversaries. In contrast, Son Goku's fighting method is characterized by a harmonious balance of offense and defense, allowing him to seamlessly switch between either mode with remarkable finesse. Trunks, positioned several dozen meters away, observed the unfolding battle with astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief as he witnessed the most incredible spectacle of his life. In his usual demeanor, Brother Gohan is able to engage in a fierce and evenly matched battle with Son Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Although they appear to be on equal footing, it is evident that Gohan possesses a more significant reserve of strength. Moreover, he can discern that Son Goku is increasingly anxious, desperately striving to overwhelm Gohan with an unrelenting offensive onslaught. This inadvertently fell into Son Gohan's scheme. This version of Gohan, hailing from an alternate parallel universe, possesses a strength beyond her wildest imagination. She was taken aback, rendered speechless. If he were to wield such extraordinary power, the androids would be mere trifles, easily crushed at his whim. This also ignited within Trunks a profound yearning and admiration for Gohan. Uncle Goku's offensive had been utterly disrupted. It was unimaginable that one could achieve a balance with a Super Saiyan merely in their normal state. Trunks pondered the terrifying heights of power Gohan would attain upon transformation. He sighed deeply, recognizing that the outcome was already apparent. Goku's defeat was merely a matter of time. In another location, the Z warriors were on edge, their nerves taut as they fixed their gaze intently upon the unfolding battle. The intensity of this high-level battle far exceeded their expectations, leaving them all utterly astonished. Warriors with a combat power index of no less than 100,000 could barely discern the trajectories of the combatants. Those with a combat power value below 100,000 found it exceedingly difficult to even capture a trace of their movements. All the Z warriors present had undergone special training and had honed their skills under the guidance of the King of the Worlds. Their strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the Ginyu Force, consistently maintaining above 100,000. However, there was one individual whose power, after resurrection, had not only failed to increase, but had instead diminished due to nearly a year of complacency, resulting in a decline in physical prowess. Without a doubt, this individual is Yamcha. The Super Saiyan Goku, unable to even graze the hem of his opponent's attire, is still in a state that has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin is acutely aware that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. The cloaked Gohan, seemingly subdued, is actually evenly matched with his adversary, perhaps even holding a slight advantage. How could Goku, also a Super Saiyan, be so far behind that person? It seems impossible. What could possibly be happening? Gohan, in disbelief, rebutted. After all, to them, a Super Saiyan is a Super Saiyan. Once one achieves this transformation, despite any variance in power, the disparity should not be vast. They are not Saiyans, and their conjectures are limited to this. My father will not lose. If we continue to watch, he will surely win. The young Gohan of this era is unwaveringly confident in his father's victory. One can only imagine the expression on his face upon discovering that he is battling an alternate version of himself from a future world. Everyone fervently hopes for Goku to triumph in this battle. After all, Goku is the linchpin of their team, the very foundation. Should he falter, it would be an overwhelmingly heavy blow to them all. Could you please be quiet if you cannot comprehend the battle? Vegeta scoffed at the foolish remarks of the onlookers. He is the mightiest among them, capable of perceiving what others cannot. Goku cannot sustain his Super Saiyan state for long. He is unable to maintain this transformation indefinitely in combat. Kakarot is already exerting himself to the utmost, while that Saiyan still holds tremendous reserves. Under such intense combat, Kakarot's stamina is rapidly depleting. He cannot endure much longer. He is bound to be defeated. Vegeta elucidated to the others. Frankly, he could scarcely believe that the scene before him was unfolding in reality. In his steadfast conviction, a Super Saiyan is an invincible warrior of the universe. Once one transforms into a Super Saiyan, they become virtually unstoppable. Now, this illusion has been ruthlessly shattered, demonstrating that a Super Saiyan is not truly invincible. Under the same premise of being a Saiyan, if one reaches a sufficient level of strength, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, they can vanquish one in their normal state. Vegeta is acutely aware that this cloaked figure has not been serious, treating the confrontation as a mere game. Goku is nothing more than a plaything to him, destined for merciless destruction once he becomes tiresome. Damn it, why is there such a vast disparity between them? Despite both being Saiyans, he, who possesses the supreme royal bloodline among them all, should be the one effortlessly overpowering Goku, maintaining dominance over a Super Saiyan in his normal state. He has elevated his combat power from a mere point to over 4 million, and he fully understands the means by which he achieved this. Currently, the fastest way to enhance his normal combat power is through this method, near-death revival. An explosive surge in strength. Apart from gravity training, he must also embrace this challenge. At this moment, Vegeta has resolved to pursue this course of action. It is precisely this decision that will catalyze a transformation within him, propelling his future achievements to unfathomable heights. Not only will he be able to catch up to Goku at an astonishing pace, but he may also have the opportunity to surpass him entirely. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Countless assaults have failed to significantly impact Gohan, leaving Goku torn between joy and frustration. On one hand, as a father, he is elated to witness his child's formidable combat prowess far exceeding his own. On the other hand, as a father, his stubbornness resists acceptance. He cannot yield. Even though this boy is Gohan from 20 years in the future, he refuses to concede defeat so easily. Previously, he had intended to compel Gohan to unleash his Super Saiyan transformation using only his normal strength. Now, however, having transformed himself, he finds himself at a loss against Gohan's normal state power. Despite having a considerable advantage in power in all aspects, every assault falls short, failing to connect. No matter how formidable the attack, if it cannot land, it is ultimately meaningless. What's the matter? Father, is this all the strength you possess? Or have you grown weary of fighting? This provocative demeanor only served to infuriate Son Gohan further. He was indignant. Although he retained a modicum of rationality and cognitive ability in his Super Saiyan state, this form altered both his character and thought processes. Even aware that Gohan was deliberately taunting him, he could no longer endure it. Gohan, you audacious lad, it seems you've grown too bold. With a deep breath, the defiant Son Gohan steadied himself, a sinister smile playing upon his lips, his teeth clenched in frustration. If the first stage of Super Saiyan proved ineffective, then he would have no choice but to resort to that move. Though he harbored little confidence in his ability to control it, aware that a misstep could lead to his own obliteration, he was unwilling to concede defeat, especially to his own son. The limits he faced were for him to transcend. Despite Gohan hailing from 20 years in the future, he refused to believe that he was so insignificant before him. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training on planet Yardrat. Though the duration may be fleeting, I am determined to prove myself. Taking a deep breath, Son Wukong's eyes ignited with fierce determination. The unyielding warrior was prepared to engage in a desperate gamble. This scene caused Son Wukong to furrow his brow slightly. His expression transformed into one of gravity and astonishment. Through his heightened senses, he discerned that Son Wukong's aura was expanding at an astonishing velocity, with an intensity that was anything but trivial. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Could it be that his arrival had precipitated subtle alterations in the narrative of this realm, triggering a cascade of unforeseen consequences? Alternatively, it was possible that Son Wukong had conducted his own research in the original text, yet had chosen not to reveal it until now. Wong. The space shimmered with ripples, and a crimson light engulfed the golden flames, ultimately enveloping Son Wukong's form entirely. The crimson radiance is none other than the Kaioken. Ever since mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, Goku has not entirely relegated the Kaioken to obscurity. Yet, who would have anticipated it? The Kaioken, utilized in the state of a Super Saiyan, is a technique that only you, dear father, would employ. With narrowed eyes, Gohan immediately discerned the dire condition of Goku's body. Not only is it challenging to maintain the Super Saiyan form for extended periods, but the strain imposed by the Kaioken exacerbates the situation. The members of the Sun family indeed fight with a reckless abandon. Goku, in a state of utter desperation, unleashed the Super Kaioken. With a fierce roar, his battle power surged dramatically. The Super Kaioken elevated his combat prowess by a staggering 50%. At this moment, Goku's battle power reached an astonishing 375 million. Tantalizingly close to the threshold of 400 million. In the blink of an eye, Goku launched another assault. The golden aura entwined with the crimson malevolence delivered a blow of tremendous force, embodying the very essence of devastation in its most ferocious form. The sudden onslaught caught Son Wukong completely off guard. Bang! With no time to defend himself, the ferocious punch struck him squarely in the face. The force radiated from his visage, engulfing his entire being with an overwhelming intensity. This terrifying power rendered Son Wukong incapable of controlling his body, propelling him backward like a cannonball. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Level 1, along with the Super Spirit Bomb state, transformed into energy points. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The system's notification chimed relentlessly, but Son Wukong paid it no heed this time. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. In a relentless pursuit, Son Goku, with astonishing speed, closed the gap on the flying Son Wukong. Showing no mercy whatsoever, a deep crimson light traversed the void. In less than a breath, all his power coalesced to its zenith, focusing on his right leg, which unleashed a devastating kick. Boom! The heart-stopping sound of impact reverberated through the air. Son Wukong's back bore the brunt of the assault, propelling him skyward like a rocket. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Level 1, combined with the Super Spirit Bomb state, converted into energy points. 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The tingling sensation mixed with excruciating pain coursing through his back induced a grimace that morphed into a smile. 0. This is indeed more intriguing. Otherwise, it would merely be a one-sided obliteration, which is rather tedious. Prepare yourself. The frenzied roar reverberated across the heavens as Son Wukong advanced once more, assuming the stance of the Super Saiyan Kamehameha, charging towards Son Gohan. His speed was so astonishing that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. He had preemptively positioned himself at the point where Son Gohan was destined to arrive. All of his energy converged into a singularity, his hands clasped together to form a warhammer, and he unleashed a devastating blow aimed directly at the oncoming Son Gohan. Boom! The might of this strike could easily shatter mountains, with energy intensity so profound that it could ripple through the very fabric of space. Enduring this unparalleled blow, Son Gohan's visage betrayed a flicker of embarrassment and agony, yet he persevered. Ding! The automated system absorbed the energy from the first level of Super Saiyan, Super Kaioken form of Son Goku, converting it into energy points. 3 million. The greater the force of Goku's assault, the more energy points the system assimilated. Struck by a devastating blow, Son Gohan plummeted from the heights like a meteor, crashing into the colossal rock formations. Boom, 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 boom. Countless mountains were obliterated as Gohan's body collided with them. In an instant, clouds of dust billowed and debris soared through the air. While Goku's final strike was undeniably ferocious, it bore little consequence for him. Although it was a regular occurrence, Gohan had discreetly summoned the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan to shield his body, mitigating any severe injuries. After shattering numerous rock formations, Gohan emerged unscathed, his attire untouched. It seemed as though Goku's assaults had no effect whatsoever. Pushing aside the boulders that had pinned him down, Gohan slowly rose to his feet. It truly hurt. But it was merely a fleeting discomfort. Rubbing his aching chest, Gohan mused on the nature of his family. They appeared gentle on the surface, yet in battle, they revealed a ruthless side, particularly the old rogue, Son Goku. When provoked, he showed no mercy. This is how a battle should be. It possesses a certain thrill. However, Gohan lamented that this confrontation could proceed no further, a true pity. In his perception of Ki, he sensed that Goku, after the explosive surge of energy had significantly diminished, lacking the sharpness and ferocity he had displayed during the onslaught. Determining Goku's location through his ki sensing, Gohan leaped, swiftly making his way towards him. In the past, the father, constrained by pride, forcibly unleashed the Super Kaioken, striving to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Chapter 62. Goku admits defeat, stopping just short. On the battlefield, Goku knelt on both knees, his hands pressed against the ground, his breathing becoming increasingly erratic. A profusion of cold sweat covered his forehead and enveloped his entire body. Although he still maintained the first level of Super Saiyan form, he had reached the limits of his physical endurance. A closer inspection would reveal that his body trembled slightly, with intense pain radiating throughout. Utilizing the Kaioken in the first level of Super Saiyan state inflicted tremendous harm and burden upon him. To employ the Kaioken while already at the brink of his limits was a perilous endeavor, yet he had succeeded. However, even this success came at a grave cost. The combined strain of Kaioken and Super Saiyan had wrought unimaginable injuries upon his body. His stamina depleted, his muscles became discordant. Every inch of his flesh and every cell felt as though they were being mercilessly gnawed upon by ants, causing excruciating agony. Suddenly, sensing Gohan's energy approaching rapidly, Goku's pupils constricted and his brow furrowed. He abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld Gohan drawing near. After Goku unleashed the Super Kaioken, Gohan not only withstood the onslaught but emerged unscathed, not even a tear in his clothing. This is utterly absurd. How could this possibly be? Son Wukong was astounded. Upon witnessing the unscathed form of Son Gohan, his pride endured a profound blow. He never anticipated that the chasm between himself and his future son would be so vast. It's over, father. You have underestimated me. I am far more formidable than you ever imagined. However, battling you has greatly aided my understanding of my own shortcomings. Regrettably, the gap between us cannot be bridged merely by the Kaioken technique. Even if I forcibly augment my energy through Kaioken, you would still be unable to defeat me. Son Gohan refrained from striking again. His gaze locked onto Son Wukong, aware that his opponent was at the end of his tether, rendering further pursuit unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong did not respond with anger. Instead, a smile of relief and exhilaration graced his face. Haha, defeated by my own son. I am left to ponder whether I should rejoice or feel remorse. Gohan, to hone such combat skills and techniques, you must have undergone incredibly rigorous training, haven't you? It's astonishing. You have seen through all my attacks. Each time, I fell just short. Even when employing Kaioken, it was merely a sudden burst that caught you off guard. At that moment, a torrent of thought surged within him, emotion swirling in his heart. With the passage of time, the old gives way to the new. His son surpassed him. Son Gohan silently regarded Son Wukong, neither speaking nor indicating any intention to strike. The battle had reached such a juncture that further conflict was unnecessary. Victory and defeat were clear. He had triumphed. Son Wukong was acutely aware of this reality. Hence he refrained from unleashing the Kaioken technique to attack Son Gohan again. Even if he possessed the capability, he understood that Son Gohan could never be vanquished by his mere attacks. If the burden of Kaioken's power became too great for his body to endure, then undoubtedly, he would lose this battle. Moreover, crucially, his previous outburst had merely caught Son Gohan off guard, while he did not believe his future son would make the same mistake twice. Son Gohan had seen through the Kaioken, comprehending its essence. Even should he attempt to exceed his limits again, Son Gohan would not be as defenseless as before. Instead, he would actively block and reverse the tide of battle, transforming it into a scenario where Son Wukong was previously at a loss. Alas, it is truly disheartening that the disparity between us is so vast. I had thought that even if I could not defeat you in my normal state, transforming into a Super Saiyan would certainly grant me victory. Son Wukong chuckled self-mockingly, as if lamenting and simultaneously praising Son Gohan's strength. His emerald green eyes fixed intently on Son Gohan as he said, "The truth is harsh. You stand at a height far greater than my current self. Gohan, splendidly done. I concede." Son Wukong surrenders. With that, his aura dissipated entirely, and he reverted from Super Saiyan to his usual state. As the energy of Super Saiyan faded, the burdens imposed by the Kaioken technique became unbearable, unleashing unimaginable pain upon Son Wukong, causing him to grimace in agony. The side effects of Kaioken began to recoil against his body, and Son Gohan could see the muscles throughout Son Wukong's form twitching, as if living creatures were writhing within his veins. Son Gohan also lost any desire to continue the battle, deciding that it was best to leave it at that. This marks the inaugural clash between father and son, yet it is certainly not the final encounter. Without uttering a word, Son Wukong's son, Son Wufan, stepped forward, extending his hand to assist his father. "Next time, let us battle again. By then, I shall be stronger." Son Wukong, lifted to his feet, grinned widely. He was not one to accept defeat easily. He could not resign himself to losing to his own offspring. "Very well, should the opportunity arise, I shall not refuse." Son Wufan nodded in agreement without a hint of hesitation. Son Wukong's eagerness to engage in combat was precisely what he desired. After all, who would decline an opportunity for free energy points? Uncle Wukong, Brother Wufan. At that moment, Trunks flew in from afar. He had witnessed everything firsthand, the formidable strength of Son Wukong and the equally impressive prowess of Son Wufan, even in a different parallel world. The might of these two individuals left him in awe. Just the demonstration of Son Wukong's power surpassed his own capabilities by a significant margin. Had he lived for another 3 years without the affliction of viral heart disease, he would undoubtedly have grown even stronger. The threat posed by the androids was trivial in comparison. Another source of excitement for Trunks was Son Wufan, the elder brother from another timeline, whose strength was astonishingly formidable, rendering the androids utterly insignificant before him. Outside the battlefield, the Z warriors bore witness to this spectacle, their hearts filled with disbelief and astonishment. Wukong lost? Yamcha exclaimed in incredulity. In his eyes, a Super Saiyan was akin to a divine being, with Son Wukong residing in a realm far beyond their reach. The opponent's power had eclipsed theirs by an unfathomable extent. Yet, despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, he still could not withstand the might of the dark-cloaked Son Wufan, failing even to compel him to reveal his true form. How terrifying! Does such a powerful warrior truly exist? With the amplification of the Kaioken technique while transformed into a Super Saiyan, Wukong's body would inevitably succumb under the strain, as the Kaioken state could not be sustained for long. Yet, even with that, he was unable to secure victory, nor could he even force his opponent to transform. Krillin clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his bald head from sheer fear. It was only at that moment he realized how insignificant he was. Although he was among the elite on Earth, within the vast cosmos, he was but a mere speck of dust. The dimensional disparity was far too great. Even Super Saiyan Wukong could not compel his adversary to reveal his true capabilities. As previously stated by Vegeta, Wukong had been toyed with from the very beginning. Had that dark-cloaked figure wished to eliminate Wukong, he would have perished the instant their eyes met. Tangent aghast in disbelief, his dignity as a martial artist severely undermined. He had believed that, despite not reaching Wukong's Super Saiyan level, his relentless training would yield commendable results. Yet, witnessing Wukong being utterly overwhelmed in front of everyone, it became evident that even the first level of Super Saiyan was no match for his opponent's base form. What, then, did that make him as a martial artist? We should consider ourselves fortunate that this individual is not our enemy. Their exchange with Wukong is merely a sparring match. The thought of him as an adversary is unfathomable. It would undoubtedly lead to a massacre, a scene drenched in blood. Piccolo speculated. His gaze drifted towards the still youthful Son Wufan of this era. Unable to believe that Wufan would one day attain such heights, his normal state as a Super Saiyan. This absurd occurrence has utterly overturned all understanding. After contemplating this in his heart, Piccolo ultimately revealed a smile of relief. A splendid performance, Gohan 5-0. Gohan, astonished, widened his eyes in disbelief at his father's defeat, feeling a profound sense of indignation over his father's failure. Though it was hard to believe, the truth remained. His father had lost. He had succumbed to that cloaked, one-armed figure. One can only wonder what Gohan's thoughts would be if, on some distant day, he were to learn that this cloaked figure was none other than himself. He had defeated the father he had always idolized, albeit it was a version of himself from 20 years hence, yet a sense of accomplishment would inevitably blossom within him. Unlike others, the most notable presence remained that of this world's Vegeta. Damn it. Damn it. You all deserve to perish. As hatred and fury surged within him, Vegeta exhibited signs of impending madness. Anger filled his heart, and the intense emotional turmoil unleashed an overwhelming desire for vengeance that radiated from him uncontrollably. He yearned to unleash his full power, to transform into a Super Saiyan like those three. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. An unseen force had shackled him. No matter how furious he became, he could not awaken his own Super Saiyan form at this juncture. Chapter 63. If you wish to live, strive relentlessly in your training. Meanwhile, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the angel Vados and the oracle Fish sat to one side, observing the battle scene projected by the staff. As anticipated, Goku had fallen to the cloaked, one-armed man. When did such a powerful being emerge in our universe? That Super Saiyan was already formidable, yet he barely measured up to even 1% of this new adversary, the oracle Fish exclaimed in astonishment. He was also curious about the identity of the cloaked figure, for the emergence of such a strong entity would undoubtedly elevate the average power level of Universe 7. I only recently discovered this individual. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Vados replied with a gentle smile, taking a sip of tea. This one-armed cloaked figure must also be a Saiyan, am I right? Vados. Which of them do you think will become the Super Saiyan God foretold in the future? The oracle Fish inquired, intrigued. Although it possessed the ability to foresee the future, its insights were merely general. As for the true identity of the Super Saiyan God, it remained uncertain. In contrast, Vados, as an angel who has witnessed countless cycles of existence, possessed a profound perspective. His vision allowed him to perceive what was invisible to ordinary beings. Who among them would qualify to become the Super Saiyan God? The angel's judgment was nearly infallible. However, Vados' subsequent response left the oracle Fish momentarily stunned. As for who the Super Saiyan God is, I cannot say. We must await the future for clarity. When the time is right, that which is meant to appear will naturally reveal itself, Vados replied leisurely. Upon receiving this answer, the oracle fish blinked in bewilderment. Are there still mysteries in this world that even angels cannot fathom? This is indeed the first time witnessing such a spectacle. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the location of the god of destruction's palace. Observing this, Whis remained unperturbed, as if he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. With deftness, he deactivated the projection atop his staff. Really, Lord Beerus is throwing another tantrum. Even in slumber, he cannot find peace. How vexing. Whis let out a resigned sigh. After years of companionship with the god of destruction, Beerus, he had come to understand his temperament all too well. Even regarding the explosions resulting from his morning irritability as commonplace. After all, it was often Whis who had to tidy up these messes. Grasping his staff, Whis rose and sauntered towards the god of destruction's palace. The scene shifted back to Earth. The battle had concluded, and Goku felt the burden from the Kaioken dissipate significantly. Phew, that was close. I almost thought I was done for. The Kaioken technique truly should not be used recklessly. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan does not mitigate the risk. Goku took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. His once twitching muscles had returned to normalcy. No longer quivering. His energy shifted from chaotic to a steady rhythm, albeit slightly weaker than usual. Well then, the fighting is finished. It is time for me to address the matter at hand. Gohan intended to delve directly into the topic, supplementing information unknown to Trunks. Brother Gohan, are you referring to the androids, much like I am? Trunks inquired, as this was the primary purpose of their journey. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had much more to disclose. What I am about to reveal is something you are yet unaware of, and it pertains to the true enemy beyond androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Goku and Trunks' expressions turned grave. Trunks was utterly bewildered. Are there even more formidable foes lurking in the future world aside from those two androids? Gohan, do you mean to say that beyond androids 17 and 18, there exists an even greater threat in 3 years' time? Goku's demeanor grew serious. The might of androids 17 and 18, as described by Trunks, could easily toy with him, making it effortless to eliminate his current self. Yet, he had not anticipated that the androids were merely foot soldiers, with a more powerful and perilous boss lurking behind them. Indeed, what I intend to elaborate on is the future that Trunks has not yet encountered, the true adversary that must be vanquished in 3 years. Androids 17 and 18 are merely nourishment for evolution before this greater threat. After a brief explanation, Gohan began earnestly detailing to the two the identity of the true enemy 3 years hence. 5 minutes elapsed, during which Gohan recounted every event from his future world to Trunks. The creations of Dr. Gero extended far beyond just androids 17 and 18. There were other models, even more powerful androids that had yet to be activated. Androids 13, 14, 15, and 16, including Dr. Gero himself, who had transformed into Android 16, and the android he had constructed, Android 20. Not to mention, the ultimate android, Cell. Gohan emphasized the significance of Cell's threat, articulating with great diligence. Cell was a culmination of countless powerful cells, including those of Frieza and his father, meticulously cultivated by Dr. Gero. He could evolve and strengthen himself at an astonishing rate by devouring the flesh and vitality of humans. Androids 17 and 18 were merely sustenance for this monstrous entity's growth. As Trunks and Goku processed this information, they were left dumbfounded. Especially Trunks, who felt utterly devastated in his eyes. Androids 17 and 18 were the main culprits behind Earth's descent into chaos. However, in comparison to the ultimate android Cell, they were but insignificant nuisances. Gohan, in your world. The two androids appear to be wreaking havoc, but in truth, the one responsible for the drastic decline in humanity is Cell. He has been lurking in the shadows, secretly devouring humans to enhance himself, while the two androids merely provided cover for him. Gohan cautioned Trunks to remain vigilant against Cell. For within his memories of the original timeline, there was a Cell from another parallel world who had killed Trunks. Assuming his place, and traveling back 20 years into the past, even arriving a year earlier than Trunks. Is the future world plagued with such calamities? Clenching his jaw, Trunks tightly balled his fists, feeling increasingly helpless and troubled. The androids were merely the surface issue, the true challenge lay beneath. Gohan, you know all this because you have faced that ultimate android, Cell, and emerged victorious, correct? The astute Goku probed. The fact that Gohan had triumphed indicated that there remained hope for the future. With 3 years still ahead, he could seize the opportunity to strengthen himself, confident that he could rival Gohan's power. Yes, I encountered him under fortuitous circumstances and defeated him. Perhaps sensing Goku's apprehension, Gohan reassured, I know what you are thinking, Dad. You need not worry about Cell's awakening. In this timeline, he is far from maturing. During this interval, you may seek out Dr. Gero's laboratory. If you discover him, eliminate him before he can fully develop. Thank you, Gohan. This information will be invaluable. Goku furrowed his brow, never imagining that the future world would be riddled with peril, with adversaries more numerous than he had anticipated. Simultaneously, he lamented internally. The Red Ribbon Army should have been eradicated in his youth, had he left none alive. The ensuing calamities could have been avoided. He now understood a harsh truth: to eradicate the root of the problem, despite his inherently kind nature. For the sake of Earth and this world, he too must embrace cruelty. Well, since you are now informed, I need not linger further. Trunks has already provided you with the antidote for the viral heart disease, and I see no reason to remain. Turning away, Gohan waved his hand, preparing to depart. If you wish to avoid death, then devote yourself to training. We shall meet again in 3 years. With a wave, Gohan activated his instant transmission and soared toward the distant wasteland, leaving no opportunity for farewells. Wait for me, brother Gohan. After struggling in place for a moment, Trunks ultimately resolved to follow Gohan. Given that this elder brother was so formidable, having resolved the crisis of that parallel world, he surely possessed the means to address the turmoil in his own realm. He contemplated harnessing Gohan's strength to transform his world. With a surge of energy, Trunks swiftly pursued. Watching the two figures gradually fade into the horizon, Goku hesitated, his emotions a tangle of confusion. Finally, he exhaled deeply, his gaze reflecting an unprecedented gravity. The world is on the verge of transformation. Is there not a moment to pause? My heartfelt gratitude to Gohan, without the intelligence you provided, I would remain oblivious to the perils that await in the future. Son Gohan clenched his fists, a burning desire to grow stronger igniting within him. Frankly, after he had attained the power of a Super Saiyan, he had contemplated a life of leisure. However, he never anticipated that the strength of a Super Saiyan would prove insufficient against the foes that would emerge 3 years hence. He must relentlessly strive for greater power. Ever stronger. Chapter 64, Protecting One's Own World. As the cloaked Gohan and Trunks departed, all the Z warriors gathered around. Are you all right, Goku? Krillin approached, concerned for Son Gohan's well-being. Noticing that Son Gohan appeared merely fatigued, he breathed a sigh of relief. What did that person say to you, Goku? Tianjin inquired. Having already regarded the cloaked Gohan as an adversary after their initial conflict, just as Son Gohan was about to respond, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Piccolo. It's best if you refrain from asking about this matter. Knowing will serve no purpose. If you wish to avoid death in 3 years, you must devote yourselves to rigorous training. Piccolo's sudden interjection startled everyone, especially Son Gohan. Piccolo, do you know everything? Son Gohan exclaimed, incredulous as he pointed at Piccolo. It was imperative that the knowledge of their identities as future visitors remain undisclosed. Rest assured, even if I am aware, I will not disclose it. The matter concerning them is for you and me alone to understand, Piccolo assured, providing a semblance of comfort. He was well aware of the consequences of careless words. One misstep could lead the world into unpredictable turmoil. What do you mean we must train desperately if we wish to survive 3 years from now? Yamcha was taken aback, unable to comprehend Piccolo's ominous statement. The other Z warriors shared his confusion, bewildered by the implications of Piccolo's words. Listen, in 3 years, formidable adversaries will emerge. To avoid being slain, we must train diligently and prepare for the future of Earth, Son Gohan interjected, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. Some matters remained unspoken, yet the looming crisis 3 years hence must be confronted collectively. Several dozen kilometers away, Gohan descended into a desolate expanse, Trunks following closely behind. Is there something you wish to discuss, Trunks? Gohan turned to face him, sensing that Trunks had something on his mind. Gohan, I have wrestled with uncertainty. Yet I feel compelled to voice my thoughts. Since you hail from a parallel world, I implore you to accompany me to my world to assist in defeating Android 17 and Android 18, as well as other androids. Trunks boldly articulated his request. In that moment, it became evident what kind of mindset this young man possessed. This fellow remains that immature child. After following me for an entire day, he approaches merely to utter this exceedingly foolish remark? You truly disappoint me, Tenank's. In response to Tenank's request, Son Gohan shook his head. Why does this young man not consider relying on his own strength to salvage the future world, but instead seeks his assistance? I, as his elder brother, am reprimanded. While Trunks harbors unspoken grievances, he believes that he cannot possibly eliminate the androids alone. If he could harness Gohan's power, vanquishing the androids would undoubtedly be a trivial task. Alas, his aspirations are noble, yet reality is exceedingly harsh. Gohan has no leisure to venture into his future world, and it is uncertain whether he could even do so. Listen well, Trunks. Although I am your elder brother, we hail from disparate realms. In my world, I have altered everything. Thus, in your world, why can you not effect change independently? Relying on others is less preferable than relying on oneself. Gohan strolled before Trunks, an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him like an unstoppable tide. In an instant, Trunks felt an unimaginable weight descend upon him, nearly causing him to falter. Fortunately, his willpower is robust, and his body resilient enough to withstand Gohan's oppressive presence. At this moment, Trunks felt a wave of trepidation. It dawned on him the sheer folly of his actions. Despite standing before him is his closest ally, Gohan, they are beings from different timelines, and he cannot traverse worlds to provide aid. This action has already transcended the boundaries of history. One's own world should be salvaged through one's own efforts, rather than relying on the strength of others. It is indeed a sign of weakness. No wonder one becomes psychologically scarred when trampled by mere artificial beings. Bearing the blood of Vegeta, and being of the same Saiyan lineage, you have allowed the artificial beings to instill fear within you, casting a shadow over your entire existence. Shrouded in dread, With this fear, you shall never triumph over them. Without uttering a word of anger, Son Gohan's mere presence exudes an increasingly oppressive aura. Trunks can only feel his body ensnared by an overwhelming force of gravity, causing him to writhe in place, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. This time, Trunks remained silent, merely gritting his teeth in determination. The pressure emanating from Son Gohan simulated the environment of the gravity training chamber, becoming increasingly oppressive, causing Trunks' body to feel heavier and more uncontrollable. Just as he seemed on the verge of collapsing forward, this young man stubbornly refused to fall. This is precisely what Son Gohan hoped to witness. He had finally begun to regain a semblance of clarity, though still not fully matured. This marked the commencement of his transformation. Are you not inclined to fall? Go ahead, if you do. I may graciously visit your world and assist you in vanquishing all the androids. Son Gohan teased Trunks in a playful tone. He had anticipated that upon hearing his words, Trunks would immediately topple forward, yet the outcome exceeded his expectations. Trunks made his own choice, enduring Gohan's oppressive aura, resolutely refusing to yield. After a tense standoff lasting 10 seconds, Gohan voluntarily withdrew his pressure. Trunks, gasping for breath, felt an immense sense of relief as he escaped the terrifying weight of Gohan's presence. It was a challenging endeavor, and he finally recognized the vast chasm separating him from Son Gohan. If he could master this power, eliminating the androids would be a trivial matter. It seems you have made your choice, Trunks, Gohan remarked, observing the panting Trunks with a light chuckle. Yes, I understand now. Thank you, Gohan, Trunks responded, awakening to the realization that he could no longer rely on others to save the future world. It was only through his own strength that true salvation could be achieved. With newfound direction, Trunks was no longer lost. Given your fervent desire to rescue your world, I shall offer you a modicum of assistance, Gohan said with a gentle laugh, tossing Trunks the Senzu bean that Goku had bestowed upon him. To Gohan, the Senzu bean held little significance, although it could restore his severed limb. The time for that had yet to arrive. If he wished to restore his arm, he could easily exchange for another Senzu bean from the system's shop. It was merely a point of energy, inconsequential to him. Is this a Senzu bean? For me, Trunks exclaimed, catching the object thrown by Gohan and realizing it was indeed a Senzu bean. In the future world, Senzu beans were nearly extinct. If they were still available, combat would not have been so arduous. If Senzu beans had existed, his own Gohan would not have perished. Now, he had acquired a Senzu bean. Your world must be saved through your own strength. I can only offer this insignificant assistance, Gohan instructed Trunks, resembling a stern mentor. I understand, Gohan. Thank you. With the Senzu bean in hand, Trunks felt a surge of confidence. As a half-Saiyan, he understood that as long as he survived, each time he healed from severe injuries, he would grow stronger. The Senzu bean gifted by Gohan was akin to granting him a second chance at life. Given your awakening, I shall share a crucial insight. Super Saiyan is merely the beginning, not the ultimate limit. If you can surpass Super Saiyan, vanquishing the androids will become effortless, Gohan proclaimed. Surpass Super Saiyan? Trunks murmured, as understanding dawned upon him. His pupils dilated in realization. This Son Gohan had achieved a state beyond Super Saiyan. No wonder he could defeat the androids in the future world. Once he transcended Super Saiyan, eliminating the androids would no longer pose a challenge. For so long, Trunks had believed that Super Saiyan represented the pinnacle of their capabilities. Now, with Gohan's guidance, clarity washed over him. Without the shadow of doubt, he comprehended how to transcend his own limitations and grow stronger. Indeed, once you surpass Super Saiyan, the androids will seem like mere ants, easily obliterated with a flick of your wrist. To achieve this, seek out the gravity training room left by your father. There, you will swiftly discover your own answers. With this final piece of advice, Gohan turned, retrieving a capsule from his pocket and activating it before tossing it aside. With a resounding boom, the capsule erupted, revealing a time machine. Chapter 65, The 3-Year Pact. As the time machine materialized before him, Gohan opened the hatch and leaped into the control room. Before departing, he cast a final glance at Trunks, who hailed from another parallel world, saying, "Every world possesses its own future. And that future cannot be attained through the charity of others. It must be earned through your own efforts. Until we meet again, Trunks. I hope that by then, you will have grown significantly stronger." With those words, Gohan activated the time machine. As the machine whirred to life, the hatch closed, and it gradually ascended into the sky. An invisible force surged forth, and the time machine vanished into the time tunnel. The future must be created by my own hands, not by the charity of others. Trunks mumbled to himself, deep in thought. After a moment, he gazed at the Senzu bean resting in his palm. This is the gift that Son Gohan bestowed upon him before his departure, and it evokes the memories he is most reluctant to recall. In that peaceful world of his, Son Gohan fought alongside him against the androids, but due to the overwhelming strength of the androids and his own unrefined power at that time, he was utterly overmatched and left on the brink of death. His elder brother, Son Gohan, sacrificed his last Senzu bean to save him, paying the price with the loss of an arm. Revived by the Senzu bean, he remained insufficiently powerful, unable even to awaken as a Super Saiyan. He felt like a complete failure. The second blow came with the death of his brother, Son Gohan. It was then that he finally awakened as a Super Saiyan. Yet it proved futile, as he was still but an insect in the grand scheme of things. I will remember your words. Next time, I shall not disappoint you, Gohan. Trunks silently vowed in his heart. Armed with the Senzu bean and the opportunity for strength that Gohan had imparted to him, he understood what he must do next, surpass the Super Saiyan. Clutching the Senzu bean, Trunks retrieved the multifunctional capsule containing his time machine and, after pressing a switch, hurled it to the ground before him. With a resounding explosion, the capsule transformed into the shape of a time machine. Leaping into the control room of Time Machine 100, Trunks piloted it back to the future world, 20 years ahead. Meanwhile, on the side of the Z-Fighters, Goku and Piccolo briefly explained the impending crisis that awaited them. To avoid the tragic world that would unfold 3 years into the future, they resolved to train rigorously for 3 years and agreed upon the location where the androids would appear as their rendezvous point. Will there truly be formidable opponents who even Super Saiyans cannot contend with? Goku, you are certain that those two mysterious individuals spoke the truth? The others were convinced. Yet only Yamcha questioned. He truly is foolish. Believe it or not, if powerful adversaries appear 3 years from now and you fall victim, it will be your own incompetence. Piccolo retorted dismissively before Goku could respond. Knowing the identities of Son Gohan and Trunks, was there any need for doubt? Piccolo's fierce words sent a shiver down Yamcha's spine. Honestly, he felt like mere cannon fodder and had long considered giving up training. However, he had not entirely shed that identity and subconsciously wished to remain. He was reluctant to part with his status, yet his strength paled in comparison to his companions. Even with 3 years left, he felt he would only be left further behind. Why don't we use the Dragon Balls to stop Dr. Gero's experiments before the androids appear? If we eliminate him, the androids would never come into existence, Bulma suddenly interjected. At her words, everyone fell silent for a moment. That makes sense. If we use the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero and eliminate him, the androids would not be born, Yamcha exclaimed, a glimmer of hope igniting within him as he eagerly concurred. Shut your mouth. Anyone who dares to act on such a notion will be the first I eliminate. The first to oppose was Vegeta. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he would never allow himself to flee from his responsibilities. The others fell into silence. To be honest, they did not wish to evade either. As warriors, facing challenges head-on was the correct path. Knowing of a crisis once could warrant cunning. But what of a second or third time? Bulma, Dr. Gero has yet to commit any wrongdoing. It would not be right to kill him without cause. Goku spoke up. What does that matter? He is a member of the Red Ribbon Army. Moreover, this concerns the future of the Earth and all of us. Bulma reproached, exuding frustration. She was unwilling to endure any more misfortunes. Don't say that, Bulma. Honestly, I am quite curious about how strong the androids will be 3 years from now. Besides, knowing the future does not guarantee defeat. Goku unabashedly expressed his desire for battle. He was a Saiyan, yearning to clash with powerful warriors rather than retreat and embody cowardice. Although my strength is lacking, like Goku, I will stake my pride as a martial artist. I refuse to preemptively terminate the events of 3 years hence, Krillin interjected, resolutely. He too sought to grow stronger. While he could never rival a Super Saiyan, merely being by Goku's side sufficed for him. As a martial artist with his own dignity, he would exert maximum effort to improve himself over the next 3 years. It seems there are still some among you who possess clarity, unlike that weakling, Vegeta remarked. Casting a scornful glance at Yamcha. Who are you calling a weakling? Yamcha retorted, his fury ignited as he directed an angry shout at Vegeta. However, upon regaining his composure, he was struck with terror at the audacity he had shown in confronting Vegeta. Behold, it is Vegeta. With a mere slap, he could easily meet his own demise. I did not mention any names, so do not take offense, foolish one. In response to Yamcha's counterattack, Vegeta merely scoffed, his piercing gaze nearly sending Yamcha into a state of sheer terror. The disdain was unmistakable upon his countenance. Coward. In his heart. Vegeta derided Yamcha and shifted his gaze to Goku. Kakarot, do not presume that mastering Super Saiyan will allow you to consistently surpass me. In 3 years, I shall make you understand who the true mightiest Saiyan is, he declared, his voice laden with wrath and jealousy. In 3 years, he intended to transform himself completely. To awaken his own Super Saiyan potential. Very well, I shall await your surpassing me, Vegeta, Goku replied, unfazed by the provocation. 3 years would provide ample time for them to widen the gap between them. Particularly as Vegeta had yet to master Super Saiyan, the distance would only grow. Goku doubted that Vegeta could surpass him in such a short span. From a certain perspective, Goku secretly hoped that Vegeta would indeed surpass him. That would make things truly interesting. We shall see. This dismissive retort ignited a surge of frustration within Vegeta, yet he felt powerless to act. With a powerful leap, he unleashed his energy and swiftly departed the area. He was determined to grow stronger at any cost, not for any other reason, but to reclaim his lost dignity. As he flew, the anger within him intensified, and fleeting visions of the cloaked, one-armed Gohan and Trunks haunted his mind, particularly the figure of the one-armed Gohan, whom he regarded as a necessary adversary to defeat. Wait for me. In 3 years, we shall meet again, and I will reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Vegeta vowed silently, vanishing in a blur. That Vegeta, I truly do not understand, Goku, why you continue to tolerate him. Piccolo harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Vegeta. After all, they were enemies. It was at Vegeta's hands that he had perished in the past. To this day, Vegeta remained a villain beyond redemption. Goku should have eliminated him the moment he arrived. Do not speak so harshly, Piccolo. Time can alter all things. I believe Vegeta has changed significantly since his arrival on Earth. I trust that one day he will transform into a truly good person. Goku candidly expressed his thoughts without reservation. This has left others speechless. Is Vegeta a good person? Nonsense. Among those present, aside from you, Krillin, and Gohan, who hasn't fallen victim to his hands? Had they been able to defeat that guy, they would undoubtedly have taken Vegeta down. Well, everyone, let us reconvene in 3 years. With everything explained, Tianjin Fan wished to leave and turned to soar into the sky, leaving behind his silhouette. Since a decision has been made, I shall return to the Kame house, he stated. With that, Krillin unleashed his energy, employing the flight technique to ascend into the heavens. With his departure, only 5 individuals remained. By the way, Piccolo, do you have any plans lately? If you're willing, I would like to invite you to train with me and Gohan. Goku suddenly thought of an idea and prepared to extend an invitation to Piccolo for training. After all, Piccolo was aware of the impending events in the future world, and his strength was formidable, second only to Vegeta and himself. If they trained together, the benefits to his growth over 3 years would be substantial. You want me to train with you? That is certainly feasible. Intrigued by the proposition, Piccolo readily agreed. This would be a perfect opportunity to hone his abilities and assess the current gap between himself and Goku. Moreover, with Gohan present in this world, it would serve as an ideal chance to guide him, ensuring he could shine even brighter in the future. That sounds splendid, Goku chuckled softly. Meanwhile, within the time tunnel, a time machine traversed the continuum. The pilot of this vessel was none other than Gohan. This journey was not to the world 20 years hence, but rather to the future 3 years ahead. He intended to leap through time directly into that forthcoming reality. The time machine's fuel had been replenished and refined, allowing for 5 journeys within a century. Gohan pondered with curiosity how the future might unfold after his intervention. Surely they would all become stronger than in the original narrative. Wouldn't they? He sincerely hoped that they would grow in strength as their enhancement would ultimately benefit him. He sensed that this future would not mirror the original story exactly. History had been altered, and due to his arrival, subtle discrepancies had emerged, which might lead to unforeseen changes in the future. Chapter 66. The future 3 years hence May 12, 766 AD, 6 o'clock a.m. On an island 6 kilometers southwest of South City, the Z-Fighters gathered at the predetermined location, just as they had agreed 3 years prior. After 3 years of arduous training, each had experienced significant transformations. Their powers had undergone a qualitative leap. In a mere 3 years, Goku's base combat power surged from 5 million to 12 million. Piccolo's strength had also reached a transformative peak, entering the realm of hundreds of millions. Compared to 3 years ago, he had become exponentially stronger. Truly, he was a formidable warrior of the Namekian race. Gohan, in this world, had also undergone a remarkable evolution. Though not as extraordinary as his father, his youth revealed exceptional potential. His base combat power alone reached 450,000, and if angered, it could easily double. The duo of Tianjin Fan and Krillin had likewise experienced tremendous growth, both surpassing the million mark. Tianjin Fan's combat power had risen to 500,000, while Krillin slightly edged ahead at 550,000. Almost everyone present had broken through the million threshold, with one exception. Yamcha, consistent with the original narrative, had trained sporadically over the past 3 years. Although he had improved, his combat power remained a mere 500,000, rendering him still a character of little significance. It was no surprise that this individual would be easily pierced by Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into an android. With only an hour remaining until the androids would commence their actions, we must prepare, Goku addressed his gathered companions. Yes, after 3 years of rigorous training, I am no longer the same. Even with the androids appearing, I am confident in my ability to handle the situation. Clenching his fist, Tianjin Fan expressed his self-assurance in the strength he had acquired over the past 3 years. I feel the same, Krillin echoed, his excitement palpable. At that moment, a plane soared through the sky, landing beside the Z-Fighters. During this period, Bulma descended from the aircraft, cradling Trunks in her arms. Is that, Bulma? Is that your child with Yamcha? Krillin instinctively inquired upon seeing the infant in Bulma's embrace. He is not my child, Yamcha vehemently denied Krillin's assumption, his tone laced with jealousy and depth. Bulma was no longer his woman. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Goku approached, glancing at the small baby in Bulma's arms, and instinctively remarked, he must be Vegeta's child, right? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback, including Bulma, who displayed an expression of disbelief. How did you know he is Vegeta's child? Bulma was taken aback. Clearly, she had not disclosed this information to anyone. Her companions had been diligently training without interruption. Today, she had specifically brought Trunks to introduce him to everyone, yet Goku seemed to have anticipated it all along. That was just a guess, Goku said sheepishly, realizing he had nearly let something slip. A guess? Bulma shot him a skeptical glare. clearly unconvinced by Goku's flimsy explanation. Time is running short, Goku, Piccolo interjected, deftly alleviating Goku's awkward situation. Everything will proceed according to the previously agreed upon plan. Once we detect the appearance of the androids, we will maximize our energy and arrive at the first opportunity, Piccolo commanded without hesitation or delay. Upon hearing this, all the Z-Fighters nodded in agreement and began to move to their assigned positions. An hour later, just as in the original storyline, Android 16 and Android 20 made their appearance. Yamcha was directly pierced through the chest, narrowly escaping death. To avoid endangering the city's inhabitants, they relocated the battlefield. At this moment, in a nondescript, desolate mountain range in the south, a time machine suddenly manifested. The hatch opened, revealing the future version of Gohan, who had traversed time. I wonder if the plot has begun, he mused, expanding his sense of energy perception. Through this heightened awareness, he sensed a battle unfolding on a nearby small island. It was undoubtedly Goku's energy. Compared to the Goku of the past, he had indeed grown significantly stronger, but only to a certain extent. It seems I've arrived just in time. His energy fluctuates greatly. Has the viral heart disease manifested? Through his energy perception, Gohan noted the erratic fluctuations in Goku's energy, leading him to conclude that Goku, true to the original narrative, believed himself to be fine and thus had not taken his medication. With a thought, Gohan locked onto Goku's energy signature and executed an instantaneous movement, vanishing from his original location like a specter. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where the intensity of the combat reached a fever pitch. Goku, in his Super Saiyan first form, was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Android 16. Initially, Goku was able to dominate Android 16 with the formidable strength of his Super Saiyan first form, but as the battle wore on, his power waned, and he began to experience sharp pangs of pain in his heart. This led to a significant decline in his combat prowess. When facing Android 16, he went from a position of dominance to being completely overpowered. The observing Z-Fighters sensed that something was amiss. Oh no, Goku's viral heart disease has flared up. Piccolo immediately recognized the issue. Father's energy is dwindling. Young Son Gohan, feeling his father's plight, rushed to intervene but was halted. In addition to Android 16, there was also Android 20, and they dared not act recklessly, especially without knowing anything about Android 20. Hiki, this battle belongs to Son Goku. Do not interfere lightly. The corner of Android 20's mouth curled into a cold smirk. He overestimated his own fighting strength. Among those present, Piccolo possessed the capability to deal with him. But his hesitation, stemming from prior intelligence, prevented him from acting decisively. Without assistance, Goku found himself retreating under Android 16's relentless assault. Just as Android 16 prepared to use his energy absorption device to consume Goku's life energy, Gohan arrived on the battlefield in the nick of time. Since his instant transmission was locked onto Goku, he materialized right in the center of the clash. Android 16's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of someone. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful kick struck his head, sending him flying thousands of meters away, crashing through countless boulders before finally coming to a halt. You made it, Gohan, Goku said, recognizing the figure before him. Memories flooded back. After 3 long years, his future son had indeed come. You really want to die, Dad. Pushing yourself to transform into a Super Saiyan even in your condition, Gohan scolded, observing his father's weakened state, barely able to speak. Hehe, I wanted to test their strength. Goku replied, but the pain from his viral heart disease struck, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan form, cold sweat pouring down his brow, struggling to breathe. As they descended from the sky, Goku stumbled, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, young Gohan rushed over to support him. Due to the absence of the specific medication for his viral heart disease, they could only return to their home on Mount Payas. No one leaves alive in my presence. Android 20 seethed, furious, determined not to allow anyone to rescue Goku. With a burst of pink energy beams erupting from his dual pupils, he shot them toward the ailing Goku. However, he was overly arrogant. The 2 beams were effortlessly deflected by an unseen force. And who might you be? Doctor. Jiro's gaze fell upon Gohan. Concealed by his black cloak, Jiro could not discern his face or identity, having long operated in the shadows. He was privy to all information regarding the Z-Fighters on Earth, yet he was unaware of the true identity of the man before him. Gohan met Jiro's gaze, and the combat power reading appeared in his sight, revealing a mere 60 million points compared to Android 16's 250 million. For someone who has been hidden away for years, don't you know everything? Dr. Jiro, you don't even know who I am? Gohan teased, revealing Android 20's name, shocking everyone present. This robot was Dr. Jiro? Dr. Jiro is dead. I am Android 20. Upon having his identity exposed, Jiro narrowed his eyes. The fact that someone could see through his secret transformation into an android was unsettling. Android 20, is it? Do as you wish, after all. You are already a dead man. Gohan dismissed, unwilling to waste breath on Jiro. You think you can kill me at any moment? Jiro fumed with rage at the contempt. The one who will kill you isn't me, it's that guy. Gohan pointed skyward. Everyone turned to see Vegeta in blue battle attire entering their line of sight. It's Vegeta? When did he arrive? Krillin gasped, stunned by Vegeta's sudden appearance. having sensed nothing. That guy has been here since the battle commenced, merely lurking in the shadows, Piccolo explained, having sensed Vegeta's presence earlier. TCH, have I been discovered? Upon realizing he was found out, Vegeta ceased his pretense. He descended from the sky, radiating an incredibly fierce aura. His combat power reading entered Gohan's perception, 13 million. In his normal state, he surpassed Goku by 1 million. Reflecting on the original narrative, it was indeed the case that Vegeta had surpassed Goku at this moment. At that moment, Android 16, previously kicked away by Gohan, returned, looking disheveled and furious. Damn you! I will kill you! The enraged Android 16 shouted at Gohan. Gohan, however, dismissed him with indifference, too apathetic to engage with Android 16. Just an ant. Android, let me see what you're capable of. Vegeta's gaze focused on Android 16. For 3 years, he had prepared for this battle, breaking through his limits. Today was the day to test his strength. You? Vegeta? Android 16 scoffed at him. The energy detector within him revealing that Vegeta's combat power was less than 1/20th of his own. Trash. Vegeta, if you don't want to die, get lost. I possess all your combat data. Your every move is ineffective against me. Android 16 aimed to eliminate Gohan, ignoring Vegeta entirely. You possess all my combat data? Then, I wonder if this is included. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists, drawing forth the power of his S-cells. A terrifying aura spread, his energy emanating from within. In an instant, his combat power surged, astonishing everyone present except Gohan. In that brief moment, Vegeta's overwhelming energy eclipsed all others in attendance. Chapter 67. The Rapid Ascent of Vegeta's Challenge. A golden aura irradiates from within, emanating a vast power that generates a terrifying shockwave centered around Vegeta, beneath whose feet a colossal crater has formed. The sky is shrouded in dark clouds, and golden lightning descends, striking the earth with ferocity. In a fit of desperation, Vegeta unleashes a frantic scream, exerting every ounce of his being to transform into a Super Saiyan. Success is imminent. Before him, Vegeta's battle power continues to soar, and Gohan recognizes this as a harbinger of the transformation into a Super Saiyan. During this period, Vegeta indeed possesses the ability to transform. However, it appears that his arrival has significantly amplified his strength. While Gohan maintains a calm demeanor, the Z fighters exhibit a contrasting reaction. Vegeta unleashes a terrifying energy potent enough to obliterate the world, accompanied by the spectacle of his golden aura radiating magnificently. This audacious fellow, Vegeta, has actually mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming aura emanating from him leaves Piccolo utterly astounded. This surge of energy had left him far behind. How could a Super Saiyan exist? A look of terror flickered in Tianjin Fan's eyes. This overwhelming aura carries an unsettling and terrifying malevolence. This sensation far surpassed any adversary previously encountered, even leading Tianjin Fan to perceive that Vegeta was more formidable than Frieza, who had descended 3 years prior. Impossible. Was the prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan supposed to be a heart of pure essence? How could Vegeta possibly master such a transformation? Krillin was left astonished. The young Son Gohan of this realm was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by this immense power. The condition for becoming a Super Saiyan is not merely the possession of an utterly pure heart. Son Gohan interjected, reminding everyone that the Super Saiyan transformation stems from the Saiyan lineage's inherent power. Once one reaches a certain level of strength, anyone can awaken it. The S-cells are the crucial element in achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, and the quantity and purity of these S-cells ultimately determine the limits of a Saiyan's transformation. They were all mistaken in their belief that only those of pure heart could wield the power of a Super Saiyan. This transformation is, in essence, the awakening of the malevolent heart of a Saiyan, purging itself through the tempest of rage, thereby activating the S-cells. Even from several dozen kilometers away, where Goku is being carried by Yamcha towards the Baozi Mountain, he can sense this formidable energy. Yamcha, in turn, is profoundly unsettled by it. This terrifying aura emanates from Vegeta. How could such overwhelming power arise from him? Even stronger than Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Yamcha exclaimed in fear. As Goku, still retaining a flicker of consciousness, felt this formidable energy from Vegeta, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Hey, Goku. Noticing Goku's dire condition, Yamcha hastened towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation. On the battlefield, Vegeta had undergone a transformation, becoming a Super Saiyan. With golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and a wicked grin, he exuded unparalleled energy and overwhelming strength. The Super Saiyan power is not exclusive to Kakarot and his ilk. I, Vegeta, have mastered this force as well. Vegeta emerged from the deep pit with a sinister smile. His energy levels were beyond imagination, radiating an aura as fearsome as that of a demon. Another transformation akin to Goku's? It matters not. I can defeat Goku. Defeating you will be a trivial matter. The android 16, brimming with misplaced confidence, believed he had bested Goku, dismissing Vegeta as inconsequential. In contrast, android 20 fell into deep contemplation. His internal energy detector revealed that Vegeta's energy levels were significantly higher than Goku's. Another transformation not recorded in our data? Android 20 began to ponder a retreat strategy. He had thought that after becoming an android, everything would be within his grasp. However, the sudden turn of events made him sense impending danger. He needed to leave swiftly. Indeed, that is an astonishing aura, Gohan remarked. Observing the first stage of Super Saiyan Vegeta, he envisioned Vegeta's current battle power. With a base power of 13 million, Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan amplified his strength 50-fold, elevating his battle power to an astounding 650 million. This formidable power can be regarded as the strongest on this planet at present. This aura has surpassed that of Goku. He has achieved it. As he senses the terrifying momentum emanating from Vegeta, Piccolo is filled with trepidation and fear. The overwhelming pressure threatened to cast him aside entirely. Tianjin, Fan, and Klin, mere bystanders, were left utterly unnerved. Their combat power was a modest 5 million, insignificant in the presence of beings with power exceeding 100 million. Humph. Do you truly believe that defeating Kakarot places you on par with me? Vegeta's eyes shimmered with a newfound confidence, a remnant of what he had once lost. Arrogance, dignity, pride, and audacity. All that he had thought irretrievably lost surged back within him at this moment. Vegeta's spirit swelled. He dismissed all others with contempt. Don't be so presumptuous, Vegeta. I possess all your combat data. Just moments ago, Son Goku transformed into your form and yet fell before me. The mysterious confidence of Android 16 emerged from nowhere. His combat power was merely at the 200 million mark, vastly overshadowed by Vegeta's own prowess. Is that so? A sinister smile crept across Vegeta's face. Kakarot's previous failure was merely due to a viral heart disease, preventing him from unleashing his full Super Saiyan potential. Did you truly believe you were invincible? Now, let me show you the true terror of a Super Saiyan. With a menacing grin, Vegeta raised his hand, blue and white arcs of electricity dancing within his palm. A terrifying energy coalescing there. The relentless power formed a massive golden blue energy sphere. The moment it manifested, Android 16 was struck with alarm. His internal energy detector blared a warning, urging him to flee. Die. Big Bang attack. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying energy burst forth from Vegeta's palm. Hurtling towards Android 16, the android attempted to resist, aiming to absorb Vegeta's attack with his energy absorption device, but reality proved cruel. His hopes were misplaced. Vegeta's Big Bang attack struck him with astonishing speed, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Boom. The deafening sound echoed as energy detonated, unleashing a force colossal enough to threaten to upend the world itself. A tempest of wind and waves surged forth, thick smoke billowing skyward. A mushroom cloud rising visibly into the heavens. At the explosion's epicenter, a deep crater formed. Android 20 was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. One blow. Just one blow, and Android 16 was annihilated. From the heart of the explosion, a spherical head was blasted to the feet of Android 20. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was 16's head. How could this be possible? The stark contrast in power instilled immediate fear within him. Previously, Android 16 had been able to engage in a fierce battle with the Super Saiyan Goku. Yet now, with Vegeta's appearance, he had been effortlessly dispatched. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had been unable to unleash even a fraction of his might due to his heart condition, had he been able to utilize even half of his strength. Android 20 would have met his demise. In that moment, Android 20's earlier intuition was confirmed. He needed to flee. Humph. Boring. It seems these androids are rather unimpressive. A confident, malevolent smile graced Vegeta's lips. The Z-Fighters, as spectators, were struck dumb by the scene before them. It was utterly astounding. Such overwhelming power had led to the instantaneous defeat of Android 16. Vegeta's gaze shifted to Android 20, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He had no intention of engaging. With a mere glance, he discerned that Android 20's power was even lesser than that of the recently vanquished Android 16. Meanwhile, Android 20, sensing Vegeta's attention, turned and fled without a second thought. Fool. Vegeta, well aware of the android's capabilities, dismissed the thought of pursuing such insignificant trash. His true target was Gohan. Stop him, Vegeta. Piccolo suddenly shouted at Vegeta. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, slowly turning to fix his sharp, cold gaze upon Gohan. Huh, are you aiming for me now? Gohan felt a twinge of surprise as Vegeta's interest shifted away from Android 20 and focused entirely on him. Vegeta, now is not the time for your reckless antics. Piccolo attempted to interject, but Vegeta's icy stare silenced him. I could easily obliterate such trash as those androids. Right now, my focus is solely on him. Vegeta's terrifying aura erupted forth, nearly sweeping all the Z-Fighters, save for Piccolo, off their feet. His singular objective was Gohan. Anyone foolish enough to interfere would face dire consequences. This wretched Vegeta. Piccolo seethed with fury toward him. This individual remains, undoubtedly an unstable element. He could have directly annihilated the androids, yet he has chosen to trouble Son Gohan instead. It seems you have had your sights on me from the very beginning. Son Gohan remarked with a slight smirk. Initially, I intended to eradicate those androids, but they proved too feeble. Kakarot, hindered by a viral heart disease, could not exert his full potential, rendering him unworthy of my efforts. But then you appeared. That changes everything. A fierce battle intent surged in Vegeta's eyes. The swift defeat of Android 16 had momentarily led him to regard androids as mere refuse. Due to the viral heart disease, Son Goku was unable to perform at his peak, and he scorned the notion of taking advantage of another's plight. Now, with the arrival of this one-armed figure in a black cloak, it was precisely what he desired. In comparison to the androids in Son Goku, his true concern lay with this strongest Saiyan. It appears this battle is inevitable. Son Gohan's expression remained inscrutable. The humiliation you inflicted upon me 3 years ago is still vivid in my memory. Now, I have mastered the Super Saiyan. Everything I once lost, I shall reclaim. Clenching his jaw, Vegeta's resolve solidified. This confrontation could not be avoided. This is his battle to prove himself, a fight that stakes his very dignity. Shame. I cannot recall having brought any disgrace. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. Son Gohan 5.0 readily assented. For who would refuse an opportunity to seize energy points offered so conveniently? Damn that Vegeta. Always stirring trouble at such moments, HM? Does he truly believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan will grant him victory over Gohan? Piccolo regarded Vegeta's actions with disdain. This individual shall undoubtedly face the consequences of his actions. Vegeta rose, his power surging, and soared at full speed towards the direction where Android 20 had fled. The other Z warriors paused momentarily before swiftly following suit. Since Vegeta was unwilling to eliminate Android 20, it fell upon them to eradicate the threat entirely. On this island, only Gohan and Vegeta remain. Although a battle has yet to commence, a palpable tension has already formed between them. Gohan stands firm, wielding his normal state against the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta in his Super Saiyan first form. 3 years. I have awaited this moment for 3 long years. At last, I have attained the power of a Super Saiyan. Today, I shall demonstrate who the true strongest Saiyan is. A fervent battle spirit flickers in Vegeta's eyes. The title of first holds immense significance for him. Come then, hasten your assault. Gohan remarks nonchalantly. An opportunity for energy so readily presented cannot be dismissed. 3 years ago, our disparity was indeed vast, but if you approach me with the same mindset you had against Kakarot, I shall make you pay a grievous price. Vegeta threatens, keenly aware that Gohan has yet to transform. However, his threats only elicit mockery and derision from Gohan. I am curious to see what kind of grievous price you intend to make me pay, Gohan retorts. Chapter 68, Normal State Defense. The Prince's Might. Although the battle has yet to begin, the atmosphere has grown heavy. The Super Saiyan Vegeta and Gohan lock eyes. Merely the clash of their auras sends forth arcs of blue electricity crackling through the air. This is merely the lingering aura generated before the formal commencement of battle. And Son Gohan has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. It is not solely a contest of strength, nor merely a clash of wills. It is a unique realm forged by the fervor of both combatants. Neither has made the first move. Yet the collision of their energies and fighting spirit intensifies with each passing moment. Vegeta's aura is tempestuous and fierce, embodying a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating all in its path. In contrast, Son Gohan's aura resembles a tranquil sea, lulling one into a false sense of security. Yet beneath the surface lies an unfathomable surge of energy, calm yet potent, shrouded in mystery. Although he remains in his base form, he has subtly tapped into the energy reservoir of the first level of Super Saiyan. Come on, unleash your Super Saiyan form, or defeat is inevitable. Clenches his fist. Vegeta declares with a serious demeanor, flames igniting in his gaze, his tone frigid. Have you already jumped to conclusions before the battle has even begun, Vegeta? Excessive confidence is not a virtue. Son Gohan jests, teasing Vegeta. During this period, Vegeta had indeed become quite formidable, yet he was still lacking in strength. Even without transformation, he could manage his Super Saiyan energy pool to contend with his opponent. However, should he transform into a Super Saiyan, the outcome would be predictable. A single strike from him would be sufficient to overpower Vegeta. Gohan's taunts ignited a fire within Vegeta, but rather than succumbing to rage, a cold smile crept upon his lips, his eyes glimmering with an icy resolve. Words were futile. True strength would reveal itself in action. I shall demonstrate to you the true power of a Super Saiyan. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Super Saiyan. His voice erupted in a frantic roar, as he fully activated the immense reservoir of Super Saiyan energy within him. With a thunderous boom, his overwhelming aura, infused with unimaginable pressure and impact, descended upon Gohan's position. Feeling the intensity of Vegeta's unleashed energy, Gohan remained unperturbed. The chasm between their strengths was not negligible. As Vegeta's initial Super Saiyan energy pool was summoned, Gohan effortlessly dissipated the terrifying aura emitted by Vegeta. Come, let us settle this. With a fierce cry, Vegeta gathered his strength and leaped forth with astonishing speed towards Gohan. He moved like the wind, swift as lightning. I am eager to uncover your true identity. In a mere 0.5 seconds, Vegeta, enveloped in a fierce and menacing golden aura, appeared before Gohan, delivering a devastating punch, capable of cataclysmic destruction. As the earth-shattering blow approached, Gohan seemed to anticipate it, countering with his own iron fist. The collision erupted with a resounding explosion, the shockwave rippling outward, creating a massive crater nearly 10 meters deep at the point of impact. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Vegeta's first stage Super Saiyan form, it transformed into energy points, 800,000. Both combatants were thrust back several meters by the recoil, regaining their balance. I underestimated you. You actually managed to react, Vegeta remarked, a sinister grin forming on his face as he resumed his battle stance. Although he projected confidence, a deep-seated wariness towards Gohan's strength lingered within him. Gohan's power surpassed even Kakarot's. 3 years prior, Kakarot had withstood the might of a Super Saiyan in his base form. Now, Gohan could oppose Vegeta's Super Saiyan strength even in his base state. Decent speed, commendable strength, but still lacking. Gohan chuckled nonchalantly, his gaze sharpening as he summoned his first stage Super Saiyan energy pool without undergoing transformation, merely amplifying his aura. Enough of this pretense. Anger surged within him, and in an instant, Vegeta launched another assault. The ground beneath him shattered as he unleashed in astonishing speed, appearing before Gohan in a heartbeat, delivering a cataclysmic punch aimed at Gohan's face. Child's play. This time, Gohan remained even more composed, effortlessly blocking the incoming punch with a simple lift of his hand. This time, the attack failed to even stir a breeze. Vegeta's power was effortlessly dissipated by Gohan in an instant, transforming into nothingness. This heightened Vegeta's caution towards Son Gohan. I refuse to believe that you could prevail without transforming into a Super Saiyan. The defiance within him ignited a fervor in Vegeta's blood, causing his aura to surge with intensity. In an instant, a tempestuous onslaught erupted. The prince unleashed his combat techniques, displaying a formidable strength and unparalleled speed that completely overwhelmed Son Gohan. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converted to energy points. 500,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converted to energy points. 600,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converted to energy points. 700,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converted to energy points. 800,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converted to energy points. 1,000,000. The relentless assault persisted, and Son Gohan's energy levels continued to soar. The more ferocious Vegeta's attacks became, the greater the energy points he amassed. Is this the prince's combat style? Solely offensive, indeed remarkable. Under the relentless onslaught of Vegeta's swift strikes, Gohan felt the tension within him escalate to its utmost limits, even in a state that did not transform him into a Super Saiyan. Facing Vegeta, whose battle power approached an astounding 700 million, he still sensed an overwhelming pressure. Had it been Goku's turtle school techniques, he would have had a strategy to counter, but this prince's method was a novel experience for him. After a brief period of adaptation, Gohan swiftly discerned the weaknesses and flaws inherent in the prince's tactics. While the assaults were fierce, the defense revealed a significant vulnerability. What's wrong? Is your battle power merely at this level? If you do not transform into a Super Saiyan soon, do not blame me for what follows. As he launched his fierce offensive, Vegeta incessantly provoked Gohan, urging him to transform. Little did he know, all his actions had been anticipated. Gohan, transitioning from a state of suppression to a balanced confrontation, altered his combat approach and swiftly developed a new strategy that perfectly countered the prince's style. As the tide of battle shifted, Vegeta felt a tightening in his composure. Is this the prowess you take pride in after becoming a Super Saiyan? How laughable. Effortlessly managing to evade every attack, Gohan disdainfully remarked. His keen insight revealed the openings in Vegeta's offensive, and in a flash, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, Gohan's strike sent Vegeta hurtling backward, caught off guard. The force of the blow propelled him into a nearby rocky mountain, a distance of over 100 meters, causing the mountainside to collapse before he finally stabilized. This serves as ample evidence of the formidable power behind Son Wukong's punch. In the 56th segment, within the distant realm of the destroyers, the Angel Whis, feeling a sense of intrigue, activates his staff to project the unfolding events on Earth. He witnesses the fierce battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta. Has Vegeta also mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Whis remarks with a smile of interest. In the next moment, his gaze shifts to Son Wukong. Indeed, a time traveler has appeared. Since Lord Beerus is sound asleep, I shall pretend I have not seen this. With a flick of his thought, Whis conjures a plethora of delicacies through his staff, savoring them while observing the clash. Although such battles are mere child's play to him, watching is certainly preferable to idly passing the time. The scene transitions to the battlefield on Earth. Buried beneath a pile of rubble, Vegeta erupts with fury. Damn it. Veins bulge on his forehead as he clenches his fists, his anger surging within him. While that last blow did not inflict physical harm, it has dealt a significant blow to his pride as the Prince of the Saiyans. It is worth noting that he is facing Son Wukong, who is yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, whereas he himself is already in that transformed state. This is clearly a message to him. With his current capabilities, he is far from being able to force a transformation. He cannot bear such an outcome. Gazing into the distance, Vegeta clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura surging forth from within him. Just moments ago, he had only unleashed about 50% of his power. believing that he need not exert himself fully against Gohan in his normal state. Now, however, he was prepared to unleash his full strength. What had just transpired was merely a warm-up. Now, he would confront you with everything he had. With a steely gaze, golden energy erupted from Vegeta's body. A torrent of formidable power that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Gohan, at this moment, wore a bemused smile. He could sense that this was the true might of Vegeta. What had occurred before was merely a prelude. Now, the real challenge was upon them. At last, he was witnessing Vegeta's genuine prowess. Gohan's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta launched another assault. The island beneath them shattered under the weight of his terrifying power. Vegeta surged forward, transforming into a streak of golden light aimed directly at Gohan. The sheer force of his full-throttle strike was unimaginable. Reactively, Gohan raised his arm to defend against Vegeta's powerful onslaught. The impact was deafening, a punch that stirred the very fabric of space. Even Gohan, who had begun to harness a portion of his Super Saiyan energy, felt an immense pressure. The system automatically absorbed the energy released by Vegeta, converting it into energy points. 5 million. Is this your full power? Indeed, it is formidable, yet for me, it still falls short. Gohan responded coldly after absorbing the blow. In that instant, he transitioned from defense to offense, flinging Vegeta's wrist aside and launching a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling melee erupted. Both combatants unleashed a series of fierce and terrifying strikes, exchanging blows at an astonishing pace, having engaged in over 100 exchanges in mere moments. Vegeta's full-throttle assault was extraordinarily powerful, overwhelming Gohan in his normal state. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta seized upon a moment of vulnerability in Gohan's defenses, delivering a tremendous uppercut. Gohan snapped back to reality, raising his right arm to block the devastating punch that could annihilate everything. The sound of impact was shocking, and Gohan was caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden explosion of power. The force of the blow sent him hurtling into the sky, halting only at a height of 100 meters. His arm, which had absorbed the catastrophic blow, emanated billowing smoke. That punch was immensely heavy. Stabilizing himself, Gohan felt a sharp sting in his arm, involuntarily gasping in pain. Chapter 66. The Standoff of Two Super Saiyans. Suppressing the throbbing pain in his arm, Gohan scanned his surroundings, searching for Vegeta's position. In his heightened sensory awareness, he realized that Vegeta's aura had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? The sudden absence of Vegeta's presence piqued Gohan's interest, making the battle intriguing. Even his finely honed perception could not pinpoint Vegeta's exact location, highlighting just how much Vegeta had progressed. A sudden whoosh pierced the air. A figure engulfed in golden flames appeared behind Gohan. It was Vegeta. It seems my speed surpasses your reflexes. With that declaration, Vegeta clasped his hands together, forming a hammer, channeling all his strength into a mighty downward swing. Gohan was unprepared for the sudden strike and was hit hard. The overwhelming force surged through his back, sending him plummeting like a meteor. Yet, in the midst of his descent, Gohan skillfully absorbed the downward momentum, landing gracefully on the ground with poise. Although he had been struck, he suffered no significant harm, merely a slight ache from the impact. But Vegeta was not done. From the sky, he unleashed a deafening roar. Raising his hands high as a deep blue energy coalesced into a massive sphere of energy. With a forceful throw, he propelled the terrifying energy from his palms, unleashing a tempest that surged toward Gohan with unstoppable ferocity. An impressive attack, Gohan mused, narrowing his eyes with a hint of excitement. The butterfly effect of this encounter had resulted in Vegeta being far more formidable than the one from the original tale. Even the androids from the future would struggle to exert this level of pressure on him in their uncombined form. The energy sphere above brimmed with power and destructive capability. Yet Gohan stood his ground, refusing to evade or retreat. This sphere of energy, perceived as lethal by others, appeared to him as a delectable prize. With one hand shielding his body, he summoned and concentrated his entire energy into a tangible protective barrier. A thunderous explosion erupted, flames soared into the sky, and a tempest raged. The system automatically absorbed the fallen energy from the super explosion, converting it into energy points, 30 million. But that was not the end. As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta inhaled deeply, his muscles tensed, and both hands extended backward, energy coalescing into a solid form within his palms. A resounding cry reverberated through the air, ha ha. Vegeta swiftly waved his hands, unleashing his princely combat technique once more. A barrage of energy blasts surged recklessly toward Gohan, who stood at the epicenter of the explosion on the island. Sensing the terrifying force of the energy, Gohan chose not to be reckless. If faced with an adversary of equal caliber, none could withstand Vegeta's relentless onslaught, not even he. The first stage of Super Saiyan energy surged forth, golden flames emanating from his being. The sound of the energy explosion was utterly chilling. The entire island trembled, thick smoke billowed skyward, and the horrific energy explosion unleashed an unparalleled wave of destruction, capable of obliterating everything in its path. The system automatically absorbed the fallen energy from first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta, converting it into energy points, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. In an instant, flames engulfed the sky, and dense smoke rolled ominously. Gohan was increasingly enveloped by the billowing smoke from the explosion, leaving his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, the Z-Warriors, pursuing the fleeing Android 20, felt their hearts race with trepidation upon sensing the shockwave from the distant explosion. Has Vegeta lost his mind? Even at this distance, the remnants of the battle can reach us. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, was overwhelmed with awe and panic at Vegeta's formidable power. This individual is undoubtedly a madman, utterly indifferent to the concerns of others. The power of the Super Saiyan is astonishing. That fellow is even stronger than the current Goku, remarked Tianjing Fan, visibly shaken. For 3 years, he had exerted himself in relentless training, yet in the end, he could not surpass these Saiyans, leaving his pride as a martial artist utterly shattered. Especially that accursed Vegeta. He had yearned countless times to become stronger and seek revenge, but the overwhelming might of his opponent rendered him paralyzed with despair. In this realm, Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, emotion swirling within him as he fell into deep contemplation. The aura of Uncle Vegeta is indeed formidable. That mysterious figure has been completely subdued. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing through the aura the intensity of the battle occurring across the way. Our current mission should not be focused on Vegeta and that individual. We must pursue the escaped android number 20 with all our might. If my conjecture is correct, that individual is likely headed to release the other androids. Piccolo, noticing that the others had been captivated by the tumult of the battle, spoke up to remind them. He too was keeping an eye on the situation, yet their task remained the pursuit of the escaped android number 20. Vegeta's power is indeed formidable, but when compared to the impact of Son Gohan's transformation 3 years prior, it falls significantly short. If I am not mistaken, Dr. Gero is likely preparing to activate the other androids. The question remains whether these androids are the number 13, 14, and 15 mentioned by Son Gohan 3 years ago, or the number 17 and 18 referred to by Trunks. In the realm of destruction, as an unseen observer, Whis leisurely enjoyed snacks while watching the battle unfold. Life as an angel is remarkably tranquil, albeit monotonous. With his angelic vision, he could easily discern which side possessed greater reserves. While Vegeta's Super Saiyan form is undeniably powerful, this one-armed Gohan from another world is evidently even stronger. It seems the outcome is already determined. Having foreseen the result, Whis lost interest in continuing to watch. After all, a battle whose outcome is already known holds little intrigue. Just as Whis was about to deactivate the projection from his staff, an unexpected event occurred. The gem atop his staff began to emit a vibrant emerald glow, buzzing. Has another anomaly emerged? Whis raised an eyebrow, a look of seriousness crossing his face as he processed the information transmitted through his staff. The situation appeared to be subtly veering towards an uncontrollable direction. Whether it be Trunks or Gohan, their presence in this world may not pose a significant threat and could potentially lead it towards a better path. However, the emergence of a third party, an entity not belonging to this world, complicates matters considerably. The scene shifted back to Earth. Bombardments continued unabated, as Vegeta's relentless assault persisted. The entire island crumbled under the impact of the explosions, sinking into the depths of the ocean. Thick plumes of smoke billowed forth, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Son Gohan was lost to sight, yet the energy unleashed by Vegeta's attacks was unabated, being transformed into energy points by the system. A minute passed. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and thick smoke permeated the air for miles. Finally, Vegeta ceased his energy barrage, his hands trembling slightly as his explosive aura diminished significantly, gasping for breath. The continuous onslaught had drained much of his energy. Fortunately, his control over energy was nearly flawless. Otherwise, a significant portion of the Earth would have been obliterated. Haha. Heavy breaths escaped Vegeta as he took a brief respite, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Suddenly, he sensed a surge in Gohan's energy, causing his expression to grow grave. He understood precisely what had triggered this sudden outburst. At long last, the moment had arrived. The tedious probing was about to come to an end. Vegeta murmured to himself. This time, he refrained from launching another attack, instead crossing his arms and gazing down from a lofty position at the billowing clouds of smoke produced by the explosion. Amidst the thick haze, Son Gohan stood unscathed, enveloped in a golden aura, his golden hair and azure eyes reflecting his Super Saiyan first form. The recent bombardment had indeed posed a threat, compelling him to transform into a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, his aura expanded, and the smoke swirling around dissipated in an instant. Raising his gaze, Son Gohan fixed his eyes upon Vegeta high above in the sky. With a mere thought, he executed his flight technique, soaring instantaneously to appear before Vegeta. Is this truly your form? Vegeta pondered, observing Son Gohan with a sense of familiarity, though unable to recall where he had encountered him before. He dismissed such thoughts, deeming them unnecessary. The two Super Saiyans locked eyes, their unspoken tension casting a shadow over the sky, creating an oppressive atmosphere. You have finally become a Super Saiyan. Now, let us seize this opportunity to determine who is the strongest among us, Vegeta declared. He had long awaited the moment when Son Gohan would unleash his full potential and transform into a Super Saiyan. In their previous skirmish, he had only exerted about 70% of his strength. Very well, but in our contest for supremacy, shouldn't you also reveal your full power? Son Gohan retorted coldly as he regarded Vegeta. Have you figured it out? Your perception is commendable, Vegeta smirked, revealing a hint of malice upon realizing his own concealment had been detected. In the next instant, he clenched his fists tightly, elevating his aura once more. A rich golden light emanated from his body, his power surging to its peak, even surpassing his previous apex. Son Gohan keenly sensed Vegeta's rising energy, and as he activated his abilities, Vegeta's battle power manifested before his eyes 680 million, and it continued to escalate, inching ever closer to the 700 million mark. Observing Vegeta's escalating power, Son Gohan maintained an expression devoid of emotion. Had Vegeta truly given his all earlier, it was highly probable that he would have been overwhelmed before even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ado, Vegeta bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead as golden flames of energy swirled around him. At that moment, his battle power finally breached the 700 million threshold, surpassing that of Goku in this world by a full 100 million, rivaling even the formidable Android 18 from the original series. This truly embodies his genuine strength, his utmost power. Even the world's Sun Wukong pales in comparison to him now. It is astonishing, the intensity of energy you have managed to elevate to such a realm. Stretching his neck, Son Gohan chuckled lightly. I hope you can remain as composed as you are now, Vegeta replied in a deep voice. Within him, an insatiable desire to conquer Son Gohan surged. He was obsessed with the notion of being the strongest, as if without achieving this status, everything else would hold no meaning. In a flash, Vegeta propelled himself forward, charging at Son Gohan with a fist enveloped in golden energy, carrying unparalleled destructive power aimed directly at Son Gohan's face. The force of this punch surged forth with tremendous momentum, its power unmatched by any previous assault. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for Son Gohan to withstand such a strike. However, the situation had changed. I fear you may not get your wish, he declared. In an instant, Son Gohan unleashed approximately 1/10 of his strength, delivering a powerful blow. The sound of an earth-shattering explosion echoed as his fists collided, generating a colossal blast that stirred the very atmosphere, comparable to the detonation of hundreds of tons of TNT. The magnitude of the force was beyond imagination. Even beings of a million-level prowess could not approach without risking dismemberment. Chapter 70. Trunks arrives. Identity revealed. The clash of their fists revealed a perfect balance of power, with neither gaining the upper hand. A notification chimed, automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converted to energy points, 800,000. Once again, Son Gohan accumulated 800,000 energy points. He was presently exerting merely 1/10 of his strength, a slight increase would surely obliterate Vegeta. Once more, as his attack was thwarted, Vegeta summoned all his might to launch another fierce assault on Son Gohan. The prince's fighting style was unleashed in its entirety, with strikes that struck with lightning speed, more ferocious than a tornado. The terrifying power and speed of his attacks epitomized the dreadfulness of the prince's technique. Yet, despite the ferocity, Son Gohan was swifter and stronger, effortlessly countering the seemingly unavoidable onslaught. The relentless barrage of high-speed, lethal strikes left no room for mercy. Section 58. The prince's technique, challenging even rivals of equal strength. However, the sustainability of such full-throttle exertion remained uncertain. The prince's technique, though formidable, possessed significant drawbacks, functioning as a double-edged sword. While its assault was indeed indomitable, its defense became its greatest vulnerability. Against a mightier adversary, this fighting style was tantamount to courting death, inflicting harm on 800 while sustaining 1,000 in losses. In battles of equal caliber, speed and strength undoubtedly held the majority of advantages, yet this state could not be maintained indefinitely, as his energy would ultimately deplete due to the intense consumption. The continuous sounds of collision reverberated through the air, with visible shockwaves expanding the battleground. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Vegeta, converted to energy points, 500,000. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Vegeta, converted to energy points, 1,000,000. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Vegeta, converted to energy points, 1,500,000. Automatically absorbing energy from Super Saiyan Vegeta, converted to energy points, 2,000,000. As the clashes intensified, the energy released was transformed into an unceasing flow of energy points by the system. Seizing an opportunity amidst the continuous exchanges, Vegeta exerted all his strength in a spinning roundhouse kick aimed at Son Gohan's neck. Boom. This devastating strike possessed a power that could level a mountain with ease. Even with only 1/10 of his combat ability, Son Gohan was sent flying several dozen meters by the sheer force of the blow, which he had managed to block with a single hand. Panting heavily, the prolonged intensity of battle had drained Vegeta's stamina, and his momentum began to wane. You appear rather fatigued. Would you care for a brief respite? Observing the disheveled Vegeta, Son Gohan, with a casual demeanor, teased him without launching an attack. The utterance ignited an inferno of fury within Vegeta. His greatest intolerance lay in the provocations of others. Cease your self-indulgent arrogance, The golden aura enveloping Vegeta surged explosively as he surged towards Gohan with a speed that was almost imperceptible. A strike powerful enough to obliterate mountains was deftly evaded by Gohan, who simply averted his gaze. The relentless assault from all directions once again swept Gohan into a whirlwind, disrupting the stability he had just regained. The tempestuous flurry of fists and feet was indeed formidable. Yet, Gohan's counterattack was imminent. You've struck me countless times. Now it is my turn. With this declaration, Gohan accurately pinpointed Vegeta's position and unleashed a devastating blow. Bang. The sound of impact reverberated chillingly. The crushing fist sank into Vegeta's abdomen, instantly suffusing his eyes with blood vessels. The turmoil within him caused his vital energies to convulse chaotically. Retracting his fist, Gohan launched another powerful strike towards Vegeta's visage. Thud. The resounding thump distorted Vegeta's features, sending him hurtling backward for several hundred meters, tumbling through the air multiple times before barely stabilizing himself. With great difficulty, Vegeta managed to regain his composure, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his energy plummeting drastically. It was merely a stroke of luck that Gohan had managed to land a hit, and Vegeta trembled and convulsed in response. His robust physique allowed him to endure this terrifying blow. His wounded pride insisted that Gohan's success was merely fortuitous. Even now, he remained oblivious to a fatal truth. No matter how formidable his attacks, they had never truly inflicted a lethal blow upon Gohan, nor caused him significant injury. In stark contrast, a mere casual strike from Gohan left Vegeta writhing in agony. Among Super Saiyans, a disparity in strength existed. You have only just begun to master the Super Saiyan form, while I have fully mastered its entirety. In an instant, Gohan teleported to stand before Vegeta. In that fleeting moment of movement, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, overwhelmed with astonishment. Just moments prior, he had failed to perceive even the slightest trace of Gohan's motion. It was inconceivable. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta launched another punch. However, this time, his feeble blow was effortlessly grasped by Gohan with a single hand, rendering it immovable. Neither able to retract nor advance an inch. Receive this. No longer holding back, Gohan initiated a counterattack, unleashing 1/5 of his formidable strength. The eruption of over 1 billion in battle power left Vegeta utterly defenseless. With a resounding bang, a knee strike sent Vegeta's internal organs into disarray, forcing him to expel a copious amount of bile. In just one strike, Vegeta suffered a grievous blow. Fortunately, his physical resilience was sufficiently robust, otherwise, he might have succumbed to Gohan's relentless onslaught. This is merely the beginning. The relentless assault ravages Vegeta's body, rendering him unable to retaliate, leaving him battered and bruised, his form marred by a myriad of imprints from the fierce blows. How could there be such an insurmountable gap between us, especially when we are both Super Saiyans? How could I, Vegeta, be so thoroughly overpowered? The excruciating pain coursing through my body nearly shatters my resolve. At this moment, he realized the vast chasm that lay between himself and Son Gohan. However, for the sake of the Saiyan Prince's dignity, he vowed to never concede, even if it meant shattering his own body. On a small island thousands of meters away from the battlefield, a time machine pierced through the fabric of space, descending from the distant currents of time. The hatch opened, and Trunks emerged from the time machine. Upon arriving in this temporal realm, Trunks quickly discerned that a fierce battle was underway. What could possibly be happening? He hastily transformed the time machine into a multifunctional capsule and tucked it away. Utilizing his sense of ki, he immediately identified the two presences in conflict. One was his elder brother, Son Gohan, and the other was his father, Vegeta. He was bewildered as to how the world he once knew 20 years ago had morphed into this chaotic scene. What astonished him even more was not merely their clash but the fact that his father, Vegeta, had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. In his memories, his mother, Bulma, had informed him that Vegeta had never discovered the means to achieve Super Saiyan status, even until his death. Yet, in this past world, his father not only became a Super Saiyan but exhibited a terrifyingly potent ki. What on earth was happening? How had these two engaged in battle? Trunks was utterly perplexed. He unleashed his ki and made his way to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Vegeta was being toyed with by Son Gohan. The latter initiated the assault with such ferocity that Vegeta was utterly incapable of mounting any defense. A resounding bang echoed as a concentrated attack struck Vegeta's arms, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. At that moment, Vegeta's body was marred with injuries, visible bruises, and the imprints of fists scattered across his form. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta forced himself to swallow the blood pooling in his throat. He summoned his ki, causing his muscles to swell, and the bruises on his body vanished in an instant. But it was merely a stroke of luck. He would not allow himself to become overly complacent. Once he regained his composure, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. He was being suppressed by Son Gohan, who was also a Super Saiyan, and to make matters worse, Gohan was fighting with one hand less than he had. This must come to an end. Your true enemy is not me. Son Gohan believed it was time to cease the skirmish. Continuing the fight held no meaning. The real adversaries were the androids, not one another. Yet, Vegeta was unwilling to let it end so easily. One of us must fall, otherwise this battle cannot be deemed concluded. Vegeta growled through clenched teeth. His determination was unwavering. He would not relent until a victor was declared. Very well. If you wish to determine a victor, I shall oblige. Understanding Vegeta's temperament, Son Gohan let out a resigned sigh. Attempting to persuade Vegeta verbally to stop fighting was a futile endeavor. Defeating him was the only way to bring it to a close. With a mighty roar, Vegeta exerted all his strength to elevate his ki. His energy soared to its zenith, while Son Gohan remained unperturbed, even if Vegeta were to multiply his strength tenfold. Son Gohan knew he could subdue him. They had never been on the same level. Please stop. Gohan. Dad. Just as the two were on the brink of collision, Trunks arrived just in time. Nanny. Gohan? Dad? Noticing Trunks addressing him, Vegeta immediately halted. His eyes narrowed in confusion, seeking an explanation. He glanced at Trunks, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. He resembled his newborn child. You've come, Trunks. Convince your father. He insists on determining a victor with me. Son Gohan implored, expressing his own helplessness. This confrontation could have been entirely avoided, yet Vegeta was adamant about settling the matter. At this, Vegeta's mind momentarily froze. You mean, he is called Trunks? In that instant, Vegeta came to a startling realization. The same hair color as his newborn child, the identical name. And capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, along with news of the androids that would emerge 3 years hence. Trunks, caught in a dilemma, exchanged glances with Vegeta. At that moment, the fierce battle intent in Vegeta's eyes was replaced by profound shock and disbelief. At this moment, he comprehended everything. As you can see, father, I am your son, Trunks. From 20 years in the future, he revealed, unable to conceal the truth any longer. No wonder you were able to transform into a Super Saiyan. It turns out you are my future son, Vegeta. Upon receiving this revelation, Vegeta realized how foolish he had once been. He had been frightened by his own son. Shifting his gaze from Trunks, Vegeta's attention turned to Gohan. Now calm. He carefully sensed Gohan's energy, which was identical to that of the Gohan from this era. Damn it. He should have noticed this long ago instead of being kept in the dark. If Trunks is indeed my son, then you are the offspring of that Kakarot, aren't you? Vegeta's demeanor shifted entirely. Without a word, Gohan simply nodded, confirming his identity. This revelation only served to incite Vegeta's fury further, as he clenched his teeth in indignation. How could he be so thoroughly subdued by Kakarot's son? Humph, this is nothing but a farce. Vegeta exclaimed in discontent. The person he was destined to face was none other than his eternal rival's child. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Chapter 71, The Moment of Awakening. After struggling internally for quite some time, Vegeta turned his thoughts to the androids. Humph, Gohan, one day in the future, you and I will inevitably face each other in battle, and it will not end as it has today. With that, Vegeta erupted in rage and soared into the distance. The fight did not continue, which Gohan had anticipated, for upon Vegeta's departure, he relinquished his Super Saiyan transformation. His gaze fell upon Trunks, and the abilities granted by the system allowed him to perceive Trunks' combat power. In his normal state, his power level reached 12 million. Although it was slightly inferior to Vegeta's, the disparity in strength was not particularly vast. It seemed Trunks had diligently trained since their last parting. It's been a while, Gohan. Trunks greeted him warmly. Gohan nodded slightly. For Trunks, it had indeed been a long time, but for him, it was merely a brief moment. Naturally, Gohan was aware that much time had passed and inquired, your strength has increased significantly. How are things? Has the crisis in the future been resolved? Upon hearing the question, Trunks shook his head in disappointment. With my current strength, I can defeat one of them, but 17 and 18 are always together. So taking on both simultaneously is still beyond my capabilities. Trunks replied, considering he had reached this point solely through his own efforts without guidance and trainings. He had done remarkably well. At the very least, he could match one of the androids in strength. Indeed, while you may not be able to overcome them yet. You have made progress, haven't you? Gohan reassured him with a smile. Gohan, with my own power, can I truly drive away the androids from the future? I fear I cannot, which is why I have returned to this time. Trunks expressed his doubts. While his strength was undoubtedly increasing, he lacked guidance, leaving him uncertain on his path forward. No matter when or where you are, never belittle yourself. Gohan advised Trunks, believe in yourself. For it is this belief that will propel you forward and strengthen you. This can be regarded as guidance, as well as a casual reminder, to make him aware that in the future, he must determine his own path forward. On this side, the situation has stabilized. On the other side, within the research facility of Dr. Gero, it must be said that the escape of Android 20 was truly remarkable. Not only did he flawlessly evade the pursuit of the 4Z warriors, but he also returned to his laboratory unscathed. At this moment, he stood before 2 dormant capsules, gripping the controller with a grave expression and palpable tension. Many years ago, he had personally halted androids 17 and 18, subjecting them to extensive modifications in hopes of transforming them into obedient mechanical warriors. Now, after all these years, he remained uncertain whether these enhancements had been successful. After a brief hesitation, Android 20 was the first to activate the capsule containing Android 17. As the capsule opened, Android 17 awakened, his eyes fluttering open. Slowly emerging from the capsule, his gaze fell upon Dr. Gero, who had now been transformed into Android 20. A surge of hatred welled up within him. But upon noticing the controller in Dr. Gero's hand, he momentarily suppressed his anger, adopting a demeanor of compliance to lower Android 20's guard. It has been a while. Esteemed Dr. Gero, Android 17 greeted, feigning nonchalance. What did you just call me? Android 20 was taken aback by Android 17's address, visibly excited. Esteemed Dr. Gero. Have I said something amiss? Android 17 feigned a look of confusion, masking his true intentions. This scene filled Android 20 with immense joy. Splendid. It appears my modifications have succeeded. At last, you are complying with my commands. The exhilaration coursed through Android 20 as he eagerly shifted his gaze towards the dormant chamber of Android 18, murmuring to himself, if Android 17 has been successfully altered, then surely 18 has as well. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Android 20 activated the dormant chamber of Android 18. As the chamber opened, Android 18 emerged. Like her counterpart, upon seeing Dr. Gero, she first noticed the controller in his hands, followed by a reminder reflected in her brother 17's gaze. Dr. Gero. It has been a long time, Android 18 remarked. Indeed, you two have undergone successful modifications. Splendid. Now, the companions of Son Goku shall meet their demise. In Android 20's eyes, both of these androids had been perfected through his ingenuity. Dr. Gero, have you transformed into an android as well? Android 18 inquired. Indeed. Flesh and blood are frail. I ascended to machinery. In pursuit of eternal life, I too have become an android. Listen well, 17 and 18. Son Goku's associates will soon arrive. Your sole task is to eliminate them. At that moment, Android 20 was utterly unguarded, never questioning his own prowess. Little did he know. His end was swiftly approaching. Indeed, your task is. Android 17 murmured, stealthily approaching from behind as Android 20 relaxed. Exactly. Your task is to, before he could finish, the controller in Android 20's grasp was snatched away by Android 17. What are you doing? 17. Android 20 exclaimed in panic as the controller was wrested from him. I have no desire to remain in slumber any longer, old man. Android 17 revealed his true nature, seizing the controller and crushing it in his hand. Thus, no one could restrain him any longer. You scoundrel. You were deceiving me just now. Android 20 was filled with rage, finally realizing he had been duped. With no loyalty ever established, how could there be talk of betrayal? Dr. Gero. Android 18 scoffed from the side. Now that the controller had been destroyed, she no longer had to worry about being deactivated by Dr. Gero. The controller's destruction meant that no one could control them anymore. I certainly do not wish to return to that excruciatingly dull stasis pod. With that, Android 17 tossed aside the remnants of the shattered controller in his hand. You failures are nothing but flawed creations. Grinding his teeth, Android 20 seethed with fury. Is that 16? At that moment, Android 18 noticed another stasis pod nearby. I recall that even 15 was dealt with by you, Doctor. Now another 16 has appeared. Is he also a new type of android like us? Android 17 remarked in surprise. Should we awaken him? Such a large stasis pod must contain a remarkably powerful android. Android 18 proposed. Stop. You have no idea what you are doing. Cease at once. 16 must not be awakened. Upon hearing the suggestion to awaken Android 16, Android 20 panicked. Years ago, driven by longing for his son, he had created Android 16, bestowing upon him immense power alongside a gentle disposition, which ultimately led to Android 16 being deemed a failure. Yet, no one understood the terror of this so-called failed creation better than he. The strength possessed by this android was second only to that of the ultimate android. Outside the door, Piccolo, Goten, Krillin, and Tianjin Han had arrived. They overheard the conversation within. The androids have been activated. Piccolo exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. This is bad. We're too late. The android has already been activated by that scoundrel, Dr. Gero. Krillin said, sweating profusely and visibly anxious. Goten and Gohan stood silently, their expressions grave, fully prepared for battle. Just then, Vegeta, who had fought the future Gohan, arrived at the battlefield. Vegeta's sudden appearance caused Piccolo to raise an eyebrow. If he is here, does that mean Piccolo instinctively turned his gaze toward the cave's entrance? The black-cloaked, one-armed Gohan and Trunks had also arrived, preventing any unforeseen circumstances from occurring. Behind this door, are there other androids? Vegeta asked Piccolo, his tone heavy. Indeed. We are all a step too late. The android has already been activated by Dr. Gero, Piccolo explained. Humph. Activated, is it? Just as I desired. The arrogant Vegeta raised his hand, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his palm, and hurled it at the door before him. Boom. The release of energy exploded against the door. The colossal 10-ton alloy gate, twisted under the relentless energy assault of Vegeta, was reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal upon the ground. As the gate crumbled, 3 androids emerged into the gaze of the onlookers. Damn it. They have all arrived. Number 17. Number 18. How long do you intend to wait? Eliminate them. The android number 20 gritted his teeth and once again commanded number 17 and number 18. This utterly infuriated Android 17. Irritated and impatient, he sprang up and delivered a swift kick that severed Dr. Gero's head from his body. The shocking scene of Dr. Gero's demise left all the Z-Fighters present, except for Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks, in utter disbelief. How dare you kill me, your creator? Android 20, with only his head remaining, could still utter words. He found it inconceivable that he would one day be defeated by the very weapons he had engineered. I only eliminate those I choose to, Dr. Gero, Android 17 replied, his face devoid of emotion, as if it were a trivial matter. In the next moment, he leapt into action, crushing Android 20's head beneath his foot. Thus, the creator of the androids, Android 20, met his ultimate fate. In this temporal realm, the artificial beings surpassed their counterparts from the future by a considerable margin. The usually reticent Son Gohan surveyed Android 17 and Android 18 with a scrutinizing gaze. Android 17 possessed a combat power of 800 million, while Android 18 boasted a combat power of 700 million. After dispatching Android 20, the emotionless 17 cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze on the trembling figure of the bald Krillin, who was cowering behind Tianjin Fan. A playful smile emerged on 17's face as he beckoned Krillin forward with a subtle curl of his finger. This action left Krillin utterly terrified. Why me? Krillin was paralyzed with fear at the sight of the 17th. In the end, death was inevitable. It was merely a matter of order. Nearby, Tianjin Fan was sweating profusely. Noticing Klin's trembling fear, the 17th had no intention of further provoking him. 18th, activate the 16th, the 17th instructed. Was the 16th the android that Gohan had mentioned, possessing strength far surpassing that of the 17th and 18th? Recalling the events of 3 years ago, Trunks understood that the threat posed by the 16th was immense and that they must not allow its activation. I shall not permit the tragic future to repeat itself in this world. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a terrifying energy that captured everyone's attention. Gohan, understanding the gravity of the situation, retreated to the side, cautioning his counterpart from this era to stay back. Suddenly aware, the present Gohan swiftly exited the cave. Androids, it all ends here. With another roar, Trunks unleashed a tremendous energy from his palms. A golden energy beam surged toward the two androids within the experimental base. Boom. The energy exploded instantaneously, engulfing the 17th, 18th, and even the dormant 16th in its blast. Ding. The energy from the fallen Super Saiyan Trunks was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 1 million points. The experimental base was obliterated by Trunks' explosion. With thick smoke billowing into the sky, the entire mountain was shattered by this strike. As the smoke cleared, the 17th and 18th appeared before the onlookers, and scathed. You shallow, ignorant child, your attack was utterly meaningless and merely a waste of energy, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at Trunks' actions. As the prince of the Saiyans, he looked down upon such underhanded tactics. If one was to fight, it should be done openly and honorably. Chapter 72, The Man in the Black Robe is Future Gohan. After reprimanding Trunks, Vegeta refocused his gaze on the two androids. Being able to withstand a direct blow from a Super Saiyan without a scratch indeed indicated strength, far beyond that of the previous android, 16, whom he had easily dispatched. Such rude individuals, attacking us without provocation, the 17th remarked with an expressionless face. Yet, he bore no anger. Let us awaken the 16th. I am quite curious about the android that Dr. Gero claimed could destroy the world, the 17th said, turning to the 18th. Indeed, the 18th echoed, sharing curiosity about the 16th's existence. She pressed the button to open the stasis pod, but impatiently kicked the door wide open. As the pod fully opened, the slumbering android 16 awakened, his eyes snapping open. Standing over 2 meters tall, the imposing android 16 had now come to life. His awakening drew the attention of the Z-Fighters. Is that the android 16? Clint stammered, sensing the danger. So, this is the android Gohan mentioned 3 years ago? Trunks gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. Is this truly the 16th? Doesn't he seem like a villain? Piccolo murmured. From 3 years ago, Gohan had mentioned these androids were merely appetizers. The true threat was the ultimate android capable of evolution simply by consumption. Moreover, the current androids did not appear to harbor any hostility towards them. As long as they did not provoke them, they likely would not attack. Are there other androids aside from them? Damn it. I'm utterly useless. 3 years of hard training have yielded nothing. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, seething with frustration over his own impotence. For the past 3 years, he has devoted himself to rigorous training, all in anticipation of showcasing his prowess on this very day. However, the harsh reality has plunged him into despair. The strength he painstakingly acquired pales in comparison to that of the androids. His companion, the present-day Son Gohan, is at a loss. What would his father have done had he not succumbed to viral heart disease and fallen into a coma? The android, number 16, Gohan murmurs, his gaze sharpening as the combat power of android 16 materializes before him. Though he appears innocuous, his combat power is the highest Gohan has encountered among individual androids, reaching an astounding 650 million points. The androids of the past world are indeed significantly stronger than those of the future. Ah, how delightful to meet you, number 16. This is the first time I have seen you in action. After such an extended dormancy, it seems you have not stepped out in years. Dr. Gero was reluctant to awaken you, claiming your powers might pose a threat to both myself and Android 18. Number 17 remarks, arms crossed. Thus, Your awakening is merely to ascertain the situation at hand. Android 18 interjects. At this, the recently awakened Android 16 casts a fleeting glance at them, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Do you have anything to say? Or do you prefer silence? Android 18 inquires. In my view, he seems to be the taciturn type. Number 17 concludes after observing 16 for a moment. He does not believe that 16 surpasses him in strength. Awakening this android was merely a whim driven by curiosity. Where are we headed? Android 18 asks, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? We are going to find Son Goku. Dr. Gero created us with the sole purpose of eliminating him. And I assume he feels the same. Number 17 rationalizes. Indeed, Android 16 concurs. Oh, you finally spoke. That's quite a rarity. Number 17 jests. His reaction mirrors precisely that of the commands Dr. Gero implanted. The old man even labeled him a failure. Android 18 observes, scrutinizing 16. Following Dr. Gero's plans for everything is rather dull, but since we are androids, we should have a purpose. Killing Son Goku is a worthy goal. Let us proceed. With this declaration, Android 17 ascends into the air, followed closely by Androids 18 and 16. The trio of androids takes flight, departing into the distance under the watchful gaze of the Z-Warriors. How dare they? They disregard me. Anger swells within Vegeta as he contemplates being overlooked by the androids. As a proud Saiyan prince, he cannot fathom their blatant dismissal. Splendid. They left without a fight. Krillin breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that he need not fear for his life in that moment. What could they possibly be planning? Where are they headed now? Goten ponders, bewildered. The intentions of the androids elude them entirely. Their demeanor does not suggest they are intent on wreaking havoc in North City. What, then, could they be after? Piccolo speaks solemnly. Need it be said? What other purpose could they have besides hunting down Son Goku? Son Gohan reminds them. At this moment, the Z-Warriors suddenly regain their senses. It was due to Son Goku's destruction of the Red Ribbon Army that Dr. Gero harbored deep resentment towards him. And the very purpose of creating the androids was to eliminate Son Goku. Their destination was precisely Goku's home. As they pondered their next course of action, Vegeta's fury erupted. How dare those androids disregard me so contemptuously? With veins bulging on his forehead, Vegeta's energy surged, and the S-cells within him erupted in response to his emotions, instantly transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy from the first level of Super Saiyan Vegeta converted into energy points, 500,000. As Vegeta transformed in a fit of rage, the dispersed energy was likewise converted into energy points by Gohan's system. Fueled by anger, Vegeta charged towards the direction the androids had departed. Wait, now is not the time to engage the androids. In that very moment, Trunks positioned himself in front of his father to prevent him from making a reckless move. In the future, Vegeta had been slain by Android 18, and Trunks was determined not to let history repeat itself in this world. Do you intend to stop me? To impede your father? Vegeta scoffed. I implore you, father. Cease your actions and await Mr. Goku's awakening. We shall then deliberate further. Trunks earnestly urged Vegeta to refrain from acting impulsively. Humph. Even without Kakarot, I can reduce those androids to scrap. Step aside. Vegeta barked fiercely. Please, father, do not act on your own. Trunks insisted on remaining before Vegeta. Humph. You seem to misunderstand. My greatest disdain is not for the androids, but for that Kakarot fellow. Even without relying on his power, I can defeat the androids before your very eyes, and ultimately, the one I wish to conquer is Kakarot. Do you comprehend? Vegeta was incensed by Trunks' words. He was making a concerted effort to restrain his emotions. Had Trunks not been his son, he would have refrained from such lengthy discourse. You mustn't. If you go, it will only lead to your demise. Trunks continued to thwart Vegeta's advance. Humph. At this, Vegeta snorted coldly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Bang. A resounding thud echoed as Vegeta landed a powerful punch to Trunks' abdomen, temporarily incapacitating him. Disposing of Trunks, Vegeta soared towards the androids without a backward glance. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the present Gohan quickly gathered around. Are you all right? Krillin inquired with concern. I'm fine. Damn it. My father never listens. As he momentarily suppressed his pain, Trunks finally understood the nature of his father. As his future mother had said, his father was a proud Saiyan warrior. No matter how formidable the enemy, he would never retreat, only confront challenges head-on. You must hurry and catch up. If he faces the androids alone, it will only lead to his demise, Piccolo cautioned. This compelled Trunks to grit his teeth, suppressing his agony as he unleashed a surge of energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan and pursuing at full speed. Watching Trunks disappear into the distance, Tianjing fan murmured. 2 Super Saiyans. I wonder if they can defeat the androids. Uncle Piccolo, should we lend a hand? Inquired Son Gohan of this world. No. We have more pressing matters to attend to, Piccolo replied, his gaze shifting to the figure of the cloaked, one-armed Son Gohan behind them. At this point, you need not conceal your true identity any longer, Gohan. Piccolo addressed the cloaked Son Gohan. Upon this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Piccolo, what did you just say? He is Gohan. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. The one-armed man in the black cloak, who had appeared 3 years prior, and had overwhelmed King Cold and Frieza with his formidable power, was indeed Son Gohan. Could he, like the boy named Trunks, hail from the future? Tianjing Fan swiftly pieced together the implications. The enigmatic and formidable figure cloaked in black is none other than the future version of Son Gohan. Is he, in fact, a reflection of my own self from a future realm? The current Son Gohan is equally astonished. 3 years prior, an imposing Super Saiyan in a tattered black cloak had emerged seemingly out of nowhere, effortlessly vanquishing Frieza and King Cold, only to reveal himself as my future self. It is no wonder that his energy resonates so closely with mine. Clearly, my true identity has long been discerned by you. After all, you are none other than Uncle Piccolo. With the revelation of his identity, Son Gohan no longer harbors any desire to conceal himself. He tears off the black cloak and discards it with a decisive throw. The visage of this youthful Son Gohan, strikingly similar to his counterpart from this world, bore only a scar as a distinguishing feature. Could it truly be that you hail from a future realm, Gohan? This is utterly surreal, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, repeatedly rubbing his eyes. The individual who had appeared 3 years prior, formidable enough to vanquish Goku even in his Super Saiyan form with ease, was indeed Son Gohan. If you are truly Gohan, then why did you not reveal your identity to us 3 years ago? Tianjing Gohan queried, regaining his composure and expressing his confusion. It was not a matter of reluctance to reveal my identity, but rather that the timing was not yet right. Now, you are all aware, are you not? Gohan replied with a smile. Are you truly the Gohan from the future? The Gohan of this world, version 5.0, approached with an expression of incredulity, scrutinizing his future self. Greetings, past version of myself. I am indeed you from 20 years hence, Gohan said, ruffling the hair of his counterpart. Gazing upon his future self, a cascade of memories flooded his mind. The present Gohan felt a surge of joy. His future counterpart had grown immensely powerful, capable not only of defeating his father's Super Saiyan form but also of subduing Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan state. A trifecta of emotions, envy, longing, and anticipation danced in the eyes of this world's Gohan. Now is not the time for idle chatter, Gohan. I recall that 3 years ago, you mentioned to Goku that our true adversary is not merely the two androids, 17 and 18, but rather the ultimate android, Cell, created from the cells of numerous formidable beings by Dr. Gero. Do you know his whereabouts? Piccolo interjected directly, fully aware of what was paramount and what was secondary. The threat posed by Cell far exceeded that of any android recently awakened. I am uncertain of his exact location. However, I can assert with confidence that Cell, at this juncture, remains an embryo. If we scour the vicinity around Dr. Gero's laboratory, which was recently destroyed by Trunks, we should be able to uncover a concealed research facility, Gohan responded. If he is still merely an embryo, then he poses little threat. Piccolo exhaled, having initially feared that Cell had already been fully developed. Since he is still in his embryonic stage, we must eradicate him before he can fully form. Chapter 73, The Overwhelmed Beat. You all go in search of Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. I must make my way there. If Vegeta and Trunks engage in battle with the androids, the likelihood of defeat is considerably high. To avert any unforeseen occurrences, Gohan elucidated. Wait a moment, Gohan. Piccolo called out, then turned to Krillin and asked, Krillin, how many Senzu beans do we have left? Senzu beans? I have a total of 6 here, Krillin replied, producing a pouch containing the precious beans. Very well. Hand over 2 beans to Gohan. We shall retain 4 for emergencies, Piccolo wisely suggested. Agreed, Krillin consented to the proposal, approaching Gohan to present him with 2 Senzu beans. Touched by Piccolo's concern, Gohan felt a wave of appreciation. I shall take my leave now. Accepting the Senzu beans without hesitation, Gohan expanded his aura perception and swiftly pinpointed Vegeta's energy signature. It appeared they had already encountered the androids. With a mere thought, Gohan executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight in a flash. After his departure, Krillin distributed the remaining 4 Senzu beans among the others, ensuring each received one as a precaution. After some deliberation, they established the parameters and strategy for their search, led by Piccolo and the 4 others.